Chapter 1 Rebirth. Gu Wanqing still lives. In the hospital room, the lawyer held the pre-prepared agreement, gazing at the frail elder lying on the bed. Mr. Liu, in accordance with your wishes, upon your passing, all your assets will be donated to charitable organizations. The contract is ready and will take immediate effect. Your remains will be returned to your hometown to be buried alongside your wife and child. The old man nodded weakly. The lawyer sighed, his expression somewhat moved. Mr. Liu, setting work aside for a moment, I have always been puzzled by one thing. As the president of a publicly listed company, you could enjoy the luxuries of life and live as you please. Yet, you have spent your years in poverty, dedicating your entire fortune to philanthropy. What is the reason behind this? Lu Lixing forced a bitter smile, remaining silent. The lawyer had long accepted that he would not receive an answer. He simply could not comprehend how such a kind-hearted individual had no one to bid him farewell before his demise. How about this, Mr. Liu? The will has been settled. May I indulge in one last whim? Apart from the will, do you have any unfulfilled wishes in this world? I can fulfill them for you, free of charge. Unfulfilled wishes? Lu Lixing struggled to move his fingers, reflecting on his life. Finally, he nodded. Seeing him open his mouth, the lawyer hurriedly leaned closer, pressing his ear to his lips. Mr. Liu, what do you wish to say? Gu Wanqing. Gu Wanqing? Your wife? According to my investigation, she has been deceased for many years. Mr. Liu, the lawyer, was about to say something. The man on the bed had already closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as if still bearing a faint smile. Wanqing, at last, I can come to find you. How are you and the child? A blinding flash of light pierced through. A searing pain tore through his mind, and Lu Lixing felt as though his head might explode. In his ears, someone was shouting loudly. It's all your fault. You're the reason Wanqing left us. Woo, big yellow, bite him. Woof, woof. The quilt was being torn away. A wet substance slid down his face, carrying a sticky, metallic scent. With great effort, Lu Lixing pushed himself up and opened his eyes. Who is it? Am I not dead? In the next moment, he stood frozen in place. Before him lay a dilapidated stone cottage, and he was resting on a bed constructed of wooden planks. This is not his childhood home, is it? Beside the bed stood a small girl with tear-streaked cheeks. Upon seeing him awake, the little girl stared at him in terror, pulling the large yellow dog back. Big Yellow, get down. He's awake, he might hurt you. Big Yellow remained unfazed, drooling all over Lu Lixing's face. It tugged at Lu Lixing's clothes, trying to pull him away. Its voice was filled with plea. Woof! The sound of the barking dog finally jolted Lu Lixing back to reality. He swiftly pushed Big Yellow aside and grasped the little girl. Qianqian? Lu Qianqian, his youngest sister. But why does she still look like a child? Lu Qianqian trembled in fear at Lu Lixing's presence. You were drunk, weren't you? Drunk? Yes. A strong scent of alcohol lingered on him, his stomach churning uncomfortably, and his face felt hot. But, is it truly you, Qianqian? Woo-wah! 7-year-old Lu Qianqian burst into tears from fright. Gu, I didn't mean to wake you, please don't hit me. Wanqing left us. She said she would never return. Bad person, you're a bad person. Lu Qianqian raised her small fist and struck Lu Lixing with all her might. Big Yellow barked incessantly beside her, its sound seemingly cursing Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing shuddered. Gu Wanqing, she is still alive? Instinctively, he rose, swaying slightly, and approached an old black table, picking up a yellowed calendar. August 21st, 1990. Lu Lixing's pupils dilated in shock. The shabby cottage, the familiar Big Yellow, and the little girl, resembling Lu Qianqian. He had been reborn. Ha, ha, ha. Lu Lixing burst into laughter. Had heaven heard his penance? This is wonderful. However, mid-laughter, Lu Lixing suddenly froze. He quickly opened a drawer, rummaging until he found an old pocket watch, glancing at the time. It was 6:30 in the morning. Outside, a torrential rain poured down. Everything overlapped with his memories. Oh no! He shouted, glancing toward the corner by the door. There lay a crumpled piece of paper. Lu Lixing hurriedly picked it up, unfolding it to reveal a prescription. A prescription for pregnancy maintenance. He quickly stuffed the paper into his pocket and dashed out the door. Big Yellow, let's go. Woof. Big Yellow hesitated for a moment, but the next second followed him without hesitation. Qianqian, stay home and don't run around. I'll be back soon. Just as Lu Qianqian was about to leave, she paused. What happened to Ergo? He wasn't angry or scolding her. Lu Lixing raced down the muddy dirt road, his mind racing with thoughts. On this very day in his past life, Gu Wanqing and the child had perished. In his youth, Lu Lixing had been aimless, indulging in alcohol and gambling. As he approached marriageable age, his parents had brought home a young bride, who was Gu Wanqing. After their marriage, Lu Lixing continued his reckless ways, often asking Gu Wanqing for money to squander. He distinctly remembered that the day before his previous demise, he had rummaged through their belongings, taking 20 yuan to drink away his sorrows. By the time he awoke the next day, the sun high in the sky, he received the news of Gu Wanqing's death. She had left home, and on that stormy day, the minibus leaving the village had met with an accident. When Lu Lixing arrived, he saw her clutching her belly tightly, her body battered and bruised. Returning home in a daze, he found the crumpled prescription for pregnancy maintenance in the corner. At that moment, Lu Lixing realized that due to long-term malnutrition and carrying twins, Gu Wanqing's health had deteriorated, necessitating the maintenance of her pregnancy. Otherwise, the child might not survive. That 20 yuan had been gathered by the entire family for Gu Wanqing, but that money had been squandered by Lu Lixing. He couldn't bear to imagine how despairing Gu Wanqing must have felt at that moment. He further realized that he had long fallen in love with Gu Wanqing. With the child gone, Gu Wanqing gone. His parents, enraged, had cast him out, severing all ties. Lu Lixing left his hometown, wandering aimlessly. He spent a lifetime in remorse, devoting all his resources to help others, hoping that Gu Wanqing and the child would find a good resting place in the next life. Yet, unexpectedly, he had been reborn. Thus, this good resting place must be fulfilled by him personally. Lu Lixing recalled the location of the landslide, but his home was still 3 miles from the minibus station. In this era, in the impoverished mountainous region of Lu Family Village, there were no vehicles. He needed to quicken his pace. Big Yellow, hurry! Woof! Chapter 2. Save the People. Lu Lixing is stealing a bicycle by the roadside in Lijiakan. A few individuals stood scattered about, holding large black umbrellas and gazing up at the sky. Alas, with this rain, I wonder if the vehicles will manage to reach the city smoothly today. I have urgent matters to attend to, one lamented. The cheerful aunt beside her chuckled. No worries. Our master Zhao has been driving for many years. He knows what he is doing. If it truly comes to it, we can always turn back. True enough, Dado? Isn't that Lu's little daughter-in-law? Wanqing, why are you here alone waiting for a ride? Why aren't you holding an umbrella? Come over here and stand with me. Gu Wanqing bit her lip and approached. Thank you, auntie. She didn't mind catching a cold herself, but the well-being of the child within her was paramount. The doctor had warned her that it might be difficult to keep the baby. She needed to protect them well. Sniffling, Gu Wanqing gazed in the direction of the Lu family. They say one must follow their spouse. She had once been filled with hopes of changing Lu Lixing, but now she realized how naive she had been. The aunt noticed Wanqing clutching her belly and asked in surprise, Wanqing, you aren't pregnant? Are you? Oh my, what joyous news. Are you going to the town for a checkup? Where is Lu Lixing? Why isn't he accompanying you? Gu Wanqing shook her head with a smile, stubbornly insisting, I can manage on my own. A green minibus screeched to a halt before them. Such a lovely girl. That boy from the Lu family is truly something. Come on, let us get on the bus. Gu Wanqing cast one last glance back towards home and resolutely boarded the vehicle, following Lu Lixing. She feared the child might not survive. The torrential rain intensified. Lu Lixing felt his energy waning. At his age, he had been too reckless, his body now feeling like a mere shell. He needed to think of a solution. Woof, hurry, save someone. De Huang urged impatiently. De Huang, do you sense that something is amiss? Woof. Lu Lixing recalled how in his past life, it was De Huang that had woken him up, only for him to lock the dog outside. After a long while, when he finally opened the door, he found De Huang alongside Gu Wanqing's lifeless body. The dog had tried to save Gu Wanqing but had failed. Reflecting on it, De Huang was the dog Gu Wanqing had rescued after marrying into the Lu family and had always been cared for by her. Lu Lixing took a deep breath, surveying his surroundings. Moments later, an idea struck him. De Huang, follow me. In the mountains, a village stretched for over 10 miles, with houses sporadically nestled at the foot of the hills. At that moment, Zhang Ergo was under an eave, bragging about his new bicycle to his friends. Look, My dad just bought this. It's the first bicycle in our village. Isn't it cool? Isn't it beautiful? His friends gazed at him enviously. It is indeed nice, but Ergo, can you ride it? It seems no one in our village knows how to ride a bike. Zhang Ergo, whose real name was Zhang Wenfeng, was 20 years old, with a dark complexion and a silly grin. I doubt I can't ride, but I can learn. Can you all ride? You don't have a bicycle to learn on, do you? Just then, a large yellow dog charged towards them. Woof! Whoa! Get out of the way! Is this dog crazy? Why is it charging at us? Lu Lixing, take your dog and go. What are you doing? Lu Ge, don't touch my bicycle. Lu Lixing paid no heed to their protest. He remembered that in his past life, Zhang Ergu's family had bought a bicycle on this very day. Unlike before, he had gained the ability to ride. Grabbing the bicycle, he swiftly mounted it and pedaled away. Ergo, I'll borrow your bike for a bit. De Huang, let us go. De Huang, having startled the group, dashed after the bicycle. Zhang Ergo and his friends exchanged glances. There's someone in our village who can ride? Yeah, but I feel like something is off. Huh? Whoa? Lu Lixing is stealing a bicycle. That's my bike? Quick, chase him down. Unfazed by the heavy rain, they pursued Lu Lixing, who was oblivious to their intentions. All he knew was that he had to accelerate. Time was of the essence. Let us take a shortcut. The mountain paths were numerous, and the large bus could only navigate the main roads, but the bicycle was small enough to traverse the back routes. Though the rain made the dirt paths soft, the underlying stones made riding preferable to running. 5 minutes later, Lu Lixing finally emerged onto the main road. He spotted the dilapidated minibus swaying toward him a couple hundred meters ahead. He let out a sigh of relief. He had made it just in time. 20 meters behind him was the site of a landslide. He could vaguely see the earth on the mountain beginning to shift, large volumes of water and stones cascading down. Wiping the sweat mixed with rain from his brow, he gritted his teeth and pedaled toward the minibus. De Huang, block those behind us, follow my lead. I'll stop the bus, woof. De Huang seemed to understand, barking loudly before sprinting towards Zhang Ergu and his friends. Meanwhile, Lu Lixing removed his shirt and waved it above his head while riding with one hand, urgently signaling the minibus, stop, stop. If memory served him correctly, that landslide incident had claimed not only Gu Wanqing and the baby but also 10 other lives, marking it as a major disaster. The group, held back by De Huang, watched in disbelief as Lu Lixing rode one-handed toward the minibus. He really going to crash into the bus? How brave! Zhang Ergu broke free from De Huang's grasp and rushed toward Lu Lixing. You bastard! That's my bicycle! Stop right now! Your life doesn't matter, but my new bike does. Visibility was poor in the rain. Lu Lixing raced toward the minibus, and just as the bicycle was about to collide, the driver showed no intention of stopping. Lu Lixing increased his speed, timing his leap just before impact, rolling onto the muddy ground. Inside the minibus, passengers, who had been dozing off due to the vehicle's bumps, were jolted awake by a loud crash followed by a sudden brake. Driver Lao Zhao cursed, "What the hell? Who is the idiot charging at us?" Passengers, now alert, looked around in confusion. What is going on? Who is it? Hey, isn't that Lu Lixing? Gu Wanqing, is that your Lu Lixing? Why is he trying to crash into the bus? Is he trying to extort money? Is your family out of money for drinks? Gu Wanqing, clutching her belly, raised her head, pale and dizzy. Why was he here? Chapter 3. Thinking of jumping into the river, Gu Wanqing couldn't fathom that Lu Lixing had come to find her. Was he really, as the others claimed, here to extort money? Such behavior wasn't foreign to the old Lu Lixing, who had once swindled pocket change from children when he was broke. The thought darkened her gaze. Driver Lao Zhao had exited the vehicle, pulling the muddy Lu Lixing up from the ground. You little brat, are you trying to die? If you want to kill yourself, go jump in the river. I have a bus full of lives here. The passengers gathered around, looking at Lu Lixing in disdain. This kid is getting worse and worse. What kind of misfortune has the Lu family brought upon themselves to raise such a creature? Lu Lixing ignored their scorn, his eyes fixed on Gu Wanqing as she stepped out of the bus. She wore ill-fitting linen clothes, which she had sewn herself, her hair styled in a thick braid. Though pregnant, she remained quite slender. Her face was ashen, her lips devoid of color. Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept onto his face. How wonderful, she is still alive. You little brat, what are you smiling about? Speak. If it weren't for your parents, I would have long since beaten you. Lao Zhao scolded loudly. The elders of the Lu family were good people, and he felt exasperated at Lu Lixing's foolishness. But Lu Lixing had no time for that. Once he confirmed Gu Wanqing was unharmed, he turned to De Huang, shouting, "De Huang, heard them over here, woof." De Huang dashed towards the group, barking furiously. When the people didn't move, it bit the rear end of the last person. "Run, you idiot! This dog has gone mad. Help!" The exhausted individuals suddenly found the strength to flee for their lives. Lao Zhao, realizing Lu Lixing was ignoring him, yelled, "What are you doing, Lu Lixing?" "Master Zhao, a landslide is about to happen." "A landslide? Nonsense. I've driven here for years. What kind of conditions have I not seen? It's just a bit of rain. I refuse to believe it can slide. If you block my bus, who will pay for the damages?" Not far away, Zhang Erge shouted, "Right, Lu Lixing and my." Before he could finish, a loud rumble echoed. Everyone looked up in terror as Zhang Erge's words caught in his throat, unable to say another word. Whoa! Behind a Huang, the mountainside that had seemed stable moments ago suddenly began to collapse. Huge boulders tumbled down, uprooting trees as they cascaded down the slope. The only road that had been precariously built halfway up the mountain was now obliterated. As the ground crumbled, recently fallen rocks plummeted into the abyss. Those who ran slowly were even struck by smaller stones. With a resounding crash, a massive rock landed half a meter away from De Huang. "Run!" Everyone froze in shock. An elderly person collapsed to the ground, trembling. The mountain, it's collapsing. Lao Zhao's legs buckled, his voice trembling. Lu Lixing, it really has collapsed." He could hardly believe his eyes, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. Had Lu Lixing not intervened just now, what would have become of the bus and all its passengers? Lu Lixing let out a long breath. "Yes, it has collapsed." Lao Zhao stumbled, plopping onto the ground. Lu Lixing quickly steadied him. "It's all right. Everyone is fine. Aren't they?" Lao Zhao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes, everyone is fine. All is well." Zhang Ergu and his friends finally made it over, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. That was close, that was close." De Huang wagged his tail, seemingly basking in the praise as it approached Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing ruffled its head. "De Huang, well done. Woof, woof." Finally, Lu Lixing turned his gaze to Gu Wanqing, who had been watching him intently since the beginning. After an eternity, he found himself nervous. He longed to rush forward, embrace her, and tell her how much he missed her. But he refrained. He had done so many despicable things. She must feel hurt. Embracing her now would only frighten her away, wouldn't it? In this lifetime, he had all the time in the world to take things slow. Lu Lixing approached Gu Wanqing, suppressing the urge to hold her tightly. "Wanqing, how are you? Are you all right?" His eyes brimmed with concern. Gu Wanqing, too, stared at Lu Lixing in shock. She couldn't believe he was actually caring for her. In the months since their marriage, such gestures had never occurred. She was even more incredulous that he had just saved the lives of everyone on board. In a daze, she noticed Lu Lixing step closer, his hand hovering above her shoulder, hesitating to land. He softly spoke, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to..." Gu Wanqing furrowed her brow in confusion. What is wrong with you?" Lu Lixing took a deep breath and looked at her. Today, he finally had the opportunity to utter the words he had kept hidden for an entire lifetime. "Wanqing, I'm sorry." The rain had ceased without her noticing. The words clearly reached Gu Wanqing's ears, stirring her emotions. What was Lu Lixing saying? He didn't elaborate but approached the elderly people who were squatting on the ground. Worry etched across his face. "How are you all? Are you okay? Would you like me to take you to the clinic?" Lajiakin was in a remote area, and the road to the township clinic had just been blocked by the landslide. The only place with a doctor was the village clinic. "No, we're fine." The elderly stood shakily, casting grateful looks at Lu Lixing. "Xiaoxing, we were wrong before. We misunderstood you. We are truly grateful. If it weren't for you, we might not be here. I can't die yet. I haven't even met my unborn grandchild." "Me too. My son is sick. I still need to earn money to buy him medicine." Tears welled up in the elder's eyes. "It's fine. No need to thank me. I just happened to see that a landslide was about to occur and came to warn everyone. If you're all fine, please hurry home. This bus likely won't make it to the county today." "Yes, let us go home." People, still shaken, helped each other leave. The last elderly woman to walk by patted Gu Wanqing on the shoulder. "Wanqing, you and Lu Lixing should have a good talk. Xiaoxing doesn't seem so bad. His bad habits can be corrected." Gu Wanqing lowered her head, remaining silent. Lu Lixing stepped closer to her. Wanqing, shall we go home? Gu Wanqing tightly grasped the hem of her clothes, thinking of the child in her womb. Stubbornly, she replied, I want to go. Since their marriage, she had been the one taking care of Lu Lixing. All he did was ask her for money. She hadn't even dared to tell him about the last 20 yuan, fearing he would take it away. That money was meant for her to protect the baby. Yet in the end, she had failed to keep the money. This couldn't continue. What would happen to the child next time? Or the next? Gu Wanqing stepped back, her eyes filled with distance. Lu Lixing felt a pang of pain in his heart. Just how many despicable things had he done? Taking a step forward, he pulled out the prescription he had kept hidden inside his clothes. Are you worried about this? Wanqing, I'm sorry, I was wrong that I shouldn't have spent that 20 yuan. I deserve to die. Rest assured, I will save enough money for that 20 yuan as quickly as possible to buy you medicine. I know you might not believe me now, but give me 3 days. If I can't earn the money for the medicine, I will personally take you to the town to leave Lijiakan. I swear. Gu Wanqing looked up in shock, staring at Lu Lixing. What was he saying? He wanted to earn money. How would he do that? Lu Lixing, don't deceive me, I'm not lying. Wanqing, please give me one last chance. Look, the road has collapsed. It's the only route to the town, and we can't get out. If you walk over the mountains, it's too far, and it could harm the child. You wouldn't want our child to be hurt, would you? Seeing Gu Wanqing's skepticism, Lu Lixing pressed on, using the child as leverage. Chapter 4. The Binding System. Lu Lixing's vow. Gu Wanqing bit her lip, gazing at the mountain road. The landslide had destroyed the path. There was indeed no way out. Other than returning home, she seemed to have no other options. As they prepared to leave, Zhang Ergo, finally relieved, called out, Hey, cough. Lu Lixing. Although you saved people just now, my bicycle, I will compensate you. Lu Lixing replied without hesitation. How much is your bicycle? Having just faced life and death, Zhang Ergu felt a twinge of guilt. However, if he is not made to compensate, his father will undoubtedly beat him to death. 120 yuan. Before Lu Lixing could utter a word, Gu Wanqing gasped. So expensive? Their family barely managed to survive on 10 yuan a month. They usually grew their own food, and that 10 yuan was only for emergencies. The price of a bicycle equated to their entire year's worth of living expenses. This was utterly absurd. How could Lu Lixing afford such a sum? Clenching her teeth, Gu Wanqing said, Lu Lixing, you. A hand reached out and pushed her back. I will compensate, but for Guzi, I currently have no money. I will write you an IOU and repay you within a month. All right, Zhang Ergu immediately agreed. With the IOU and today's events, surely his father would consent? After rummaging through their pockets for a while, they finally produced a pencil and a piece of a cigarette box. Lu Lixing quickly scribbled the IOU and signed it. All right, Da Huang, let us go home. Woof woof. Da Huang wagged his tail, expressing his joy. His master was unharmed, and everyone was safe. Da Huang's contribution was the greatest. On the way, Gu Wanqing ultimately could not restrain herself. She took off the bracelet on her wrist, a keepsake left to her by her grandmother. Initially, she had planned to sell it for medicine after leaving, but now Lu Lixing, you should sell this bracelet. Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback. Gu Wanqing continued, it should fetch a decent price to compensate Zhang Ergu's family. I will be cautious. I shouldn't hurt the child. Her words were laced with trepidation, and deep down, she could hardly believe them. Lu Lixing felt a surge of compassion in his past life. He must have been blind not to see Gu Wanqing's goodness. He pushed her hand back gently, saying, no need. I will compensate with my own money. I can earn the cost of the medicine. I have my ways, so don't worry. What ways do you have? Gu Wanqing began to cry as she spoke. That amounts to 140 yuan. We can hardly afford food at home, and this year's harvest has been poor. What can you possibly do? Gu Wanqing grasped her clothing tightly, feeling anxious. In the past, she had accepted her fate, going along with whatever came her way. But now, for the sake of the child, she truly wanted to leave. Lu Lixing, I can't leave for the next few days. I will stay here for now, and once transportation resumes, I will go. You saved my life and that of the child today. Please accept this bracelet as a token of my gratitude. Lu Lixing suddenly felt at a loss. He wished he could slap his past self. Wanqing, trust me. I can do this. You're soaked. Let us go home and change clothes, or the baby might catch a cold. Gu Wanqing bit her lip and nodded. The child's well-being was of utmost importance. As for selling the bracelet, she could figure that out herself later and give the money to Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing walked behind her, gazing at her slender silhouette, silently vowing that in this lifetime, he would ensure that both she and the child would live well. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for activating the perfect life system. May I ask if the host wishes to bind it? A mechanical voice resonated in Lu Lixing's mind. A system? As someone who had only been fond of novels in his past life, Lu Lixing certainly recognized what it was. He never anticipated he would have such an opportunity. After Gu Wanqing and the child had passed away in his previous life, he had been despondent for a while before venturing out into the world. Thus, he had not yet thought of a quick way to earn money, intending to return home to ponder. Now, however, there was a way forward. Bind. Congratulations, host, for successfully binding the perfect life system. System rewards. 1 beginner's gift pack. Would the host like to open it? Without hesitation, Lu Lixing replied, Open. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 backpack space. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 bottle of plant growth liquid. Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level culinary skills. Rewards are randomly distributed by this system. Please continue to strive for more rewards. Lu Lixing felt a backpack space materializing in his mind. On the panel of the backpack space, there was a slot labeled Master-Level Culinary Skills X1, Plant Growth Liquid X1. Beneath the slots were buttons, and beside them was a line of small text. The backpack space panel will display awarded items. The host may claim them as needed. After claiming, the item count resets. Master-Level Culinary Skills? This skill was quite useful. Though he could cook some dishes in his past life, he was not particularly skilled. He wanted to provide the best for Wanqing and the baby. Lu Lixing quickly pressed to claim it. After doing so, it felt as though his body had suddenly gained muscle memory, and his mind was flooded with numerous recipes: braised pork knuckle, sauerkraut fish, spicy crayfish, teppanyaki. However, Lu Lixing merely glanced at them before moving on. Given the dire food situation in the remote Lu family village, preparing such dishes was clearly unrealistic. For now, he could only manage some simple meals. Lu Lixing then turned to the plant growth liquid. This item could prove invaluable, especially since their food supplies were dwindling, and in this self-sufficient mountain village, the growth of wheat, sweet potatoes, and corn was crucial. Such a reward was a treasure indeed. Lu Lixing resolved to find an opportunity to test it. Upon arriving home, little Lu Qianqian was peering out the door. Seeing them, she ran out joyfully. Originally intending to dash into Gu Wanqing's embrace, she recalled her mother's instructions and halted. Second sister-in-law, you're back. Gu Wanqing had treated her exceptionally well during the months she had been there, and Lu Qianqian adored her second sister-in-law. Yes, I'm back. Da Huang rushed over and licked Lu Qianqian's face, prompting her to giggle. Da Huang, stop it. Spotting Lu Lixing, Lu Qianqian quickly positioned herself between Gu Wanqing and him. Second brother, you can't hit sister-in-law anymore, and you can't hit Da Huang either. If you must hit someone, hit Qianqian. Qianqian can endure it. Lu Qianqian raised her tiny fist. Speaking earnestly, Lu Lixing felt a pang in his heart. In his previous life, he had indeed been a scoundrel, consumed by self-interest, resorting to violence or insults when others sought his help. He stepped forward and pinched Lu Qianqian's cheek gently. Go wash your face. It'll be time for dinner soon. Having said that, he headed towards the kitchen. Lu Qianqian looked at him in astonishment. Second brother, what's wrong with you? I don't know. Lu Lixing had never entered the kitchen before. Gu Wanqing followed him. This home was a new house built for Lu Lixing and Gu Wanqing by Lu Lixing's parents. A blue stone-tiled house that was drafty. Though it only had 2 rooms, it had exhausted the savings of the elderly couple. They lived in a thatched cottage further up the mountain with Lu Qianqian and Lu Lixing's elder brother and sister-in-law. Ever since moving in, it had been Gu Wanqing doing all the cooking. What was wrong with Lu Lixing today? Realizing her presence, Lu Lixing stoked the fire while saying, I'm boiling some hot water. Since it's still early, you should take a bath. You must feel uncomfortable. After you've bathed, come out for dinner. From now on, I will cook for you. Chapter 5. Remember the temperature you need. The two had just been drenched in rain. Lu Lixing was also caked in mud. He adeptly seated himself behind the stove, lighting dried pine needles with matches and placing them into the stove. Once the kindling caught fire, he began adding smaller pieces of wood, and as those ignited, he proceeded to add larger logs. The flames soon blazed brightly. Lu Lixing then stood up and poured water from a bucket into a large iron pot. The water filled only 1/3 of the pot. Grabbing the empty bucket and taking a yoke, he stepped outside to fetch more water. Gu Wanqing was utterly astonished. It wasn't until Lu Lixing passed by her that she realized, you can start a fire? Previously, when she was cooking, She had asked Lu Lixing to help start the fire, but he had struggled for ages and failed to ignite it, leaving the kitchen filled with smoke and himself covered in soot, even scolding Gu Wanqing for it, claiming such tasks were meant for women. After that incident, he had never stepped foot in the kitchen again. I learned by watching you every day, Lu Lixing offered casually as an excuse. Go rest. I'll call you in a bit. Qianqian, go play with your second sister Law. Lu Qianqian, still young, had already forgotten her earlier anger upon seeing her second brother being so kind to her sister-in-law. All right, second sister-in-law, let's go. I'll help you rest. Gu Wanqing nodded, her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked at Lu Lixing. What was with him today? 20 minutes later, the water boiled. Lu Lixing took out the large basin they used for bathing, cleaned it, and placed it in the room. After pouring in the hot water, he added some cold water until the temperature was just right, then called out to Gu Wanqing. All right, you can bathe now. Once you're done, we can eat. Gu Wanqing was utterly stunned. She clenched her fists and approached the basin, but her heart was still uneasy. Lu Lixing, what are you trying to do? I have no money. In the past, whenever Lu Lixing wanted money, he would treat her exceptionally well, but once he had it, he would change completely. I don't want money. Lu Lixing felt a wave of guilt. Wanqing, I promise I won't ask you for money anymore. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanqing became even more anxious. You don't want the child? That's unacceptable. I won't agree. She stood up, hastily trying to leave. Lu Lixing quickly blocked her path. Wanqing, I do want the child. On the contrary, I am looking forward to the baby's arrival. I want to take good care of you and the baby. Give me time, and I will prove it to you. If I treat you poorly again, let me be crushed by the next landslide. Don't? Hearing Lu Lixing say this, Gu Wanqing's heart softened. Don't say such ominous things. I will wash. She approached the basin, testing the water temperature. Hesitating, it's a bit hot. I'll add some cold water. Don't move. I'll do it. Lu Lixing interrupted before she could finish, rushing outside. Gu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. In the months since she married, Lu Lixing had never been this considerate, even for something as simple as washing her feet. Gu Wanqing exchanged puzzled glances with Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian tilted her head. Second sister-in-law, do you think second brother is confused from drinking? Gu Wanqing bit her lip, remaining silent. Since she couldn't leave, she might as well see what Lu Lixing was up to. Lu Lixing added cold water and gestured for Gu Wanqing to try it. Gu Wanqing clenched her clothing, took a deep breath, and crouched down to test the water. After doing so, she nodded. The temperature is fine. Lu Lixing smiled with satisfaction. Good. I've remembered the temperature you need for bathing. Go ahead. Gu Wanqing's face flushed slightly. Why are you remembering this? So I want to make mistakes next time. Gu Wanqing looked at him strangely, opening her mouth but not knowing what to say. Fearing she might mention leaving again, Lu Lixing quickly added, I'll step outside for a moment. Qianqian, stay here and help your sister-in-law. Just throw the dirty clothes outside when you're done, and I'll wash them this afternoon. With that, Lu Lixing walked out, closing the door behind him. Gu Wanqing and Lu Qianqian exchanged glances. However, they were both too dirty not to wash. Qianqian, go prop the door open. A few days ago, Lu Lixing had shown no regard for her pregnancy. Wanting to do something, she needed to be cautious around him. Okay. Lu Qianqian nodded obediently and shut the door. Not far from the door, Lu Lixing heard the sound of the door being propped open and glanced back. Da Huang, playing in the yard, immediately ran to the door and barked at Lu Lixing. Woof woof. Lu Lixing shook his head helplessly. In his past life, he had indeed been such a scoundrel that even the dog was wary of him. Inside, Gu Wanqing heard the barking and became more convinced that Lu Lixing harbored ill intentions. Da Huang had been with her for 6 months and knew she was unwell. When Lu Lixing was angry and scolding her, Da Huang would always stand guard in front of her. Fortunately, she had closed the door. She needed to wash quickly. Outside, Lu Lixing didn't say much. After all, it would take time for Wanqing and her family to accept the current version of him. If he were in their shoes, he probably wouldn't believe that someone could change so suddenly. He arrived at the river. Due to the heavy rain, the water level had risen significantly, and what was once a small muddy puddle was now knee-deep. With hardly anyone around and the weather not too cold, he quickly stripped off his clothes and washed himself. The cool spring water from the mountains was refreshing, jolting Lu Lixing awake after splashing his face. He looked around, unable to help but marvel at the fact that he had truly been reborn. After washing up, Lu Lixing dressed and prepared to head back. Just as he turned around, his eyes lit up. There was a patch of water celery growing by the riverbank. In his past life, It had been incredibly difficult to find water celery in the city. Today, he had found his greens. However, the water celery looked a bit frail. Lu Lixing pondered for a moment and noted that there was no one around. He activated the plant growth liquid in his backpack. In an instant, a small vial appeared in his hand. Simultaneously, a description of the plant growth liquid emerged in his mind. Plant growth liquid can accelerate plant growth, can be diluted for use. The higher the concentration, the faster the plants grow. Note: all system-awarded items are high-end, completely natural, harmless, and without side effects. The host may use it with confidence. It really that good? Lu Lixing carefully opened the bottle and dripped a bit of the plant growth liquid onto the patch of water celery. Moments later, he observed the water celery rapidly growing. Its leaves becoming lush and tender. It appeared to be truly effective. Excitedly, Lu Lixing harvested a generous handful of water celery and made his way home. Having just obtained master-level culinary skills, he not only knew how to start a fire but could also cook. This was a perfect opportunity to impress Gu Wanqing. Lu Lixing happily opened the grain cabinet. Moments later, he stood there in shock. The pantry was nearly empty, with only a handful of yellow cornmeal remaining in the one bag that wasn't empty. Lu Lixing recalled Gu Wanqing's earlier words about their dwindling food supply. But he hadn't expected it to be this dire. That small amount of cornmeal could only make a single porridge. But Gu Wanqing was pregnant, and due to malnutrition, it would be challenging to sustain the child. How could they survive on just cornmeal? It was already midday, and they hadn't eaten breakfast. There was no time to forage in the mountains for food now. Lu Lixing contemplated for a moment before heading next door. The Wang family next door had a few chickens, and he needed to borrow some food. Just as he reached the yard, he heard Aunt Wang's voice from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me. Lu Lixing." "Auntie." Before Lu Lixing could finish, the door, which had been ajar, slammed shut with a bang. Not this fool again. What does he want at this hour? How annoying. Chapter 6. Does he really have so many good qualities? Lu Lixing was not offended. Since they lived nearby, he had often sneaked food from the Wang family in his past life. Although he later compensated Aunt Wang under a false name after becoming wealthy, she remained unaware of this. He approached and knocked on the door again. "Aunt Wang, I'd like to borrow 2 eggs, if that's all right. I'll repay you double." "Borrow?" Aunt Wang was taken aback. When had Lu Lixing become so polite? Ever since they built their house next to hers, her family had frequently lost eggs. Upon discovering it was Lu Lixing, Aunt Wang had locked all her chickens inside. Though it was a bit smelly, at least her eggs were safe. "Auntie, Wanqing is pregnant, and I want to help her regain her strength. Don't worry. I'll definitely return them." The door creaked open. Aunt Wang stood at the entrance, astonished. "Wanqing is pregnant?" "Yes," Lu Lixing nodded. Aunt Wang's expression turned sour. "You little rascal, what a stroke of luck you have. You married such a good wife and still don't appreciate her. You're always causing trouble. Now get out of here." She picked up 2 eggs and placed them into Lu Lixing's hands. "Don't come back again. Take care of your own wife," she exclaimed. "Yes, thank you, Aunt Wang," Lu Lixing said joyfully as he departed. Aunt Wang slammed the door shut behind him. Glancing at the empty cage, she let out a sigh. Alas, those were the only 2 eggs of the day. Upon returning home, Lu Lixing first lit both stoves. He boiled water in the inner pot for porridge and stir-fried vegetables in the outer pot. He cracked the eggs into a bowl, poured in a small amount of oil from the nearly empty bottle, and added a pinch of salt. He placed the bowl into the pot and covered it, intending to steam the eggs. This way, the nutrients would be preserved and it would taste delightful. After the steamed eggs were ready, he chopped the washed water celery and stir-fried it in hot oil. Meanwhile, in the main room, Gu Wanqing had finished her bath. As she opened the door, holding a towel to dry her hair, she paused in surprise. Lu Qianqian sniffed the air with delight, exclaiming, "Wow, it smells so good." Second sister-in-law, "Is that coming from the kitchen? Is second brother really cooking?" Without a moment to spare to dry her hair, Gu Wanqing hurried to the kitchen, where she found Lu Lixing busily frying vegetables. The aroma wafted through the air, causing her stomach to rumble. Lu Qianqian, too, swallowed hard, saying, "Second sister-in-law, look, it smells amazing. Second brother is so talented." De Huang, not far behind them, barked joyfully. Lu Lixing turned around amidst his busy work. "Are you done washing?" "Just a moment. It will be ready soon." Ji Wanqing was momentarily taken aback when she spotted the eggs on the cutting board. She rushed in. "Where did you get these eggs? Did you steal them again?" "No, I borrowed them from Aunt Wang. I will return them," he replied. "Borrowed? How would she lend them to you?" Gu Wanqing questioned, perplexed. Aunt Wang often scolded Lu Lixing and kept her distance from them. She's kind-hearted. When she heard you were pregnant, she lent them to me so you could nourish yourself. Wanqing, don't be upset. Your health is what matters, Lu Lixing assured her. Gu Wanqing's expression was one of disbelief. However, she knew that Aunt Wang's only source of income was from those eggs, and Uncle Wang was ill and needed medication. Lu Lixing hesitated, his hands trembling slightly. I will return the eggs to her. Trust me. Gu Wanqing took a deep breath, feeling that something was amiss with Lu Lixing today. Her gaze shifted to the pot, where the vegetables were already cooked. This is water celery? Yes, water celery, Lu Lixing replied. Why is it so plump? Water celery is a wild, edible vegetable. When the supply is low, everyone would go dig it up, preventing it from growing large. Lu Lixing chuckled. I was lucky. I just washed up by the river and found a whole bunch. So I brought some back. Wanqing, sit down. It will be ready soon. Yuda. He helped Gu Wanqing onto a bamboo stool and then took out a handful of cornmeal, mixing it with a small amount of water until smooth. The inner pot had already come to a boil, and he carefully poured the cornmeal mixture into the pot. With no other food available, they would have to make do with cornmeal porridge for now. In the afternoon, Lu Lixing planned to find a way to trade for some rice or flour, as cornmeal porridge lacked sufficient nutrition. Watching Lu Lixing's skilled movements, Gu Wanqing felt even more puzzled. Lu Lixing? Yes. When did you learn to cook? I learned secretly by following you. As he spoke, Lu Lixing divided the meal into 3 portions. One for Gu Wanqing, one for Lu Qianqian, and the last for De Huang, who had been eating less and was now quite emaciated. Once everyone was seated at the table, Gu Wanqing felt a twinge of unease. She nudged her utensils toward Lu Lixing's side. Here, have some of mine. You haven't eaten enough. No need. I'm not hungry. You and Qianqian should enjoy the egg custard. Don't worry about me. Lu Qianqian, biting her chopsticks, earnestly said, I won't eat. Give it to second sister-in-law. She has a baby and needs to eat more. I have enough. After saying that, she lifted her bowl to prevent Gu Wanqing and Lu Lixing from serving her. Lu Lixing laughed. Qianqian, eat more vegetables. Lu Qianqian nodded, taking a bite of the water celery. The moment it touched her tongue, her eyes lit up. So delicious. This water celery tastes different from what we usually have. Really? Lu Lixing smiled. Then eat more. Second sister-in-law, you should try some too. Lu Qianqian sweetly offered Gu Wanqing some vegetables. Gu Wanqing looked at Lu Lixing in confusion before tasting the water celery. The fresh, smooth flavor delighted her. She was astonished, realizing that without any seasonings at home, the dish could taste this good only if Lu Lixing was truly skilled at cooking. Did he really possess so many virtues? Had he concealed them before because he didn't like her? Feeling her gaze upon him, Lu Lixing picked up his chopsticks and served her more vegetables. You should eat more. Gu Wanqing was momentarily stunned. Lu Lixing had actually served her food. After being married for so long, he had never been this proactive. Was it because he had learned about the baby and had a change of heart? Gu Wanqing shook her head silently. It was impossible for a person's nature to change so easily. For the sake of the child, she needed to be more alert and cautious. After finishing the meal, Lu Lixing didn't wait for Gu Wanqing to react before heading off to wash the dishes. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Reward activated. The host will receive a luck talisman X1. Note. The luck talisman can temporarily increase the host's fortune. The host will also receive an information talisman X1. Note. The information talisman will provide the host with one important piece of information. Rewards have been placed in the backpack. Please use them wisely. Chapter 7. Lu Lixing's Fortuitous Day. A luck talisman? It can only enhance luck for a short time? Then I won't use it just yet. Such a thing should be reserved for critical moments. An information talisman? What information? Lu Lixing opened the information talisman, and a clear message flooded his mind. In 2 days, Huang Chang's convenience store in Lujia village will urgently purchase 20 pounds of beef liver mushrooms at 2 yuan per pound. Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback, then he chuckled. This was an insight into the future. During his previous period of despondency, he had indeed been unaware of what had transpired in Lujia village. Afterward, he had left home. If he wanted to survive in Lujia village, this information talisman would prove invaluable. As for the beef liver mushroom, Lu Lixing knew it was a wild, edible fungus with a delicious flavor, rich in nutrients, and a texture akin to meat, but fresher. When dried, it could also be pickled for consumption. In the future, in the era he inhabited, most people lived in cities. Although there were some who raised and sold mushrooms, People were genuinely interested in this truly wild, edible fungus. Some would even pay a premium for it. Lujia village was situated in the mountains, and every summer from July to September, many varieties of small mushrooms would sprout on the mountainside, with beef liver mushrooms being one of them. If Lu Lixing remembered correctly, at this time, people were still unaware that beef liver mushrooms were edible. This fungus would sprout above ground on the first day, open its cap on the second, and by the third or fourth day, it would rot and emit a foul odor, making it highly unappealing. Additionally, due to many fungi being toxic, beef liver mushrooms were thought to be poisonous, and no one would dare to harvest them. So, in 2 days, people would discover that beef liver mushrooms were edible and could be sold. If he were to gather them now, he would be ahead of the game and could make a profit. With that thought in mind, Lu Lixing quickly washed the dishes, informed Gu Wanqing that he was going out to earn some money, and took De Huang into the mountains. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Qianqian tugged at Gu Wanqing's hand, second sister-in-law, his second brother sneaking out to play again. Gu Wanqing lowered her eyelids. Previously, whenever Lu Lixing wanted to shirk work, he would also make excuses to slip away. Qianqian, let us go find some wild vegetables. Otherwise, we'll have nothing to eat tonight. Okay. Once in the mountains, Lu Lixing began searching for beef liver mushrooms. All the other edible mushrooms had already been picked, and he followed the distinctive rotten odor of beef liver mushrooms. Fungi grow in clusters, so where there is decay, there will surely be small mushrooms. Lu Lixing quickly discovered a large patch of beef liver mushrooms. Surrounding it were 3 or 4 decayed ones, but that didn't hinder the presence of a dozen fresh ones. After harvesting them, he placed the mushrooms into his bamboo basket. That moment, a rustling sound came from not far ahead. Lu Lixing paused, looking up to see Lu Daru, wearing a straw hat, approaching with a large basket containing a few scattered red mushrooms. Lu Lixing, what are you doing? Those stinky mushrooms are inedible. I told you to throw them away. You're being foolish, picking up everything. Though Lu Lixing usually didn't engage in proper work, Lu Furuin was genuinely concerned about safety. The people of Lujia village were kind-hearted. Warmth spread through Lu Lixing's chest. He shook his head politely. Uncle Lu, these stinky mushrooms are called beef liver mushrooms. They're not poisonous. Really, you should try some. You little brat. What nonsense are you talking? Even if you're a bit of a rascal, you shouldn't eat anything you find. Come here, let me show you what is safe to eat, Lu Furuin said, pulling out some mushrooms from his basket to show Lu Lixing. This kind here is edible. It's great for soup or stir-frying meat, incredibly fragrant. After a lengthy explanation, Lu Furuin noticed Lu Lixing still hadn't tossed aside the beef liver mushrooms and grew anxious. Did you hear me? Throw them away. Lu Lixing simply took 2 beef liver mushrooms and placed them into Lu Furuin's basket. They really aren't poisonous. Please, give them a try. You little fine, I want to argue with you. You're stubborn. Lu Furuin huffed and left, deciding to return and inform Wanqing to keep a better eye on this. Lu Lixing shook his head helplessly. De Huang, let us continue. Yet, for some reason, after encountering Lu Furuin, he could no longer find any beef liver mushrooms, as though they were deliberately avoiding him. Lu Lixing felt troubled. After some deliberation, he opened the luck talisman in his backpack. Luck talisman can increase the host's luck for 1 hour. 1 hour? That's enough. Lu Lixing continued walking, carrying his basket. Before long, he stumbled upon a large cluster of beef liver mushrooms. After gathering them, his basket was half full. He pressed on, and within half an hour, the basket was completely full. Sitting under a flowering pear tree to rest, Lu Lixing couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of the system. Just then, he heard another rustling sound, but this time, it was clearly not human. De Huang's ears perked up, and both man and dog fixed their gaze on a patch of grass. Moments later, a plump gray rabbit sprang out from the underbrush. What incredible luck! Wild rabbits are delicious, and the meat is hearty. It would be perfect to bring home for Gu Wanqing to help her regain her strength. De Huang, go. If we catch it, I'll let you have the rabbit's head. Woof. De Huang drooled at the thought. He dashed forward, and Lu Lixing followed in pursuit. The rabbit, sensing it was being chased, darted away. Lu Lixing chased after it for a while, panting heavily, but he still couldn't catch it. His body was so out of shape, he had to pause on a flat stone to rest. De Huang, maybe we should just give up. It seems this rabbit and I are not meant to be. Woof woof. De Huang barked furiously. How could they give up? They had finally encountered such a tasty treat. De Huang shot Lu Lixing a disdainful glance before turning back to pursue the rabbit. Lu Lixing had no choice but to wait in place. He noticed De Huang's chasing trajectory becoming increasingly erratic. Lu Lixing squinted, feeling as though the rabbit was running back towards him. Suddenly, he saw the rabbit barreling towards him like an arrow released from a bowstring. The next moment, thud! It crashed into the stone he was sitting on and toppled over. Lu Lixing, De Huang, who had just arrived, panting heavily, rabbit, stunned. What kind of luck was this? Amused, Lu Lixing picked up the rabbit. Could this be the effect of the luck talisman? He resumed his search for the next target. Before long, he spotted another one, De Huang. Over here. De Huang, quite perceptive, barked in response and took off. 2 minutes later, the big gray rabbit lay beside Lu Lixing. He stroked his chin. De Huang, let us keep going. One man and one dog caught another. It wasn't until the fourth rabbit that one finally evaded them. Lu Lixing checked the time. The hour of luck had expired. It seemed this luck talisman was indeed extraordinary. He needed to work harder and accumulate more in the future. Having caught 3 rabbits and filled his basket with mushrooms, Lu Lixing finally made his way home. Ji Yuanqing and Lu Qianqian had already returned. Throughout the afternoon, they had managed to gather only a small handful of wild vegetables. With no food left at home, Gu Wanqing felt a pang of worry, uncertain of what to do. Lu Qianqian raised her little head. Second sister-in-law, why don't I go back and ask Mom and Dad for some food? No need. They probably don't have much either, Gu Wanqing replied. Whenever there was food, the elderly would always share it with them. She didn't want to burden them any further. Let us go wash the vegetables. Wait, Wanqing. Lu Furuin hurriedly ran down the mountain, looking anxious. Wanqing, I need to tell you something. What is it? Your husband, Lu Lixing, that mischievous boy. I saw him picking poisonous mushrooms in the mountains. I told him to throw them away, but he wouldn't listen. Be careful. Don't let him eat them. They could be deadly, Lu Furuin warned. Sighing deeply, that I know there is too much to eat at home, but he can't be allowed to act recklessly. You must keep an eye on him. Poisonous mushrooms? Yes, the stinky ones. As Lu Furuin spoke, he pulled out a handful of the few mushrooms from his basket and handed them to Gu Wanqing. These are edible. Take them. You can make do with them tonight. If it doesn't work out, have Lu Lixing find some work to do. He can't just loaf around. Chapter 8. The first bucket of gold. Buying medicine for his wife. I can't accept this, Uncle Liu. Ji Yuanqing backed away repeatedly. Since you call me uncle, you must take it. You look so pitiful, all skin and bones. This mushroom soup will help nourish you, Lu Furuin insisted, placing the mushrooms at the threshold. Before leaving, he reminded Gu Wanqing. Make sure to keep that boy in check. Lu Lixing descended the mountain, not heading straight home but instead going to the village. He made his way directly to Huang Chang's convenience store. Huang Chang was a plump merchant who ran the store while dealing with traders from outside the village, occasionally purchasing mountain goods to resell for a profit. He also bought wild rabbits and the like. At that moment, Huang Chang sat shirtless in the shade, bored because the mountain roads were blocked and he had no need to go out for supplies. Dad, you promised to get me some wild rabbit to eat today. Huang Chang's son, Huang Shaoshi, peeked his round head out from inside, grumbling, it's almost dark. Where's the rabbit? I want meat. Huang Chang had only this one son, whom he spoiled immensely, giving him whatever he desired. He laughed, revealing 2 large yellow teeth. Hee little Shirtu, let's eat tomorrow. Today, Dad went up the mountain to check if the traps caught any rabbits. Just wait a bit longer. Little Huang Shirtu burst into tears. Woo. No, I want to eat rabbit meat. I want to eat rabbit meat. Dad's words don't count. I won't play with him anymore. Huang Chang, who usually dreaded Huang Shita's anger, felt helpless at the moment. Don't cry. Little Shirtu. Dad will think of another way. Please stop crying. I promise you'll have meat for dinner. All right. Huang Shirtu wiped his tears and stopped crying. Dad's words count. They really do. After Huang Shirtu returned to the house, Huang Chang was troubled. It was puzzling that he had not encountered a single rabbit seller all day. He couldn't sit still any longer and decided to venture outside, hoping to buy one from the usual hunters. However, after circling around, he came up empty-handed. Everyone claimed that there was no catch today. How strange! Huang Chang paced anxiously at the door. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly spotted someone approaching, carrying 3 plump rabbits. He hurried over and was taken aback to see Lu Lixing. Rabbits? Lu Lixing? You thought you caught these rabbits? This lad usually did nothing at all. Yes, Boss Huang. Would you like some? Lu Lixing furrowed his brow slightly. Seeing Huang Chang so earnest, It was clear he desperately needed rabbits. Yes, yes. How much are you selling them for? Huang Chong, who had spent the entire afternoon searching for rabbits, was filled with excitement. Now he could finally provide for that little brat at home. Lu Lixing pondered for a moment before replying, 15 yuan each. Typically, a rabbit could be sold for around 10 yuan. However, seeing Huang Chong's eagerness and knowing he needed money, Lu Lixing thought it was a fair deal. So expensive? Huang Chong frowned. Lu Lixing explained, Boss Huang, look at these rabbits. They are quite fat, at least a pound or two heavier than the usual ones. Given their size, the meat will surely be exceptional. You can sell them at a good price. Huang Chong usually sold rabbits by weight, but since the mountain rabbits were generally small, he didn't bother weighing them and usually sold them for 10 yuan each. However, the selling price could be much higher. Huang Chong was astonished by Lu Lixing's reasoning. When did this kid become so clever? All right, I'll take all three, 15 yuan each. I'll keep one for myself and sell the other two. It's a good deal. Wait, I can only sell one. Huang Chong looked puzzled. Why? My wife is pregnant. The rest are for her to nourish her body. Boss Huang, I'll sell you more rabbits next time. Upon hearing that Gu Wanqing was pregnant, Huang Chong no longer hesitated. Oh, that's wonderful. Congratulations. No wonder you've started to be useful. Just give me the fattest one. I'll pay you. Okay. Lu Lixing let Huang Chong choose one. After the payment, Huang Chong called out to Lu Lixing as he was leaving. Wait, what's in that basket of yours? Oh, this? It's called beef liver mushroom. Beef liver mushroom? Isn't that a stinky mushroom? Get it away. Quickly. This thing is inedible. Throw it out. Your wife is pregnant. Keep her away from these things. Lu Lixing chuckled. Thank you, Boss Huang, but I think these are quite good. I'll give them a try. At this moment, he naturally couldn't reveal to Huang Chong that he would urgently need to buy these in 2 days. However, by visiting Huang Chong now, he intended to let him know he had beef liver mushrooms. In 2 days, Huang Chong would surely remember him. After saying this, Lu Lixing left with the basket and money. Huang Chong muttered to himself in dissatisfaction. This kid has truly gone mad. What is the point of gathering a basket of stinky mushrooms? After receiving the money, Lu Lixing first went to the clinic to buy medicine for Gu Wanqing. Due to insufficient funds, he could only purchase half the required amount. With the remaining 5 yuan, he bought rice, flour, and 2 pounds of eggs at the small shop. He initially wanted to buy some pork belly as well, but the money fell short. Lu Lixing decided to wait until he earned more to buy it. With only a few coins left, he wandered around the small shop before finally heading home. Gu Wanqing had been sitting at the door for quite a while. After Lu Furong left, she felt restless, fearing that Lu Lixing might run into trouble. When she saw Lu Lixing return with Big Huang, she quickly stood up and glanced at the basket. Sure enough, it was filled with stinky mushrooms. She clutched her belly and took a step back. Lu Lixing, What's wrong? What are you doing with these? Uncle Lu said these things are poisonous. To her surprise, Lu Lixing really brought them back. These? They can be sold. Sold? Are you crazy? What can poisonous mushrooms sell for? Are you trying to trick me again? Lu Lixing, can't you just stay at home and live a good life without causing trouble? Gu Wanqing's words were only halfway out when she suddenly saw Lu Lixing reach out a bag. What's this? She asked, puzzled up. Lu Lixing replied, open it and see. Gu Wanqing hesitated but accepted it. Lu Qianqian quickly came over. Second sister-in-law, let me help you open it. She swiftly opened the bag and pulled out the contents. Upon seeing what was inside, Gu Wanqing was stunned. This is medicine? Yes, I got this medicine at the clinic, but since I didn't have enough money, I only got half. You take it for now. Once I earn more, I'll buy the rest for you. The doctor said you might need to take it for a long time to keep the baby safe. Don't worry. I'll cover all future medicine costs. Gu Wanqing was taken aback. Half? That's 10.10 yuan? Where did you get the money? Lu Lixing pulled out 2 wild rabbits from his basket. Chapter 9. The surprises from Lu Lixing are far more than one. Gu Wanqing looked at Lu Lixing in shock. Rabbits? Yes, Big Huang and I were lucky and caught 3 rabbits on the mountain. I sold one for 15 yuan each, so I bought you the medicine. I didn't act recklessly. See, I also bought rice, flour, and some eggs. You need to eat well now that you're in a special condition. At this moment, Gu Wanqing was at a loss for words to express her feelings. She realized she could no longer understand Lu Lixing. Then why didn't you sell these 2? Oh, these 2 are for you to nourish your body. Don't worry. I'll earn the medicine money soon. There's no rush, Lu Qianqian exclaimed from the side. Second brother bought so many things? Even rice. In Lejiakan, people usually grew their own wheat and didn't have rice. Eating rice was indeed a rare treat. Lu Qianqian hadn't had it for a year. She licked her tongue. Second sister-in-law? Second brother is amazing. The little girl looked up at him with admiration. Lu Lixing magically pulled out 2 candies from his pocket and handed them to Lu Qianqian. Qianqian, look here. Lu Qianqian was momentarily stunned. The next moment, she jumped up in excitement. Candy? Their candy cost 1 cent each, but the Lu family was very poor. Moreover, since Lu Lixing had previously squandered money, the family often had to make up for his expenses. Lu Qianqian had hardly ever eaten candy. After the cheer, she cautiously approached Lu Lixing. Second brother, is this candy for me? Yes, it's for you. Take it. Lu Qianqian joyfully accepted the candy. Thank you. Second brother? Second sister-in-law, Qianqian has candy now. The sky after the rain displayed a rainbow, which hung over the mountaintop behind Lu Lixing. He was smiling, and Qianqian was frolicking. Even Big Huang the dog was merrily playing along with the two. Watching this scene, Gu Wanqing couldn't help but smile. Realizing this, she quickly lowered her head, trying to hide her smile. Lu Lixing came to her side, opened his tightly clenched hand, and spoke softly. This is for you. Gu Wanqing looked down to find a hairpin adorned with a delicate butterfly, the latest popular style in the village. Unfortunately, she couldn't afford one and had to make do with a black rubber band. Some she had even made herself. Seeing Gu Wanqing not accepting it, Lu Lixing directly pressed the hairpin into her hand. Take it. Gu Wanqing stepped back nervously, feeling uneasy. Why did you buy this? It's a waste of money. Haha, anything I buy for you is worth it. There will be more in the future. Gu Wanqing's surprise made her look up. However, Lu Lixing was already heading toward the kitchen. He placed the basket on the ground and took a knife to the riverbank. The wild rabbits needed to be skinned. Big Huang, come along. Woof. Big Huang quickly followed. Lu Qianqian, munching on her candy, pouted. Second sister-in-law, Big Huang never used to follow second brother. Look, now he's south so close to him. Second brother must have changed for the better. Changed for the better? Gu Wanqing glanced at the hairpin in her palm, a faint smile appearing on her lips. After skinning the rabbits, Lu Lixing tossed the entrails and heads to Big Huang. The dog jumped 3 feet high, eating while whimpering. Lu Lixing stroked its fur and sighed. Sigh. It's tough for you to be with us. You probably haven't eaten meat much before, have you? Don't worry. In the future, I'll make sure you all live well. But before that, I think you need to get a shot. Big Huang and Gu Wanqing were quite close. Making it temporarily separate from her would surely not sit well with it. Now that Gu Wanqing was pregnant, they had to be cautious. Woof woof. Big Huang wagged its tail, clearly delighted. Upon returning home, Lu Lixing noticed the mushrooms on the cutting board and was puzzled. Where did these come from? Old Lu brought them over. He said you picked poisonous mushrooms on the mountain and gave us some to eat. Lu Lixing sighed. I understand now. Just right, I can use them to stew the rabbits. Qingwan, you and Qianqian can rest. I'll call you when it's done. Lu Lixing had thought about stewing the beef liver mushrooms as well. However, he feared Gu Wanqing might think he intended to harm them. It would be better to wait until they knew the mushrooms were edible. Gu Wanqing nodded. As she left the kitchen, she turned back to cast a deep glance at Lu Lixing. After chopping the rabbit in half, Lu Lixing tossed one half aside and placed the other half into cold water to remove the gamey smell. He then changed the water and began boiling the rabbit. The mushrooms were cleaned and set aside. Once the fire was ready, he took the other half of the rabbit and a pound of eggs and headed outside. Gu Wanqing sat under the eaves, puzzled about what he was doing at Aunt Wang's house. Inside the dilapidated little house, Aunt Wang was currently cooking dinner. They had run out of eggs, leaving only some greens. She didn't dare to use too much oil. Her son, Wang Taizhu, complained, Mom, why did you give today's eggs to that kid from the Lu family? What are we supposed to eat? Dad's health is poor, and we can't afford supplements. Aunt Wang sighed, looking at Uncle Wang, who was lying on the sickbed. Wanqing is pregnant. With their situation, how can they keep the child? It's just 2 eggs. I told that kid from the Lu family not to come back again. Wang Taizhu was somewhat dissatisfied. That kind of person has no shame. How could he not come? As soon as he finished speaking, a knock sounded at the door. Auntie, it's me, Lu Lixing. Are you home? Wang Taizhu's face twitched, turning sour. See, I told you. Lu Lixing is useless and must be back to ask for eggs again. I bet that Wanqing's pregnancy is fake, just to fool you. Aunt Wang sighed. Sigh. I'll go check. Wang Taizhu blocked her. Don't go, Mom. Leave this to me. Just watch me beat him up. Wang Taizhu strode toward the door. ready to confront Lu Lixing. But the next moment, he froze. There stood Lu Lixing at the door, one hand holding 7 or 8 eggs and the other half a rabbit. Grinning widely, "Taiju, you're home too. Where's your mom?" Before Wang Taiju could respond, Aunt Wang hurried out, fearing the children might actually fight. Xiaoxing, "Our family really has no eggs left. You?" "Auntie, I'm not here to borrow eggs." Lu Lixing interrupted her, handing over a basket of eggs. "Did you forget? I said I'd return them this morning. Here are the eggs. Take them this." Aunt Wang was taken aback. Wang Taiju was also stunned. "Lu Lixing, where did you get so many eggs?" Lu Lixing replied with a smile. "I bought them in the village this afternoon." Aunt Wang added, "But you only took 2 of my eggs. You don't have to return this many, it's fine. I previously took quite a few of your eggs. I'm sorry, Auntie. Here is half a rabbit I caught this afternoon on the mountain. Fresh, I just killed it. You can stew it for Uncle Wang. It's very nourishing." Aunt Wang and Wang Taiju exchanged incredulous glances. Lu Lixing understood their disbelief and pressed the items into their hands. "Rest assured, these were obtained through legitimate means. If anyone comes looking for trouble, just let them find me." After saying this, Lu Lixing turned and left. Wang Taiju watched his retreating figure, bewildered. "Mom, doesn't it seem like Lu Lixing has changed?" Aunt Wang nodded. "It seems Wanqing is really pregnant. People say having a child changes a person, especially their own child. Come on, let us go make soup for your dad." Wang Taiju was confused. Was this really the Lu Lixing he knew? Upon returning home, Lu Lixing found Gu Wanqing sitting under the eaves, watching him. "What's wrong?" Chapter 10. Fragrant rice, a long-awaited treat. You returned the eggs to Aunt Wang? Such an event had never occurred before. Even when someone came to the door, Lu Lixing would never return anything he took. "Yes, Aunt Wang has taken care of us quite a bit these days, so I brought half a rabbit for them," Lu Lixing explained earnestly. "Don't worry, if you want to eat, I'll catch some for you on the mountain." Nearby, Big Huang perked up its ears at the mention of catching rabbits, excitement written all over its face. "Woof woof, let us catch rabbits now." Lu Lixing could only laugh and soothe Big Huang. All right, we'll go another day." Big Huang whimpered twice and lay back down. Humans are really dull. Moments later, it let out a huge burp, changed positions, and fell back into a deep sleep. Ji Wanqing couldn't help but smile at this. Seeing her smile, Lu Lixing was momentarily dazed. He remembered that the only time he had seen her smile so joyfully was on their wedding day, at tea that time. She must have been full of hope for the future in his past life. Lu Lixing often dreamed of that smile. Now, after a lifetime apart, seeing it again warmed his heart. How wonderful it was that she was right beside him. Realizing Lu Lixing was staring at her, Gu Wanqing hurriedly collected her smile. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing. Here is your hairpin. Why aren't you wearing it?" "Oh, that? It's too fancy for me." In truth, she was reluctant to wear it since it was her first gift. Lu Lixing saw through her but didn't expose her. "I'll go cook. You should rest more." The rabbit meat had been stewing for quite a while. Lu Lixing added fire to the pot, first stir-frying some water celery, then making an egg pancake. Finally, he added water to steam the rice. In this era, they hadn't yet used electric rice cookers, so they could only use the most primitive methods. However, rice steamed in a large iron pot over fire often tasted better. Before long, a delicious aroma wafted through the art in the courtyard. Lu Qianqian, playfully pinching De Huang's ears, was attempting to rouse the dog to show him her candies when she was suddenly captivated by a delightful aroma. Abandoning De Huang, she joyfully dashed towards the kitchen door. De Huang let out a long sigh of relief, shifted his position, and lay down again. "It smells so good, second brother. Is that rice?" "Yes, indeed," Lu Qianqian exclaimed. Bouncing towards Gu Wanqing, second sister-in-law, "We're having rice and meat for dinner tonight." Gu Wanqing, reclining on a bamboo stool, smiled warmly. "I know." Half an hour later, Lu Lixing brought out the dishes and steaming rice, placing them on the stone table in the courtyard. The rabbit meat was shredded, seasoned with a pinch of salt, and garnished with some green onions he had plucked from the roadside. The evening sky was still not completely dark. "Here we go, Wanqing, Qianqian, dinner is served," Lu Lixing announced, the large bowl radiating warmth. "So fragrant, second brother, you're amazing," Lu Qianqian exclaimed again, her admiration evident. De Huang, who had just been dozing, was awakened by the enticing scent and scampered over. Lu Lixing placed half of the rabbit meat into Gu Wanqing's bowl and the other half into Lu Qianqian's. "Dig in?" The bones are for De Huang, woof woof. De Huang's tail wagged like a little motor. Observing this, Lu Qianqian quickly handed a rabbit leg from her bowl to Lu Lixing. Second brother, this is for you. You should eat too. Noticing Gu Wanqing preparing to take action, Lu Qianqian hastily interjected. Second sister-in-law, you and the baby eat. Qianqian can't finish all this. I'm sharing with second brother. Lu Lixing chuckled. Qianqian is right, Wanqing. You don't need to give me any. The babies need their nutrition, so you must eat more. However, Qianqian, I don't particularly enjoy rabbit legs, let us trade. He handed the rabbit leg to Lu Qianqian and took a piece with a big bone for himself. Being young, Lu Qianqian was easily persuaded. She nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, take whatever you want, second brother. Finally, they began their meal. Lu Qianqian nearly buried her little head in her bowl. De Huang circled the table, eagerly devouring the bones they tossed aside. Ji Wanqing quietly savored her soup, relishing the sumptuous spread of rice, greens, eggs, and meat broth. Such a lavish meal had not graced her table since her wedding day, stirring a sense of gratitude within her. She glanced at the pile of king bolete mushrooms nearby and mused. Can these really be sold for money? Initially skeptical, she pondered if Lu Lixing's peculiar behavior might hold some truth. You'll find out in a couple of days, he assured her. Ji Wanqing remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. After finishing their meal, she and Lu Qianqian rushed to wash the dishes. Lu Lixing, unable to join them, set about preparing the king boletes. He gathered a bamboo mat and a knife, meticulously slicing the fresh mushrooms before placing them on the mat. Observing this, Gu Wanqing curiously inquired, "What are you doing?" These mushrooms need to be sliced and dried before they can be sold. However, given the weather, I doubt they'll dry well tomorrow. I'll just heat them over the stove for a bit. They should be ready by tomorrow, he explained. Although Gu Wanqing didn't fully grasp his intentions, she turned and said, "Let me help you with the fire." It was a rare moment of interest for Lu Lixing, and Gu Wanqing thought it best not to dampen his enthusiasm, deciding to wait and see if they could sell them later. All right, he replied with a smile, sensing that his wife was gradually warming to him, a promising sign. Having prepared the mushrooms, Lu Lixing took the mat and mushrooms to the kitchen. He lifted the heavy iron pot, placing the mat on the stove. The fire had been extinguished, leaving only some embers, which were just the right temperature. All right, Wanqing, I've boiled the water. You go take your medicine, and I'll wash the clothes. Hey, you! Just as Gu Wanqing was about to call out to him, Lu Lixing dashed out. This was his first time washing clothes. Ji Wanqing yawned, sitting behind the stove to tend to the embers. Lu Qianqian, with her round little belly, hopped over. Second sister-in-law. If mom and dad knew how diligent second brother is, they would be so pleased. Gu Wanqing nodded in agreement. The next day, Lu Lixing rose early and took De Huang up the mountain. By dawn, he returned with a large basket of mushrooms. Lacking the luck of a fortune-enhancing talisman, he had not caught any rabbits that day. De Huang followed behind. Looking dejected, as they descended, Lu Lixing passed by their sweet potato field. It was late August, nearing the harvest season, yet their sweet potatoes appeared unusually sparse. This crop had been planted by Gu Wanqing, and upon inspecting one, Lu Lixing discovered they were no larger than a fist. It was no wonder Gu Wanqing had said they were running low on food. The sweet potato was a staple for the winter in Lu family village. Noticing no one around, Lu Lixing quickly took out the remaining plant growth liquid. He found a large bucket, diluted the liquid, and evenly watered the sweet potatoes. The wilting vines soon revived, flourishing with life. The sweet potatoes underground began to grow rapidly. De Huang barked in delight, eyes wide with astonishment. Woof! What has Dog Master discovered? How marvelous! Shoo! Lu Lixing gestured for silence. Let us not alert anyone else. De Huang, ever astute, stifled his barks and followed Lu Lixing closely, guarding the sweet potato field. They continued to grow for half an hour until the once fist-sized sweet potatoes swelled to the size of bowls. Satisfied, Lu Lixing finally dug one up and returned home. Yu Wanqing was still asleep. Her pregnancy had made her particularly drowsy. Lu Lixing stored the now-dried mushrooms, placed them in the heavy iron pot, and began cooking. He made 3 pancakes, cooked rice porridge, and boiled 2 eggs, then called Gu Wanqing and Lu Qianqian to wake up. During breakfast, Lu Lixing casually asked, "Wanqing, how long has it been since you checked on our sweet potato field?" Gu Wanqing's expression dimmed at his question. "Half a month." "Why? Half a month? That's perfect. I won't need to find any other excuses." Lu Lixing replied, "It's nothing. I'm just planning to buy some fertilizer to nourish them." Gu Wanqing looked somewhat disheartened. I doubt it. LL help. This year's sweet potatoes are not growing well. Chapter 11. Lu Lixing, what are you really up to? Talking about this made Gu Wanqing feel a pang of sadness. How would they get through this winter? Never mind. Let us give it a try. Lu Lixing resolved not to directly reveal the good news about the sweet potatoes to her just yet. Wanting to surprise her in a few days. 2 days passed swiftly. Lu Lixing harvested a plentiful amount of king boletes. On the afternoon of the third day, he laid out his final basket to dry outside. Together with the 18 pounds that had dried inside, he now had about 20 pounds. Later, he intended to visit the small shop to see Huang Chong. At Huang Chong's small shop, the plump proprietor had just finished his lunch and was dozing off at the door when a familiar figure approached. Looking worn, "Boss Huang, good day, old Wang." Huang Chong was instantly alert. Old Wang, whose full name was Wang Chong, was a local merchant he knew due to the similarity in their names. Wang Chong was a shrewd businessman, and all of Huang Chong's mountain goods were sold through him. Seeing Wang Chong brought a sense of camaraderie. "What brings you here? Is the road open now?" Wang Chong frowned, waving his hand dismissively. "Open? You have no idea how hard it was for me to find you. I rode 20 miles on my bicycle, parked outside, and then walked the small path here. Ugh, this rain is really something. So at it was that difficult? Come, sit down. Old Wang, you seem eager to see me. What is the matter?" Huang Chong quickly offered him a glass of water. Wang Chong gulped down the water and finally caught his breath. "I'm here for a reason, of course. Do you have that, what do they call it? That mushroom?" Huang Chong looked at him, perplexed. "What mushroom?" Wang Chong smacked his forehead, finally recalling. "The king bolete. Yes, that's it. It's a fresh delicacy. And I remember there are mushrooms in your Lu family village. King bolete?" Huang Chong furrowed his brow. The name sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Wang Chong continued, "Yes, I have several clients who want it. And they're offering a high price, for you on a pound. If you have it, they want 20 pounds to start, and if it's confirmed to be wild and of top quality, they will buy in bulk. We could make quite a profit, Boss Wang. I'm only sharing this good news with you," Wang Chong urged, sweat trickling down his forehead. Huang Chong squinted, pacing inside. They had mushrooms, but king boletes, where had he heard of that before? Suddenly, his son, Huang Shaoshi, poked his head out from inside. "Dad, I want rabbit meat again today. It's delicious." Huang Chong's eyes lit up with realization. "Rabbits? That's it. I know where to find them." Wang Chong looked bewildered. "What? I'm talking about king boletes, a type of mushroom, not rabbits. Why are you looking for rabbits?" No, the person who catches rabbits has them." "Who is that?" "Lu Lixing." Lu Lixing had tidied up his house and was about to head out to find Huang Chong when he was stopped by Wang Taizhu. Today, Wang Taizhu had intended to see just what Lu Lixing was up to, curious how he had managed to purchase so many eggs in such a short time. But upon arriving, he was astonished to find the courtyard filled with mushrooms. "Stinky mushrooms? Aren't those poisonous? Lu Lixing, you're not selling toxic mushrooms, are you? Speak up. How many people have you harmed?" Lu Lixing felt helpless. Though the villagers meant well, their understanding was limited, given his past misdeeds. Gaining their trust was a challenge. He had to explain. "No, these aren't poisonous, and I do intend to sell them." "Not poisonous? I don't believe you." Just as Wang Taizhu was about to say more, he spotted Lu Furuin heading down the mountain and called him over. Lu uncle, come help us. Lu Lixing insists these mushrooms aren't poisonous. You can tell him." Lu Furuin, hearing the commotion, approached. "What is going on?" "Taizhu? Look, Lu uncle. Lu Lixing insists these mushrooms aren't poisonous. You ought to take a look, or this guy will harm someone." Wang Taizhu pointed at the bamboo mat in the courtyard. Lu Furuin narrowed his eyes. "Lu Lixing, didn't I tell you to throw these stinky mushrooms away? Why haven't you done it? Are you out of your mind? I heard Wanqing is pregnant. You're putting her at risk." After scolding Lu Lixing, Lu Furuin called out for Gu Wanqing. "Wanqing, dear, Wanqing." Lu Lixing felt quite exasperated. "Lu uncle, she is asleep." "Asleep? That is not acceptable, Taizhu. If he won't throw them out, we will." "All right." The two swiftly organized themselves to act. De Huang, realizing they were about to take action, barked loudly and rushed over. "Woof woof." Wang Taizhu and Lu Furuin jumped back. "De Huang, don't cause a scene. Your master is a danger to others. Go away. Don't interfere with us." Unfazed, De Huang charged ahead. Lu Lixing quickly shouted, "De Huang, don't bite them." Understanding his command, De Huang only nipped at their sleeves. But the two wouldn't yield. Lu Lixing, are you really letting your dog bite us? Lu Lixing sighed. I'm sorry, truly, but I can't throw them away. I need them to buy prenatal medicine for Wanqing. You really, Taiju? Hold the Huang back. I'll toss them. Okay. They quickly divided their tasks. When Gu Wanqing awoke from her nap, she rushed outside to intervene. Though she wasn't certain if the mushrooms could indeed be sold, she couldn't let the Huang hurt anyone. Just then, a voice called out from a distance, Stop, 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 Lu Lixing, you're home? This is fantastic. Seeing Huang Chong, Lu Furuin and Wang Taiju were momentarily stunned. Boss Wang, what brings you here? Tomorrow, there's more to come. Chapter 13 will be revealed. Hey, Chapter 12. Who said these mushrooms are poisonous? They say they taste better than meat. Gu Wanqing leaned against the door frame, momentarily halted. Huang Chong, he was quite the local celebrity, often engaged in small business, and everyone in the village knew him. However, he seldom ventured into the mountains, usually sticking to the village unless there was something he desired. Could it be Yu Wanqing glanced at Lu Lixing, astonished? Huang Chong squinted, smiling as he looked at the mushrooms on the bamboo mat. Old Wang, is this what you were looking for? Wang Taiju and Lu Furuin exchanged puzzled glances. Looking for what? Stinky mushrooms? Ignoring the two, Wang Chong approached the mushrooms, eyes widening in excitement as he crouched down to examine a half-dried king bolete, marveling at its quality. Lu Furuin tugged at Huang Chong's sleeve. Boss Wang, what are you doing? Those things are poisonous. I was just about to throw them away with Taiju. Don't throw them away. Whatever you do, don't. Huang Chong interjected before Wang Chong could respond. Who said these things are poisonous? They're a treasure. Lu Furuin looked utterly bewildered. What? A treasure? Yes, this is a delicacy, said to taste better than meat. Wang Chong exclaimed. Better than meat? Lu Furuin was incredulous. Having lived in Lu family village for 50 years, he had never heard of this mushroom being edible. As a child, he had been warned against foraging for mushrooms, fearing poison and the possibility of death. Thus, he had always assumed king boletes were toxic. Wang Chong promptly broke off a small piece and popped it into his mouth, exclaiming, Yes, I've finally found it. Boss Wang, this is the king bolete we've been searching for. I never imagined there would be so many here. Sweet. All of them are sweet. They're not poisonous at all. Fantastic, fantastic. So are you selling them? Huang Chong asked, somewhat shy, considering he had previously warned Lu Lixing to discard them. It is rather inappropriate to come over with a shameless demeanor and expect someone to sell. Lu Lixing intentionally hesitated for a moment. Wang Chong quickly approached and said, Brother Lu, how about this? You set a price, and if it's reasonable, we'll take it all. In the future, when we collect mountain goods, you'll be our priority. Yes, indeed. We'll offer you the best price. Huang Chong chimed in, on their way here. Based on Wang Chong's words, the vendors in the town were in urgent need, making this the first batch of samples. If the nearby villages lacked them, they would seek elsewhere. Should that occur, it would mean losing a significant order. As businessmen, both Wang Chong and Huang Chong would never allow such a situation to happen. Even if it meant paying a higher price, it would still be worthwhile. Lu Furing and Wang Taiju exchanged glances. Can this really sell for a good price? Gu Wanqing also looked incredulous. After a moment of silence, Lu Lixing feigned reluctance, saying, I originally intended to dry these and use them to nourish my wife through the winter. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanqing paused, about to speak, but then noticed Lu Lixing wink at her. Causing her to swallow her words, Lu Lixing continued, Since both of you bosses are interested, I suppose I can sell them to you. I have about 20 pounds here in total. How much would you like? 20 pounds? That's fantastic. Wang Chong never expected the quantity to align so perfectly with their needs. We'll take all 20 pounds at $2 a pound. What do you think? We can sell them for $4. At $2 a pound, they would net a profit of $40, quite a bargain. Yet, Wang Chong's words left Lu Furing and Wang Taiju utterly astounded. What? $2? That means $40 for 20 pounds? Earning $40 in just 2 days. You must understand that in this era, people in the mountains rely on the mountains for their livelihood, and sometimes, if luck is not on their side, they might not even earn $10 in a month. Yet, Lu Lixing, in just 2 short days, could earn $40? Both men stared blankly at Lu Lixing. Yes, $2 a pound, Wang Chong reiterated earnestly. We'll weigh it on-site and pay immediately, no credit. Wang Chong's words reassured Lu Lixing. He recalled the information provided by the system in his previous life. Huang Chong indeed paid $2 a pound. However, It seemed that Huang Chong and the businessman Wang in front of him were quite eager as businessmen. They could not afford to engage in unprofitable ventures. This implied that at $2 a pound, they could still make a substantial profit. With this thought, Lu Lixing sighed. Boss Wang, while I desperately need the money, my wife's health is equally important. There isn't much nutritious food at home, and I've worked hard to gather so much. If you take it all, Huang Chong, being a businessman, immediately understood Lu Lixing's implication. How about $2.50? The extra 50 cents can go towards buying meat, rice, or flour. Look at how thin Wanqing is. She hardly resembles someone pregnant, I tell you. When my wife was pregnant, she was twice the size of Wanqing. Lu Lixing chuckled. Then I thank you, Boss Wang. Saying this, Lu Lixing went inside and brought out all the freshly collected porcini mushrooms. Here they are, Boss Wang, Brother Wang. Feel free to inspect the goods. He had also prepared the scale. Wang Chong hurried over, opened the bag, and took a piece of mushroom to taste. Then he sampled a third and fourth piece. Huang Chong looked baffled. Old Wang, what are you doing? Wasn't it just a quick check? Wang Chong shook his head. No, actually, you're right. Some porcini mushrooms can be poisonous. However, the poisonous ones have a bitter taste, and I'm just checking if there are any bitter ones here. Wang Chong had only recently learned that this type of mushroom was quite valuable, and he still had not fully recognized them. Hearing this, Lu Lixing approached and said, "Let me teach you." He took a piece of mushroom from the bag. Explaining, "Look at the color. The edible ones are light-colored and appear very healthy, while the poisonous ones will have discoloration on their stems. Some may be a deep blue, others slightly red. If you're still unsure, you can smell them. The toxic ones have a distinctly bitter scent. How about this? Next time I gather a few poisonous ones for you to identify." Upon hearing Lu Lixing's words, Wang Chong was overjoyed. "That's wonderful, thank you, Brother Lu. If we plan to engage in this business long-term, we must learn to discern them. Brother Lu's help is truly invaluable." Haha, Brother Lu is indeed a good person. Boss Wang, why didn't you introduce such a fine individual from your village to me? Wang Chong's remark rendered everyone speechless. Huang Chong, unsure how to respond, glanced at Gu Wanqing. It seemed that all this was thanks to Gu Wanqing's guidance. Sigh, having a wife truly makes a difference. Lu Lixing has changed for the better. Old Wang, now you truly know him. Indeed. Let's weigh it and settle the payment. The group gathered around the scale, and it turned out to be exactly 20 pounds. Wang Chong promptly handed Lu Lixing $50, a crisp new bill. Lu Furring and Wang Taizhu could not help but swallow hard. Such a high-denomination bill was rarely seen. However, Lu Lixing calmly turned around and, without hesitation, handed the money to Gu Wanqing. "Here you go." Gu Wanqing, taken aback, froze momentarily. "What? For me?" "Yes, for you," Lu Lixing insisted, pushing the money forward again. "This is our money. You should keep it." Yet, Gu Wanqing's mind was in a whirl, unsure of what to say. After being married for so long, it was usually she who handed money to Lu Lixing. Sometimes, when she didn't give him money, she would even get scolded. Lu Lixing rarely earned even $3 or $2, and he would hoard it tightly, spending it only on himself in the end. After their marriage, Gu Wanqing had never even seen a $50 bill. But now, Lu Lixing was directly giving her this money. Shouldn't he save it for himself to spend on drinking and gambling? Why? Gu Wanqing looked at Lu Lixing in confusion. Lu Lixing couldn't help but smile. He took one of Gu Wanqing's hands and stuffed the money into her palm. "Because you are my wife. Whose money should I give if not yours?" As soon as Lu Lixing finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Huang Chong and Wang Chong laughed heartily as they packed mushrooms. "Haha, this kid is something else. Lu Lixing, aren't you embarrassed? We're all here." Wang Taizhu felt a twinge of discomfort, casting a strange glance at Lu Lixing. Could it be that the person he used to know was not Lu Lixing? The laughter from the crowd made Gu Wanqing feel bashful, prompting her to turn and dash home. I doubt I need to check on Qianqian. She seems to have woken up." Little Lu Qianqian had not yet risen from her nap. Lu Lixing shook his head helplessly. Huang Chong laughed again. "You kid, even your beautiful wife is shy because of you." Ha. Wang Chong added, "What a blessing. I tell you, for a family to thrive, the husband and wife must work together as one. Brother Lu has grasped this at such a young age. Impressive." Lu Lixing also chuckled. After tidying up, Huang Chong and Wang Chong prepared to leave. Before departing, Wang Chong patted Lu Lixing on the shoulder. "Brother Lu, I'm Wang Chong, and I live on Chongxin Street in the town. If you ever need assistance, feel free to seek me out." Wang Chong had a very favorable impression of Lu Lixing. Additionally, He had a strange feeling that Lu Lixing would not simply remain cooped up in the mountains in the future. All right, Lu Lixing nodded. Wang Chong then noticed a Huang beside him. Brother Lu, there's something I'm unsure if I should mention. Go ahead. I heard your wife is pregnant. This dog isn't suitable to be around a pregnant woman. It could be harmful to the baby. Lu Lixing had already considered this matter. He nodded. I know, by the way, Brother Wang, speaking of this, I do have a small favor to ask of you. What is it? Lu Lixing looked at De Huang. De Huang was raised by my wife. He is like family to us. If I were to send him away, my wife would never agree. But as you said, it's prudent to take precautions. Do you know where I can get a vaccine for dogs? At that moment, the naive De Huang had no idea that Lu Lixing intended to give him a shot. All he realized was that he was being discussed by Wang Chong and Lu Lixing. In his mind, his owner must be praising him. Thus, he happily wagged his tail, feeling quite inflated with pride. Wang Chong frowned slightly. I see, all right. I'll ask around when I get back. Thank you, Brother Wang. Haha, no need for thanks. Just remember me when you come across something good in the future. The two bid farewell, and Wang Chong and Huang Chong finally left. Lu Lixing did not notice that behind the door of the main room, Gu Wanqing was pressed against the door frame, listening to their conversation. Hearing Lu Lixing say that he kept De Huang because of her made her lips curve into a slight smile. Lu Fering and Wang Taizhu remained in the courtyard. Bewildered, De Huang observed the two for a while before standing up, strutting proudly in front of them, occasionally casting disdainful glances their way, as if to say, this is what you get for throwing things around. However, Wang Taizhu and Lu Fering were completely oblivious to the fact that they were being looked down upon by a dog. Their eyes were solely on Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing. Wang Taizhu spoke first. What is it? Are you still collecting porcini mushrooms? Earning dozens of dollars in just 2 days could translate to over $1,000 in a month, which was nearly equivalent to their annual income. This was too enticing. Lu Fering, being older, felt a bit embarrassed. However, if they could indeed earn that much money, he could finally afford to eat rice. He also stepped forward. Little Xing, it was all my fault today. I didn't know. It's all right, Uncle Lu. Lu Lixing waved his hand. Seeing their attitude, he understood that they recognized their mistake. Moreover, Lu Fering had acted out of good intentions, fearing that he might go astray while worrying about Gu Wanqing not having enough food and leaving the mushrooms behind. Such a person, how could he hold a grudge? As for Wang Taizhu, it was understandable that he had a bias against him after the many mistakes he had made since moving in next door. But Wang's family had helped Gu Wanqing a lot, and Lu Lixing had never intended to hold that against him. I'm not sure about that. It depends on how the negotiations go. But I think there's a good chance they will continue to buy. We can first go gather some from the mountains. Honestly, even if they don't want them, we can keep them for ourselves, right? These porcini mushrooms taste similar to meat and are quite nutritious. As long as they're not poisonous, they're beneficial for the body. Upon hearing Lu Lixing say this, both men nodded vigorously. Right, we won't lose anything. Let us head to the mountains. Yes, but Uncle Lu, can you distinguish between the poisonous and non-poisonous ones? Lu Fering fell silent. He had always believed he could tell the difference. After this incident, however, he began to doubt himself. Lu Lixing laughed. No worries. I'll be going too. I'll teach you. That's wonderful. I'll go back and grab a basket. Brother Lu, please wait a moment. Wang Taizhu directly changed his address to Brother Lu. All right, go ahead. Lu Fering waited in the courtyard for him. Lu Lixing tidied up the yard. Just as he was about to return indoors, suddenly, congratulations, host. You have obtained a luck bag X1. Another luck bag? Does this mean I can catch rabbits in the mountains? In the next couple of days, Huang Chong would likely stop collecting porcini mushrooms, and they would have to wait for news from Wang Chong. He seemed to have no other better income in mind. Catching a few rabbits would be quite good. Upon returning indoors, Lu Lixing found Gu Wanqing still staring at the $50 in a daze. When she heard someone enter, she instinctively tucked the money away. Upon realizing it was Lu Lixing, she panicked and took it out again. I don't have it. This money, just keep it for yourself. This money is for you to save. Later, we'll use it to build a big house. Lu Lixing stepped forward, grasping her hand. While she was momentarily stunned, he stuffed the money back into her palm. You save this, I'll earn more for our daily expenses. You also still need medicine, so you won't need to buy anything for the next few days. Once the road is clear, I'll take you to the town for a prenatal checkup. Prenatal checkup? Gu Wanqing was stunned again. In this era, in such a poor and backward place like Lujia village, childbirth was primarily reliant on the woman herself. Many women never visited a hospital from the moment they confirmed their pregnancy until they gave birth. They would only seek a midwife close to their due date and deliver at home. Ji Yuanqing had only visited the clinic because she was pregnant with twins and felt unwell. In her mind, the cost of prenatal medicine was already a considerable expense. Liu Lixing actually wanted to take her for a checkup. Prenatal checkups at big hospitals were places only the wealthy could afford. Do you know how much a prenatal checkup costs? Liu Lixing smiled. Of course I know, but it's necessary. Your health is vital. I'm worried you won't be able to handle the strain of 2 little ones, and I can't let you wear yourself out giving birth. I'll earn the money. You don't need to worry. What you need to do now is to eat well and take care of yourself and the babies at home, and just wait for them to arrive. Leave everything else to me. This was the life Liu Lixing had longed for, filled with regret in his past life. Back then, he often dreamed of Gu Wanqing and their babies. Unfortunately, due to the loss of the child, he could only see a blurry figure in this life. No matter what, he would do everything in his power to ensure Gu Wanqing and their babies were safe. But Ji Yuanqing's mind was in a jumble. Everything that had happened over the past couple of days felt surreal, making her feel as if she were in a dream. Now, even Liu Lixing's words were becoming difficult for her to comprehend. No buts. Listen to me, save it well. Once we save enough, we'll build a big house. This blue stone-tiled house only had 2 rooms. The kitchen was adjacent, and the toilet was in the back. A simple shed. The windows leaked wind. It was manageable in summer, but in winter, it was hardly livable. Liu Lixing felt that he still had a heavy task ahead of him. We still need to build a house? Gu Wanqing's head was spinning. Yes, we will. Now, you should rest. I'm going to the mountains to catch some wild rabbits with De Huang. Liu Lixing turned to leave. Ji Yuanqing quickly followed him to the door, watching as he grabbed a basket, called for De Huang, and ventured into the mountains with Lu Furring and Wang Taizhu. She stood there, staring at his retreating figure until he was out of sight. Only then did Gu Wanqing gently place her hand on her belly. Babies, your daddy says he wants to build us a big house. Once they entered the mountains, Liu Lixing taught Wang Taizhu and Lu Furring how to identify whether the porcini mushrooms were poisonous or not. And then the 3 of them split into separate paths. Wang followed Liu Lixing. And once Wang Taizhu and Lu Furring were out of sight, Liu Lixing activated the luck bag in his backpack. It was time to get to work. Woof! De Huang excitedly dashed ahead. In just 10 minutes, Liu Lixing had filled his basket with mushrooms. He found a rock to sit on and, along with De Huang, remained vigilant of the surroundings. 5 minutes later, both man and dog heard the rustling of rabbits. De Huang, with his keen eyesight, darted off. Due to his excellent collaboration with Liu Lihang in the past, Da Huang understood that he needed to drive the rabbit towards Liu Lihang. This moment, not far from them, Wang Taizhu also spotted a rabbit. He had only collected mushrooms that covered the bottom of his basket. However, recalling the rabbit stew Liu Lihang had sent home a couple of days ago, Wang Taizhu suddenly felt his mouth watered. No, I must catch a rabbit first. Wang Taizhu cautiously lifted his basket and dashed after the rabbit. Yet, every time he got close, the rabbit would evade him. Wang Taizhu had no choice but to continue the chase. Exhausted from the pursuit, he felt disheartened. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed the rabbit had paused, as if waiting for something. Wang Taizhu furrowed his brow in suspicion. Seeing the rabbit so near, his heart raced with excitement. Fine, one last try. Wang Taizhu placed the basket aside, crouched down, and approached the rabbit stealthily. The rabbit remained indifferent till last. Wang Taizhu seized the opportunity and lunged forward. Thud! He fell to the ground, watching helplessly as the rabbit scurried past his fingertips. Wang Taizhu. Just as he prepared to get up and continue the chase, he suddenly caught a glimpse of another rabbit sprinting towards him from his right, closely followed by a large yellow dog. As the rabbit dashed past Wang Taizhu, it scarcely paused, even brushing against the tip of his nose. Overjoyed, Wang Taizhu reached out to grab it. In the next moment, he saw the rabbit collide headfirst into a rock, rolling onto its back with its belly exposed. Dead. Sitting atop the large stone was a frowning Liu Lihang. Wang Taizhu. What on earth? Bewildered, Wang Taizhu lay on the ground, twisting his head to glance at Liu Lihang, then at the rabbit, and finally at the large yellow dog. He returned his gaze to the rabbit. Lu Gu, the rabbit, is it dead? Chapter 15. Wang Taizhu felt as though he was merely a bystander in this world. Indeed, it is dead. Liu Lihang calmly picked up the rabbit from the ground. You may as well get up. The one you were chasing has escaped. Liu Lihang had just seen the rabbit dart past. He contemplated how to explain the situation to Wang Taizhu. Oh, Wang Taizhu had yet to process this. If he recalled correctly, it was this rabbit that had just collided fatally with the rock, and Lu Lihong, perched atop the stone, had effortlessly acquired a rabbit. This bizarre scene seemed far from normal. Behind them, the large yellow dog was barking proudly. Wolf Lu Lihong turned his eyes and instantly devised a plan. He waved his hand, signaling the dog to come. Da Huang, splendid work. As per our usual arrangement, you'll receive a rabbit's head as a reward when we return. The dog wagged its tail and came to Lu Lihong's side. Casting a boastful glance at Wang Tai, Lu Lihong had not expected that this little dog, who had perished alongside Gu Wanjing and the children in a past life, would prove to be so clever. Judging by its intelligence, it was on par with a German shepherd. Realizing Wang Taizhu was still staring at them in astonishment, Lu Lihong laughed. Oh, Taizhu, there's no need for surprise. This is Da Huang's method of catching rabbits. It enjoys chasing rabbits in circles, playing with them while exhausting their energy, leading them to their demise. You see, this rabbit was ultimately worn out by Da Huang. Lu Lihong lifted the rabbit again for Wang Taizhu to see. Wang Taizhu swallowed hard, contemplating the earlier scene. The rabbit had indeed dashed past the tip of his nose while Da Huang was hot on its heels. Da Huang is so clever. In that moment, Wang Taizhu felt his own intelligence paled in comparison to that of a dog. It's not intelligence. It's just playful. Lu Lihong shifted all the responsibility onto Da Huang. Otherwise, he genuinely had no way to explain how the rabbit had ended its own life. Wang Taizhu felt even more foolish. Haha, just being playful enabled it to catch a wild rabbit. He had exerted immense effort and still failed to capture one. Typically, even when he managed to catch a wild rabbit, it required days of careful waiting, setting traps, and a stroke of luck. Oftentimes, he returned empty-handed after a month. Well, dogs naturally possess more stamina than humans. Can your dog still catch that rabbit? I could ask Da Huang for assistance. Can it really? Wang Taizhu felt overwhelmed. Of course, it can. Da Huang, go chase. It just ran past. It shouldn't have gone fared. In truth, Lu Lihong had already realized that as soon as he employed this luck-enhancing talisman, foolish wild rabbits would come scampering toward him. The rabbit Wang Taizhu had just chased was likely drawn here and wouldn't he have fled very far. Woof! Da Huang happily leaped and then sprinted in the direction the rabbit had vanished. Wang Taizhu stared blankly at this scene. Is this really going to work? Certainly. Come, let us sit down and rest for a bit. Where's your basket? Lu Lihong pulled Wang Taizhu down to sit on the stone. Since he intended to credit Da Huang with the achievement, he would solidify this notion. Over there, I collected. Wang Taizhu's words were cut short as he caught sight of the basket next to Lu Lihong. The basket was already filled with a bountiful harvest of king bolete mushrooms, the kind that stood tall. He recalled his own basket, which merely covered the bottom. The wave of embarrassment washed over Wang Taizhu. Lu Gu, it's only been a little over 10 minutes, and your basket is already full? Yes, I was fortunate. I stumbled upon a large patch growing together, so it filled up quickly. These mushrooms usually grow in clusters. Perhaps soon your basket will also be full. Wang Taizhu swallowed hard once more. What kind of luck is this? In just over 10 minutes, one can fill a basket with mushrooms and even catch a rabbit that collided with a rock. Wang Taizhu felt as if he were merely a superfluous presence in this world. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly heard a rustling sound, followed by Da Huang's barking, the sound growing nearer. Wang Taizhu tensed up. Did Da Huang really bring the rabbit over? Lu Lihong quickly gestured for silence. Lower your voice, don't scare the rabbit away, or Da Huang will be upset. All right. Wang Taizhu hurriedly lowered his voice. Moments later, he spotted a rabbit sprinting toward them, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. It charged straight ahead, colliding with the stone they were sitting on. After spinning around in place and struggling for a brief moment, it collapsed. Wang Taizhu inhaled deeply, his eyes fixed on the rabbit on the ground. This is too miraculous. Da Huang. Oh no, Dog Lord is incredible. Da Huang held his head high with pride. Wolf Lu Lihong patted Da Huang's head. Da Huang, don't be rowdy. Let us keep a low profile and take a break for a moment. Da Huang finally settled down a bit, lowering his head to rest, yet his gaze never left the rabbit. Wang Taizhu quickly picked up the rabbit, his face alight with excitement. Amazing! Dog Lord is truly remarkable. Lu Lihong, with no other option, interrupted him. All right, Taizhu, let us move forward and see if there are more rabbits and gather some more mushrooms. The luck-enhancing talisman still has half an hour of effectiveness. Remaining in one place for too long might raise Wang Taiju's suspicions. Fine, fine. Wang Taiju carried the rabbit, elated. This was an unexpected bonus. He could make a stew for his father when he returned home. However, glancing at his basket, Wang Taiju sighed. Sigh, I wonder if I can fill a basket with mushrooms today. You can? I really don't think it's possible. Wang Taiju expressed his doubts. Liu Lihong turned back to look at him. Just follow my lead. 2 minutes later, Wang Taiju found himself lost in thought as he stood before a vast expanse of king bolete mushrooms. Chapter 16. Indeed, it is possible. Liu Lihong patted his shoulder. Well done, Taiju. Your luck is quite good too. Hurry, go collect. Woof woof. Da Huang barked in dissatisfaction at Liu Lihong. After all, they had spotted the mushrooms first. Liu Lihong could only pat Da Huang's head, softly reassuring him. Calm down, Da Huang. Let him collect. Liu Lihong had already noticed the patch of mushrooms. He deliberately turned to the side, nudging Wang Taiju toward this direction. Wang Dama and the others have helped us a lot. Have you forgotten? Whenever Wanjing had no food, Wang Dama would come to bring some. In the past, Liu Lihong had regarded such matters with disdain, believing everything was taken for granted. However, after a lifetime of reflection, he silently remembered the kindness of everyone. Da Huang whimpered a couple of times, then left Liu Lihong. Before long, Wang Taiju's basket was also full. He stood up, dusting off the dirt from his hands. Wonderful. Let us continue forward and see if we can find Lu's shoe. Good. On this journey, thanks to the luck-enhancing talisman, the two managed to catch 4 more rabbits. When they encountered Lu Furong, Liu Lihong employed the same tactic, encouraging Lu Furong to fill a basket with mushrooms while discreetly tossing a rabbit in front of him. Lu Furong was overjoyed to have found a rabbit. On the way home, he kept exclaiming, "Let me tell you, even though I'm single, my cooking skills are top-notch. You all should come over to my house. I'll make rabbit stew for you. Absolutely delicious. We can also make a soup from these mushrooms. The flavor, oh my. Please don't refuse, or Lu Shu will get angry." Seeing him so happy, Liu Lihong felt it would be inappropriate to decline. "Lu Shu, how about we go to my house instead? Wanjing isn't well and shouldn't he be out and about? Right? How could I forget? That works. This fat rabbit in my basket can make for a grand feast. Taiju, you should come too." "Sure." As dusk approached, Gu Wanjing sat at the doorstep, gazing at the setting sun. Lu Qianqian played in the yard. Noticing her sister-in-law lost in thought, Lu Qianqian tiptoed over to sister-in-law. "What are you looking at?" Gu Wanjing hurriedly concealed what she held in her hands. Yet, little Lu Qianqian's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of it. "Wow, a butterfly hairpin, so beautiful. Sister-in-law, did second brother buy this for you?" Gu Wanjing's face flushed instantly. Lowering her head, she momentarily didn't know how to respond. Liu Qianqian didn't need her to answer, bursting into laughter. "It must be second brother who bought it. Big brother would certainly buy hairpins for his sister-in-law. It seems second brother really likes you. Is that so?" Gu Wanjing tightened her grip. "Yes, big brother only buys gifts for his wife because he likes her. He even told Qianqian that when she grows up, boys will buy her gifts too." Yu Wanjing's lips curled up slightly. "So, is that how it is? Does Liu Lihong like me? Hee hee. Second brother even bought candy for Qianqian, sister-in-law. Second brother is a good brother now. Qianqian likes him. Yu Wanjing nodded. Over the past few days, Liu Lihong had indeed changed a lot. Sister-in-law, if second brother becomes better, you want to leave, right? Qianqian doesn't want sister-in-law to go." Mentioning this, Lu Qianqian sniffled. Gu Wanjing bit her lip firmly. If Liu Lihong becomes better, if he can live well, then she would truly not leave, right? She couldn't bear for the children to grow up without a father. Gu Wanjing nodded. Liu Qianqian immediately beamed. "That's wonderful. In a few days, I'll go back and tell Mom and Dad this good news. Mom and Dad will be so happy when they hear it. They like sister-in-law. That's why they let me call second brother to stop you." Asked the youngest sister. Even if Liu Lihong was unwilling, he could still be somewhat restrained. When Liu Lihong and the others returned, they saw this scene. He smiled as he placed the mushrooms in the yard. "Qianqian, what are you and sister-in-law discussing? You seem so happy." Lu Qianqian winked at Gu Wanjing, turning back with her eyes crescent-shaped from smiling. "This is Qianqian and sister-in-law's secret." "Oh, Qianqian want to tell second brother." "All right then, such a young age and already keeping secrets, Imichim. Second brother is amazing. Look at all these mushrooms. Can we have mushrooms for dinner tonight? I've never eaten this before." "Yes, we can eat. Soon, Lu Grandpa will cook for you." As Lu Qianqian blinked. Is Lu Grandpa having dinner at our house too? This time, before Lu Lihong could respond, Lu Furong chimed in. Yes, Lu Grandpa caught a big rabbit today and will make rabbit stew for Chanqian. How about that? Great. Lu Chanqian jumped for Joy. Ji Wanjing furrowed her brow slightly. Caught a rabbit. Come on, Chanqian. Let us go help Lu Grandpa skin the rabbit. Okay, Lu Chanqian happily ran off. Lu Lihong carried the basket into the main room. After placing it down, he crouched down again to reveal the 4 rabbits hidden inside. Ji Wanjing was momentarily taken aback. These rabbits, you? Lu Lihong made a gesture for silence. Don't let Lu Shu hear. Gu Wanjing nodded. Once Lu Furong and Lu Chanqian had walked far enough away, she approached to examine the 4 rabbits on the ground. That rabbit Lu Shu has, did you give it to him intentionally? Lu Lihong hadn't he planned to keep this from Gu Wanjing? Yes, Lu Shu had brought you some mushrooms a while back. I thought he wouldn't want one in return, so I decided to repay him in a different way. Lu Shu is a good person. We have so many rabbits now, so one less won't make a difference, and it will make him happy for a long time. Ji Wanjing fell silent, staring at Lu Lihong in astonishment. She never expected him to say such things. Lu Lihong had changed so much over these past few days. If she hadn't been by his side the entire time, Gu Wanjing would have thought this was someone else entirely. Remembering Lu Lihong's previous assurances, she realized that he had indeed followed through on them. This person had gradually transformed into someone she admired. Lu Lihong noticed Gu Wanjing was watching him intently. He raised his head and asked, "What's wrong? Wanjing, if you think I shouldn't have given away this rabbit, I'll go." Chapter 17 Gu Wanjing said, Lu Lihong, I am very happy today. No, you don't need to. Ji Wanjing hurriedly interrupted him. Lu Lihong. I am very happy. Ma'am. Lu Lihong nodded. Smiling, Gu Wanjing continued earnestly. Since we got married, I've dreamed of us living together happily, taking care of this little family and raising children together. However, in mentioning this, Gu Wanjing paused. She didn't want to dwell on the past. But now, I am truly happy. If this is the Lu Lihong I have known, I won't worry about my children being led astray, nor will I fear not being able to support them. The health and well-being of the children is Gu Wanjing's greatest wish at present. I hope you are not merely pretending for my sake. A person's transformation can be profound. Though she felt joy, she also harbored concerns, fearing that she might awaken from this dream. Finally hearing Gu Wanjing speak her heart, Lu Lihong felt elated. Rest assured, it won't be like that. I want to be with you and the children always, to be a good father and a good husband. Gu Wanjing nodded. Lu Lihong said, let us put these rabbits away for now. I'll sell them tonight in exchange for grain. All right, Gu Wanjing nodded. The Wang family. Wang Taizhu returned home in high spirits. Wang Daniu gazed at him, bewildered, as he carried a basket filled with foul-smelling mushrooms. What on earth are you doing? She inquired. Wang Taizhu replied, Mother, these are porcini mushrooms. They are edible and can also be sold for money. I saw Lu Lixing sell a considerable amount today. Lu Lixing? She echoed, yes, my brother Lu. Brother Lu? Taizhu, you haven't come down with a fever, have you? Wang Daniu was well aware that her son typically despised Lu Lixing, especially after learning that she often surreptitiously provided them with scraps of food. Taizhu had been positively livid. What had changed today? Mother, there's no time to explain. I must go to Brother Lu's house for dinner. Here, this is a rabbit I caught alongside him. You should prepare some soup for father tonight. Wang Taizhu hastily retrieved 2 eggs from the chicken coop, saying, we're having meat tonight. So we don't need the eggs, right? I'll take them to my sister-in-law. Without waiting for his mother's response, he dashed away. Hey, Taizhu, Taizhu? Seeing her son ignore her, Wang Daniu looked at the basket of mushrooms and the plump rabbit, perplexed. How curious. Has my son changed, or has that boy Lu Lixing transformed? At the Lu household, Lu Furring soon returned with a freshly cleaned rabbit, leading Lu Qianqian alongside him. Naturally, the rabbit's head was given to the dog, Da Huang. Xiaoxing, Wanqing, please wait a moment. I will prepare something delicious for you, Lu Furring announced as he entered the kitchen. Spotting Wang Tiezhu's arrival, he beckoned him over. Come, Taizhu, help me start the fire. Coming, Taizhu replied. Ji Wanqing observed the joyful atmosphere, feeling a warmth in her heart. In the past, no one would have come to their home for a meal. Lu Lixing had a poor reputation and a foul temper. No one wished to associate with him, much less dine at his home. This lively ambience was precisely what she cherished. Lu Furring entered the kitchen to begin his preparations, first chopping the rabbit. The room was somewhat dim, as electricity in Legiacan only arrived at 7 in the evening for 2 brief hours. Reluctant to light the kerosene lamp, Lu Furring continued to work in the shadows. After a couple of cuts, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! What happened?" Lu Lixing and Wang Taizhu rushed over. Lu Furring, clutching his hand, reassured them, it's nothing. The knife's back just grazed my hand. It's not serious." Lu Lixing approached to inspect, noticing no wound, only a reddened hand. "Uncle Lu, please take a break. I'll handle it." "Ah? No. I remember you can't cook, I'll take care of it. But your hand out, it's fine. I can still manage," Lu Furring insisted on continuing. At that moment, Gu Wanqing also stepped forward. "Uncle Lu, let Lu Lixing do it. He can cook. You should rest." Lu Furring turned, perplexed, to Lu Lixing. You can cook now?" In this era, it was uncommon for men to enter the kitchen, especially for someone like Lu Lixing, who was notorious for his idleness. Lu Furring's surprise was palpable. Previously, whenever he passed by the Lu household, he had noticed that Gu Wanqing did all the work. Wang Taizhu was equally astonished. "Brother Lu, maybe it's best if you don't. I'm worried I won't have dinner tonight." Lu Lixing chuckled helplessly. "I truly can cook. Don't worry, Uncle Lu, you rest. Taizhu, just keep the fire going and watch me work my magic." Wang Taizhu, torn, finally relented. "Find out, all right." Although he agreed, he remained anxious. He wished he had simply stayed home and enjoyed rabbit soup. Little Lu Qianqian joined in the excitement. "My second brother's cooking is delicious." However, Lu Furring and Wang Taizhu were skeptical of the child's words. Seeing Lu Lixing's determination, Lu Furring acquiesced. "All right, I'll keep an eye on you. If you need help, just call me." "Yes, of course." Lu Lixing nodded and approached the stove. "Let's prepare braised rabbit today, shall we? We'll simmer the bones for soup and cook some rice." "What? Rice? You have rice at home?" Wang Taizhu was even more shocked. Rice was a rare commodity in Legiacan, and he had scarcely eaten it throughout his life. "Yes, I bought some a few days ago." "Are you sure, Brother Lu? We could just have some cornmeal buns. Let the rice be for my sister-in-law." "Oh, right. I brought 2 eggs too, for my sister-in-law." Eggs and rice were the most nourishing items Wang Taizhu could think of. He withdrew the eggs from his pocket. Lu Lixing, touched, took the eggs. "It's all right. I bought the rice recently. Don't worry. Your brother Lu can afford it now. I'll definitely make rice for your sister-in-law often." Seeing this, Wang Taizhu felt he could not say much more. Lu Lixing began to cook. He lit the kerosene lamp and picked up a knife to start chopping. He carefully selected the meat from the rabbit, separating the bones for the soup. Lu Furring and Wang Taizhu were astonished by his fluid motions, each slice executed with precision. The meat was uniformly cut, compelling them to believe Lu Lixing indeed knew how to cook. Gu Wanqing felt a swell of pride as she watched the 2 men's astonished expressions. Unconsciously, she had begun to view Lu Lixing with admiration. Once he finished cutting, Lu Lixing gestured for Wang Taizhu. "Keep the fire going, heat both pots." "Oh, right." Wang Taizhu instinctively obeyed. After both pots were boiling, Lu Lixing added water to one pot, along with the bones and meat, skimming off the foam. He then replaced the water, adding ginger slices before placing the bones into simmer for the soup. Meanwhile, he prepared to braise the rabbit in the outer pot. Using the spices he had bought recently, he heated oil, adding scallions, ginger, and garlic to release their fragrance, then tossed in the rabbit meat, sautéing briefly before adding soy sauce and water. Covering the pot, Taizhu, lower the heat and let it simmer. Wang Taizhu, already astonished, quickly nodded. "Oh, right. Lu Lixing then turned to crack the eggs. Earlier, he had picked some green peppers from the field, perfect for a stir-fry. He also had some leftover water celery. Once all the vegetables were stir-fried, he added water to steam the rice. As he gazed at the glistening white rice, Wang Taizhu could not help but swallow hard. Just the thought of it made his mouth water, especially combined with the dishes Lu Lixing had prepared. "Brother Lu, you truly are a master." Wang Taizhu silently gave Lu Lixing a thumbs up. Lu Furring was equally astonished. "You really can cook? Young man, quite impressive. When did you learn this?" Lu Lixing glanced at Gu Wanqing in the corner and replied, "I learned from W. Wanqing." Gu Wanqing blushed slightly, lowering her head shyly. Lu Furring suddenly realized, "So? This is the importance of marrying a good wife." "Taizhu, have you learned your lesson?" Called out directly, Wang Taizhu hastily replied, "I have learned. I will strive to marry a good wife." Laughter erupted among them. Da Huang, sensing the merriment, barked excitedly as the sky darkened. The moon rose high, accompanied by countless stars. When Lu Lixing brought the dishes out, he felt a deep sense of comfort. After leaving Lejiakin in his past life, he had not witnessed such a beautiful sky again. In the city, the streets were choked with traffic and smog, hardly allowing one to see the stars. He cherished this feeling immensely. Wanqing, please turn on the lights. The electricity should be back on. Their home had 3 light bulbs, in the living room, kitchen, and under the eaves. With only 2 hours of electricity each day, Gu Wanqing was reluctant to use it. However, today she felt joyful. She walked to the eaves and flipped the switch. Yet, the lights did not illuminate. Gu Wanqing paused, slightly stunned. It seems there's no electricity. After the previous supply ran out, she had never gone to pay the electricity bill, as they lacked the funds. Over time, they had grown accustomed to this. Oh, no worries. I'll pay the bill later. The moonlight is lovely tonight. Let us eat first, shall we? Ah! Lu Qianqian was the first to run over, her eyes sparkling. It smells so good. Wang Taizhu chuckled indeed. It truly does smell wonderful. I can't wait to dig in. The rice had finished steaming, and Wang Taizhu was genuinely salivating. After settling on a stone bench, Lu Lixing noticed Gu Wanqing standing aside, motionless. He turned to her. Wanqing, what's wrong? Come and eat. Gu Wanqing hesitated, stepping back slightly. You all eat. I'll just stay here. Lu Lixing, confused for a moment, quickly understood her meaning. He had almost forgotten the customs of Lejiakin, where women were not permitted to dine at the table when guests were present. Lu Fering and Wang Taizhu were considered guests. Lu Lixing stood up deliberately, offering his seat to Gu Wanqing. Please sit here. I'll fetch another stool. Gu Wanqing hesitated. Lu Lixing insisted earnestly. From now on, our dining table will always have a place for you. Wanqing, don't adhere to those customs. You are my wife, a part of my family. You deserve to sit here. Gu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze to look at Lu Lixing. She had never heard such extraordinary words before, and each one filled her with joy. Wang Taizhu and Lu Fering chimed in. Yes, sister-in-law, come sit with us. If you don't join, we won't dare to eat. Sit down, sit down. Let us eat together. Lu Qianqian raised her little hand, patting the stool beside her. Second sister-in-law, over here. Gu Wanqing glanced at Lu Lixing and saw him nodding. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward. Then, all right. Lu Lixing had already served her a bowl of rice, alongside a bowl of bone soup. Once Gu Wanqing sat down, she felt a bit awkward. She took a mouthful of rice and was about to swallow when she noticed Lu Lixing unabashedly piling a generous portion of rabbit meat on her plate. Don't just eat rice. Here, have some meat. Afterward, he added a hefty serving of scrambled eggs. These are from Taiju's family. They're delicious. You must try. Gu Wanqing felt a flutter of panic. Lu Lixing, you shouldn't. A man should uphold a certain demeanor. How could he treat her this way in front of others? Lu Lixing laughed heartily. Haha, it's fine. I'm serving my wife. They won't mind, right? Lu Fering and Wang Taizhu joined in the laughter. Haha, yes, no one minds, sister-in-law. It seems you and brother Lu have a wonderful relationship. It's truly enviable. Lu Fering sighed. Seeing you two together makes me an old man. Want to find a partner too? Lu Lixing chuckled. Go ahead. Lu Fering waved his hand dismissively. No, at my age, it would just be a joke. Lu Lixing responded. It's precisely because you're older that you should live for yourself. Uncle Lu, if you care too much about others' opinions, you won't find happiness. If you wish to find someone, go ahead. As long as both parties are willing and it's not illegal, 2 people can indeed find joy together. Listening to Lu Lixing's words, Lu Fering paused. Then, he burst into laughter. What a clever young man. You've truly got a clear perspective on life. I, as an old man, can't compete with you. All right, I'll keep an eye out for someone suitable. In truth, Lu Fering had someone in mind but had never dared to voice it. Today, he felt a sense of enlightenment. Let us eat. I'm eager to taste brother Lu's cooking. Wang Taizhu was the first to pick up his chopsticks, grabbing a piece of rabbit meat, inhaling deeply. Delicious. I'm diving in. Yes, go ahead. Lu Fering chuckled. Wang Taizhu placed the rabbit meat in his mouth and in the next moment, his eyes lit up. This is amazing. So good. Hurry, Uncle Lu. You must try this. He hurriedly served a piece to Lu Qianqian. Qianqian? You must eat. Lu Qianqian squinted her eyes in delight. I told you, my second brother cooks really well. Indeed, this is the most delicious rabbit meat I've ever had, even better than the chef at the village restaurant. Lu Fering exclaimed in astonishment. Is it really that remarkable? Wang Taizhu was at a loss for words, nodding vigorously. Let me try as well. Lu Furring took a bite, and his expression transformed into sheer delight. Delicious. So good. Xiaoxing, you really can cook. Thank goodness it's you making this. I wouldn't have done nearly as well. Lu Furring praised earnestly. Lu Lixing felt a bit shy from the compliments. Just eat? It will get cold. Let us eat. The scrambled eggs are delicious too, and this vegetable is fantastic. Wang Taizhu remarked. No wonder sister-in-law has been so happy these past few days. Brother Lu, you truly know how to please your wife. Laughter erupted again. Lu Lixing glanced at the bashful Gu Wanqing, grinning. It's all thanks to my Wanqing's excellent teaching. Cut it out. Look at you. We have so many people here. Save your affection for later. Wang Taizhu rolled his eyes but remained jovial. Brother Lu, why don't you teach me too? When I have a wife, I want to cook for her as well. Sure, come by when you're free to learn. All right. The group shared laughter and conversation, reveling in their happiness. It's he that moment. Da Huang, feeling neglected, could not resist barking. Wang Taizhu sprang to his feet. Oh no, I forgot about you, Da Huang. Here, have a bone. Woof. Da Huang raised his head, rolling his eyes, and trotted over to Wang Taizhu, snatching the bone before retreating to enjoy it elsewhere. Enjoy your meal, good sir. Wang Taizhu greeted the dog earnestly. Ji Wanqing laughed heartily. What is Taizhu doing? Don't mind him. He just adores our Da Huang. Haha, indeed. I really like Da Huang's sister-in-law. You have no idea how Da Huang caught that rabbit. Wang Tieju's words trailed off, and Lu Lixing quickly intervened. If Lu Furring discovered how Da Huang had caught the rabbit, it would certainly spoil the surprise. Wang Taizhu quickly amended. Da Huang is very clever, truly. Little Lu Qianqian, not fully understanding, chimed in. Da Huang is smart. It was Da Huang who woke up my second brother that day, allowing him to save my second sister-in-law. When I get home, I must tell Mom and Dad about this. Second brother, they will be so happy. As she spoke, Lu Lixing's expression shifted. His parents and older brother likely despised him, didn't they? In the past, he had often caused trouble for the family, leaving them to clean up his messes. He had never learned to restrain himself, always feeling entitled. Later, after his parents helped him marry Gu Wanqing, his older brother and younger siblings had distanced themselves from their parents and him. Initially, it was hoped that with a wife, Lu Lixing might change. However, it turned out he only became more reckless. After the marriage, when he could no longer extract money from Gu Wanqing, he turned to his parents, seeking funds from them in their humble thatched house. After being scolded by his older brother and younger siblings multiple times, he remained unrepentant. The only one who still greeted him with a smile was the innocent Qianqian. Eventually, after Gu Wanqing and their child passed away, his parents were utterly disappointed in him, expelling him from their home. After leaving, Lu Lixing attempted to contact his parents, but they refused to see him. He was left to alter the quality of life for a family of strangers, though this too was discovered by his parents. Consequently, they ceased accepting any gifts from kind-hearted individuals, in this lifetime. The reason Lu Lixing did not immediately return to seek them out was that they were utterly disappointed in him. If he did not achieve some success, his parents would likely come to resent him even more. After all, at this age, Lu Lixing was nothing but a burden to the Lu family. As for Lu Qianqian, Lu Lixing knew without a doubt that it was their parents who had sent her to look after Gu Wanqing. With Gu Wanqing pregnant, they feared that any misstep on their part might offend her. Thus, she had been staying here for the past few days, and their parents had not inquired about them at all. As long as Qianqian remained, it signified that both Gu Wanqing and the child were safe. Noticing Lu Lixing's downcast demeanor, Lu Qianqian looked at him with curiosity. Second brother, what is the matter? Nothing, just a bit of melancholy. Lu Lixing replied, feeling a pang of sadness. He was uncertain of how to face them. After a lifetime of solitude, he felt guilty not only towards Gu Wanqing and the child, but also towards his parents, leaving him at a loss for how to confront them. Oh, then you should eat. Second brother, let me serve you some rabbit leg, Lu Qianqian exclaimed, rising to pick up a generous piece of rabbit meat and offering it to Lu Lixing. This is the best, you should eat too. Qianqian. Gu Wanqing turned her head and cast a deep glance at Lu Lixing. Wang Taizhu and Lu Furring, being men, failed to notice the subtle change in Lu Lixing. The meal was particularly joyous, and after finishing, Wang Taizhu volunteered to wash the dishes, while De Huang joined him in the kitchen. Lu Furring tidied up and left for home, as his residence was quite distant. Lu Lixing sat alone on a stone bench at the edge of the courtyard, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Occasionally, the chirping of insects in the fields broke the serene silence, but his mind was elsewhere. Gu Wanqing sensed a slight improvement in her condition over the past 2 days. She approached Lu Lixing and sat beside him. Instinctively, Lu Lixing stood up and quickly moved a stool for her, saying, "No, the stone is cold. You must sit on the stool." Gu Wanqing looked up at him earnestly. Once he settled back onto the stone bench, she spoke, "Mom and Dad will forgive you." Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback, his eyes darting up to meet hers. Gu Wanqing offered a gentle smile. "During dinner, were you worried that Qianqian would return and tell Mom and Dad? Though I am unaware of what prompted your change. Mom, Dad, and your brothers are all our family. They have treated both you and me well. It's just that if you can make a change, they will surely accept you, and they will be very happy. Lu Lixing, once the babies are stable, let us buy some things and visit Mom and Dad together. What do you think?" Her earnestness stirred something within Lu Lixing. In his memories, Gu Wanqing had always been beautiful, quiet, and resilient in the face of scolding, never complaining about anything. Now, he realized she was profoundly insightful, seeing through everything but still giving him the grace to handle matters on his own, only addressing him when others had left. She had already devised a plan for them to visit their parents together, even if it meant facing reproach from his elder brother or disdain from his younger brother. They would not harm him. All right, Lu Lixing smiled and nodded. "Didn't you say you were going to sell the rabbits tonight?" Gu Wanqing changed the subject. Lu Lixing replied, "I had planned to, but it seems too late now. Let us go tomorrow morning." "That works." Gu Wanqing yawned widely and headed indoors, feeling tired and ready for sleep. "Okay, you rest first." Gu Wanqing glanced back at Lu Lixing, who was still sitting alone at the edge of the courtyard. She sensed his loneliness and felt reluctant to leave him like that. So, as she reached the door, she deliberately turned back to him and asked, "Lu Lixing." "Yes? What is it? Do you think the baby in my belly is a boy or a girl?" Lu Lixing was taken aback by her sudden question. He chuckled. "I would be happy with either a boy or a girl." Gu Wanqing smiled in return. "Yes, me too." "Lu Gu, Lu Gu." Wang Taiju's voice rang out from the kitchen. "I'm done washing up. I'm heading home. You promised to teach me how to cook." As he reached the door, he noticed Lu Lixing and Gu Wanqing seemed to be in conversation, and an awkwardness washed over him for interrupting. Wang Taiju quickly smiled and turned to leave. I'm off. I didn't see anything. Pfft. Gu Wanqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Qianqian, come sleep." "Okay." Lu Qianqian, who had been playing with De Huang, released the dog and joyfully entered the house. Lu Lixing followed suit. After Gu Wanqing's pregnancy, he had taken to sleeping in a separate room while Lu Qianqian shared a room with Gu Wanqing. In the middle of the night, Lu Lixing was suddenly roused by cries. He quickly got up and headed to the main room. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Qianqian was bitten by a mosquito." "Go back to sleep." "Mosquito?" Lu Lixing squinted. In this shabby house, there was nothing but bedding. Mosquitoes were indeed abundant in this weather, and he had forgotten about them. No wonder he had seen Gu Wanqing's arms marked with red welts these past few days. It seemed he needed to procure some supplies soon. At dawn, Lu Lixing rose early, prepared breakfast, and called for Gu Wanqing and Lu Qianqian to wake up. After they finished eating, he took the rabbits and stepped outside. Gu Wanqing, seeing him, couldn't he help but ask, "Didn't you have 4 rabbits? I kept one for myself. These 3 are enough. I'll be back." Lu Lixing left for Huang Chang's small shop. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an information pouch X1. Chapter 20. Trouble is looming for the Huang family. The information pouch has been placed in your backpack. Please check it. Opening it, he read, "Tomorrow at noon, the corpse of Wang Afong, a villager from Lijiakan, will be discovered at the Shuozi Ridge." Wang Afong, isn't that Huang Chang's mother? Lu Lixing's thoughts turned serious. If he remembered correctly, Wang Afong was 55 years old and adored her grandson, Huang Xiaoshi. She shared a similar physique with Huang Chang but was always cheerful and kind. She was about to die? No, it was to be discovered tomorrow, so today, she could still be saved. As luck would have it, he was heading to Huang Chang's small shop. Lu Lixing quickened his pace. At Huang Chang's shop. He had been in high spirits for 2 days, even buying ribs for his family. His wife, Qin Xiuling, was cooking and laughing. "What has got you so cheerful?" "I just made some money. And news came from old Wang in town that we might finalize a deal soon. Once that happens, we'll make a fortune." "Wonderful. I'll buy Xiaoshi a toy later. He has been eyeing that little car at the county supermarket for a while now." "Sure thing." Huang Chang agreed eagerly. "It's all thanks to Lu Lixing. If he acted quickly to seize the opportunity, we wouldn't he have been the first to deliver. Huang Chang felt a deep gratitude for Lu Lixing. Hearing this, Qin Xiuling frowned. Lu Lixing? The one from the Li Mountain family? Lu Lixing lived deep in the mountains, far from the village, known as the Li Mountain family. Yes, that's him. He has always been lazy. How could he be selling mushrooms? You must be mistaken. I remember his brother was quite diligent. No, it's Lu Lixing. His wife is Gu Wanqing. Oh, that's true. Qin Xiuling remained perplexed and cautioned. If it's that guy, be cautious. Don't let him deceive you. He has a history of mischief. Not at all. Lu Lixing is quite decent now, very polite. The rabbit he sold us a few days ago was from him. Really? Qin Xiuling was even more confused. This didn't align with her previous impression of Lu Lixing. She shook her head. Regardless, stay alert. Don't worry. I've been in business for years. Huang Chang nodded. At that moment, Huang Xiaoshi, rubbing his sleepy eyes, stood at the bedroom door and asked in a baby voice, Daddy, are you going to buy me a little car? He seemed to have heard this in his dreams. Yes, if we make money. Yay, Daddy is the second best in the world. Huang Chang chuckled. Then who is the best? Huang Xiaoshi beamed. Of course it's Grandma. She said she'd pick wild fruits for me to eat yesterday. Haha, your grandma is spoiling you. Huang Chang sighed, feeling helpless but also content. With a harmonious family, healthy parents, and an obedient son, this was the life he desired. Wife, I'll head to town in a few days to buy some clothes for you and your parents. I heard they're going on sale soon. All right, at 9 o'clock. Huang Chang hummed a tune as he opened the door to the small shop. Noticing a figure in the distance, he cheerfully approached. Lu Lixing? What brings you here? Oh, did you catch more rabbits? Lu Lixing handed over the rabbits. Yes, just got lucky that I caught 3 more. Do you want them, Boss Huang? Of course. My son loves wild rabbit meat. Other shopkeepers have been asking me about them too. Come, just like before, $15 each. All right. Huang Chang handed Lu Lixing $50. Lu Lixing took out $5 to give back but hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject. It wouldn't be proper to say. Boss Huang, your mother is about to die. Who would believe that? They might even think he was mad. After mulling over it for a moment, Lu Lixing decided to linger for a while to think of a way to approach the topic. What is wrong, Brother Lu? Is there something else? I still need to buy some things. Then come in. I'll give you the cost price, thank you. Boss Huang, no need for thanks. We're brothers. Just bring me good stuff in the future. Definitely. After exchanging pleasantries with Huang Chang, Lu Lixing entered the shop. He first bought some rice, flour, and oil, then kerosene and candles. Finally, his gaze settled on mosquito nets and mosquito repellent. There were too many mosquitoes in the house, and while he didn't have enough money to build a new home, he could at least buy some supplies for the time being. How much for the mosquito net and the repellent? Oh, the mosquito net is $5, the repellent is 1, and I'll throw in a pack of mosquito coils. Huang Chang was very generous. Seeing his cheerful demeanor, Lu Lixing couldn't help but feel that such a kind person shouldn't be made to suffer due to an unforeseen event. All right, then please give me a white one with lace. Wanqing would like that. Sure. Huang Chang prepared the mosquito net for him. When Qin Xiuling emerged, she was surprised to see this scene. So it really is Lu Lixing. Are you here to sell rabbits again? Yes, sister-in-law. The greeting took Qin Xiuling aback. When had this kid learned to be so polite? He used to whistle at village women. Now he was buying a mosquito net for his wife? How rare. Not bothering to respond to Qin Xiuling's sarcasm, Lu Lixing remained silent. He knew he had been quite a troublemaker in the past. Yes, there are too many mosquitoes at home. You must treat Wanqing well. She is a young girl who left her home to marry here. I heard she is pregnant now, which is not easy for a woman. If she is not cared for properly, it could lead to health issues. You understand? Qin Xiuling couldn't help but lecture him. Huang Chang sensed something off in her tone and quickly interjected. What are you rambling about? Brother Lu can handle things. Qin Xiuling retorted angrily. What's wrong with me saying this? I'm speaking from experience. My back issues are from when I gave birth to Xiaoshi. You know Lu Lixing's character. She halted mid-sentence, not wanting to speak ill of him in front of the person. However, in her heart, she felt that a person couldn't change so dramatically in such a short time. She felt pity for Gu Wanqing. It's all right, Boss Huang. Sister-in-law is right. I will treat Wanqing well. Don't mind your sister-in-law's words. Here, it's all packed, thanks. Lu Lixing took the mosquito net, pondered for a moment and asked, Boss Huang, how is your mom lately? Are you talking about my mother? She is well. She has been going up the mountain every day to pick wild fruits for the kids. That is good. But Boss Huang, I I remember Shuozi Ridge is quite close to your home. I wandered around there yesterday and thought it seemed a bit dangerous now. Maybe you should ask your mom to avoid going to Shuozi Ridge for a couple of days. Cutting off the source should prevent any issues. Shuozi Ridge? What is wrong there? Nothing. It's just that it has been raining a lot, making the mountain paths difficult to navigate. I'm just worried about any accidents. Huang Chang narrowed his eyes. He didn't like how that sounded. Before he could respond, Qin Xiuling snapped, "What are you saying? Lu Lixing? Are you cursing my mother-in-law? We often go to Shuozi Ridge. How come we've never had an accident? Old Huang, I told you. This Lu Lixing has bad intentions. He is not as good as you think. Does he really believe that doing a couple of good deeds will change who he is?" Qin Xiuling was practically ready to kick Lu Lixing out. Huang Chang felt conflicted. "Brother Lu, don't worry. My mom knows that area well, and she might not even go to Shuozi Ridge today. Thanks for the reminder. It's still better to ask. Lu Lixing didn't want to say too much. He figured it was enough to give a warning. If necessary, he could check it out himself. I'll be heading back now, Boss Huang. All right, I want to see you off. Huang Chang felt uneasy after Lu Lixing's words. Once Lu Lixing left, Qin Xiuling began to scold. See? I told you. This kid is just pretending. He definitely has ulterior motives. How could he wish harm on my mother-in-law when she is doing fine? Stay clear of him. Don't do business with him again. All right, I understand. Huang Chang sat down, his expression darkening. After leaving, Lu Lixing turned back to the clinic to buy the remaining medicine in the clinic of Lijiakan. Dr. Zhang Chunlei, wearing glasses, was reviewing medical records. Yu Wanqing's medicine is almost finished. Why hasn't that kid come to buy it yet? Sighing, he thought about sending some over. Twins are tough. Just as he was about to get up, his elder brother Zhang Chuanxiang walked in. Chunlei, is the medicine ready? Yep, here you go. Zhang Chuanxiang took the medicine and glanced at the prescription. What is this? Lu Lixing. He actually has money to buy medicine? What is wrong? Zhang Chuanxiang scoffed. A few days ago, he stole the new bicycle I bought for Wenfeng and crashed it into a bus. It's all wrecked. Zhang Wenfeng, also known as Zhang Ergu, was the son of Zhang Chuanxiang and the nephew of Zhang Chunlei. Zhang Chunlei stood up in shock. What? That happened? Yeah, that old bicycle cost me over $100. Wenfeng had wanted it for a long time. I was thinking of getting him a wife soon, and now it's all gone. Didn't he offer to pay? He did, but he just wrote an IOU for Wenfeng. With Lu Lixing's character, do you really think he'll pay? I don't believe it. I've been planning to go to his house to collect the debt once I finish my work. Chunlei, if you see him coming back to buy medicine, just take his money and give it to me. Chapter 21. Buying flower water, a gift for my wife. All right, Zhang Chunlei nodded. However, he still felt somewhat puzzled. Sigh, big brother, what is Lu Lixing doing crashing into a bus? Who knows? Wenfeng says it's to save someone, but I suspect otherwise. That guy is so slick-tongued. He probably just wants to stir up trouble, and it's a case of mistaken intentions. Oh, Zhang Chunlei fell into deep thought. On that rainy morning, the minibus indeed did not set off. Many people came to the clinic to get medicine, claiming they were frightened. Could it truly be a case of mistaken intentions? I understand now. You take the medicine back first. I'll talk to him when I see him. Fine, but don't forget, if I catch that brat with money and he still doesn't pay up, I'll have to give him a beating. Zhang Chuanxiang stormed off angrily. After sitting down, Zhang Chunlei recalled how Lu Lixing had come to buy medicine a few days ago. He seemed quite polite then, not at all like someone who would default on payments. Perhaps it was because Gu Wanqing was pregnant. When Lu Lixing entered with a large bundle of items, he found Zhang Chunlei lost in thought. Dr. Zhang? Oh, Lu Lixing. Zhang Chunlei snapped back to reality. What is this? I bought some things. There is nothing to eat at home, and there are too many mosquitoes. Wanqing's health isn't good, so I need to take care of her. Yes, you must take good care of her. It's challenging to carry this pregnancy to term. Sigh, I wish we could go to the county town for a checkup. With a heart of compassion, Zhang Chunlei reminded Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing understood that in their small village, having twins was indeed quite difficult. Don't worry, Dr. Zhang, once the road is open, I'll take her for a checkup. All right, Zhang Chunlei nodded. Remembering Zhang Chuanxiang's words, he fell silent for a moment, but the thought lingered on his lips, unspoken. Gu Wanqing's current condition was indeed a time for expenditure. For the Lu family, that little amount of money was exceedingly burdensome. He couldn't bear it. Are you here to pick up medicine? You finished the previous batch, right? I've prepared it for you. Take good care of Wanqing. If you don't have money, you can. Zhang Chunlei's words trailed off when Lu Lixing interjected. I have money, Dr. Zhang, thank you. By the way, Does Wang still owe anything from before? I'll pay it all. He had just spent 15 yuan at Huang Chang's place and had 30 yuan left. Recently, he planned to settle all the debts owed around the village. You have money? Zhang Chunlei was utterly astonished. This was the first time he had ever heard Lu Lixing claim to have money. It was simply incredible. Yes, I caught a few rabbits and sold them. The remaining money is sufficient, Dr. Zhang. Please check the account. If it's insufficient, I'll pay part of it first and return with the rest in a few days. Oh, all right. Zhang Chunlei took out his glasses and opened the ledger. As he scanned through it, he sighed. I never expected you've started earning money. Huh? It's not easy. Indeed. Having a child changes a person. Lu Lixing, young man, you should work hard. Once the child is born, your family can live well together. Don't cause trouble anymore. I understand. Lu Lixing nodded. Zhang Chunlei calculated with an abacus and finally said, You still owe me 5 yuan and 80 cents from when you caught a cold. Wang came to borrow it. All right, then adding the 10 yuan for this medicine, it comes to 15 yuan and 80 cents. Here you go. Lu Lixing counted the money in his hand and handed it to Zhang Chunlei. All right, after receiving the money, Zhang Chunlei felt an immense sense of relief. Sigh, I never thought that our village's biggest troublemaker would actually start to act responsibly. It's about time. Here, take this medicine. Once you've finished it, come back for more. Okay. The moment Lu Lixing took the medicine, he noticed a few familiar words in the ledger. Lu Liwei. Owes 6 yuan and 70 cents. Wait, Lu Liwei? What happened to my brother? Oh, it's nothing serious. It's just that your sister-in-law isn't feeling well and came to get medicine. Oh, then I'll pay that back too. Can you check if anyone else in my family owes anything? Zhang Chunlei was astonished. But I heard your family has split, so you don't need to cover this. Yes, fine. They've suffered so much for me. This little amount of money is nothing. In the future, he intended to work hard to earn a fortune, to lead them out of this small mountain village and live a good life, a harmonious family. This was Lu Lixing's goal in this life. Zhang Chunlei couldn't believe such words came from Lu Lixing. He remembered how in the past, when Lu Lixing came to borrow money, it was either under Gu Wang's name or his parents'. All right, let me check for you. After searching for a while, Zhang Chunlei said, That's it. Your family owes nothing more. It was your elder brother who mentioned he was tight on money these days. Okay, Lu Lixing counted the money again and handed it to Zhang Chunlei. He still had 7 yuan and 40 cents left. After considering, Lu Lixing simply handed all 7 yuan and 40 cents to Zhang Chunlei. Dr. Zhang, keep this money here. If my brother comes back for medicine, deduct it from this amount. Don't take his money. If it's not enough later, I'll make up for it. That's fine. Zhang Chunlei felt that today's Lu Lixing was truly different. Lines appeared on his smiling face. Your brother and parents would surely be very happy to know you're doing this. Lu Lixing replied, Dr. Zhang, please don't tell them yet. I'm afraid they think my money is ill-gotten and refuse to accept it. I'll visit them personally to explain later. After all, he had disappointed his family too much in the past. Now, his elder brother wouldn't believe he had earned money. He would only think he was up to some trick again. All right. Zhang Chunlei agreed with a sense of gratitude. Before leaving, Lu Lixing added, By the way, Dr. Zhang, if you see Guzi in the next few days, tell him I'll return his money on time. Or I can directly buy him a bicycle. Then I can teach him how to ride. Zhang Chunlei was surprised that Lu Lixing even mentioned this matter voluntarily. He paused for a moment before smiling. All right. I thought you had forgotten. Guzi's father came to see me today. Why didn't you ask me? Lu Lixing inquired curiously. Zhang Chunlei sighed. Sigh. I saw that Wangqing was struggling, needing money because she is pregnant. However, since you know to work hard now, there's nothing to fear. I'll go talk to Guzi's father. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Upon exiting, Lu Lixing returned home with a large bundle of goods. His money was almost spent, and he hadn't heard back from Boss Wang. He needed to think of other ways. But now, the priority was to see if Huang Chang's mother had been injured at Sholi Ridge. At 55 years old, in this labor-intensive mountain village, she was considered quite old. If she went unnoticed in the mountains, she could truly die there. At home, Gu Wangqing was resting under a tree. Her mood had improved significantly these days, and she felt less fatigued. Although she occasionally felt drowsy, Lu Qianqian played with mud nearby. Da Huang was by her side, already covered in mud from her antics. While playing, she heard a sudden sound behind her. Lu Qianqian raised her hand and quickly approached Gu Wangqing. Sister-in-law, is it mosquitoes again? Look at your legs, they're all injured. What should we do? Gu Wangqing glanced down at the scratches on her legs and replied. It's fine, as long as they don't bite the babies. Qianqian, You also need to be careful. Don't scratch them, or they'll leave scars. I know, sister-in-law, but I heard that flower water can repel mosquitoes. It doesn't matter if I get bitten, but I don't want you to be bitten. Lu Qianqian sniffled, on the verge of crying. Ji Yuanqing smiled and pulled her close. You're already so grown up. Why are you crying? Sister-in-law is fine. When I have money, I'll buy you flower water. She still felt somewhat uneasy about the money Lu Lixing had given her, planning to save it for emergencies. Once she felt better in a few days, she would earn money to buy things. Okay. Lu Qianqian finally smiled through her tears. When Lu Lixing returned, he happened to overhear their conversation. He chuckled. No need to buy it. Wangqing, I already bought it. Huh? You bought it? Gu Wangqing looked at him. Lu Qianqian excitedly ran towards him. Second brother, you're back, wow. You bought so many things. Da Huang also wagged its tail. Woof, woof. Seeing them covered in mud, Lu Lixing quickly stepped back. Qianqian, take Da Huang and wash up first. Okay. Lu Qianqian happily led Da Huang to the riverbank. Ji Yuanqing noticed the large bundles in Lu Lixing's hands. What did you buy? Lu Lixing began pulling items from the bags. Mosquito nets, mosquito coils, meat, rice, flour, some spices, ribs, and your medicine dado, and flower water. Smell it? Isn't it fragrant? He presented the flower water as if it were a treasure. In Lu family village, which was quite remote, there were no perfumes sold in this era. Flower water was already the favorite fragrance among young ladies. Lu Lixing secretly vowed that when he went to the city in the future, he would definitely buy Gu Wangqing some high-end perfume. Ji Yuanqing took the flower water, and its unique scent immediately filled her nostrils. It was delightful. However, upon seeing how many items Lu Lixing had purchased, she frowned. You can't have spent all the money from selling the rabbits, right? Ribs, meat, and mosquito nets aren't cheap. Plus, the medicine costs 10 yuan. Together with the flower water, I can't imagine how you've spent so extravagantly. How will we manage in the future? Is the gradually improving Lu Lixing I've seen these past few days merely an illusion? Chapter 22. Such days, she never wants to experience again. Gu Wangqing quickly covered her belly, recalling how Lu Lixing used to spend money without a care. That it frightened her. She never wanted to live like that again. Lu Lixing. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Lu Lixing felt a pang of heartache. It was no wonder. His past self had caused too much distress. Trust must be earned over time. Given the current circumstances, he felt content. Lu Lixing approached, lifting his hand to gently wipe away the tear that was about to fall from Gu Wangqing's eye. Don't cry. I can earn more money, but you and Qianqian can't wait. Don't think that 45 yuan is too much. I can earn 450, 4,500, or even 45,000 Wangqing. I won't let you live like before. Ji Yuanqing looked up at the man before her, momentarily stunned. In truth, Lu Lixing was quite handsome. However, the Lu Lixing of the past had never expressed such deep feelings, let alone wiped her tears. The coolness of his palm against her eye gradually melted her heart. For some reason, she found herself somewhat believing his words, don't say silly things. How can one earn so much money? Lu Lixing laughed at her. Of course, not only can I earn money, but we can also live in a big house with a huge dressing room just for you. Behind the house, we'll build a large playground for our baby to play in. Wangqing, remember what I said today. It will definitely come true. These were all Lu Lixing's aspirations from his previous life. He had worked hard to achieve them, but they were all in vain because they were not by his side. In this life, Lu Lixing would never allow such tragedies to repeat. Ji Yuanqing had yet to experience the splendor of the future, having never witnessed its grandeur. He would strive to show her the beauty that lay ahead. Gu Wangqing chuckled at his words. She wiped her tears. You really have an imagination. Such a life might be a kingdom from a dream, right? Only by daring to dream can one realize it. If you don't even dare to dream, everything will remain a fantasy. Gu Wangqing silently lowered her head. The current Lu Lixing was simply too different. She could barely comprehend his words. Yet, she felt such joy. Every single word filled her with happiness. These past few days must be the happiest days since she married into the family. Ji Yuanqing lowered her gaze to the flower water in her hand. The fragrance had become quite intense now. She held it up to her nose and smiled brightly. It smells good, yes, as long as it smells good. Look at the injuries on your body. Don't be frugal. Use more so that the mosquitoes won't dare to come near. Ji Yuanqing's face flushed. In truth, she couldn't bear to use it. Such a large bottle must be quite expensive, right? She wanted to save it for a few more years. Liu Lixing noticed her thoughts at a glance. He laughed. How about I help you apply it? Huh. Gu Wangqing was momentarily stunned. What? Did she hear that correctly? Liu Lixing wanted to apply flower water for her? Before she could process it, Liu Lixing had already snatched the flower water from her hands. He pulled up a stool and gestured for Gu Wangqing. Come. Sit down. But it's broad daylight. In this era, women's thoughts remained quite conservative. For instance, Gu Wangqing always wore her clothes below the knee, even in the heat. Although they were often patched up, she insisted on looking neat. Her long hair was always braided. Although they had been intimate before, it was still daytime, and she felt somewhat awkward being too close to him. Liu Lixing chuckled. Haha. What are you afraid of? You're my wife. Gu Wangqing was so nervous she didn't know what to say. But Liu Lixing didn't give her a chance to think. He directly pressed her down onto the stool. Don't move. He crouched down and grasped her calf. Gu Wangqing had no choice but to remain still. She bit her lip, her face turning a deep shade of red. What if someone saw them? Liu Lixing didn't care about such things. Gu Wangqing's calves were slender. In a future big city, they would rival even those of the stars. He truly couldn't comprehend why he had once treated her poorly. Now, due to the mosquito bites, her calves bore red marks. The moment Liu Lixing's hand touched her skin, Gu Wangqing inhaled sharply. Hiss, what's wrong? Is it itchy? Gu Wangqing nodded, her face flushed. The bites were indeed very itchy, but she was afraid of scarring and didn't dare to scratch. With Liu Lixing's touch, the itchiness became unbearable. Applying the flower water would alleviate. Liu Lixing opened the flower water bottle and poured some into his palm. Seeing him pour so much, Gu Wangqing grew anxious. You should use less. It must be expensive. Don't waste money. Liu Lixing looked up at her. This girl truly was thrifty. It's fine. If it runs out, I'll just buy more. I'll earn it back. He had known all along that she wouldn't want to use it, which was why he insisted on applying it for her. Liu Lixing's hands were large, still rough from being a rural boy without any grooming. However, when they touched her leg, they were surprisingly gentle. In an instant, a cool sensation spread from her calf. Gu Wangqing suddenly felt the itchiness dissipate. She lowered her head, gazing earnestly at Liu Lixing. If they could remain like this forever, how wonderful it would be. Lu Gu, today we. Wang Taiju's voice approached from afar. He jumped over the steps into the courtyard and was instantly stunned upon seeing Liu Lixing and Gu Wangqing. The words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. Hee, I didn't see anything. Lu Gu, you continue. As he turned away, Wang Taiju kept murmuring. These two really are in broad daylight. Sigh. Wang Taiju pondered that perhaps he should also find a partner. They looked so happy. Gu Wangqing was startled by Wang Taiju's sudden appearance. She instinctively attempted to retract her leg, only to be restrained by Liu Lixing. Don't move, there's just one last spot. However, Taiju, forget about him. Perhaps by now he's gone completely mad with envy. After all, in her previous life, whenever she ventured out alone and witnessed couples together, Liu Lixing had been equally envious. Wang Taiju murmured for a moment before noticing Liu Qianqian and De Huang bouncing back. Just as they were about to disrupt Liu Lixing, he quickly grabbed Liu Qianqian. Qianqian, don't go over there just yet. What's wrong, Uncle Wang? I want to apply some floral lotion. My second brother bought some. Wang Taiju scratched his head, unsure how to explain. After all, Qianqian was still just a child. In any case, they should wait. Huh? Liu Qianqian stretched her head to look into the courtyard. Gu Wangqing was nearly in a panic. Qianqian's back. Hurry up. Chapter 23. To Shuzi Ridge. Save the person she couldn't lead the children astray. Liu Lixing chuckled. All right. Finally feeling a sense of relief, Gu Wangqing exhaled deeply. Noticing Liu Lixing's gaze fixed on her, her cheeks flushed even more as she recalled the earlier scene. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. I'll go apply the floral lotion for Qianqian. You continue with your work. With that, she snatched the bottle of lotion and hurried over. Qianqian. Sighing, Liu Qianqian finally broke free from Wang Taiju's hold and rushed forward. Liu Lixing watched as the large and small figures entered the house. De Huang had intended to follow, but was called back. De Huang, wait a moment. You'll come with me into the mountains shortly. Upon hearing about going into the mountains, De Huang immediately perked up. The dog loved to venture into the hills. Liu Lixing then turned to Wang Taiju. Taiju, what brings you here? Wang Taiju scratched his head and finally recalled his purpose. Right? I came to ask if you're going to the mountains today. My mother asked me to see if there are more wild goods since we brought back so much yesterday. Yes, I'm going, but I might head deeper into the mountains. Deeper? Where to? Shuzi Ridge. Huh. Shuzi Ridge is quite dangerous. What are you going there for? Naturally, Lu Lixing wouldn't divulge that he was going to save someone. He concocted an excuse. I want to see if there's anything profitable. And besides, I need to chop some sturdy bamboo. I've bought a mosquito net and need to set it up. Oh, all right, then I'll go with you. Wang Taizhu immediately offered. I have nothing to do, so checking it out sounds good. Lu Lixing didn't refuse. After all, saving a life was something he might not manage alone. Wang Afong was still somewhat heavy, and Shuzi Ridge was far. Then wait for me to grab a basket and an axe. Wang Taizhu quickly dashed away. Lu Lixing returned to the house to brief Gu Wanqing. He also grabbed an axe and a basket, called to Huang, and set off together at Huang Chang's small shop. During lunchtime, Qin Xiuling was stewing rabbit for Huang Xiaoshi. The kitchen was out of salt. Qin Xiuling stood at the doorway, shouting outside, Old Huang, bring me a packet of salt. After shouting for a while, there was no response from Huang Chang. Qin Xiuling frowned, angrily stepping out of the kitchen. Huang Chang, what are you doing? At that moment, Huang Chang was sitting at the shop's entrance, gloomily smoking. Hearing Qin Xiuling's voice, he panicked. Oh, I'm here. What's wrong, dear? Qin Xiuling yelled. What are you doing? Are you deaf and can't hear me? Thinking about which woman? Huang Chang quickly smiled. No, I just felt a bit uneasy. His wife, though fierce, was kind-hearted, and he always yielded to her. What unease? You've lost your mind. I was just pondering what Lu Lixing said this morning. The more I think about it, the stranger it seems. Why did he suddenly remind me of this? Moreover, after he spoke, I felt uneasy. You know, our mother. Bah! Do you even believe Lu Lixing's words? He might be waiting to trick you. Huang Chang, have you been kicked by a donkey? Hurry and bring me some salt. Qin Xiuling was fuming. Huang Chang hastily handed her a packet of salt. Here it is. Don't be angry, dear. I don't believe him, so that's fine. Qin Xiuling grabbed the salt bag, noticing Huang Chang's pale face. She then said fiercely, All right, after dinner, I'll watch the shop. You go back home for a visit. All right, thank you, dear. Huang Chang knew his wife's heart was soft. During dinner, Huang Chang was somewhat distracted. He patted his chest. I've never felt this way before. It's strange. Stop being superstitious. Hurry up and finish eating. Huang Chang nodded. After finishing his meal, he tossed the dishes aside and hurried back home. The year he married, he built a house in the village. His family home was deep in the mountains. His parents had grown accustomed to living there and refused to come stay with them, so they remained in the mountains. They would return to visit once a week. Today was Wednesday. It was still not time. However, Huang Chang couldn't care less. Along the way, he walked briskly, still musing to himself that once he had more money, he would definitely buy that fixed telephone that Wang Boss mentioned. It was said that one could communicate with others from thousands of miles away without being present. Half an hour later, Huang Chang arrived home. His father, Huang Gue, was sitting at the door with a smoking pipe. Seeing Huang Chang, he smiled. Xiaoqiang, why are you back? Where's Xiaoshi? Not seeing Huang Xiaoshi, Huang Gui's expression turned sour. I came in a hurry and didn't bring him back. Huang Chang rushed into the kitchen, pouring himself a large glass of water. Huang Gue tapped the pipe on the stone bench, visibly displeased. Why did you come back if Xiaoshi isn't here? Your mother picked a lot of wild fruits for him that are almost going bad. Huang Chang calmed down and asked, By the way, where's my mom? Huang Gue shot him a glare. She went into the mountains to find something for Xiaoshi to eat. Huang Chang inquired, Which mountain? Huang Gue replied, Which other mountain could it be? Any of the mountains around here. Huang Chang furrowed his brows. Dad, don't you know exactly where she went? How long has she been out? Huang Gue thought for a moment. She left in the morning. It's probably been half a day. Didn't she come back for lunch? No, your mother often doesn't come back for lunch when she goes into the mountains. What's wrong with you? Huang Chang's mind echoed Lu Lixing's words. He cautiously asked, Mom wouldn't have gone to Shuzi Ridge, would she? Shuzi Ridge, that's possible. Your mom was just talking about how the wild fruits there should be ripe. Upon hearing this, Huang Chang could no longer concern himself with anything else and turned to run into the mountains. Huang Gue curiously asked, Where are you going? Already far away, Huang Chang shouted, I'm going to Shuzi Ridge to find my mom. An intense sense of unease filled him. Whether there was trouble or not, Huang Chang felt he should go take a look. At this very moment, Lu Lixing, Wang Taizhu, and De Huang, 2 men and a dog, were also heading towards Shuzi Ridge. Liu Lixing was walking briskly, while Wang Taizhu was panting heavily behind him. He stopped to catch his breath. Lu Gu, slow down a bit. Wait for me. Why are you running so fast? When did you become this fit? Liu Lixing dared not slow down. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Just exercise more and you should too. I'll go on ahead. You rest up and catch up with me. Without pausing, Liu Lixing continued on. Hey, Lu Gu. Wang Taizhu, feeling helpless, could only quicken his pace to keep up. Chapter 24. What Liu Lixing said became true. Shuzi Ridge is situated deep within the mountains. The trees there are immense, and sunlight cannot penetrate through the leaves, rendering the forest quite dark. Yet, such places are perfect for the growth of wild fruits, as they remain undisturbed, and the droppings of wild animals provide ample nutrients. Wang Aifang adored visiting Shuzi Ridge, for it was where her beloved Xiaoshi could find wild walnuts and kiwis, with the occasional autumn pear. Today, she was drawn here by the allure of wild kiwis. A month ago, while gathering firewood, Wang Aifang had spotted a kiwi vine growing on a cliff. The cliff wasn't high, perhaps 2 to 3 meters. The kiwis grew in the crevices of the rocks, with sturdy vines laden with fruit. However, at that time, the kiwis were still unripe. But now, it was different. Late August marked the peak of wild kiwi season. These wild kiwis were slightly smaller than eggs and paled in comparison to cultivated kiwis. Yet they were incredibly sweet. Wang Aifang arrived early in the morning, basket in hand, and upon seeing the kiwis were indeed ripe, she swiftly climbed to the side and began to pick them. Xiaoshi would surely have a feast. If there were leftovers, they could even make fruit wine, which his father would certainly enjoy. Wang Aifang was elated with her haul today, blissfully unaware that danger was imminent. As her basket neared fullness, the kiwis within her reach were all picked. Wang Aifang decided to take a risk and reach further. It had rained just a few days prior, and in such shaded areas, the ground was exceedingly damp. The large rocks were covered in moss. Carefully stepping on the moss, she stretched out her hand, straining to grasp the kiwis that were just out of reach. But in the next moment, her foot slipped. Wang Aifang's expression changed drastically. Ah! She let out a cry, unable to maintain her balance. Sliding down the 3-meter-high rock slab, she found herself unable to move her legs. Despite her best efforts, she couldn't budge an inch. Hello, is anyone there? Help! Wang Aifang called out towards the direction of Shuzigu. Yet, today, there was no one in Shuzi Ridge. After shouting for a full half an hour, she still received no response. Despairing, Wang Aifang lay on the ground and, with the last of her strength, gathered the scattered kiwis back into her basket. These were for Xiaoshi. Uncertain of how long she lay there, the dampness beneath her and the pain coursing through her body made Wang Aifang feel dizzy. Struggling to grasp a nearby stick, she tapped it against the stone beside her, making a final desperate effort. Yet, her consciousness began to fade. Just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness, Wang Aifang suddenly heard a familiar voice. Mom, where are you? Huang Chang had already been wandering around Shuzi Ridge for half an hour. Yet, the expanse of Shuzi Ridge was vast, and he couldn't find anyone. Observing the damp and dark surroundings, he felt a twinge of fear. However, he quickly slapped himself to dispel such thoughts. What was he thinking? Not finding his mother didn't necessarily mean she was absent. When did he become so superstitious? Do you believe what Liu Lixing said? After grumbling for a while, Huang Chang gritted his teeth, preparing to leave. But just then, he heard a sound nearby, like something striking against the stone slab. Huang Chang's heart raced, and he hurriedly looked in that direction. The surroundings fell silent, save for a faint voice. Changzi, is that you? Cough, cough. Mom? Huang Chang rushed towards the source of the voice. Parting the bushes, he saw Wang Aifang lying on the ground. Huang Chang panicked. Mom, is that really you? Mom, what happened? Don't scare me, Mom. He quickly helped Wang Aifang sit up. Her clothes were already half soaked, and her hair was covered in mud. Upon seeing Huang Chang, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Smiling, she pointed to the basket beside her. For Xiaoshi. What's the time for thinking about that? Mom, don't move. I'm taking you to the hospital right now. Mom, wait. Huang Chang attempted to lift Wang Aifang onto his back, but for some reason, he felt a sense of unease. However, he was quite large, and Wang Aifang was not slender either. In his anxiety, he tried several times but failed. Don't rush. Wang Aifang softly reassured him. Mom's tired. Mom wants to sleep, just for a little while. Hearing this, Huang Chang broke into a cold sweat. Mom, please don't sleep. Do you remember how Grandma passed away? She just wanted to sleep and never woke up again. Mom, Mom. A hollow feeling enveloped Huang Chang's heart as he desperately called out to Wang Yifang. Yet, she merely closed her eyes. Mom. The 200 pounds of Huang Chang now sat exhausted on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Please, Mom. It's all my fault. I should have come back to stop you this morning. Mom, Xiaoshi is still waiting for you to return. Please don't sleep. After calling out for a while, Huang Chang realized Wang Yifang was unresponsive. In a panic, he stood up, repeatedly telling himself to stay calm. Finally, a figure emerged in his mind. Lu Lixing? He said he often came to Shuzi Ridge and realized it wasn't safe here. Perhaps he was in Shuzi Ridge right now, in a near-desperate state. Huang Chang shouted into Shuzi Ridge. Lu Lixing, are you there? Help! Is there anyone who can come and help? No one responded, and Huang Chang, feeling defeated, sat back down on the ground. Just then, he heard a dog barking nearby. Woof! Wang Taizhu felt like he was about to lose his mind. Lu Lixing was running incredibly fast, and De Huang was sprinting ahead. He didn't dare to say much until he heard a fierce bark from De Huang. Only then did Wang Taizhu finally breathe a sigh of relief. What happened? What is so interesting over there? Suddenly, he let out a startled exclamation, his voice trembling. Boss Huang, what happened to you? Why is there someone lying here? Lu Gu. Huang Chang rushed to Lu Lixing's side, grabbing his hand and nearly kneeling down. Brother Lu, you're really here. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that this morning. I shouldn't have doubted you. It was my fault. Brother Lu, please help me, save my mom. She fell and fainted. What should we do? What should we do now? Chapter 25. Help! Lu Lixing struck someone. Seeing Huang Chang, usually a cheerful giant, on the verge of tears, Lu Lixing quickly approached to comfort him. Boss Huang, don't panic. What we need to do now is get Annie to the clinic and have Dr. Zhang take a look. Yes, to the clinic? To the clinic. Huang Chang forcefully slapped his head to clear his mind. Now, Taizhu, and you, Boss Huang, will take turns carrying Annie down the mountain. Boss Huang, you take a moment to collect yourself. I'll go first. After Lu Lixing finished speaking, he turned to the bewildered Wang Taizhu. Taizhu, help me lift Annie up. The conditions in the mountains were rudimentary, and there was no ambulance. This was their best option. All right. Wang Taizhu didn't stop to ponder why they had come to chop bamboo but were now saving someone. He quickly stepped in to assist. Huang Chang trembled, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Brother Lu, thank you. Wang Yifang was quite heavy. Carrying her was somewhat strenuous for Lu Lixing, but now was not the time to concern themselves with that. Seeing his owner struggling, De Huang took the lead, clearing the path ahead. Huang Chang lagged behind, watching Lu Lixing's back, and suddenly recalled Wang Chang's words. This young man would never be confined to this deep mountain forest for life. He was someone worth forming a deep bond with. Huang Chang silently vowed that if Lu Lixing ever needed help in the future, he would give his all. After a while, Lu Lixing switched to Wang Taizhu's back, and finally to Huang Chang's. As they neared the foot of the mountain, Lu Lixing glanced at the level path. Taizhu, help Boss Huang. I'll go find a cart. The cart is constructed from wooden planks and features 2 wheels. It is utilized by households to transport grain and can also accommodate 2 individuals, relying solely on human strength. However, it is significantly easier than carrying a person on one's back. The path ahead has become somewhat easier, making the cart more convenient to use. All right, Lu Gu, take it slow. Wait, Lu Lixing, hold on. Huang Chang wished to intervene, but it was too late. Lu Lixing, accompanied by De Huang, had already dashed off. Wang Taizhu, curious, inquired, what happened? Huang Chang sighed. The closest place from here is my hometown. My father has never liked Lu Lixing and often tells us to avoid mingling with people like him. If he goes, will he be able to borrow the cart? Wang Taizhu also found himself in a dilemma. Huang Gue had already smoked his 3rd cigarette in the courtyard, yet neither Wang Yifang nor Huang Chang had returned. Anxiously, Huang Gue paced back and forth. What on earth are they up to? Determined, he changed his shoes and prepared to head into the mountains. Just then, he spotted a large yellow dog rushing towards him, accompanied by an infuriating voice. Uncle Huang, can I borrow the cart? The Huang family's cart was right there in the courtyard, and Lu Lixing headed straight for it. Huang Gue furrowed his brow. Lu Lixing, what are you doing here, you little rascal? Are you trying to steal my cart? Let me tell you, don't think that just because I'm older, I'm afraid of you. Put it down, or I'll report you to your father. in Huang Gui's eyes. Among all the youths from Lu's village, he despised Lu Lixing the most. This brat had often sneaked into his fields to steal sweet potatoes and was notorious for his pranks, making their lives miserable. "No, Uncle Huang, I'm here to save someone." "Bah, do you think I'll believe you? You come with me to find your father. I want him to give me an explanation." As he spoke, Huang Gui moved to grab Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing, in a panic, exclaimed, "Aunt Wang fell and got hurt. Boss Huang is in the mountains." "You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you curse my wife? Do you think I can't tell when you're lying? Get lost." Huang Chang believed not a word of Lu Lixing's claims. In the past, Lu Lixing had told countless lies. Sighing, Lu Lixing realized it was futile to reason with him now. Narrowing his eyes, he called out, "De Huang Woof." De Huang barked loudly and leapt towards Huang Gui. "Don't hurt him," Lu Lixing commanded De Huang, pushing the cart and sprinting into the mountains. Though De Huang was thin, his presence was formidable. Upon seeing the dog approach, Huang Gui stumbled back and fell to the ground. "You, don't come near. Lu Lixing, stop. Help, help. Lu Lixing is hitting me." Huang Gui wailed, but Lu Lixing paid him no mind, swiftly dragging the cart out of Huang Gui's sight. Once De Huang saw his master running ahead, he released Huang Gui and chased after Lu Lixing. Huang Gui shakily stood up. You rascal, stop right there." He grabbed a branch to use as a walking stick and pursued Lu Lixing. Although he was tempted to report him, the cart was crucial for them. It was a valuable household item that could not simply be taken away by Lu Lixing. Huang Chang was nearing exhaustion, gritting his teeth as he pressed on. Wang Taizhu, feeling guilty, suggested, "Boss Huang, let me take over." "No worries, I can manage. Taizhu, go check on Lu Lixing. It doesn't matter if he can't borrow it. I'm just worried he might get beaten." To him, Lu Lixing was now a benefactor. "But Lu Gu asked me to help you. I believe Lu Gu can handle it." After spending a few days with Lu Lixing, Wang Taizhu had become a fervent admirer. In his eyes, Lu Lixing was capable of anything. Sighing again, Huang Chang felt his legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, he heard the sound of cart wheels rolling. Huang Chang paused, instantly invigorated. Wang Taizhu joyfully shouted, "Look, Lu Gu is coming." Lu Lixing was indeed sprinting towards them, pulling the cart, with De Huang trailing behind. He really borrowed it. Indeed, my Lu Gu is quite impressive. Wang Taizhu couldn't help but praise him. Lu Lixing soon arrived in front of the two, halting the cart. "Come, let us get Annie on." As Huang Chang complied, he scrutinized. Is this really our cart?" "Yes." Huang Chang, astonished, looked at Lu Lixing. "Is my dad not home?" "He is." "Then how did you convince him to lend you the cart?" Huang Chang knew the cart was a treasure to Huang Gui, who would never let Lu Lixing touch it. Lu Lixing hesitated. "Boss Huang, I'm sorry, but you might need to explain it to your father later." "Huh? Furthermore, I hope you can forgive De Huang." "Huh?" Huang Chang wanted to say more, but Wang Taizhu interjected. "Boss Huang, let's put this aside for now and save the person. Lu Gu, should I pull for a bit?" "No need, I still have strength. You and Boss Huang can push from behind." "All right then." The three of them worked together, significantly increasing their speed. Huang Chang looked at his mother, Wang Afong, who was unconscious, quickly forgetting his earlier concerns. "Mom, please, don't let anything happen to you. I'm taking you to see Dr. Zhang." After 5 minutes, Huang Gui, panting and resting by the roadside, finally spotted Lu Lixing. He immediately felt a surge of energy. "You little brat, let us see if I don't drag you to meet your parents and then to the police station." Huang Gui straightened up and approached Lu Lixing. However, after a couple of steps, he sensed something was amiss. What is going on? What is Lu Lixing pulling? Why is he exerting so much effort? There are two people behind. Huang Gui, now older, stepped forward and finally saw Xiangzi. Realizing it was his son, Huang Gui's heart trembled. Could what Lu Lixing said be true? No, impossible. This brat had always been a liar, a trickster. He must have used some deceitful method to fool Huang Chang. Huang Gui frowned. "Xiangzi, you scoundrel, what are you doing? Why are you associating with Lu Lixing? How have I raised you? What have you stolen? Get over here." Chapter 26. Sister-in-law, are you missing brother again? Huang Chang was momentarily taken aback. Spotting Huang Gui, he quickly positioned the cart to block his path. The couple had a good relationship, and Huang Chang was unsure how to explain things to his father. "Dad, come here. And you, Lu Lixing? Did you let De Huang bite me? Thankfully, I have good luck. You come here too and accompany me to see your father. I don't believe he beat you." Huang Gue was determined to make Lu Lixing pay. Otherwise, this lad would become a troublemaker in the future. Lu Lixing sighed helplessly. De Huang stood in front of Lu Lixing, barking fiercely at Huang Gue as if to protect him at that moment. Huang Chang finally understood what Lu Lixing had meant earlier. Just as he was about to speak, Huang Gue had already stepped forward, raising his walking stick to strike Lu Lixing. Huang Chang rushed forward to shield Lu Lixing. Dad. Don't. Just as it seemed too late, Huang Chang intercepted the stick, pointing at the person on the cart. Look, at that moment, Huang Gue couldn't care less about his father's feelings. What do I see? He froze. Afong. What happened to her? In his life, Huang Gue feared and cherished his wife the most. She was the one he intended to spend his life with. Now, trembling, he dared not believe as he approached Wang Afong. What happened to your mother? Even though he already had a hunch, Huang Gue still couldn't accept it. His mind was in turmoil. She fell. When I found her, she was already on the ground. Nearby lay the kiwis picked from the cliff, meant for Xiao Shirtu. Today, it was all thanks to Lu Lixing's help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to carry my mom. Dr. Huang and Taiju also assisted. Just now, I was the one who asked Lu Lixing to go back and fetch the cart. Dad, you can't hit Lu Lixing. He is our benefactor. Huang Chang glanced at Lu Lixing beside him. Benefactor? Lu Lixing? Yes, but Dad, we can't waste any more time. We need to hurry to the clinic. Mom has been unconscious this whole time. We can discuss everything later, all right? I'll explain it all to you then. Huang Chang trembled as he spoke. All right, my legs are slow. You all go ahead. Huang Gue quickly adjusted his grip on the walking stick. Stepping aside, he stood there like a soulless being. Lu Lixing initially intended to pull the cart but found himself unable to move. He had to remind Huang Gue, Uncle Huang, please step aside. Oh. Huang Gue was at a loss for how to react and hurriedly stepped aside. It wasn't until the cart had gone far that he finally spoke. Lu Lixing? Lu Lixing turned back to face him. Huang Gue opened his mouth. Thank you. Lu Lixing suddenly smiled. The people of Lu's village were like that. They were inherently good-natured, with no ulterior motives. Even if they had been harsh in the past, they would still express gratitude for simple acts of kindness. Lu Lixing believed that one day, he would be accepted by everyone and no need to thank me. Boss Huang, let us go. At noon, Lu Lixing had not returned for lunch. Gu Wanqing glanced towards the deep mountains, feeling conflicted. Qianqian, what do you think your second brother is up to? Why hasn't he come back yet? Lu Qianqian pouted, pondering for a moment before saying, Second brother must be out earning money to buy nice things for sister-in-law. Is sister-in-law worried about second brother? Sister-in-law, second brother is so clever. He will be just fine. But it's lunchtime now. Shall we prepare a meal for second brother? Lu Qianqian lifted her little head, gazing at Gu Wanqing. That way, when second brother returns, he can enjoy a warm meal over the past couple of days. Lu Qianqian had completely forgotten about Lu Lixing's previous reckless behavior and had transformed into his little fan. Ji Wanqing bent down, affectionately ruffling Lu Qianqian's hair. All right, let us do it together. Lu Qianqian nodded vigorously. Then I'll help sister-in-law wash the vegetables. Upon entering the kitchen, Gu Wanqing discovered an abundance of supplies. Various spices, rice, flour, and oil. These items represented several months' worth of provisions for them before. Now, she realized she could live this way as she looked around. Gu Wanqing couldn't help but smile, even forgetting her task. Seeing her sister-in-law lost in thought, Lu Qianqian began to giggle softly. Sister-in-law, are you missing second brother again? Gu Wanqing blushed and quickly lowered her head, grabbing the salt nearby. Don't speak nonsense. Qianqian is not speaking nonsense. Big sister thinks about big brother and gets distracted too. Sister-in-law is just like big sister. Lu Qianqian laughed even more joyfully. Ji Wanqing, feeling helpless, handed her the vegetables. Hurry and wash the vegetables. Otherwise, the baby will get hungry. She jokingly patted her belly. Lu Qianqian hurriedly took the vegetables, gently patting Gu Wanqing's belly. Little niece, little nephew, Auntie is going to wash the vegetables now. After earnestly stating this, Lu Qianqian dramatically moved a small stool and began to wash the vegetables. Gu Wanqing started the fire and rolled the noodles. Halfway through, she suddenly felt a twinge of worry. Qianqian. What if second brother doesn't like the food I make since it tastes so bad? After all, he often said my cooking was terrible. Later, he had showcased such impressive culinary skills, leaving Gu Wanqing anxious. That won't happen. Second brother will definitely love it. If he doesn't eat, Qianqian will hit him until he does. Gu Wanqing couldn't help but laugh at this. This was probably the essence of having a little sister. Ji Wanqing was very serious about this meal, still somewhat fearful that Lu Lixing would find it unsatisfactory. However, after finishing the meal, Lu Lixing still hadn't returned. Standing at the door, Gu Wanqing gazed longingly in the direction he had departed. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to wait for Lu Lixing. The last time she waited for him was right after they got married. Back then, she still held some hope for him. But as time went on, Lu Lixing was often absent, never returning for meals. She would eat alone and then head to the fields, acting as though Lu Lixing didn't exist. But now, her heart was filled with thoughts of him. Why hasn't Lu Lixing returned yet? Has something happened to him? It's already 1:30 in the afternoon. Should I go up the mountain to look for him? Lost in thought, her stomach growled. Lu Qianqian hurriedly brought over a small stool. Sister-in-law, let us eat first. Maybe second brother is making a lot of money and will come back soon. As Gu Wanqing remained unmoved. Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with a clever idea. Sister-in-law, if you don't eat and starve the little niece or little nephew, second brother will be heartbroken. Gu Wanqing finally snapped back to reality. Indeed, it was one thing for her to go hungry, but the two little ones couldn't be left starving. She approached the stone dining table, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and took a bite. Only then did she recall what Lu Qianqian had just said. Qianqian, how do you know it's a little niece and a little nephew? We don't even know their genders. Yet. Lu Qianqian bit her chopsticks, grinning. Qianqian just knows. Gu Wanqing could tell this girl was just guessing. However, if it turned out to be one boy and one girl, that would be wonderful. Let us eat then. Lu Qianqian happily gobbled her food. After finishing the meal, Lu Lixing still hadn't returned. Gu Wanqing cleaned up the dishes and was about to rest when she passed by the main room and noticed Lu Lixing's discarded shoes. Those two pairs of half-rubber shoes were riddled with holes. Gu Wanqing recalled how much Lu Lixing had purchased over these past few days. It seemed he had never bought anything for himself. Maybe she should buy him a pair of shoes this afternoon? Chapter 27. His wife began to care for him. 10 minutes later, Gu Wanqing, dragging a drowsy Lu Qianqian who could barely keep her eyes open, stepped outside. Lu Qianqian yawned widely. Sister-in-law, where are we going? To the village? Huh? Lu Qianqian's eyes lit up in an instant. Are we going to the village? To the little shop? Yes, we're going to buy a pair of shoes for your second brother and get something for you to eat as well. Lu Lixing had given her 50 yuan. Although it was meant to be saved for building a house, she couldn't let him go without shoes. Wow, that's great. Sister-in-law cares about second brother. Don't talk nonsense. Qianqian isn't talking nonsense. Qianqian saw it with her own eyes. Now fully awake, Lu Qianqian skipped ahead, humming a nursery rhyme she learned from her friends. Ji Wanqing couldn't help but smile. Perhaps when these two little ones were born, they would bounce along with their little aunt too. Just thinking about that scene brought her joy. The two of them walked leisurely, finally arriving at the village. After some consideration, Gu Wanqing decided to visit Huang Chang's little shop. Lu Lixing had earned quite a bit there, and spending some money back would also help strengthen their relationship. Inside the shop, Chen Xiaoling was busy knitting a sweater with a large ball of yarn. Upon catching sight of Gu Wanqing, she hastily set down her sweater and approached, exclaiming, Wanqing, my dear, what brings you here? Aren't you pregnant? How can you be wandering around? Is it that Lu Lixing has been up to his old tricks again? Let me tell you, men need to be kept in check. They must not be allowed to run rampant. As your elder sister, I can assure you, especially since I've heard you're expecting twins, you should be resting. Otherwise, it could lead to a difficult delivery. There have been cases in the village where women have tragically passed away during childbirth. Chen Xiaoling genuinely intended to warn Gu Wanqing. Ji Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement, replying, I understand, Sister Chen. It wasn't Lu Lixing who sent me. I came on my own accord to purchase a few items. Oh, what do you wish to buy? I shall fetch it for you. Did I want to buy a pair of shoes for Lu Lixing? He wears size 4 too. Do you have them? Chen Xiaoling's expression darkened. We do have them, but why are you buying him shoes? I've heard that at home, you can barely afford salt to eat. Didn't that rascal spend all your money? Why do you still concern yourself with his well-being? In my opinion, even if his shoes are worn out, you should not bother. Your priority is to take care of yourself and the baby. Little Lu Qianqian trailed closely behind Gu Wanqing. Upon hearing this, she pouted and retorted, No, my second brother hasn't. You're talking nonsense. He treats my second sister-in-law very well. Chen Xiaoling scoffed. You are but a child. What do you know? Have you forgotten how your second brother used to hit you? Surely he couldn't have bought your loyalty with just a piece of candy? Lu Qianqian, feeling aggrieved, burst into tears. Woo-woo. Qianqian wasn't bought off. My second brother is very good to my second sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, we shouldn't shop here anymore. This auntie is a bad person. Qin Xiaoling rolled her eyes. You truly are an ungrateful wretch. Lu Qianqian cried even harder. Ji Yuanqing, feeling helpless, tightened her grip on Lu Qianqian. I sincerely apologize, Sister Qin, but Lu Lixing has indeed been treating me well lately. Qianqian also feels sorry for her second brother. Shall we buy from another shop? After saying this, she took Lu Qianqian and began to walk away. Qin Xiaoling, taken aback, called out, Hey, wait. You say Lu Lixing has been good to you? Yes, Gu Wanqing responded, glancing back. Qin Xiaoling, in disbelief, exclaimed, How can that be? With his character, how could he possibly change? Don't be fooled. Just this morning, he claimed that my mother-in-law would soon meet with misfortune. If he dares to say such things, how could he be any better? Gu Wanqing furrowed her brow. Did Lu Lixing actually say that? In the past, she would have dismissed such remarks without a second thought. Yet now, a wave of anger surged within her. Why should these people speak ill of Lu Lixing? Surely, he had his reasons for saying such things. Just as she was about to speak, an urgent voice called from outside, Sister Qin. Sister Qin, oh dear, why are you still here knitting? You need to go check immediately. Something has happened to your mother-in-law. Qin Ailing dropped the yarn she was holding. What? The person continued urgently, your mother-in-law was brought into the clinic, covered in blood. Boss Huang has already arrived, and your father-in-law is on his way too. As they reached the doorway, the person paused. Oh, Gu family's girl? You should go too. Your Lu Lixing is also covered in blood. Don't delay. Hurry. What? Gu Wanqing was momentarily stunned, her heart skipping a beat. After a moment, she regained her senses and pulled Lu Qianqian toward the clinic. Wang Yifeng had been brought to the clinic just 10 minutes prior. Huang Cheng anxiously awaited outside. The clinic had only one examination room, where Zhang Chunlei was busy checking on Wang Yifeng. Before entering, Huang Cheng had repeatedly insisted that Dr. Zhang provide the best care, no matter the cost. Yet now, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. A 200-pound man sat on a chair, head bowed, hands clenched tightly, his expression taut. Wang Taizhu stood beside him, wishing to offer comfort but unsure of how to do so. Huang Gue had just arrived, silent, his gaze fixed on the examination room door. Lu Lixing approached Huang Cheng, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of solace. Huang Cheng, head downcast, wiped away a tear, his voice tinged with a sob. My mother has a temper just like mine, strong-willed, and works harder than any man. The fact that I can live a better life is largely thanks to her. After giving birth to Xiao Shirtu, she devoted all her energy to him, her beloved grandson, who has always been spoiled and gotten everything he desired. But I know my mother loves Xiao Shirtu because he resembles me as a child. I envisioned working hard to buy a big house in town, to bring my parents over so we could all enjoy life together. But, Huang Cheng tightened his grip, if my mother truly meets with misfortune, I could never forgive myself. Lu, my brother, he lamented. Why didn't I listen to your advice sooner? If I had gone back earlier, perhaps my mother wouldn't have gone to the mountain. Huang Cheng was enveloped in deep self-reproach. It's all my fault, all my fault. He crouched down, his form trembling slightly. Lu Lixing sighed, speaking earnestly, Boss Huang, you cannot blame yourself for this. No one could have foreseen this outcome. After all, it was merely my intuition. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't have believed it either. However, I genuinely believe your mother will be all right. You needn't worry. The system indicated that a body would be discovered tomorrow. It is still early, and nothing should have happened. Really? Huang Cheng lifted his head, his eyes reddened. Lu Lixing nodded. Yes. That's good. That's good. Lu Lixing's words served as a balm to Huang Cheng's frayed nerves, though his spirit remained heavy. He feared that Lu Lixing's intuition could not be relied upon indefinitely. Huang Gue glanced in their direction, sighed, and resumed his vigil at the door. Wang Taizhu and De Huang remained silent. Suddenly, an urgent shout rang from outside. Mom, Huang Cheng, where are you? What happened? Qin Xiaoling burst in, her voice raised in distress. What is going on? Is it Lu Lixing? What do you intend to do? Upon seeing Lu Lixing covered in blood, Qin Xiaoling's mind reeled. Huang Cheng grasped her arm. It wasn't Lu, my brother. How can it not be? Just look at him. He is drenched in blood. He must have wanted us to believe his words were true. So he went to Shuzi Ridge to cause trouble for our mother and harmed her. Huang Chong, you must not be deceived by this scoundrel. In Chen Xiuling's eyes, Lu Lixing had always been a despicable character. It truly was Lu Lixing. Please listen to me. Huang Chong felt utterly drained, his voice weak in protest. Yet Chen Xiuling refused to hear him out. She stood, ready to strike Lu Lixing. Wait! A voice suddenly interjected, halting her. Everyone turned to see Gu Wanqing at the door, aware of the bloodshed. She had left Lu Qianqian outside, who had rushed out to accompany her. Upon entering the clinic, she immediately spotted Lu Lixing, and the nervous explanation he had intended to give Chen Xiuling faltered as he saw Gu Wanqing. What are you doing here? Lu Lixing stammered, anxiety creeping in. Chen Ailing, someone he had little connection with, did not trust him, believing him capable of anything. That was something he could brush off. But Gu Wanqing was different. The trust he had painstakingly built felt threatened by a mere misunderstanding. After all, the one he had hurt the most was Gu Wanqing. Lu Lixing stepped forward, ready to clarify, when Gu Wanqing's worried voice broke through. Lu Lixing, you're hurt? How bad is it? Are you all right? She rushed over, taking his hand in hers. Chapter 28. She realized that her affection for Lu Lixing was growing before entering. Gu Wanqing had mentally prepared herself. Yet upon seeing Lu Lixing, her heart twisted painfully. His trousers, shirt, and arms were all stained with dried blood, and even his face bore marks of injury. His hair was disheveled, and he appeared more haggard than ever, as if he had been in a brawl. Throughout their marriage, Gu Wanqing had never seen Lu Lixing so disheveled. He had always been domineering, never one to suffer loss. In that moment, the thought that Lu Lixing might have been hurt sent a wave of panic through her. He had been so kind to her lately, and she was beginning to lower her guard, preparing herself to cherish a life together while nurturing their child. She had to admit that she was starting to accept Lu Lixing into her heart. When he was away, she would think of him. When he was home, her gaze would often linger on him. The mere thought of Lu Lixing being injured filled her with dread. Without hesitation, she grasped Lu Lixing's hand. Where are you hurt? Where's Dr. Zhang? Why hasn't he bandaged you yet? Dr. Zhang. Gu Wanqing turned to call for Zhang Chunlei. Lu Lixing quickly grasped her hand. Wanqing, as he called her name. A smile broke across Lu Lixing's face. After an eternity, he finally saw her concern for him. He had assumed that the significant harm he had caused her would take ages for her to overcome, but now he felt elated. His wife was beginning to care for him in this new life. It was worth it. Wanqing. Don't go. Yu Wanqing turned back, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. But how can I? You're covered in blood. I doubt I'm scared. She couldn't articulate what frightened her. She simply felt that Lu Lixing must not come to harm. Lu Lixing pulled her closer. Don't be afraid. This blood isn't mine. Huh? Gu Wanqing gasped, disbelief washing over her. Lu Lixing rubbed his hands vigorously, the dried blood flaking off. See? It's not mine. The same goes for the blood on my clothes. Lu Lixing lifted the hem of his shirt. I'm not injured. Finally, Gu Wanqing felt her heart settle, but it quickly raced again. Then where did this blood come from? Before Lu Lixing could respond, Chen Xiuzhen's voice rang out. Where else could it come from? It belongs to my mother-in-law. Didn't you see Dr. Zhang has been in the examination room? My mother-in-law was hurt. Gu Wanqing, you're pregnant, and I don't want to frighten you. Step aside. I need to teach this little brat a lesson. Chen Xiuzhen rolled up her sleeves, her gaze fierce. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanqing turned to Lu Lixing. Is this true? Lu Lixing shook his head vehemently. No, Chen Xiuzhen retorted angrily. How could he admit to it if you ask him like that? Lu Lixing is nothing but a petty thug. He deserves to be driven out of the village for his actions. Gu Wanqing remained silent. Lu Lixing feared for her safety. She was carrying their child, and any misstep could be disastrous. He stepped forward, intending to shield Gu Wanqing from Chen Xiuzhen, when he felt her grip tighten on his arm, pulling him back. The frail figure of Gu Wanqing stood resolutely before him, her eyes steely and her tone frosty. I believe you, Lu Lixing. You stay behind me. Sister Chen, since Lu Lixing said it isn't true, it must not be. There has to be some misunderstanding. Why not ask Boss Huang first? Gu Wanqing was unsure of why she felt this way, but her instincts urged her to trust Lu Lixing. The man he had become was no longer the capricious Lu Lixing of the past. Lu Lixing felt a swell of emotion at her unwavering faith in him. This fragile girl so easily believed in him. It was no wonder she had been so easily deceived by the former rogue Lu Lixing. Time and again, But this was enough to show that she held him in her heart. From now on, he would treat her with the utmost care. Being trusted by someone was indeed a delightful experience. Chen Xiaojun could not have anticipated Gu Wanqing's refusal to step aside. In a fit of rage, she advanced to confront the pair. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from behind, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. She steadied herself with a hand on the ground, realizing it was Huang Chang's fury that had propelled her. Enough! Chen Xiaojun stared in disbelief at Huang Chang, unsure of how to respond. Having been married for 10 years, Huang Chang, despite his imposing appearance, had never raised his voice to her. He had always been easygoing, while she often scolded him, knowing he would tolerate her. But now, Chen Xiaojun felt the palpable anger radiating from Huang Chang. Huang, old Huang. Enough with the shouting. Can't you hear me? Huang Chang inhaled deeply, his body trembling. In truth, he had long since exhausted his strength. Yet now he had no choice but to act. Otherwise, he could not bear to think about how his wife would treat the one who had saved their mother. I've already told you, this matter has nothing to do with Lu, my brother. If it weren't for him as help, our mother would have had no chance for salvation. The blood on him is from carrying our mother. Look at me. I'm covered in blood too. Why don't you accuse me of wanting to harm our mother? Foolishness. Huang Chang's anger escalated. Lu, my brother, is our mother's savior. Do you understand what that means? If you dare to lay a finger on Lu, my brother, do you believe me when I say? Huang Chang found himself speechless, unable to articulate his thoughts, and he leaned against the wall, coughing violently. Old Huang! Old Huang! Chen Xiaojun rushed to support him, but he forcefully shoved her away. Her hand hovered in the air, frozen. Huang Gue approached, helping Huang Chang while sighing. Xiaojun, you've made the same mistake as I did. Go apologize to Lu Lixing. Chen Xiaojun turned to face Lu Lixing, who stood with Gu Wanqing still in front of him. He gently grasped her hand, as if ready to shield her at any moment. This man, typically so reckless, was now not only acting heroically but also protecting his wife. Chen Xiaojun could hardly believe her eyes, but Huang Chang's words compelled her to accept the truth. She lowered her head, conflicted about what to say. Suddenly, the examination room door swung open, and everyone rushed forward. How is it? How's my mother? Dr. Zhang, my wife. Zhang Chunlei raised a hand, smiling wearily. Fortunately, she was brought in early. I cleaned and bandaged her wounds, but she remains unconscious. However, there should be no immediate danger to her life. Wonderful, wonderful. Huang Chang exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Huang Gue also relaxed his grip, and Chen Xiaojun smiled. Zhang Chunlei continued, however, don't be too optimistic. Our village's facilities are limited. Your mother has significant injuries and will need to be taken to a larger hospital in town. All right, we'll get things in order and head there in the next few days. Even if the main road is blocked, we'll carry her there. As long as there's no immediate danger, everything will be all right. Standing at the back of the crowd, Lu Lixing held Gu Wanqing's hand. Wanqing, shall we go? Such a scene was one for their family to process themselves. Gu Wanqing nodded. She had comprehended the situation clearly. This matter was not only not Lu Lixing's fault, but also owed much to him. He had saved their mother. In that moment, Lu Lixing was a true hero. Gu Wanqing's heart swelled with joy and admiration. She realized she was growing fonder of Lu Lixing, even if she couldn't fully understand him anymore. Lu Lixing! Chen Xiaojun suddenly called out to him. Lu Lixing turned, noticing her striding toward him. As she approached them, she gracefully bent at the waist and offered a profound bow to the two. I sincerely apologize. I was in the wrong. Wanqing, my dear and brother Lu. I am truly sorry for my ignorance and my rudeness. Please, do express any demands you may have. I shall fulfill whatever I can. Even if it requires me to kowtow and admit my mistakes, I am willing. The life of the grandmother, saved by Lu Lixing, was invaluable. Throughout her years of marriage, the grandmother treated her as if she were her own daughter, showing her utmost kindness, and no need for that. Lu Lixing promptly declined without a moment's hesitation. He glanced back at Gu Wanqing, a smile breaking across his face. I have already received what I desired, Tio him. The most precious things were none other than Gu Wanqing and their child. The fact that Gu Wanqing could protect and forgive him held more significance than anything else. Furthermore, it seemed to Lu Lixing that there was even more to it than that. His wife appeared to be shy as well. Huh? What? Chen Xiaojun was somewhat bewildered. After Huang Chang and Zhang Chunlei had shared the details, they too approached. Brother Lu, you mustn't refuse everything. My mother's life is worth more than anything. Thus, he declared, I shall set aside some money for my mother's medical treatment. As for the rest, whatever you desire, I will grant it to you. Even the little shop. That little shop represented Huang Chang's lifetime of savings. However, nothing was more important to him than his mother's life. The village folk often remarked that Lu Lixing was a money-loving lad. Thus, they figured that offering him money would suffice. Really unnecessary, Lu Lixing once again declined. Boss Wang, as long as Annie is well, that is sufficient. I do not need the little shop. I aspire to venture into other business endeavors. The limitations of developing within the village were far too confining. To ensure a prosperous life for Wanqing and their child, he must seek opportunities in larger locales. Naturally, all of this could wait until stability was attained. For now, it was imperative to earn some quick money before Wanqing gave birth. Additionally, the conflicts with his family needed to be resolved adequately. Chapter 29. This fellow's gaze was far too fervent. She would never admit it. Seeing Lu Lixing's insistence, Huang Chang reluctantly stated, Oh, if Brother Lu needs anything in the future, just let me know. I, Huang Chang, will do my utmost to assist you. That suffices. Just hearing those words from Boss Wang is enough. Why call me Boss Wang? From now on, you are my dear brother. Call me Huang Gu, and you too. Taizhu, if you need anything, just let Huang Gu know. Observing this scene from the side, Wang Taizhu scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. All right, thank you, Huang Gu. The group exchanged pleasantries before Lu Lixing took his leave. Just as he reached the door, Qin Xiuzhen called out to them. Wait a moment, Wanqing, Brother Lu. Please hold on. I remember you came to buy shoes for Lu Lixing. Let's go. I will fetch you some. We have all sorts of styles, and they are quite lovely. Qin Xiuzhen was a decisive person. Old Huang, keep an eye on our mother. I will be right back with that. She grabbed Gu Wanqing's hand and led her forward. Sister Qin. Du Wanqing attempted to refuse, but it was too late. Lu Lixing stroked his chin, curiously asking, buying shoes? Is my wife here to buy me shoes? Gu Wanqing lowered her head, unsure whether it was defiance or shyness. No, that's not it. This fellow's gaze was simply too ardent. She would never admit it. Lu Lixing chuckled lightly. Upon exiting, he saw To Huang and Lu Qianqian joyfully playing together. Upon noticing Lu Lixing, Lu Qianqian briefly paused, then burst into tears. Wah, second brother, what happened to you? Are you hurt? Qianqian has candy. Please eat some. It will make the pain go away. The candy was something Gu Wanqing had bought to coax her before visiting the clinic, and she had been reluctant to eat it. A warm current flowed through Lu Lixing's heart. He quickly moved closer and pinched Lu Qianqian's small face. Second brother isn't hurt. You can eat it yourself. Look, I'm still able to lift you. I am truly uninjured. If you don't believe me, ask De Huang. Woof woof. De Huang responded. Only then did Lu Qianqian sniffle and hold back her tears. Noticing that Gu Wanqing and Qin Xiuzhen had walked far, Lu Lixing took his time, deciding to inquire about Lu Qianqian. He extended his hand, peeled open the candy she held, and placed it in her mouth. Qianqian, I have a few questions for you. Please answer me well. Lu Qianqian nodded vigorously. Lu Lixing pondered for a moment and asked, What prompted you and your sister-in-law to come to the village today? Sister-in-law said she came to buy shoes for second brother. Is that so? Lu Qianqian nodded earnestly, fearing Lu Lixing would not believe her. Sister-in-law said second brother's shoes are all worn out and cannot be worn anymore. Sister-in-law is worried about second brother. Lu Qianqian recounted her understanding with embellishments. Worried? So she had already begun to worry about him? Lu Qianqian nodded again. Sister-in-law waited for second brother in the yard for quite a while this morning. Later, when you did not return, sister-in-law even cooked for you. However, since second brother had not returned, sister-in-law decided to come buy shoes for him. Lu Lixing's heart blossomed with joy. This little girl had even cooked? To be honest, although he had often eaten well in his past life, after Gu Wanqing left, he had not dined like that for many years. Upon his rebirth, it seemed he was the one cooking. Lu Lixing began to long for Gu Wanqing's cooking again. I asked, there's still food? Lu Qianqian puffed her cheeks and nodded earnestly. Yes, there is in the pot. Sister-in-law said you can eat when you come back. Sister-in-law insisted on waiting for second brother to eat, and it was only because Qianqian told her that if second brother did not eat, he would be upset with the babies that she agreed to eat. Good, well done. Later, second brother will buy you a lollipop. Lu Qianqian's eyes instantly brightened. Really? 2 lollipops would make me so happy. Really? But first, we must catch up with your sister-in-law with that. Lu Lixing quickened his pace. Fortunately, there was a small path from the clinic to Huang Chang's shop. which was relatively deserted. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why he was covered in blood. At this moment, Chen Xiuzhen had already led Gu Wanqing into the store. Wait a moment, I will go fetch them. She quickly dashed behind the counter and rummaged through all her shoes, inspecting them one by one while mumbling. Size 42, size 42, found it. She swiftly handed a pair of shoes to Gu Wanqing. One pair isn't enough. Let me look for more. 5 minutes later, she had unearthed a total of 10 pairs of shoes. Noticing Gu Wanqing still perusing and unsure which to choose, she waved her hand. Take them all. Huh. Gu Wanqing was taken aback. So many? How much do they cost? Oh, what need is there for money? From now on, you are my dear sister. That little rascal, Lu Lixing, is also my dear brother. Taking money would be being overly polite. Just take them and wear them. Gu Wanqing felt a bit flustered. Being treated with such enthusiasm was somewhat unfamiliar to her. But that won't do. I must still pay. However, Chen Xiuzhen paid her no mind. She had already shifted her gaze to Gu Wanqing's feet. You need a pair of shoes too. What size do you wear? I don't want auto. I see you look like you wear a size 36. Wait a moment. The women's shoes here are quite beautiful. Chen Xiuzhen would not give Gu Wanqing the opportunity to refute and continued searching for shoes. Gu Wanqing stood there, dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. When Lu Lixing arrived, he happened to witness this scene. Gu Wanqing, clutching onto him as if he were a lifeline, implored, Lu Lixing, please stop Sister Chen. In the midst of her speech, Chen Xiuzhen had already handed over 5 pairs of women's shoes. Wanqing, what do you think of these? This one is a small leather shoe, a new style this year. Many in town are wearing it. Oh no, wait, this one has a heel. You can't wear that while pregnant. Then how about this one? This is a casual shoe, also in vogue this year. It's very comfortable and the best-selling item in my shop. And then this one. Gu Wanqing had already helplessly hidden behind Lu Lixing. This was a matter Lu Lixing had caused himself. He should resolve it. Lu Lixing chuckled heartily. This little girl had taken him as a shield. However, the feeling of being relied upon was quite pleasant. He smiled. Sister Chen, really, we don't need so many. How about we just take one pair? Lu Lixing, Gu Wanqing quietly reminded one should not take what does not belong to them. Lu Lixing gently squeezed Gu Wanqing's small hand, signaling her to relax. Chen Xiuzhen was not pleased. How can that be? Lu Lixing replied. Then how about we don't take any at all? That won't do. 2 pairs. No further bargaining. You and Wanqing each take 2 pairs? Wait, what about Taiju? He should have 2 pairs as well, Lu Lixing, feeling helpless, conceded. All right then, thank you. Sister Chen. Lu Lixing selected 2 pairs of rubber shoes for himself, and for Gu Wanqing, he chose a pair of casual sports shoes and a pair of embroidered shoes. In this era, shoe styles were generally unappealing, yet the embroidered shoes were exquisitely crafted and suited Gu Wanqing perfectly. These 4 pairs will suffice. Taiju is outside playing with De Huang. I will call him in shortly. All right, I will wait for him. Chen Xiuzhen smiled. Just as Lu Lixing was about to step out, Chen Xiuzhen called out to him again. Wait a moment, Brother Lu. You cannot go out looking like this. Let me find some clothes from Brother Huang for you to wear temporarily. This time, Lu Lixing did not refuse. After all, being covered in blood while walking home would indeed frighten people. Once he had changed into the clothes, Lu Lixing took Gu Wanqing, who was still dazed, out the door. He instructed Wang Taiju to enter, then handed Lu Qianqian a dime to buy a lollipop. Finally, Lu Lixing turned back to grasp Gu Wanqing's hand. What is the matter with you? Her complexion seemed off. Gu Wanqing took a deep breath before uneasily murmuring. Lu Lixing, are we really not paying? It's not that we aren't paying. We are simply doing it differently. Sister Chen scolded me at the clinic today. This is her way of apologizing. If we take nothing, given her impulsive nature, she would likely remain unsettled. By accepting her shoes, we are essentially accepting her apology. This way, she will feel at ease. Boss Huang won't give her a hard time either. They are a good couple, and Wanqing wouldn't want to see them at odds, right? Therefore, we should accept them first and in the future. When there are opportunities to earn money, I will invite Boss Huang. And we will return the favor. Boss Huang is a decent man, worthy of trust. After hearing this, Gu Wanqing was somewhat taken aback, but also relieved. Lu Lixing's reasoning made a great deal of sense. However, she had not anticipated that he would think so deeply. Was this truly the same person previously regarded as a simpleton? Lu Lixing. You are quite clever. She could not help but compliment. Lu Lixing gently pinched her nose. Ha. Then tell me, what brought you to the village today? Not revealing it to him. Instead, she decided to tease him. The moment this topic arose, Gu Wanqing immediately lowered her head, her cheeks showing a deliberate flush. I wasn't doing anything. Really? Wasn't it to buy me shoes? And no, absolutely not. Gu Wanqing turned her head, unable to look Lu Lixing in the eye. Haha. Lu Lixing laughed even more heartily. Just as he was about to continue teasing Gu Wanqing, Wang Taizhu emerged with Lu Qianqian. Lu, brother Lude, what are you two doing? Am I interrupting again? I didn't mean to. Qianqian, let us go. Allow them to continue. Gu Wanqing was exasperated. Honestly, it's all Lu Lixing's fault for making her look foolish. Qianqian, wait for me. I'm coming too. She quickened her pace. Seeing the little girl flee in a panic, Lu Lixing's smile reappeared. He followed after, eager to return and savor the meal prepared by his wife. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detection of successful rescue by the host. The system will randomly distribute rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received an information pouch X1. Congratulations, host. You have received a spirit pool. Note: the spirit pool contains a substantial amount of spirit spring water. Spirit spring water is a superior growth liquid for plants and can be used indefinitely. The aforementioned rewards have been placed in your backpack. Please check them, host. Chapter 30. Why are you blushing? Is the kitchen hot? The spirit pool? Lu Lixing pressed the claim button. In the next moment, he felt another space appear at the edge of his backpack. It was a pool of water, crystal clear, with a few lotus flowers floating in the center. Remarkably beautiful. Is this the spirit pool? Lu Lixing chuckled. With this, he would no longer fear running out of growth liquid for his plants. There was still half of his sweet potato field that needed watering. Once he had some free time in the next few days, he would attend to it. With this thought, Lu Lixing opened the information pouch. What information awaited him this time? Lu Village is experiencing a poor sweet potato harvest this year, and due to road closures, many villagers are facing starvation. The primary school in Lu Village has been unable to provide meals for the children due to the unavailability of sweet potatoes, resulting in a delayed start to the school year and criticism from higher authorities. Sweet potatoes? The primary staple food in Lu Village consisted of sweet potatoes and the small quantities of wheat and corn they grew themselves. Given the mountainous terrain, families had very little wheat and corn. Sweet potatoes, being a famine-resistant food, had become the main source of sustenance. Because of the difficult terrain, elementary students began boarding school from the 3rd grade onwards. They would have breakfast and dinner at school, bringing sweet potatoes from home to exchange for food stamps. The school would then trade the sweet potatoes brought by the students for rice and flour. This had been a long-standing tradition. This year, however, with the roads still closed, outside supplies of rice and flour would certainly not be able to come in. If the sweet potato supply was insufficient, it could indeed lead to serious issues. Lu Lixing recalled that the sweet potatoes in his family's field, which had not been watered with spirit spring water, were indeed thin and small, hardly viable. He stroked his chin, contemplating what he could do. Upon returning home, Gu Wanqing, who walked ahead, quickly opened the kitchen door. Throughout the journey, she had thought carefully. The meal she had prepared was solely vegetarian, too simple, and had gone cold. She couldn't let Lu Lixing eat that. Today, having done a good deed, he deserved something better. She needed to quickly hide the food. However, as she stepped into the kitchen, she found Lu Lixing had already dashed in faster than she could. Wanqing, I heard you made me a meal? Huh. Gu Wanqing was momentarily stunned. I thought she wanted to say something, but Lu Lixing did not give her the chance and opened the pot lid. Inside lay a small half bowl of vegetables, with handmade noodles beside it. Not yet boiled. Yu Wanqing recalled the sumptuous meals Lu Lixing had prepared for her over the past few days, and a wave of guilt washed over her. She had always been frugal, eating meat only once a year. While cooking, she had hesitated for a moment but ultimately put the meat back. She was a bit worried that Lu Lixing might not enjoy it. Lu Lixing, how about you wait a moment? I can fry some meat for you, and no need. Lu Lixing unhesitatingly set the pot lid aside, poured out the vegetables, and added water to start the fire. I see you made these noodles well. I'm in the mood for noodles. This was a genuine statement. In his past life, Lu Lixing had lived in utter disarray. He usually made do with a handful of dried noodles. Being able to eat freshly made noodles was a luxurious affair, especially when they were handmade by Gu Wanqing. However, upon observing the young girl's evident distress, Lu Lixing approached and gently tousled her hair. How about we have meat for dinner tonight? Would you like some noodles as well? I can prepare a portion for you. Gu Wanqing's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. No, I'm not hungry anymore. Well then, take a break and try on those shoes to see if they fit. All right, Ji Wonking nearly fled the scene. Once outside, she took a deep breath. Why was Lu Lixing always so frivolous? The key issue was that she didn't seem to be angry at all. In fact, her heart raced a little faster. Was she losing her mind? No, it must be the pregnancy causing her emotions to waver. She reassured herself that moment. As Lu Qianqian passed by, she curiously inquired, "Sister-in-law, why is your face so red? Is it hot in the kitchen?" Upon hearing this, Gu Wonking hurriedly covered Lu Qianqian's mouth. This was right at the kitchen door. It would be dreadful if Lu Lixing overheard. No, don't say silly things. Come on, Qianqian, let us go try on some shoes. As she tugged Lu Qianqian away, she glanced back towards the kitchen, relieved that Lu Lixing hadn't heard her. Otherwise, if he came out to question her, she would be in big trouble. Inside, Lu Lixing was cooking noodles while chuckling helplessly. His wife was still such a young girl, so easily flustered. The noodles were as chewy as he had imagined, and he enjoyed them immensely. In the afternoon, Lu Lixing changed into a fitted outfit and decided to check on the sweet potatoes in the field. If it turned out that the village was indeed facing a sweet potato shortage, then his crop could prove invaluable. Ji Wonking didn't stop him. After he left, she glanced at his discarded shoes and clothes, deciding to wash them by the river. Since Lu Lixing was out earning money, she wanted to contribute in her own way. Noticing her intention to leave, Lu Qianqian, who was playing in the yard, quickly called out, "Sister-in-law, where are you going?" "To the river to do some laundry. Would you like to come, Qianqian?" Lu Qianqian pondered for a moment, then mischievously smiled. "Of course, but wait for me with that." She dashed back inside. She returned with a newly bought pair of embroidered shoes and a butterfly hairpin, gleefully bounding towards Gu Wonking. "Sister-in-law, put on these shoes and wear this hairpin." "What for?" Gu Wonking asked, her brow furrowing in suspicion. Lu Qianqian pouted slightly and explained earnestly, "Sister-in-law, you're going to the river where many ants are. You should dress nicely." Lu Qianqian recalled how beautiful the ants looked when she had accompanied Gu Wonking before. She wanted her sister-in-law to look lovely too. Ji Wonking pinched her little nose playfully. "You little rascal. All right, I'll change." Lu Qianqian began to pout adorably, prompting Gu Wonking to acquiesce. She carefully slipped into the shoes and used the hairpin to secure her hair back, but suddenly felt somewhat out of sorts. She was used to wearing her hair in a long braid. "Qianqian, do I look good?" Lu Qianqian looked up, her eyes sparkling. "Wow, you look beautiful today, sister-in-law. You'll be the prettiest person by the river." Gu Wonking chuckled at that, her spirits lifting at the thought that Lu Lixing had bought these for her. She picked up her basin and headed towards the river. In this era, the village did not yet have washing machines. Women would set up large flat stones by the deeper riverbanks for convenience. Behind each stone, there was usually a small stone for someone to sit on, and such stones were found every few meters. The weather was splendid today, and 2 stones were already occupied by women chatting as they washed their clothes. "Have you heard? Lu Lixing seems to have struck it rich." "Really? That scoundrel from the Lu family?" "Yes, indeed. Can it be true?" "I find it hard to believe." "I think so too. I heard he saved many people the other day." "You're telling me that rascal can save lives?" "Oh, poor Wonking, marrying such a good-for-nothing from so far away." "Isn't that the case? She doesn't even splurge on shoes, and her hair ties are the simplest. A while ago, I couldn't bear it and gave her some of mine. That girl has it tough." The women expressed their sympathy, and Gu Wonking arrived just in time to overhear their conversation. She paused, realizing that Lu Qianqian was right. Changing her attire and wearing the hairpin was indeed the right choice. Lu Lixing had indeed been a bit troublesome in the past, but he was improving. She wanted the people around her to accept him too. Clearing her throat, she greeted, "Sister Lu, Sister Sun, you're all here? Ah, Wonking, you're here too? Aren't you pregnant? You should be resting at home." The one referred to as Sister Lu, Lu Wonjin, turned to look at Gu Wonking while washing her clothes. Upon seeing Gu Wonking's outfit, she was astonished. "You, Wonking, did you buy new shoes? They look wonderful. These must be the latest style from the shop this year." Lu Wonjin was known as the most fashionable woman in the village. She was always the first to know when new items arrived in the local store. If she happened to have money at the time, she would certainly be the first to own them. At this moment, she had completely forgotten about washing clothes and quickly approached Gu Wonking, squatting down to examine her shoes closely. "Indeed, the pattern, the style. This is the new model from Sister Chun's shop this year. I haven't had the chance to buy them yet." Sister Chin said these shoes cost 4 or 5 coins. "Wonking, how did you get these shoes?" "These are all gifts from Lu Lixing." Gu Wonking smiled gently. Lu Wenjin looked enviously yet skeptically at her. Among the brides in the village, Gu Wonqing was known for her frugality. Usually, she wouldn't even buy new shoes. She would mend and continue wearing her old ones. Occasionally, when they couldn't stand it anymore, they would offer her their old shoes. Sun Liping, come look. These are the latest styles. With Lu Wenjin's shout, Sun Liping quickly joined them. Indeed, they look great. Wonking this. Before Gu Wonqing could respond, Lu Qianqian chimed in excitedly. Aren't they pretty? My second brother bought them for my sister-in-law. What? Lu Wenjin's expression turned incredulous. Your second brother? Lu Lixing? Yes, yes. My second brother is Lu Lixing. Humph. Lu Wenjin scoffed. Little girl. Telling tall tales will get you in trouble. I'm not lying. Lu Qianqian huffed, puffing out her cheeks. Seeing the little girl's indignation made Lu Wenjin chuckle. Wonking, tell us, where did you get these shoes? Lu Wenjin found it hard to believe that Lu Lixing would buy something so extravagant for Gu Wonqing. That man was notoriously stingy. He wouldn't even spare a penny for her. If it weren't for Gu Wonqing holding them back, they might have gone to confront Lu Lixing. He was failing as a husband in every conceivable way. Ji Wonqing smiled softly and lowered her head. Sister Lu, these shoes were indeed a gift from Lu Lixing. Really? How could this be? What has gotten into your Lu Lixing? I tell you, Wonqing, men are hard to change. If he has bought you shoes, he must have ulterior motives. Be cautious these days. Ji Wonqing nodded. I understand, but Lu Lixing has genuinely changed. He even bought me this hairpin. Look. Turning around, she revealed the shimmering hairpin adorned with delicate butterfly wings, looking exceptionally exquisite against her dark hair. Lu Wenjin and Sun Liping were almost envious to the point of tears. This hairpin is beautiful. I asked about it the other day. It costs 5 dimes. I couldn't bear to buy it. Wonking. Is this truly a gift from Lu Lixing? Yes, Gu Wonqing nodded, gently caressing her belly. They're all from him. Perhaps it's because of the babies that he has changed. That's wonderful, Lu Wenjin cheered. If Lu Lixing can truly live a good life, that would be splendid. But Wonking, you must remain vigilant. People don't change without reason. Don't get deceived. Ji Wonqing nodded again. Yet in her heart, she had nearly completely placed her faith in Lu Lixing. Moving forward, she could work hard to earn the trust of those around him as well. Lu Wenjin and Sun Liping found the most comfortable spot for Gu Wonqing. The three of them sat close together, engaging in light-hearted conversation. After a while, Lu Wenjin suddenly sighed. Wonqing, Liping, how are your sweet potatoes faring this year? Upon hearing this, both women furrowed their brows. Sun Liping replied, this summer was dry, and it only rained a few days ago. With the sweet potato harvesting season approaching, ours aren't even half the size they were last year. Ji Wonqing shared her concerns. I noticed the same when I checked a while back. I haven't been to see them in ages, so I'm not sure how they're doing now. Due to her pregnancy and the quarrels with Lu Lixing, she hadn't visited the sweet potato field in quite some time. A few days ago, Lu Lixing had mentioned buying fertilizer, but she was uncertain of the current state of affairs. Lu Wenjin sighed again. Our harvest is poor too. What are we going to do? We rely on these sweet potatoes to get through the winter. If we don't have any, I'm afraid we won't survive the winter. Sun Liping added, I also need to provide grain for my son's school, and the term is approaching. I have no idea how to manage. Alas. The three women sighed collectively. The topic had turned heavy, and Gu Wonqing remained troubled by the matter even after returning home. Although Lu Lixing had started earning money, no one could be certain if such opportunities would arise again. When Lu Lixing returned, she would need to discuss preparations with him. The winters in Lijiakan brought heavy snowfall and bitter cold. If they couldn't fill their stomachs, it would be a torment. When Lu Lixing came home, he found Gu Wonqing anxiously pacing in the yard. Throughout the afternoon, he had watered the sweet potato field with diluted spiritual spring water. Due to the significance of the sweet potatoes, Gu Wonqing had planted half of their land with them. The yield was expected to be substantial. Wonqing, what's wrong? Upon hearing Lu Lixing's voice, Gu Wonqing quickly turned around. Lu Lixing, you're back? What are you doing? He held 2 long bamboo poles in his hands. Setting up the mosquito net. We haven't done so yet. After tonight, we won't have to deal with mosquitoes anymore. Ji Wonqing nodded, though her mood remained somewhat downcast. Lu Lixing, did you check on our sweet potato field when you came back? Yes, I did. Why? He sensed that she seemed troubled. How are our sweet potatoes? I heard Lu Wenjin and Sun Liping say that their harvest is poor this year, and the entire village is struggling. I haven't checked on ours in a while. Are they almost gone? Gu Wonqing sniffled. Lu Lixing, let us eat less from now on. We need to save money for the winter. Otherwise, what will we do? Seeing her on the verge of tears, Lu Lixing hastily set down the bamboo poles and stepped closer, wiping away her tears. Our sweet potatoes are growing splendidly. You needn't worry. Ji Wonking sniffled again. Don't lie to me, it has been so dry this year. When I checked a fortnight ago, they hadn't grown much. Yes, my fault. I should have been more diligent. Lu Lixing's heart ached upon hearing this. This girl had never lived a good day in her life. Having been poor and hungry for so long, it was no wonder she worried so much. She feared that winter might harm the baby. Fortunately, he had the spiritual spring water provided by the system. His voice softened. I'm not lying. They're truly thriving. If you don't believe me, come with me to see. Ji Wonking lifted her head, staring at him in disbelief. But the sun hasn't set yet. Come on, I'll take you to see. Although he wanted to wait a few days to avoid ruining the surprise, he couldn't bear to see Gu Wonking distressed. Our sweet potatoes are not only growing well but are also abundant. Really? Are you serious? You'll find out when you see for yourself. Lu Lixing also took Lu Qianqian along with him. As they passed by Wang Taiju's house, he called out, Taiju, Wang Taiju. Hey, Lu Gu, what is up? Lu Lixing pointed to the bamboo poles in the yard. Could you help me saw these? I need them for the mosquito net. There'll be a surprise for you tonight. Sure thing. Wang Taiju replied without hesitation. 10 minutes later, Lu Lixing led Gu Wonking and Lu Qianqian to their lush sweet potato field, pointing excitedly. Wonking, look! Gu Wonking stood frozen in place. The once frail sweet potato vines were now lush and verdant, carpeting the ground so thickly that the soil beneath was entirely concealed. Ji Wonking was at a loss for words. How could this be? Lu Lixing chuckled, patting her head as he stepped into the sweet potato field. I noticed a few days ago that our sweet potatoes were thriving, so I bought more fertilizer. I had no idea they would flourish even more. As he spoke, he dug up a sweet potato with his bare hands. Look, this one is enormous. Gu Wonking's eyes widened in astonishment. Once more, Lu Qianqian gasped, her mouth forming an O shape. Sister-in-law, look, that sweet potato is even bigger than my head. Haha. Lu Lixing was amused by the comparison. He held the sweet potato next to Lu Qianqian's small head, grinning indeed. It's even bigger than our Qianqian's little head. Lu Qianqian was beaming with delight, raising her tiny hand to pat the sweet potato. Wow, it's so big, big brother. Can I hold the big sweet potato? Here, take it. Lu Lixing handed the sweet potato to her. The little girl tried her best to hug it tightly. Wow, it's so heavy. Qianqian, you're going to drop it. Just as she exclaimed, the sweet potato fell to the ground. Fortunately, as Lu Qianqian was small and the ground was soft, the sweet potato remained intact. Ji Wonking gasped in concern. Oh, Qianqian, are you all right? Lu Qianqian cheerfully sat down beside the large sweet potato on a stone, grinning. I'm fine, sister-in-law. This is the first time I've seen such a big sweet potato. It must be delicious. With Lu Qianqian's antics, Gu Wonking snapped out of her astonishment. She crouched down, lifting the sweet potato and inspecting it closely, utterly amazed. Turning to the field, Lu Lixing hurriedly cleared a path through the vines. Some sweet potatoes were so large that they peeked out from the soil. Look, this one is huge too, he pointed out. And this one is even bigger. Over there and there and there, all big sweet potatoes. Wonking, aren't you happy? We have a whole field of large sweet potatoes. Gu Wonking suddenly burst into laughter. Are they all this big? Yes, indeed. That is wonderful. That is truly wonderful. She covered her mouth, nearly moved to tears. We won't have to go hungry. We won't starve this winter. She touched her belly as if speaking to herself and the babies. Lu Lixing smiled and moved closer, softly assuring her. From now on, we won't have to go hungry. If this had been in the past, Gu Wonking would never have believed such words from Lu Lixing. One could only feel that he was once again boasting. However, after the events of the past few days, Gu Wonqing realized that Lu Lixing spoke nothing but the truth. She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and turned to the sweet potato field, asking, Lu Lixing, am I being too sentimental? Perhaps the abundance of surprises and emotions she had experienced over the past few days had made her prone to tears. Lu Lixing extended his hand and gently ruffled her hair, saying, How could that be? It is my fault for not providing you with a good life before. Ji Wonqing lowered her head and chuckled softly. Then let's work hard together to make our lives better from now on. Yes, indeed. At last, Gu Wonqing smiled. The summer night always arrived late, yet at this moment, the moon had already risen. She pointed towards the sweet potato field ahead. May I go take a look? Of course, you can. After all, you planted them, he replied. Just be careful. The vines are quite long, so don't trip, okay? Ji Yuanqing nodded happily and ventured into the sweet potato field, disbelief washing over her as she examined the sprawling vines. This one is enormous, and this one too. Look here, these yellow sweet potatoes are also quite large. Yellow sweet potatoes, a variety of the sweet potato, are also known as yellow-fleshed sweet potatoes in the future. This variety would often be used as the primary ingredient for roasted sweet potatoes. However, at present, they had not planted many yellow sweet potatoes. While they are rich in sugar and delightful in taste, they do not satiate hunger as well as the white-fleshed variety, which has red skin. The one Lu Lixing had just dug up was of this latter variety. Ji Yuanqing wandered through the sweet potato field like a child. Her joy evident, Lu Lixing sat on a stone beside the field. Watching her with a smile, Lu Qianqian bent over, tilting her head to look at Lu Lixing, and couldn't help but laugh. Second brother, why are you grinning foolishly too? Ha ha ha, do you miss second sister-in-law? But she's right in front of you. Lu Lixing was thoroughly amused by the little girl and openly replied, yes, I do miss your second sister-in-law. Gu Wanqing's face flushed as she shot him a playful glare. Before leaving, Lu Lixing dug up 3 large sweet potatoes, carrying 2 himself while Gu Wanqing took 1. Lu Qianqian hopped ahead, humming a mountain folk tune. In the valley, the occasional chirping of insects accompanied the tranquil moonlight. Ji Yuanqing felt a profound joy. This was the life she had always yearned for. Just as she was lost in thought, Lu Lixing suddenly called out from behind, Wanqing, did you wear new shoes today? And a new hairpin too? He had noticed long before but held his tongue when he saw Gu Wanqing's earlier distress over the sweet potatoes. Gu Wanqing's face reddened again as she lowered her head, speaking softly, well, my hair tie broke. So little Lu Qianqian immediately turned her head, saying, that's not true. Second sister-in-law's hair tie wasn't broken. She wore it today because she went to wash second brother's clothes and met many people. Qianqian, Yu Wanqing wished to stop her but was too late. Lu Qianqian blinked her eyes and continued, today, second sister-in-law was the prettiest by the river, and she specifically told some of the aunties that second brother bought her the hairpin and shoes. Several aunties were envious, and Qianqian saw the sparkle in their eyes. Qianqian, Gu Wanqing wished she could find a hole to hide in. How could this little girl say everything? What if Lu Lixing thought she was showing off? Stop talking to Ha. Lu Lixing found it amusing and said, it's fine. My wife is naturally the most beautiful, and they should be envious. Ji Yuanqing was momentarily unsure whether to be happy or embarrassed and quickened her pace. Lu Lixing deliberately asked Lu Qianqian, isn't that right, Qianqian? Yes, yes, Lu Qianqian nodded happily. Throughout the journey, the 3 of them chatted and laughed, feeling exceptionally joyful. As they approached the courtyard, Lu Lixing called out to Gu Wanqing again. Wanqing, I want to give one of these sweet potatoes to Taiju. One should always consult their spouse. Ji Yuanqing nodded. Sure, you can decide. Lu Lixing shared his other thoughts. I estimated that the smaller sweet potatoes weigh 2 to 3 jin, while the larger ones weigh up to 10 jin. This year, we have an especially abundant harvest. Adding up all our fields, we probably have several hundred to even 1,000 jin. After keeping enough for ourselves, our parents, and our siblings, there will still be plenty left. Why don't we sell some of the sweet potatoes? This was an idea Lu Lixing had contemplated for quite some time. Selling the sweet potatoes would earn them money while providing food for the people of Lujia village. Just right. Ji Yuanqing turned around. Astonished at Lu Lixing, he hesitated. If you disagree, we don't have to sell. No, I agree. Gu Wanqing smiled. Actually, just now, when I was in the field, I was thinking about what to do with the sweet potatoes if we can't eat them all. They will spoil if left too long. Let's sell them. Lu Lixing, I support you. Iti Lujia. Wang Taizhu had been hard at work under the supervision of De Huang. Not only had he set up all the bamboo poles, but he had also installed the mosquito nets. This moment, feeling bored, he sat at the door in a daze. Doggy, what surprise do you think Lu Gu has for me again? Woof. Lu Gu has been so miraculous lately. Always doing things beyond imagination. Woof. Never mind. I'll stick with Lu Gu no matter what. Let us go home. The surprise can wait until tomorrow. Woof. Just as Wang Taizhu was about to leave, De Huang blocked his path, biting onto his trousers to prevent him from going. Master said there would be a surprise, so there must be one. Oh, come on, doggy, let go. If you keep biting, my pants will fall off. Wang Taizhu exclaimed, trying to hold up his trousers. When Gu Wanqing and the others returned, they witnessed this comical scene. Lu Gu, you're back? Quickly, Do something about doggy. My innocence, Lu Lixing chuckled helplessly. Lu Qianqian hurried over to De Huang and gently patted its head. De Huang, come, let us go to bed. De Huang promptly released Wang Taizhu and trotted off, wagging its tail alongside Lu Qianqian. Wang Taizhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh dear, doggy is too fierce. Does it mean I must wait for the surprise? Lu Gu, what kind of surprise is it? What on earth? Wang Taizhu was utterly shocked when he saw what Lu Lixing was carrying. What is that? Lu Gu, you can't possibly be telling me that is a sweet potato. Lu Lixing handed one of the sweet potatoes to Wang Taizhu. Yes, indeed, it is a sweet potato. Such a large sweet potato? Yes, it's a gift for you. A gift for me? Wang Taizhu was even more astonished. This single sweet potato was certainly enough food for a family of 3 for an entire day. Just like that, it was given away? Yes, it should be quite delicious. You can try it when you get home, oh. Wang Taizhu, somewhat dazed, held the sweet potato and stood in the courtyard of the Lu family. Lost in thought in all his years, he had never seen such a large sweet potato. Taizhu? Huh? Your sister-in-law and I are going to bed. What so? You should hurry home. Wang Taizhu finally reacted. I'll head back right away. My mom will definitely be thrilled with such a big sweet potato. Chapter 33. Lu Lixing, thank you. The next day, Lu Lixing rose early, prepared breakfast, ate a little himself, and kept the rest warm in the pot for Gu Wanqing. After leaving her a note, he set off to the fields with a shoulder pole and 2 baskets. Before long, both baskets were filled. However, the sweet potatoes were particularly heavy. Lu Lixing began contemplating not only purchasing a bicycle but also a tricycle for transporting goods. When Gu Wanqing awoke, she found the note left in the kitchen. Dear, I've gone to work. Eat while it's hot. If we earn money today, I'll buy you oranges. Gu Wanqing smiled as she read the note. Oranges were her favorite fruit, but she rarely had the chance to enjoy them. She had mentioned this to Lu Lixing during their wedding, and to her delight, he still remembered. After finishing breakfast, she happened to see Lu Lixing returning with the shoulder pole. Have you eaten well? Yes, I have. All right, I'm off to sell sweet potatoes. Make sure you rest well, I want to go with you, Gu Wanqing quickly insisted. Seeing the sweat glistening on Lu Lixing's forehead, she felt a pang of concern. No, you can't work now. It wouldn't be good for the baby. Gu Wanqing gently touched her belly, realizing that her presence might only cause more trouble. How about letting Qianqian come along to help a bit? And De Huang can come too. All right, with Qianqian here, it might help with the sales. After all, my reputation in Lujia village isn't the best. At 10 in the morning, Lu Lixing arrived at the village with De Huang and Lu Qianqian. In the village, a few small shops and clothing stores had people occasionally setting up stalls to sell vegetables they had grown. Lu Lixing chose the best spot to settle down. Nearby, an auntie was taking out small bok choy and scallions from her basket. When she saw Lu Lixing, she paused for a moment. You? What was your name again? Lu Lixing, he replied with a smile. He recognized her as Aunt Zhao Shilian, a widow. Years ago, she had married into Lujia village and had a son with her husband. Tragically, her husband and son passed away within years, leaving her with elderly parents-in-law. Despite everyone urging her to remarry, she had steadfastly refused, vowing to care for her 2 elders. The 2 elders treated her well, and she aimed to support them in their old age. In those times, having another mouth to feed was a considerable burden, so no one was willing to marry her. Zhao Shilian worked tirelessly like a man to support her in-laws. Sadly, she passed away shortly after Lu Lixing left Lujia village due to her relentless toil. At this moment, seeing her again, Lu Lixing held a deep respect for her. However, upon hearing his name, Zhao Shilian frowned slightly. The second son of the Lu family. That's me. Lu Lixing was aware of his poor reputation but felt no anger. What are you selling? Why do you have a child and a dog with you? Oh, selling sweet potatoes. Lu Lixing had covered the contents of his basket with a cloth, suggesting that Zhao Shilian could not see the contents. Selling sweet potatoes? This year's yield is so poor. Do you really think you can sell them? We'll see. Well, I heard your wife is pregnant, and you should start acting like a man to support a family. Back when my husband was still around. Sigh? She sighed. Never mind, let us not dwell on that. You've never done business, have you? Although you have a bit of a bad reputation, your wife shouldn't have to suffer alongside you. How about I teach you how to sell things? Zhao Shilian couldn't bear to see women suffer. She decided to lend a helping hand where she could. Thank you, Aunt Zhao. Your attitude is decent. First, let me see your sweet potatoes. I'll tell you that when selling, especially vegetables, appearance is crucial. You need to place the best ones on top to entice customers at first glance. Then, mix the lesser ones underneath. I'll help you arrange them. She spoke, She skillfully moved to assist Lu Lixing. However, upon unveiling the cloth, Zhao Shulian's hands froze in place. Her eyes widened as she beheld the large, round, and high-quality sweet potatoes within the basket, leaving her utterly astonished. She picked one up, attempting to check for lesser ones below. Yet after a while of searching, she realized that there were no inferior sweet potatoes at all. All the sweet potatoes in the basket were nearly identical in size and free of blemishes. Did all your sweet potatoes turn out like this? Yes, Lu Lixing nodded. Unwilling to give up, Zhao Shulian rummaged through the other basket. Lu Qianqian chimed in cheerfully, "Aunt, my second brother's sweet potatoes are all great. No need to worry, no need to arrange them." Zhao Shulian reluctantly withdrew her hand, feeling conflicted. Where did these sweet potatoes come from? I heard the harvest was poor this year." "Oh, my Wanqing planted them." Zhao Shulian silently gave a thumbs up. "Impressive, impressive. Young man, would you mind if I visited Wanqing one day to learn how to plant sweet potatoes?" "Not at all, great. How much are you selling these sweet potatoes for?" "I'd like to buy one." Lu Lixing glanced at the sweet potatoes, pondering before replying. "1 dime per gene?" "Huh, 1 dime. Do you know how much other sweet potatoes are selling for in the market?" "I do, 5 or 6 cents. He had already inquired with Huang Chang about this a few days ago. "Then why?" Zhao Shulian didn't quite understand. Without further ado, Lu Lixing sliced open a yellow-fleshed sweet potato and handed a piece to Zhao Shulian. "Here, try this." Zhao Shulian was momentarily taken aback, but she accepted the sweet potato and took a bite. The next moment, her eyes lit up. "How can this be? The flavor it's sweeter and has a better texture than usual." This was something Lu Lixing had known all along, as these sweet potatoes were nourished by the system's miraculous elixir, making them exceptionally delicious and nutritious. Yellow-fleshed sweet potatoes can even be eaten raw. Zhao Shulian nodded repeatedly. Yes, sweeter than apples. Furthermore, their appearance was excellent. I think 1 dime is a fair price. Zhao Shulian laughed. "Haha, you're right. After tasting it, I want to buy it." She selected the 2 largest sweet potatoes, which weighed around 20 jin, worth 2 yuan. However, when it came time to pay, Zhao Shulian found herself in a predicament. She hadn't sold any vegetables yet and had no cash on hand. Lu Xiaozai. "How about I pay you once I sell my vegetables?" "Sure." Lu Lixing readily handed the sweet potatoes over to her. Zhao Shulian gave him a deep look without saying a word. "Why now?" Many people had gathered in the village. Upon seeing Lu Lixing's sweet potatoes, they were all astonished. "Wow, what is that?" "I don't know. It looks like sweet potatoes. Such huge sweet potatoes. Didn't we hear that this year's yield was poor?" Yes, look at that yellow sweet potato. It looks delicious. Let us go take a closer look." Just as a few people were about to approach, one of them stopped them, saying, "That person selling sweet potatoes is from the Lu family?" "It really is. Forget it. I'm not buying anything from him. That guy is no good. Didn't we hear he saved a truckload of people a few days ago? That must have been a coincidence. How could someone suddenly change? Have you forgotten how he stole from you before?" The crowd shook their heads but remained hesitant to approach. Meanwhile, Zhao Shulian already had several customers. Lu Lixing noticed people whispering not far from him. He contemplated how to attract customers. Just then, he saw Zhao Shulian stand up. Seemingly casually, she remarked, "Some people are just too prideful. This year's sweet potato yield has indeed been poor, right? They clearly want to buy these sweet potatoes but are too afraid to approach. What? Are they waiting for everyone to leave before sneaking in to buy the Lu family's sweet potatoes? By then, they'll probably be snatched up." The crowd immediately erupted into murmurs. "It did look good. But they were uncertain about the taste. I heard some people use pesticides on sweet potatoes. They might not be safe to eat." Lu Lixing chuckled and cut off a piece of the sweet potato he had just sliced, offering it to Lu Qianqian. "Qianqian, do you want to try it?" The usefulness of the adorable child became evident. Lu Qianqian nodded vigorously, her face brimming with joy as she accepted the sweet potato and promptly stuffed it into her mouth. Since bringing it home, she hadn't had the chance to taste it. Just moments ago, when Zhao Shulian was eating, she had been salivating. However, her second brother hadn't given her any, and she had wisely refrained from asking. As she took a bite, Lu Qianqian's eyes gleamed with delight. "Wow, it's so sweet, sweeter than sugar. I want more, second brother." The little girl quickly devoured the sweet potato in her hand, extending her tiny hand in a playful manner. Lu Lixing, feeling helpless, could only hand her another piece. "You little glutton, go ahead." At that moment, the onlookers around them also felt envious, especially those with children. The little ones could hardly bear to see someone else enjoying a treat. let alone a sweet potato that was sweeter than sugar. They pulled at their parents' clothes, pouting. "Grandma, I want to eat sweet potato, Mommy. I want some too. I want to eat." The adults, feeling a bit embarrassed, could only mumble, "That's someone else's little sister. Who knows if it really tastes that good?" Lu Lixing then sliced the large sweet potato into small pieces and offered them to the children. "Try this." The children eagerly accepted the sweet potato and began munching away. "Wow, it really is sweet. So delicious, Grandma. I want more, Mommy." The children, upon seeing something tasty, never considered the implications. The adults felt somewhat troubled. Zhao Shulian glanced at a few of them and rolled her eyes. "Lu Hohot, I remember you were on that big bus the other day, right? What is this? Aren't you the one who was saved by Lu Lixing? And you, Li Chunhua, your husband was there too, wasn't he? If it weren't for this young man, you'd be in the same boat as me, a widow. Furthermore, it's just a sweet potato. If you don't buy it, do you plan on starving this winter?" The two women, called out, suddenly felt very awkward. Indeed, they had been on that bus that day. However, when they returned, they told everyone that it was Lu Lixing who had helped them. But no one believed them, and they ended up being inexplicably scolded for supposedly being bewitched into speaking well of him. Theo fit in. They buried that incident deep in their hearts and never mentioned it again. Ultimately, Lu Lixing had saved their lives or the lives of their loved ones. Finally, Lu Hohot stepped forward. "Zhao Widow is right. I really need sweet potatoes, and regardless of whether you believe it or not. It was Lu Lixing who saved us that day. I'll buy this sweet potato. I want 20 moreover. There is something I've been wanting to say for days but have been too afraid to do so. Lu Lixing, thank you." Chapter 34. The debt your family owes has been paid by someone else. After Lu Hohot spoke, she bowed to Lu Lixing. No. Lu elder sister Lu Lixing hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. But Lu Hohot brushed his hand away. "It's the least I can do, Lu Lixing. No matter how you were before, what you did to save us is real. I can't keep being a coward. I was wrong before, and now this weight in my heart has finally lifted." Lu Hohot exhaled and smiled. "Do you find the white-fleshed sweet potato starchy?" Starchy is an adjective. The sugar content in white-fleshed sweet potatoes is not high, but the starch content is extremely high. Compared to yellow-fleshed sweet potatoes, it may not be as sweet, but it is more suitable as a staple food. "Well, try some." Lu Lixing, without hesitation, cut a white-fleshed sweet potato, dividing it into several small pieces, and handed one to Lu Hohot. She took a bite and nodded immediately. "Then I want 20 pounds of this white-fleshed sweet potato. The red-fleshed ones, I'll take home to cook for my grandson. This one is for filling my stomach." After saying this, Lu Hohot didn't forget to remind everyone, "Hey, don't just stand there. This sweet potato is really good. It would be a shame not to buy it." 40 pounds of sweet potatoes cost merely $4. However, purchasing such delicious sweet potatoes would bring joy to the entire family. It was worth it. Lu Hohot took money from her small pouch that she had sewn herself and handed it to Lu Lixing, happily carrying away 4 large sweet potatoes. Once Lu Hohot left, the other ladies immediately rushed forward. Quick, I want 40 pounds too. Me too. I want the biggest one." "Hey, that biggest one is mine, Zhang's sister. You can't snatch it. Haha. Whoever grabs it first gets it." Lu Lixing was busy weighing the sweet potatoes. Lu Chanqian, beside him, was happily munching on a sweet potato. However, as she ate, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure not far away. "Hey, isn't that third brother? Where is he going?" Lu Chanqian pondered curiously, pouting as she watched his back for a moment before being drawn back to the sweet potato in her hand. At the corner of the village street, Lu Lixing, wearing clothes that didn't quite fit his frame, hurried ahead. He was on his way to the clinic to buy medicine for his elder brother. A few days ago, his sister-in-law had been unwell, and his elder brother had bought her medicine. However, due to the outstanding debt for the medicine, he hadn't paid yet. Elder brother Lu Liwei had been desperately seeking work, searching the mountains for something to sell, hoping to quickly gather enough money to pay off the clinic. Who would have thought that just a few days into this, he had injured his foot? Now it was swollen like a bun, making it impossible to move. In truth, elder brother didn't want to buy medicine. He considered it a waste of money, saying a few days of rest would suffice. Yet he still secretly came out. Such a serious injury must be painful. As Lu Lixing passed the village corner, he caught sight of a group of women not far away, chattering and seemingly buying something. He frowned. These people really loved to snatch everything. He didn't stop and rushed straight to the clinic. Upon seeing Zhang Chunlei, Lu Lixing felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Dr. Zhang, Do you have any medicine for treating injuries? My elder brother is hurt. Hurt? Where is he injured? He twisted his ankle. It's all swollen, covered in red streaks and bruises. Oh, is your elder brother the one who sent you to fetch medicine? Lu Lijing lowered his head. No, but with such a serious injury, I'm worried. You're 16 this year, right? Zhang Chunlei casually chatted while gathering the medicine. Yes, 16. I heard you got into the high school in the county. You're going to start school soon, right? Lu Lijing's figure trembled slightly, and he lowered his head, remaining silent. Zhang Chunlei didn't he notice his emotions and continued cheerfully. You're the first person from our village to get into high school. That's quite an achievement. Study hard, and you'll have a bright future. You can't stay in the mountains forever, understand? Lu Lijing nodded lightly, his expression somewhat heavy. Yes, I understand. After taking the medicine, Lu Lijing hesitated. How much is this medicine? Oh, the anti-inflammatory medicine and the medicinal wine together cost $2. Upon hearing this amount, Lu Lijing tightened his grip. Dr. Zhang, can I put this on credit for now? I know my elder brother has owed you money before. Don't worry, I'll pay it back soon, and I'll also pay back what my elder brother owes. He was about to become an adult. He had to learn to earn a living. Their parents were old, Qianqian was still young, and both elder brother and sister-in-law were in poor health, while the second brother, he had to learn to support the family. Oh, regarding that, you don't need to pay it back. You don't have to pay for the medicine you're taking today. That won't do. I must pay. Lu Lijing was suddenly agitated. Zhang Chunlei chuckled. Haha, not having you pay doesn't mean you don't have to. Someone has already paid for you. Your elder brother's debts have all been settled. Who? Who paid for us? It certainly wasn't his elder brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't be working so hard. It was. Zhang Chunlei's words hung in the air, unfinished. Well, you'll naturally know in due time. It was better for Lu Lixing to solve his own matters. After all, surprising the Lu family with good news would be delightful. Now hurry back and help your elder brother with the medicine. Remember to massage it well, that will help it heal faster. Okay, thank you, Dr. Zhang. Lu Lijing nodded and turned to leave. Lu Lixing soon sold out the sweet potatoes. He had sold a total of 200 pounds today for $20. As he was packing up, Zhao Xulian still hadn't sold all her vegetables. Seeing him about to leave, she rummaged in her pocket and handed him $1 she had earned. As expected, your sweet potatoes sell well? You finished selling them so quickly. I only sold 10 bunches of vegetables and earned this $1. Here, take it. I'll give you the remaining $1 tomorrow. Lu Lixing glanced at the remaining vegetables in front of Zhao Xulian. There were about 10 bunches left. Scallions, cilantro, bok choy, lettuce, and radish tops. But they were all the leftovers that people had picked over, looking somewhat unappealing. He waved his hand with a smile. I don't want the money. After all, Zhao Xulian had just helped him tremendously. How can that be? I can't just take your stuff for free. Although I'm poor, I know everyone has it tough. Your family Wanqing is still pregnant. Take this back to buy her something to eat. Oh need. I have enough money, and I didn't say I was taking it for free. Aunt Zhao, your vegetables are $10 a bunch, right? Yes. All right, I'll take all the leftovers. That will cover the cost of the sweet potatoes. As he spoke, Lu Lixing directly stuffed the vegetables into his basket and turned to leave. Hey, wait, that's still not enough. And besides, those are just some bad vegetables left. I'm selling them for 8 cents. But Lu Lixing didn't listen to her explanation at all, waving his hand as he left. Qianqian, let us go buy oranges. Okay. Lu Qianqian clapped her hands in delight. Big Huang bounced along happily beside her. Zhao Xiuzhen watched their retreating figures and sighed. This child, no wonder old Lu says he has changed for the better. The small shop at Huangchang's had been closed for a few days, so Lu Lixing had to go to the small shop near the clinic to buy. However, upon arriving, he was taken aback. Oranges wouldn't be ripe until October. In his previous life, he had lived in a big city where he could eat them anytime. But now it was different. In such a poor and backward place as Lijiakan, there were currently no oranges for sale. He only saw a few scattered bananas and some wrinkled apples. After thinking for a moment, he decided to buy some. For Gu Wanqing, fruits were also very important. Lu Lixing bought 2 pounds of bananas and 3 pounds of apples, getting a lollipop for Lu Qianqian as well. He also bought some pork ribs and chicken, along with some seasonings, before heading out, planning to return home. Big Huang, seeing the bones, jumped 3 feet high in excitement, jumping around Lu Lixing. Woof, woof. Today, the dog master gets to chew on bones again. However, just as he stepped outside, he heard a familiar voice. Second brother? Oh no, Lu Lixing, what are you doing here? What are you buying again? Chapter 35. Is this person out of his mind? Lu Lijing's tone was filled with anger. He never expected to run into his useless second brother right after exiting the clinic. For the 16 years of his life, the one he most despised was this second brother. The Lu family had always been impoverished, with everyone being frugal. Yet, Lu Lixing was the exception. When he was young, the family had an elder brother, and as Lu Lixing grew older, another younger brother was born. From a young age, he hardly did any work. He either directed the elder brother or the younger one. As he grew up, he remained idle and continued to squander money. Eventually, their parents had no choice but to arrange a marriage for him, investing their life savings to build him 2 rooms. They had hoped he would change, but what came in return was his worsening behavior. Even when his sister-in-law was pregnant, he remained indifferent, lost in drinking. Lu Lijing couldn't fathom how he could have such a brother. Not only was he lazy, but he also loved to spend money. Lu Lixing, do you think you're something special? Look at what you bought again. Apples? Bananas? Can you afford these with your financial situation? Where did you steal the money from? Speak up. The last 3 words were almost shouted by Lu Lijing. Lu Lixing paid no attention to his aggressive demeanor, feeling nothing but joy while Lu Lijing, his brother. He had finally seen him again. In his previous life, after Gu Wanqing and the child had died, Lu Lixing had been lost and unable to do anything. Like a walking corpse, it was Lu Lijing who had buried Gu Wanqing and the child. Lu Lixing would always remember when he left. He pulled out an old $5 bill from his pocket and said, "Take this $5. From now on, don't come back. I'll take care of the family." He had been utterly disappointed in Lu Lijing, but still gave him all his savings, which he had worked hard to save for his own education. He had gotten into high school, becoming the first person from Lijiakan to do so. That day, Lu Lixing vowed in his heart that he would not let his brother down and would work hard to ensure they had a good life. Yet, when he next heard of Lu Lijing, it was 7 years later at just 23. He had been forever buried beneath the coal mine. That was when Lu Lixing realized his brother had taken on the heavy burden of supporting the family, forgoing school to work in the coal mine, where he had met with an accident. At this moment, Lu Lixing could hardly contain his excitement. He stepped forward and hugged Lu Lijing, his voice trembling. "Lijing, why are you here in the village? What happened? Is there trouble at home?" Lu Lijing was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lu Lixing to embrace him. He had clearly come to scold him. Why was he so happy? Was this person out of his mind? Lu Lijing pushed Lu Lixing away, his face dark. "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Why do you care what I'm doing in the market? Unlike you, I don't just spend money all day. You still haven't told me where you got the money to buy these things." Lu Lijing glanced at Lu Lixing's basket, his expression growing darker. "If you stole something, return it quickly. Otherwise, I and elder brother want to let you off the hook." Lu Lixing chuckled. "I earned this money by selling sweet potatoes." As he spoke, he quickly pulled out half of the bananas and apples from his basket and offered them to Lu Lijing. "Here, try some. I bought these for sister-in-law to nourish her." "Get away." Lu Lijing didn't say a word and directly pushed Lu Lixing's hand away. "Your hard-earned money? Selling sweet potatoes? Lu Lixing, you'd better come up with a better excuse. Do you think I don't know that this year, the sweet potato harvest in Lijiakan is terrible? Those sweet potatoes aren't even enough for your own family. How could you sell them? Lu Lixing, do you think I'm as easy to fool as Qianqian? You can't forget that the tuition for Qianqian's school was all spent by you. Plus, the money for elder brother's wife's medical expenses? And what about me? The little money our parents earn has all been squandered by you. Now, Qianqian has reached school age, and while other children are going to school, look at our Qianqian. She doesn't even have the registration fee. She has 7 now, and if we delay any longer, she'll be considered an older student. Our parents are afraid to tell you this, fearing you'll get angry and hit someone, but I'm not scared. Lu Lixing, everything you do is causing our parents and elder brother to clean up after you. Don't you realize this at all? Our parents have endured so much humiliation in Lijiakan because of you, and they haven't even kicked you out. Don't go too far. I'll give you one last chance. Return these fruits immediately and get the money back. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Lu Lijing almost vented all the anger that had been brewing within him in one breath. However, he notably omitted any mention of his tuition fees. His parents had saved money for him to attend high school. But later, those funds were used by Lu Lixing to build a house. He considered himself a man. He could endure this. Yet, he could not bear to witness his younger sibling being unable to attend school and remain illiterate, especially when he saw Lu Lixing frivolously spending money. Anger welled up within him as he fixed his gaze on Lu Lixing, hoping that, just once, He would listen to his words like a true man. But that hope was in vain. All he saw was Lu Lixing's nonchalant demeanor. Li Jing, it won't be like this again, Lu Lixing said, pulling out a wad of cash from his pocket. The sight of that money utterly dazzled Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing, you are truly audacious. Where did you get so much money from? Return it. Otherwise, you can forget about coming home. I have no brother like you. Lu Lixing was taken aback, realizing he had acted impulsively. No one would believe that a good-for-nothing could suddenly produce so much money, especially his brother who knew his temperament so well. Li Jing, I understand you're angry. You don't have to take this money if you don't want it. I'll hold on to it for you. Come to me whenever you need it. Also, regarding Qianqian's situation, I will find a way to ensure she goes to school this year. Huh? Lu Lixing scoffed coldly. Do you know what date it is today? It's August 29th. The registration period for school has long passed, and classes are starting soon. How do you expect Qianqian to attend school? I'll find a way, Lu Lixing replied, recalling the future information provided by the system a few days prior. Perhaps that was an opportunity for Qianqian to attend school, and he needed to devise a breakthrough. Lu Lixing regarded him in silence, his expression clearly one of disbelief. Lu Lixing continued, and as for your high school education, the semester is about to begin. You can't delay. I remember the county high school starts a bit later. I'll find a way to manage the funds. Lu Lixing increasingly felt that Lu Lixing was acting strangely. He was boasting without so much as a blink. He truly did not wish to see him anymore and directly pulled Lu Qianqian, saying, Qianqian, let's head home first. In a couple of days, we'll go pick up our second sister-in-law. We shouldn't stay with this lunatic. Reluctantly, Lu Qianqian was dragged along, glancing back 3 times as they walked. No matter how much De Huang called from behind, no one paid him any heed. Lu Lixing watched their retreating figures, suddenly breaking into a smile. Regardless of the circumstances, they were healthy and by his side, and that was more important than anything else. He would strive to gain their acceptance. At the very least, Wanqing had begun to accept him. Lu Lixing picked up the basket and hurried home, knowing he needed to work diligently over the next few days to earn enough for Qianqian and Li Jing's tuition fees. Chapter 36. Next time your husband wants to get closer to you, don't shy away. At the foot of the mountain stood a dilapidated thatched hut. The walls of the hut were made of yellow mud, mixed with a large amount of straw. In the center was a spacious courtyard. On either side of the main room were individual bedrooms, with 2 additional rooms on the side, one for cooking and another small room. The entire house had a floor that was uneven, also made of mu. At this moment, Zhou Yuxia was lying in bed, her pale face showing signs of coughing. Lu Liwei, who had been dozing by her bedside, quickly got up to fetch her some water. However, as soon as he set foot on the ground, a piercing pain shot through him. Lu Liwei let out a muffled groan, gritting his teeth in pain, as he reached for the bowl and kettle on the table. With no money to buy cups, they usually drank from bowls when thirsty. Liwei. Zhou Yuxia, hearing the noise, coughed lightly a couple of times. I'm fine, you should rest. Your foot. It's nothing. I'm all right, you're still burning with fever. Dr. Zhang said you need to drink more hot water. If it gets worse in a few days, we'll go to the village for an infusion. Infusions help you recover faster. Not going. Zhou Yuxia flatly refused. Buying medicine costs several dollars. Isn't an infusion a greater waste of money? We're already on the verge of not being able to afford food. I'm scared. Infusions hurt. Zhou Yuxia casually made an excuse. All right, then take your medicine properly. Once you're better, you won't have to go. This time, Zhou Yuxia complied, drinking her medicine before lying back down. Where's Li Jing? I don't know. That boy disappeared after breakfast. Don't worry about him. Zhou Yuxia pondered for a moment before saying, if all else fails, I'll borrow some money from my family. Li Jing is about to start school in Qianqian. She needs to go to school too. Mentioning this, Lu Liwei's expression darkened. Your family doesn't have any money. How many times have we borrowed from them? If only that Lu Lixing would be willing to work. Lu Liwei sighed. He has separated from Wanqing. I wonder if he's made any progress. Our parents did this to encourage him to be independent, but I still worry. Zhou Yuxia suggested, what if we send them some sweet potatoes from our home? Wanqing must be struggling right now. Sure, once I can walk again, I'll go deliver them. As Lu Liwei spoke, he suddenly heard voices outside. Elder brother, where are you? Then came the sound of crying, woo woo, third brother, let go of me. Let go. Qianqian is back? What is Li Jing doing? Lu Liwei furrowed his brow and lifted the curtain of the bedroom. Since the door was too expensive, their house used a torn cloth curtain instead. Could it be something happened at your second sister-in-law's place? The thought of this made Lu Liwei anxious. Yu Qianqian finally broke free from Lu Lijing's grip and rushed into Lu Liwei's arms, crying, "Wu Wu, elder brother, third brother is bullying me, second sister-in-law is fine. Second brother takes good care of her, look. Second brother even bought Qianqian lollipops, Wu Wu. Third brother insisted on dragging Qianqian back. Third brother is a bad person." Lu Qianqian was still too young. Lu Liwei was utterly confused. "What do you mean second brother bought you lollipops? What happened with third brother?" "Lijing, what on earth is going on?" Lu Lijing indignantly replied, "Don't listen to Qianqian's nonsense. She was just bribed by a piece of candy. I ran into Lu Lixing in the village today. He actually bought a lot of apples and bananas. It must have cost at least $5, plus half a basket of vegetables. He really is becoming more and more unmanageable." Lu Lijing struggled to articulate his anger. "When our parents return, I will definitely inform them and have them manage Lu Lixing." Lu Liwei frowned. "Who allowed you to call Lixing by his name? He is your second brother? I have no such second brother." Lu Lijing stubbornly retorted. Lu Liwei sighed. "I know you're angry. We are angry too, but he is still your brother no matter how many wrongdoings he commits. He is still family. If he goes astray, it's our responsibility to correct him, not to scold him." "Lijing, did your second brother really buy so many things? Am I lying to you? That doesn't mean we should tell our parents. They've already worked hard enough for us. Telling them will only cause them distress, but we can't let Lu Lixing keep wasting money. What about second sister-in-law? She's pregnant. I'll think of a way. Once my foot is better, I'll go talk to him." Lu Liwei had no better options. "Wait, what were you doing in the village?" Only then did Lu Lijing remember the main issue, handing Lu Liwei the medicine he had purchased. "I went to buy you some medicine for your injuries. This is medicinal alcohol, and this is for eating. Dr. Zhang said to apply the medicinal alcohol and massage it well. It will help with recovery." "Who told you to buy me medicine?" Lu Liwei snapped, furious. They were already out of money. He didn't want to waste any more on himself. "Your foot is so serious. How could you not buy it? By the way, elder brother, have you settled the bill with Dr. Zhang yet?" "Settled what bill?" Lu Liwei was taken aback. Lu Lijing replied. "Dr. Zhang said the money you owe for buying medicine for elder sister-in-law has already been paid off, and all our previous debts have been cleared. Also, this time when I bought medicine, he didn't charge me. He said someone had covered it." "What?" Lu Liwei stood up excitedly, momentarily forgetting the pain in his ankle. "Who gave it?" Lu Lijing shook his head. "I don't know. Dr. Zhang wouldn't say. He just told me that one day we would find out." Lu Liwei furrowed his brow, falling into deep thought. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian, who had been silent, couldn't help but speak up. "It must be second brother who gave it. How could it be?" "Qianqian, stop talking nonsense. Didn't I tell you children shouldn't lie?" Lu Lijing shot her a glare. Little Qianqian shivered, pouting her lips, and began to see her white. Lu Liwei quickly pulled his youngest sister close, saying, "Qianqian, don't cry. Lijing, why are you scaring her? Even if Qianqian said something untrue, she's still small." Lu Qianqian, in a hurry, sobbed, "I didn't Wu Wu. I didn't lie. It was second brother who gave it. Wu Wu, you are all bad people." Lu Lijing's expression turned cold. From now on, Qianqian can't stay with Lu Lixing anymore. He has not set a good example at all. I will think of a way to earn some money in the next few days, and then send Qianqian to school. With that, he turned to leave. Lu Liwei attempted to stop him but failed, sighing as he began to console Lu Qianqian. When Lu Lixing returned home, it was already noon. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. He saw Gu Wanqing busy inside, and his mood instantly brightened. "Wanqing, why are you cooking again? Quickly, go rest. I'll take over." Gu Wanqing was startled to hear his voice. "Why are you back so suddenly?" No, I want to make you a meal. Look, I'm perfectly fine. I've been eating so well these past few days that I've regained my strength and can still cook." Lu Lixing smiled, extending his hand to gently touch Gu Wanqing's belly. Her face flushed, and she took a step back. "What are you doing?" "Just checking if they are moving yet." Gu Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you silly? They are not even 2 months old. How could they be moving? They haven't even shown yet." "True enough," Lu Lixing mused, glancing into the pot. "What are you cooking? Braised ribs? Why is it all burnt?" Gu Wanqing cleared her throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Well, I doubt I haven't really cooked meat dishes before. We were very poor before and rarely had meat. We could only eat it during the New Year. And even then, it was just a little duh." Gu Wanqing was very skilled at making vegetarian dishes but felt somewhat clumsy with meat. "How about this? I'll eat it, and you can cook something else?" Gu Wanqing quickly replied, "No waste allowed. Ribs are expensive." "Haha, no worries. I love whatever you cook. Liu Lixing lifted his head again to pat Gu Wanqing's head. She instinctively stepped back, thinking, why does he always have to be so touchy-feely? It's broad daylight. Liu Lixing noticed her thoughts and chuckled. You have a little twig in your hair. Huh? Where? Quickly, help me get it out. Gu Wanqing hurriedly leaned in closer to Liu Lixing, extending her head toward him. He gently parted her hair and removed the twig that had gotten tangled. He was a head taller, and as he leaned in, Gu Wanqing could even hear his heartbeat. Her face flushed again. To be honest, her feelings about marrying Liu Lixing had changed completely over the past few days. Previously, she had always thought of him as an emotionless machine, but now he felt more like a warm teddy bear. Making her want to lean closer, Liu Lixing held the twig in front of her, smiling. See, I wasn't lying, right? Next time your husband wants to get closer to you, don't shy away. To him, my ribs need flipping. Gu Wanqing cleared her throat and rushed back to the pot. However, in her haste, she tripped over her own feet, as she exclaimed, and in the next moment, she fell into a warm embrace. Above her head, she heard Liu Lixing's familiar voice. How can you be so careless? Gu Wanqing wanted to explain but felt that any words would be superfluous. Just as she was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, the voice of Wang Taizhu came echoing from the yard. Lu Gu, your sweet potatoes are too delicious. My parents are raving about them. They sent me to ask where you got them. Lu Gu. Wang Taizhu sprinted to the kitchen door, and the next moment, he froze in place. Chapter 37. This scene is too stimulating nearby. When De Huang saw Wang Taizhu approaching, he rushed forward to chase him, but he was still a step too late at this moment. De Huang had already bitten Wang Taizhu's pants, attempting to drag him back. But Wang Taizhu suddenly widened his eyes, unsure whether to retreat or not. This scene was too stimulating. What were Lu Gu and his sister-in-law doing? Could he really watch? Wang Taizhu couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. After a moment, he covered his eyes tightly but left a small gap between his fingers. Lu Gu, I didn't mean to. Why didn't you close the door? If not, you just continue. I doubt I'll go wait over there with De Huang with that. Wang Taizhu and De Huang scurried off to the side. Gu Wanqing wished she could find a hole to hide in. Why did she always run into Wang Taizhu at her most embarrassing moments? No, she couldn't let Wang Taizhu misunderstand. She hastily stood up from Liu Lixing's embrace, anxiously calling out, Taizhu, wait, I was the one who tripped. Lu Gu was just helping me. Don't think too much. Wang Taizhu was momentarily taken aback, but then chuckled, sister-in-law, don't worry, I wasn't thinking anything bad. I really wasn't. Trust me, trust me. After saying this, he grinned and sat down with De Huang by the edge of the yard. Gu Wanqing was left speechless. Why did it feel like the more she explained, the more ridiculous it sounded? Wang Taizhu clearly didn't believe her. She shot a glare at Liu Lixing, feeling a bit conflicted. This is all your fault. Haha. Liu Lixing laughed heartily. Wanqing, you see, this situation can't be explained. The more you try to explain, the worse it gets, you know? He gently rubbed the tip of Gu Wanqing's nose. All right, you should go rest. I'll handle the cooking. Gu Wanqing could only walk to the fire pit and sit down, dreading facing Wang Taizhu alone. She had no desire to do that. Liu Lixing glanced at the pot, demonstrating his master-level cooking skills as he salvaged the burnt ribs. Then he cooked rice porridge and boiled sweet potatoes. Since they had plenty, Liu Lixing cut a large chunk and simmered it on low heat. By the time the food was ready, the sweet potatoes had completely softened and blended with the porridge. Looking both fragrant and appetizing, it wasn't until the meal was prepared that Gu Wanqing finally snapped out of her earlier embarrassment. I'll go call Qianqian for dinner. Huh. Wait, where's Qianqian? She had assumed that Lu Qianqian was outside playing with De Huang. But now the yard only held De Huang and Wang Taizhu Liu Lixing's side. She was taken home by Li Zheng. Gu Wanqing was taken aback. You ran into Li Zheng? He didn't cause you any trouble? Did he? Gu Wanqing was well aware of Liu Lixing's temper, which was fiery, especially towards Liu Lixing. Yet, he was exceptionally kind to others, and his strong-willed nature drove him to want to correct Liu Lixing's previous lazy habits. Gu Wanqing was deeply worried. This child didn't realize that Liu Lixing had changed, and seeing him would surely make him furious. No, he simply brought Qianqian home. It's for the best that Qianqian has left. We can enjoy our time together as a couple. Once the babies arrive, that couple's world will cease to exist. As Liu Lixing served the ribs, he spoke. However, Gu Wanqing knew that things would not be that simple. Liu Lixing. Did you not hear the explanation from Li Zheng? He forcibly took Lu Qianqian away. Liu Lixing paused. letting out a resigned sigh. Although his wife was easily embarrassed, she was more perceptive than anyone when it came to serious matters. Lu Lixing could only nod in agreement. Yes, but it's my fault. I was a jerk before, which is why Li Zhang reacted this way. I have a way to earn his forgiveness. Ji Yuanqing nodded. Just let me know when you need me to do something. All right, let us eat first. After bringing out the ribs, Lu Lixing called out to Wang Taizhu, who was nearby. Taizhu, come on, have some more. No thanks, I just ate. Wang Taizhu quickly replied. Lu Lixing insisted. We're having ribs today. You should at least try some. What? Ribs? Wang Taizhu gulped. He recalled that the last time he had ribs was about half a year ago. Then, I'll have a taste. Yes, come quickly. The bones can go to De Huang. All right, Di Yuanqing served a bowl of rice for Wang Taizhu as the three of them sat down together. Brother Lu, I've noticed that living with you is getting better and better. A few days ago, we had rabbit meat, and today it's ribs. It's quite splendid. So, do you want to eat meat every day? Lu Lixing offered a piece of rib to Gu Wanqing and inquired. Of course I want to, but where would that be possible? Right now, it is. Lu Lixing took a sip of soup and said seriously. Tomorrow, work with me, and I'll give you 1 yuan a day. What? 1 yuan a day? Wang Taizhu was astonished. Tio put it into perspective. His cousin who worked outside only earned 20 yuan a month. 1 yuan a day would amount to 30 yuan a month. Brother Lu, did I hear you correctly? Gu Wanqing also looked at Lu Lixing curiously. Lu Lixing affirmed. Yes, you heard right. Weren't you curious about where these sweet potatoes came from? They are from our family's land. Our sweet potatoes grow like this. Starting tomorrow, you'll help me sell sweet potatoes. For however many days you work, I'll pay you for that time. 1 yuan a day. What do you say? This matter had been on Lu Lixing's mind on his way back. Selling sweet potatoes alone while also digging and delivering them to the village was too much for him. He needed help. And Wang Taizhu was undoubtedly the best choice. Today, he had sold 20 yuan's worth. With 2 people working tomorrow, even if they didn't make 40, they would at least earn 30. Paying Wang Taizhu 1 yuan wasn't a big deal. He would also look for other ways to make money. He had to gather enough for Qianqian and Li Jing's tuition fees. Wang Taizhu was completely stunned. I'll do it. Absolutely. All right, then come to my house after breakfast tomorrow. Okay, Brother Lu. Wang Taizhu was ecstatic. As he took a bite of rib, he suddenly froze, looking up at Lu Lixing with a hint of confusion. How could Brother Lu remain so composed while eating such delicious ribs? This was not his usual cooking level, was it? Wang Taizhu glanced back and forth between Lu Lixing and Gu Wanqing, and then it dawned on him. After taking a sip of porridge, he swallowed the rib. After finishing their meal, Wang Taizhu insisted on washing the dishes, and Lu Lixing did not stop him. Ji Yuanqing felt sleepy after the meal. As she turned to walk into the room, she passed by the vegetable basket and remembered Lu Lixing's words from the morning about buying her oranges. But since he had been back for a while, he hadn't mentioned it again. Perhaps he hadn't bought any? With Qianqian taken away, he likely had no mood for such things. Ji Yuanqing thought to herself as she walked into the house. After taking a few steps, she was called back by Lu Lixing. Wanqing, wait a moment. What is the matter? Gu Wanqing turned curiously. Lu Lixing walked to the side of the yard and separated 2 stacked baskets. From the bottom basket, he took out apples and bananas, handing them to Gu Wanqing. I couldn't find the oranges. The general store didn't stock them, so I bought some apples and bananas instead. Have some for now, and I'll get you the oranges later. Gu Wanqing stared at the large bags of apples and bananas, her mouth agape and shocked. A little? Lu Lixing, is this what you call a little? Based on their family's financial situation, they could hardly afford such luxuries except during the new year. The quantity Lu Lixing had bought must be several pounds. Lu Lixing nodded. Fruits are a good source of vitamins. You need to eat more. No wonder Li Zhang wanted to take Qianqian away. He must have seen you buying these. Lu Lixing remained silent but seemed to acknowledge it. Try them. They're quite sweet. Just as Wang Taizhu was about to step out to fetch water, he witnessed this scene and was instantly taken aback. Wow, sister-in-law, Brother Lu is so good to you. So many apples and bananas. Is this what they call pampering a wife? Gu Wanqing. Wang Taizhu was at it again. She quickly took the fruits from Lu Lixing's hands and went inside. Before closing the door, she tossed a banana and an apple back to Lu Lixing. Take these to Taizhu. Lu Lixing helplessly walked over to Wang Taizhu and handed him the apple. Here, your sister-in-law gave this to you. Brother Lu, did I cause you trouble again? Lu Lixing smiled. No, you did well. Life needs a bit of seasoning. Otherwise, with Wanqing's temperament, when would it ever become sweet? That's good, Brother Lu. I've washed the pot. What shall we do this afternoon? Wang Taizhu had completely begun to regard Lu Lixing as a big brother. This afternoon? We'll go dig sweet potatoes? Sure, no problem. By the time Zhao Shulian returned home, it was already noon. Seeing the chimney of her house emitting smoke, Zhao Shulian paused. Both of her elders were in poor health and could no longer cook. What was going on? Who had sneaked into their kitchen? How outrageous to not even spare a widow's home. She snatched up a nearby stick and marched towards the kitchen. After taking a few steps, she heard her mother-in-law's cheerful voice. Shulian, you're back? Hurry, go help in the kitchen. Help? Zhao Shulian was taken aback. Who is here? It's Lu Furong. He said he came to cook something delicious for us. Old Lu? Why is he here again? Really? Zhao Shulian stormed towards the kitchen, still holding the stick. Just as she reached the kitchen, Lu Furong emerged with a bowl of food, grinning. Shulian, you're back? Come quickly. It's time to eat. Look, I cooked a lot of mushrooms today. They're especially tasty, and I know you'll love them. Lu Furong placed the dish on the dining table. Zhao Shulian was furious. Lu Furong, what are you doing in my house? I'm a widow, and you're a bachelor. Isn't it scandalous for people to talk? Besides, I've already told you that I have no intention of marrying. Why do you keep coming? Chapter 38. A Great Wild Boar. Another gain for Lu Lixing. Lu Furong was unfazed, cheerfully going back inside to serve rice. I know, but Shulian, look at us. Together we're over 100 years old. Why should we care about such things? As the saying goes, if you like someone, you should pursue them. If you want a certain kind of life, you must work for it. Don't shortchange yourself. We're not young people anymore with thin skins. You see, I'm a bachelor and you're a widow. Don't we match well? Zhao Shulian. What kind of nonsense was that? How could a widow and a bachelor be a good match? Lu Furong was simply being ridiculous. She was somewhat angry. Lu Furong, you really are. Shoo. Lu Furong pointed outside at the two elders, making a gesture for silence. Let us eat first. We can talk later, or else your in-laws will get upset. Zhao Shulian had no choice but to remain silent. I want to see just how good your so-called mushrooms are. She fumed as she went over and helped her in-laws to their seats. Old Mrs. Zhou gazed at Lu Furong with a face full of gratitude. Shulian, you should temper your temper a bit. Look how nice he is. You've delayed your life for us old folks for so long. Why not just, Mother, are you trying to push me away? All right, I won't say anymore. You consider your own affairs, but I still hope you find a good match. Furong is a good choice. Come, let us eat. Once seated, Zhao Shulian shot a fierce glare at Lu Furong. He truly didn't know who he learned such nonsense from. Angrily, she picked up a piece of mushroom and put it in her mouth. The next moment, her eyes lit up. Lu Furong leaned forward, eagerly awaiting her response. How is it? Is it good? Good. My foot. Zhao Shulian exclaimed, but her chopsticks never left the mushroom dish afterward. This mushroom was truly delicious. However, she couldn't let Lu Furong know her delight, or else that old man would surely take advantage of it. After finishing the meal, Lu Furong happily went to wash the dishes. Old Mrs. Zhou sat in the yard, enjoying the cool breeze and reflecting. These mushrooms are indeed delicious. Shulian, look how well Furong treats you. He brings you the best to eat. Mother! Zhao Shulian shouted in annoyance again. She certainly knew Lu Furong was a good person, but as a widow, she really did not want to tread that path again. She didn't want to burden Lu Furong either. After some thought, she hesitantly approached the kitchen door. Hey, old Lu, what is the name of these mushrooms? Where do they grow? Don't get me wrong. My mother-in-law loves them, and I want to gather some for her. Lu Furong chuckled. You want to eat? I'll gather some for you. But some mushrooms are poisonous, and if you don't know them, you could get poisoned. How do you know all this? Lu Lixing told me. Again with Lu Lixing? Zhao Shulian muttered. What is up with that kid lately? I don't know, but I feel he has finally woken up. He can do everything now. And it's great. He and his wife are living quite well. Look, Shulian, if you marry me, we could also live very well, even better than them. Zhao Shulian thought this old man was truly chatty. She decided to put an end to his thoughts directly. Do you really want to marry me? Yes, especially. Lu Furong saw Zhao Shulian soften her stance and paused his actions. Then you must agree to one condition. What condition? Feel free to state it. Zhao Shulian felt a bit guilty but spoke up. I want 500 yuan as a bride price. Without that, I won't marry. In their era, a young girl's bride price was usually only a few dozen yuan, with some even being taken with just rice, flour, and eggs. 500 yuan was a colossal sum for them. Zhao Shulian wanted to deter Lu Furong with this. Lu Furong was momentarily taken aback. What? Won't you agree? Of course I will. Don't worry. I'll find a way to earn enough money. His only wish in life was to marry Zhao Shulian. Lu Furong remembered how, a few years ago, when he was seriously ill, it was Zhao Shulian who brought him meals every day. Otherwise, he would have starved to death at home. All these years, he had harbored this thought, but Zhao Shulian had never agreed, so he hadn't disturbed her. However, Lu Lixing's words awakened him. He was getting older and needed to live for himself. But where would he find the money? Lu Furong fell into deep thought. Just then, he caught sight of Zhao Shulian bringing back a large sweet potato. Lu Furong was instantly astonished. Such a large sweet potato? Where did it come from? In the afternoon, Lu Lixing took Wang Taizhu and De Huang to the sweet potato field. When Wang Taizhu saw the vast expanse of large sweet potatoes, he was completely dumbfounded. Wow, these sweet potatoes. Can't be real, right? How can they grow so big? Why don't ours grow well? Just a few days ago, his parents were still worrying about what to do without sweet potatoes this year. Wang Taizhu couldn't help but swallow hard. Hearing this, Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback. An idea quickly formed in his mind. Taizhu, have you ever thought about letting me plant all your sweet potatoes? Their own sweet potato yield was only about 1,000 jin. Once sold, there would be none left. Given today's situation, these sweet potatoes would sell very well. Even if the local supply ran out. Once the roads opened up, they could sell in town. The town had more people and higher demand, ensuring a profit. Lu Lixing had also considered selling the spiritual spring water as fertilizer, but such mystical items could easily arouse suspicion, especially among the backward rural folk. He decided it was more reliable to buy sweet potatoes from others and handle it himself. There weren't many people in Lijiakin who would trust him and cooperate with him. Wang Taizhu was one of them. Huh. Wang Taizhu was surprised. You want me to plant for you? Yes, let me plant them. Our sweet potatoes grow large because I've developed a new fertilizer that works wonders for their growth. If you let me take care of your sweet potatoes, I can guarantee they'll thrive. I'll leave enough for you to last the winter, and we can split the profits from the rest. What do you think? Wang Taizhu glanced at the large sweet potatoes in Lu Lixing's field and nodded. All right, I'll go back and tell my parents if they agree. I'll sell them to you. Good. I'll wait for your good news. Now, let us get to work. The two of them, along with De Huang, worked vigorously in no time. They had dug up a large pile of sweet potatoes. Wang Taizhu looked at the sweet potatoes and became conflicted. Brother Lu, these sweet potatoes are huge, but I don't think we can carry them all back. How about I go back and get the cart so we can take them back all at once? All right, Lu Lixing readily agreed. Just as Wang Taizhu left, Lu Lixing heard the system's voice in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have received a fortune pouch. The pouch had been added to his backpack, and he was advised to check it. Another pouch. What mountain goods would he find today? Lu Lixing wondered to himself, suddenly hearing De Huang barking excitedly not far away. Woof woof. Lu Lixing was puzzled. De Huang. What's wrong? Woof woof. De Huang barked a couple more times, his tone lacking the usual bravado, instead sounding serious. Lu Lixing frowned and cautiously approached De Huang. Upon reaching De Huang's side, Lu Lixing was taken aback. A wild boar, with a green face and sharp tusks, was confronting De Huang. The boar was not very large, but its tusks were menacingly fierce. It was clear that it was not to be trifled with. De Huang crouched low, seemingly ready to charge at the boar. The boar bared its teeth, refusing to back down. Lu Lixing recalled that wild boars were notorious for raiding crops. Each harvest season, villagers would often find their crops near the mountains ravaged by wild boars. Although in the future, wild boars would be classified as protected animals, in this era, they were a menace. Lu Lixing finally understood the purpose of that fortune pouch. He smiled slightly and opened the pouch. Wondering what method would help him catch this hefty creature, the wild boar was much larger than a wild rabbit. Once caught, he could keep some for himself and sell the rest for profit. There were many families in Lijiakin that raised pigs, but those domestic pigs were only slaughtered during the new year. Selling wild boar meat now would surely yield a nice profit. Lu Lixing was eager to see the outcome. As he opened the fortune pouch, he gently patted De Huang's head. De Huang, don't be afraid. Go for it, woof. Encouraged by Lu Lixing, De Huang charged forward. De Huang suddenly grew bold, sprinting towards the wild boar with abandon. The wild boar, initially in a combat stance, was momentarily caught off guard by De Huang's charge, lagging just a beat behind. As a result, it was swiftly bitten by De Huang, letting out a shriek before darting away. Lu Lixing pondered for a moment, seeking a spot near the stone embankment, wondering if the boar might also be looking for a place to dash to its demise. However, moments later, he realized that the wild boar had no intention of crashing into the rocks at all. Instead, it continued to run wildly, circling around Lu Lixing as if trapped in an endless loop. Meanwhile, De Huang, also caught up in the spiraling chase, was panting heavily with its tongue lolling out. Lu Lixing furrowed his brow. Was it not as he had imagined? He stroked his chin and called out to De Huang, "De Huang, shall we take a break?" Hearing Lu Lixing's words, De Huang glanced at the wild boar. Then back at Lu Lixing, deciding it was best to rest first. It was utterly exhausted. Reluctantly, it trotted over to Lu Lixing's side, contemplating catching its breath before resuming the chase. To its surprise, the prey had not only remained but seemed to be running with even greater fervor. De Huang. Lu Lixing. No way. Could it be true? He sat down, and De Huang followed suit. The pair, one human and one dog, watched as the wild boar continued its frenzied circling. Eventually, De Huang lay flat on the ground, boredom overtaking it as it drifted off to sleep. 10 minutes later, a sudden thud echoed. The wild boar lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Lu Lixing. Goodness. It exhausted itself to death? Isn't that a rather embarrassing way to go? Yet, as a beneficiary of this turn of events, he felt it prudent to refrain from voicing any complaints, silently giving a thumbs up to the system. Woof! De Huang jolted awake. Before Lu Lixing could react, it dashed to the wild boar's side, confirming that it was truly dead. It began wagging its tail excitedly and barking back at Lu Lixing. Woof woof, woof woof woof. Look, this silly pig has exhausted itself to death. Lu Lixing approached and patted its head. I see. De Huang, quiet now. Together, man and dog strenuously dragged the wild boar to the edge of the yard to rest. When Wang Taizhu arrived, he was taken aback by the sight. What on earth? Where did this wild boar come from? Chapter 39. The dowry, to be compensated later. Wang Taizhu was somewhat bewildered. He set his cart aside and rushed over to Lu Lixing and De Huang. Lu Gu, what happened? Lu Lixing had already prepared his explanation, pointing at De Huang. Caught by De Huang. Woof. De Huang complied with a bark, proudly wagging its tail. Wang Tieju's jaw dropped in astonishment. Goodness, you, dog, are incredible. This wild boar looks even bigger than you. How did you catch it? Woof woof. Flattered by the praise, De Huang wagged its tail vigorously. Wang Taizhu silently gave a thumbs up. Truly a master hunter, dog, absolutely impressive. Seeing that Wang Taizhu believed him, Lu Lixing chuckled. All right, Taizhu, enough of the flattery for De Huang. We need to load the sweet potatoes onto the cart and take the wild boar back for tonight's feast. He could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect. All right, the trio, one man and one dog, busily went about their work. With the addition of the wild boar, their haul was plentiful, and their spirits high. At home, Gu Wanqing was already contemplating what to prepare for dinner. The pork ribs she attempted at noon had been a failure, and dinner could not afford to be another disappointment. Knowing that Lu Lixing and Taizhu would be famished after their labor, she resolved to whip up something delicious for them. Just as she was deep in thought, she heard the sound of the cart approaching. Gu Wanqing joyfully stepped outside. Lu Lixing, you're back. What do you want for dinner? However, before she could finish her sentence, she froze. What is that? She saw Lu Lixing and Wang Taizhu unloading items from the cart, with De Huang barking incessantly beside them. Yet, the items looked pitch black, extraordinarily large, and appeared to be quite heavy, certainly not sweet potatoes. Wang Taizhu grinned widely, shouting, Sister-in-law, this is a wild boar. Caught by De Huang and Lu Gu. Wild boar. Gu Wanqing rushed over. Indeed, this meant she could finally enjoy some meat. Wang Taizhu and Lu Lixing set the wild boar down beside the yard. Elated beyond measure, sister-in-law looked. He raised his head only to find that Gu Wanqing was not even looking at the wild boar. Instead, she had grabbed Lu Lixing, her eyes filled with concern. You caught such a large wild boar with De Huang. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Wild boars are known for their aggressive nature. Given the size of this one's tusks, its aggression was evident. How could one man and one dog possibly subdue it? Lu Lixing smiled, gently ruffling Gu Wanqing's hair. It's fine. See, I'm perfectly all right. De Huang is fine too. We were just lucky. When we encountered it, it was already injured. So don't worry. Lu Lixing was once again concocting excuses. Oh, that's good to hear. Gu Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to ask, Taizhu, what were you going to say earlier? Wang Taizhu felt a pang in his heart. Sigh. Having a partner truly makes a difference. No one cares when he returns home. Thankfully, he still had De Huang for company. Oh, nothing. I didn't he say anything no H. Ji Yuanqing paid it no mind. So, are you two going to slaughter the pig? I'll go heat some water. All right, you're pregnant, so it's not suitable for you to witness anything too gruesome. Hurry along, Liu Lixing nodded. Once Gu Wanqing left, he and Wang Taizhu fell into silence. Slaughtering a pig requires sharp knives and large basins for scalding the hair, but the household had neither. Liu Gu, what should we do? In our village, who knows how to slaughter pigs? Oh, oldly from the village, and wait, Uncle Liu, the two exclaimed in unison. Liu Furin had been single for many years and took on any odd jobs in the village. In the days leading up to the new year, those who raised pigs would slaughter them for the festivities. Liu Furin never missed this opportunity, as he could earn a couple of bucks for each pig. Just in time for the holiday expenses, I'll go find him. Liu Gu, you go help sister-in-law heat the water. Wang Taizhu declared, taking off in a hurry. As he passed his own courtyard, he called for Aunt Wang to join in the water heating efforts. Slaughtering a pig was a significant task, requiring copious amounts of hot water. The pot at Liu's home simply wouldn't suffice. Upon hearing that Liu Lixing was going to slaughter a pig, Aunt Wang immediately agreed. Over the past few days, she had been listening to Wang Taizhu rave about Liu Lixing, and after witnessing Liu Lixing's recent deeds, her perception of him had completely transformed. 20 minutes later, Liu Lixing heard a loud voice outside. Liu's boy. Liu's boy? You really caught such a large wild boar. Ha ha ha, I thought you were pulling my leg. How massive is this? The one shouting was Liu Furin, who hurried over upon hearing Wang Taizhu mention the wild boar. While wild boars were numerous and often destructive to crops, they were fast and quite aggressive. Few managed to capture one. This was the first time Liu Furin had encountered such a feat this year. Liu Lixing quickly stepped outside. We're all set, Uncle Liu. I just got lucky. Ha ha ha, luck is also a matter of skill. Just look at me and Taizhu. How come we don't have such luck? Not only can you catch rabbits, but you also managed to catch a wild boar? Young man, you might just become a mountain spirit. Liu Furin, a seasoned man accustomed to the mountains, was impressed. Come, let's lift the wild boar into the basin. Liu Furin had already arrived with Wang Taizhu, bringing along a large basin and tools. The three worked together to place the basin on the ground in front of the yard, then unitedly lifted the wild boar inside. With preparations complete, Liu Furin instructed Liu Lixing and Wang Taizhu to start pouring hot water into the basin. After several buckets of hot water were brought over, Liu Furin asked Gu Wanqing and Aunt Wang to continue heating water while he, along with Liu Lixing and Wang Taizhu, began the process of removing the pig's hair. In this small mountain village, the traditional method for hair removal involved using rough, hard stones to pound it off. Once scalded with hot water, the hair came off easily, although it required some effort. Liu Lixing, having never engaged in such labor in his previous life, found himself astonished at participating in it now. However, his mindset had shifted. This simple task was, in his view, a tremendous stress reliever, allowing one to work up a sweat and feel invigorated. The trio toiled for nearly an hour, even changing the water once, before finally finishing the hair removal. Next came Liu Furin's task of gutting the wild boar, separating the innards from the body. This required skill with a knife, which Liu Lixing did not possess. Nonetheless, he was thoroughly engaged in watching. Liu Furin happily explained to him and Wang Taizhu. Xiaoxing, what do you plan to do with the pig? Sell it or keep it for yourself? If you keep it, you can cure the meat or make preserved meat, but it needs to be cut into pieces. I can help you with that. If you sell it, just cut it in half and take it to the market. People will choose what they want. Liu Lixing pondered for a moment. In his past life, he would have certainly kept such a good thing for himself. Yet now, he had pressing financial needs. Ji Yuanqing was pregnant and needed medications, while Liu Qianqian and Liu Lijing were in school. He also wanted to support his parents and elder brother and sister-in-law. He thought he could always buy more later. If all else fails, he could catch another one when luck struck again. Let us sell it. Keep a small portion for ourselves. After speaking, he turned back to Gu Wanqing. Wife, what do you think? Being addressed as wife in front of others made Gu Wanqing feel flustered. She cleared her throat. It's up to you. All right, then let's go with that. Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Liu. Haha, not a trouble at all. I've been itching to help out. Besides, after slaughtering this pig, there should be about 200 pounds of meat left, which can fetch a good price. Wanqing, you should stand back. I'm about to start cutting. Ji Yuanqing quickly retreated to the house, and Liu Lixing returned to assist. He needed to prepare the seasonings for the meat stew that night. Liu Furin expertly wielded the knife, swiftly separating the pig's head from its body. Wang Taizhu, observing intently, exclaimed, "Uncle Lu, your technique is amazing indeed. I've been slaughtering pigs for 20 years now, but alas." Lu Fur sighed, a hint of melancholy creeping into his voice. "What's wrong, Uncle Lu?" Wang Taizhu asked curiously. Lu Fur shook his head. "No matter how good the technique, it doesn't pay the bills. I need 500 yuan for the bride price. And after rummaging through my house today, I'm still short by 300, after promising Zhao Shulian in the afternoon." Lu Fur had been contemplating how to earn some money. However, having lived in the mountains all his life, he truly had no good ideas. He thought perhaps when the road opened up, he could go out and find work. "Who is she?" Wang Tieju's curiosity piqued, his ears perked up. "Uncle Lu, do you have a crush?" "Haha, you little rascal, are you teasing me again?" "No, I recall Lu Gu saying one should live for oneself." "Uncle Lu, who is this special someone? Hurry and tell me. 500 yuan is quite a lot. My dad gave my mom a basket of eggs as a bride price." "Haha, she has her reasons. She wants me to back off. Why's that?" The two were engaged in a lively conversation, oblivious to Lu Lixing, who was already standing at the kitchen door. Ji Yuanqing, initially tending to the fire, noticed him standing still and hurried over. "Lixing, what's wrong?" "Shadat," Lu Lixing pointed outside. Ji Yuanqing listened intently and soon grasped the situation. 500 yuan for the bride price. She realized that when she married Lu Lixing, there had been no dowry demanded. She suddenly felt quite shortchanged. Ji Yuanqing shot Lu Lixing a playful glance. Lu Lixing instantly understood the girl's thoughts. He sneakily touched her belly. "I say this is sufficient bride price?" "Huh? You? There are people here. How can you be so forward?" "Really? I won't talk to you anymore." Gu Wanqing turned and returned to the stove. Just as she settled down, she heard Lu Lixing say, "I will make up for the bride price, Wanqing. Just wait for me." "It won't be long." Yu Wanqing looked up at Lu Lixing, only to find he had already stepped outside. She lowered her head, gently caressing her belly, and smiled. "Your daddy is even naughtier than you. What should I do?" After stepping outside, Lu Lixing made a beeline for Lu Fur and Wang Taizhu. He feigned surprise, saying, "Uncle Lu, your knife skills are extraordinary." Wang Taizhu patted Lu Lixing on the shoulder. "Lu Gu, I just said that." Lu Lixing wasn't annoyed. He picked up one of Lu Fur's knives for inspection. "My knives aren't this sharp." "Are they?" Lu Fur replied. "No, they aren't as sharp. Tomorrow, when you go sell the meat, I can lend you my knife. Take it with you." "But I don't think I have such good knife skills," Lu Lixing said, rubbing his forehead in dilemma. "How about this, Uncle Lu? You can help me out." Chapter 40. This young lady understands his heart. In the not-so-distant future, he would not merely earn money as he did now. He needed trustworthy aides. Although Lu Fur was somewhat older, he was diligent and capable, which reassured Lu Lixing. "Me? What work?" Lu Fur appeared puzzled. "Selling pork. I'm not too familiar with that." "You are the expert. You help me sell it at the market, and like Taizhu, I'll pay you 1 yuan a day. Right? I forgot to tell you, I'm selling sweet potatoes at the market, and Taizhu is helping me with that tomorrow. I can't manage it alone." Lu Lixing explained the situation. Wang Taizhu chimed in enthusiastically. Yes, Lu Gu's sweet potatoes are enormous. Today he sold over 200 pounds in the village. Plus this wild boar, Lu Gu is going to make a fortune. I plan to stick with Lu Gu. Uncle Lu, aren't you trying to save up for the bride price?" Wang Taizhu added. Lu Fur was taken aback. "Sweet potatoes? You mean those gigantic ones?" He gestured to indicate size. When he asked Zhao Shulian earlier, she had mentioned buying them from the village. Lu Fur had been pondering which family had such large sweet potatoes and was planning to buy one himself tomorrow. "Yes, that's right." Wang Taizhu walked to the corner and pulled out a gigantic sweet potato from the cart. "Look, good heavens!" Lu Fur exclaimed, marveling at the size. "So big. Wonderful, wonderful. Let us sell them. I want 2 of those for the new year." Lu Lixing chuckled. "Why not? You could also plant the ones from your field for me." "Huh?" Lu Fur was even more bewildered. "Well, Uncle Lu, it's like this." Wang Taizhu repeated what Lu Lixing had told him earlier. Lu Fur nodded vigorously. "Haha, all right, I agree. I want to need to explain to my family. All the ones from my field are yours." This was splendid. Perhaps once the work was done, he would have enough to marry Shulian. Lu Fur felt elated. "Shulian? Your crush is Zhao Shulian?" Wang Taizhu instantly guessed. Ha, Lu Gu. It seems we stumbled upon a remarkable secret." Lu Fur hurriedly covered his mouth, but it was too late. He could only awkwardly say, "Taizhu, You mustn't speak out of turn. I'm not making things up, Uncle Lu. You said it yourself. Ha ha ha, Uncle Lu. I am prepared and eagerly awaiting the joyous occasion of your wedding. I shall exert myself to present you with a generous red envelope. Now that is more like it. But do refrain from spreading rumors, you two mischievous boys. Lu Furuin muttered a few words before returning to his tasks. The ribs and pig leg were sliced off first. Lu Lixing took them to wash thoroughly, then brought them into the kitchen. Tonight we shall have stewed meat with noodles. Uncle Lu Tiazhuzu, do stay for dinner? All right then. The two were not shy about it. Lu Lixing returned to the stove and cleaned the pig hair off the pig leg before tossing it into the pot. Inside the pot was water that had been prepped with spices. Lu Lixing employed the method of braising meat, simmering it gently over low heat. Before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. He stood in front of the stove, lost in thought. Yu Wanqing observed him for quite some time, noticing he was utterly still. She rose and approached Lu Lixing, tugging at his sleeve. Lu Lixing? What's wrong? Coming to his senses, Lu Lixing quickly waved his hand. Nothing at all. You should sit down quickly and refrain from moving about. Yu Wanqing, however, did not heed his words and casually remarked, Actually, I miss Qianqian too. Lu Lixing was taken aback for a moment. Yu Wanqing gazed earnestly at him, continuing, and also, big brother, big sister-in-law, Li Zheng, and our parents. When I first married into this family, we were quite impoverished, yet they never treated me poorly. Whatever good things they had, they would share with me. Big sister-in-law did the same. Though Li Zheng is merely a young lad, every time he ventured into the mountains, he would bring back delicious treats for Qianqian and me. Lu Lixing, let us return and bring them some meat. They must have gone a long time without it and surely yearn for it. Especially that little girl Qianqian, she is such a glutton. After indulging in meat for several days here, she will probably cry for it when we return, and she certainly wants to eat well. I'll accompany you back later. As Gu Wanqing spoke these words, she wore a smile. Clever as she was, she had already discerned his thoughts. Yet, he was unaware if he would be cast out upon their return. He felt that the food he brought back would be tossed aside by Li Zheng. Lu Lixing nodded. All right, once the meat is cooked, we shall deliver it to them. With that, Lu Lixing stepped outside and retrieved more pig legs and ribs. Along the way, Aunt Wang delivered radishes and potatoes. The meat had been simmering for over an hour. Fortunately, he had returned early today. It was only 7:30. Lu Lixing took out the bowls and chopsticks from the house, serving each person a bowl of meat with potatoes, before placing the pre-prepared noodles into the pot. Meat broth over noodles was something Lu Lixing had particularly enjoyed in his past life, once he had the means. Everyone joyfully finished their meal. Wang Tiazhuzu and Lu Furuin each returned to their homes. The well-fed De Huang had already dozed off on the doorstep. Lu Lixing brought out a basin of meat he had prepared earlier, along with 2 sweet potatoes, calling out to Gu Wanqing. Wanqing, shall we go? All right, Gu Wanqing nodded. However, just after taking a couple of steps, she suddenly gasped. Ah? Lu Lixing quickly set the basin down, his face filled with concern. What is it? Wanqing, what's wrong? No, I'm fine. I just felt a sudden pain in my stomach. Don't worry. Yu Wanqing took a moment to compose herself. Let us go. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale. Lu Lixing recalled Zhang Chunlei's words. Yu Wanqing ought to take care of herself now and avoid strenuous activity. He stopped her. You should return to rest. I will go myself. I'm fine. I doubt I can manage. Don't worry. Lu Lixing pinched Gu Wanqing's cheek, causing her to blush instantly. But what about Li Zheng? No worries, I can handle it. Besides, we have Qianqian with us. Only then did Gu Wanqing nod. All right then, take your time. Watching Gu Wanqing enter the house, Lu Lixing resumed his journey homeward. This moment, within the thatched cottage, Lu Lixing had already prepared dinner. Zhou Yuxia, with Lu Liwei's assistance, arrived at the table. The parents of the Lu family were not at home. Zhou Yuxia had fallen ill, and Lu Liwei had sprained his ankle. For the past few days, it had been Lu Lixing who cooked. Tonight's meal consisted of corn porridge, a few steamed buns, and a stir-fry of greens. Once seated, Lu Liwei sighed. Alas, Yuxia, you've suffered alongside me. What are you saying? When you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. I have committed myself to you for life, and I am willing to endure hardships. Lu Liwei chuckled heartily, serving Zhou Yuxia a bite of greens. Zhou Yuxia, however, directed her gaze towards the stubbornly standing Lu Qianqian at the door. Qianqian, why aren't you coming over to eat? Lu Qianqian pouted, on the verge of tears. Woo-woo. I miss my second sister-in-law. I also miss my second brother. Woo-woo. Qianqian wants to live with my second sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lu Lijing's anger flared. Lu Qianqian, are you truly foolish? Provoked by his words, Lu Qianqian pouted and shot him an angry glance. Humph. You're the foolish one. Third brother is the most foolish. Qianqian will not eat the food cooked by third brother. With that, Lu Qianqian turned and dashed outside. Qianqian is going to find second brother. Sigh. This girl Lu Liwei stood and prepared to chase after her. The sky had grown quite dark. Although there was moonlight outside, it was still dangerous in the mountains at night. Brother, your foot. Stay here. I'll go after her. But I won't argue with Qianqian anymore, I promise. Lu Lijing swore. Lu Liwei then nodded. Quickly go. Don't let that girl run too far. Lu Lijing hurriedly chased after her. As Lu Qianqian ran, she wiped her tears. Third brother is truly too bad. She is starting to dislike third brother, however. Just after a few steps, she came to an abrupt halt. What to do? It is so dark outside at that moment. A rustling sound suddenly echoed from ahead. Lu Qianqian was startled, crouching down and hugging herself. Then, she opened her mouth and began to cry. Woo-woo. Who is it? Don't eat Qianqian. She is still a child. Qianqian's meat is not delicious. Woo-woo woo-woo. The more Lu Qianqian cried, the sadder she became, recalling the ghost stories her parents used to tell her when she was little. Those were her greatest fears. She had once been so frightened by them that she wet her pants. Suddenly, familiar laughter drifted from ahead. Lu Qianqian ceased crying in an instant. She blinked her round eyes, staring ahead. Who is it? Chapter 41. Returning home with the meat, Lu Lijing was stunned. It was a narrow dirt path. Overgrown with weeds, Lu Qianqian was still too short to see the person behind the grass, only catching a whiff of a fragrant aroma. She sniffled. How fragrant! Lu Lixing could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. He couldn't bear to tease the girl any longer and directly parted the grass, standing before her with a large basin. Even at this hour, you haven't forgotten to eat. Lu Qianqian was overjoyed. Second brother? It's second brother. How fragrant, woo-woo, second brother. What's in that basin? Is it meat? Just the thought of meat made Lu Qianqian's mouth water. A tear still lingered on her cheek, but her face was now filled with a smile. Second brother, Qianqian wants to eat meat. Lu Qianqian stretched out her little arms, reaching for the basin. Alas, you little girl! Lu Lixing, feeling helpless, squatted down and playfully pinched her nose. How could he resist such an adorable sister? Why did you run out here? Third brother spoke ill of second brother. So Qianqian doesn't like third brother anymore. She wants to find second brother and second sister-in-law. You came out here alone at such a late hour? Qianqian likes second brother and second sister law. Lu Qianqian nodded vigorously. She knew the way. Then why were you crying just now? Lu Qianqian found it hard to explain. She pouted, ready to cry again. Lu Lixing quickly interjected. All right, second brother won't ask anymore. Didn't you want to eat meat? Come. To keep it warm, Lu Lixing had covered the basin with a thick cloth. At this moment, he was about to uncover it to let the little glutton indulge. Who? Lu Lixing? Why is it you again? Just then, Lu Lijing's voice called from ahead. Qianqian, come here. Let us go home. Lu Lixing froze momentarily. Lu Qianqian had already wrapped her arms around Lu Lixing's leg. I don't want to. I want to go home with second brother. Lu Lijing recalled his earlier promise to his elder brother not to argue with the little girl. Yet now, he was nearly exasperated. Why was Qianqian so clingy to Lu Lixing? She used to be attached to him. Lu Qianqian, the cherished daughter of the Lu family, had 3 elder brothers, each considerably older than her. Thus, she was doted upon. In the past, Lu Lijing often played with this sister, who loved to hang on his arm. Lu Lijing felt a pang of jealousy. He controlled his emotions, speaking gently. Qianqian, it's late. There are wolves outside. Come to third brother. I'll protect you. This tactic was most effective in soothing Lu Qianqian. She shivered at the thought of wolves, looking from Lu Lixing to Lu Lijing. Ultimately, she was swayed by the meat in Lu Lixing's arms. I don't want to Lu Lijing. He could only turn his gaze to Lu Lixing. What brings you here? Lu Lixing raised the basin in his hand. I brought some meat for you. Meat? No wonder there is such a delightful aroma. Lu Lijing swallowed hard. Yet, he stubbornly continued. How did you come by this meat? Where did it come from? In Lu Lijing's understanding, the Lu family rarely had meat to eat, except during the New Year. If they were fortunate, they might encounter a wild boar in the mountains. De Huang and I caught it, and we killed it this evening to bring you some stew. Where are our parents? Lu Lixing, holding Lu Qianqian's hand, moved forward. You? Stop right there. Lu Lixing blocked his path. Our parents aren't home. Not at home. Where did they go? Lu Lixing couldn't recall if their parents were ever out at this time in his past life. Of course, they went out to earn money. All the money in the house has been depleted. Big sister-in-law is ill, Qianqian still needs to go to school, and our parents went to the town to find work. Lu Lixing replied discontentedly. Unlike you, who lounges about all day, Lu Lixing frowned. Isn't the mountain road blocked? They walked there. Speaking of this, Lu Lixing felt quite wronged. Originally, he had planned to drop out of school and work, but he was scolded by his parents and elder brother together. Their parents were so old yet had to walk dozens of kilometers out of the mountains. He was at a loss as to whether to be angry with himself or with Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing frowned again. Could it be that his return and the alteration of events had caused related individuals' trajectories to shift as well? After all, his return was precisely to change the fates of these people. Lu Lixing chuckled. Don't worry. Once this busy period is over, I'll go fetch them back. Just you? Lu Lixing was somewhat dismissive. Don't think that just because you caught a wild boar. You're something special, I'll tell you. Making money is not that simple. Lu Lixing smiled lightly. Stepping forward, Lu Lixing quickly retreated a step. For some reason, he felt that Lu Lixing seemed different at this moment. In the past, he had been carefree. Now, he exuded a sense of authority. Stop. What are you doing? Our parents didn't allow you to return home. They want you to take good care of my second sister-in-law. I'm just bringing you this basin of meat. Since our parents aren't home, let big brother and sister-in-law have it. Right? Are they sick? How do you know? Lu Lixing did not answer the question. He said, let them replenish their strength and tell big brother not to worry about anything. I'll handle the money-making. Let them focus on recovering from their illnesses. Lu Lixing was somewhat bewildered. This guy was sounding increasingly unreliable. I will fulfill the promises I made to you. Lu Lixing's eyes widened. I'll take Qianqian first. Big sister-in-law is ill, and you, as a young man, cannot care for the little girl. Let your second sister-in-law help take care of her. Qianqian, say goodbye to third brother. Lu Qianqian hugged Lu Lixing's neck tightly, joyfully shouting, Third brother, goodbye. Before leaving, Lu Lixing handed Lu Lixing 2 large sweet potatoes. Here, take these back as well. They should last a few days. Once you finish, come to my house for more. You? Without waiting for Lu Lixing to respond, Lu Lixing took Lu Qianqian and left. That little girl made a face at Lu Lixing as they departed. Lu Lixing watched their figures fade away, glancing at the meat and sweet potatoes in his hands, feeling a bit dazed. Even after returning home, he remained in a state of confusion. When Lu Liwei and Zhou Yuxia saw Lu Lixing in a daze, they curiously asked, Lixing, what are you doing? What did you bring? Where is Qianqian? Chapter 42. When mom and dad find out, they will be very happy. Lu Lixing placed the items on the table. Meat? Sweet potatoes. Lu Liwei and Zhou Yuxia were instantly astonished. So much meat. Such large sweet potatoes? Where did they come from? You traded Qianqian for this? Lu Liwei broke into a cold sweat. Lu Lixing quickly clarified. No. No, it's not that. How could I dare to trade Qianqian for these? It was Lu Lixing. He took Qianqian away and brought these. Lu Lixing? Lu Liwei felt relieved. But soon, he was astonished again. Where did he get these? Lu Lixing replied irritably. The meat is from a wild boar. Lu Lixing said he encountered it in the mountains and caught it. As for the sweet potatoes, I have no idea where they came from. Lu Liwei and Zhou Yuxia exchanged glances. This our Lu family village, doesn't he have such large sweet potatoes? Exactly. Didn't they say the sweet potato harvest was poor this year and ours hardly grew? No. Today the neighbor aunt seemed to have brought back a sweet potato this size. She said, it was bought in the village. In the village? Yes. She mentioned it casually when she came to visit me this afternoon, saying they were selling out quickly and even congratulated me. What was she congratulating me for? Zhou Yuxia wore a curious expression. However, the more Lu Lixing listened, the more he felt something was amiss. In the village? Someone is selling? He vaguely recalled that when he took Lu Qianqian away earlier, Lu Lixing mentioned selling sweet potatoes in the village. Could it be true? Lixing? Lu Liwei called out to Lu Lixing, who was lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Oh, nothing. Lu Lixing forced a smile, feeling a chill from the thoughts swirling in his mind. How could Lu Lixing sell sweet potatoes? Where did he get such good sweet potatoes? Oh, then let us eat the meat. Since it's from Lixing, let us enjoy it. Really eat? Lu Lijing hesitated a bit. After all, Lu Lixing had caused trouble for the family more than once. Eat. He is our brother. What is there to fear? But that sweet potato could very well be something Lu Lixing acquired through dubious means. Let us set it aside for now, and if it turns out to be ill-gotten gains, we'll sell the sweet potatoes and return the money. Lu Lijing nodded. That seemed like a decent solution. He cautiously approached the stone table, staring at the large basin of fragrant meat, still feeling a bit unreal. What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat. Zhou Yuxia directly handed him a large piece of pork leg. Lu Lijing accepted the pork leg, taking a gentle bite. The savory flavor penetrated his taste buds, spreading throughout his body. Although he had already dined, Lu Lijing still felt an intense hunger gnawing at him. He disregarded his image and began to eat voraciously. Zhou Yuxia couldn't help but laugh. All right, Lijing, slow down. There's plenty to go around. It must be said that Li Xing is not bad either. He knows to bring us food. It seems that separating from the family has its advantages. Lu Liwei wholeheartedly agreed. As long as there's progress, that's all that matters. In a few days, I'll head up the mountain to gather some food to send to them. Zhou Yuxia nodded. All right, make sure to send plenty. Over the years, the entire family had been worried about Lu Lixing. Whenever he made a mistake, they would be there to clean up after him. If Lu Lijing truly has changed for the better, that would be wonderful. After finishing the meat, Lu Lijing lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was filled with memories of Lu Lixing from that evening. What had happened to him? Lu Lixing returned home to find Gu Wanqing still sitting in the hall, not yet asleep. She walked over, cradling Lu Qianqian. Why haven't you gone to bed yet? I was waiting for you, Gu Wanqing replied with a smile. Just as Lu Lixing was about to utter something sentimental, Gu Wanqing quickly glanced at Lu Qianqian. Qianqian, you're back? Yes. Second sister-in-law, Qianqian missed you. Lu Qianqian leapt from Lu Lixing's arms and pounced into Gu Wanqing's embrace. However, upon reaching Gu Wanqing's side, she paused, tilting her little head and grinning foolishly at her. Gu Wanqing was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Second sister-in-law has a little baby now. Qianqian can't bump into her. Hee, you know quite a lot. All right, come on. Second sister-in-law will get you some hot meat to eat. As Gu Wanqing spoke, she reached to take Lu Qianqian to the stove. Lu Lixing quickly interjected. I'll go, you rest. Huh? Gu Wanqing intended to say something, but seeing Lu Lixing walking away, she felt utterly helpless. Qianqian, your second brother treats your second sister-in-law like a fragile vase. He won't even let her move. That means second brother cares for second sister-in-law. Gu Wanqing sighed, rubbing her belly. She wondered when these two little ones would finally arrive. She was growing increasingly anxious. After the meat was warmed up, Lu Qianqian dove in eagerly, enjoying her meal with great delight. So fragrant, so delicious, woo. Watching her eat, Lu Lixing couldn't help but say, slow down, there's no one competing with you. Lu Qianqian nodded, her little head already drifting to other thoughts. Right now, no one is competing with Qianqian, but what if when the little nephews and nieces come out, they all compete with Qianqian? The little girl tilted her head, looking worried. Gu Wanqing and Lu Lixing couldn't help but chuckle. Well, let them give way to you. Lu Qianqian immediately shook her head. That won't do. Won't do? Qianqian is the eldest. Qianqian will let them have their share. Qianqian is their aunt. At that time, Qianqian won't eat. She will let them eat. All right, we'll listen to Qianqian. The next day, Lu Lixing finished breakfast early, tidied up the house, and prepared to head out. Lu Furin and Wang Taizhu had already arrived bright and early. Lu Furin had brought out a cart from his home. Upon seeing Lu Lixing, Wang Taizhu exclaimed happily, Lu Gu, I spoke to my mom, and my parents agreed. Just leave 100 or so pounds of sweet potatoes for us to eat. You can handle the rest as you wish. All right, please thank uncle and aunt for me. What thanks? My dad said that thanks to you, he has eaten more meat in these few days than in the past 2 years. He feels much better. Then eat more in the future. Let's get to work. Let's go, dog lord. Wang Taizhu called out to De Huang again. The 3 men and 1 dog, pulling 2 carts, headed towards the village. On this day, Lu Lixing chose a spot near the school. He wanted to observe the school dynamics and contemplate how to facilitate Qianqian's enrollment. Once the 2 stalls were set up, Lu Lixing said, Uncle Lu, Taizhu, I need to run an errand to the clinic. I'll be back shortly. All right, go ahead. We've got this covered. The two were confident. Sweet potatoes were priced at 1 dime per pound, while wild boar meat was 3 yuan per pound. They had already discussed everything in advance. Meanwhile, in the clinic, Zhang Chunlei was calculating this month's accounts. Upon seeing Lu Lixing, he put away his abacus. Lu Lixing? Why are you here again? Did Wanqing have any issues? No, I just wanted to ask you for a favor. What is going on? In the morning, Lu Lixing rose very early. He intended to prepare breakfast for his elder brother and sister-in-law. After rummaging for a while, he finally found 2 tiny sweet potatoes, which had grown in their own field. Lu Lixing placed the sweet potatoes next to the 2 large ones that Lu Lixing had given him, feeling utterly speechless. Why were these sweet potatoes so small? Wait, why were the sweet potatoes given by Lu Lixing so large? Confused, but knowing that Lu Lixing's sweet potatoes were not fit for consumption, fearing they were obtained improperly, Lu Lixing had no choice but to peel the 2 small sweet potatoes and boil them. After finishing his meal, Lu Lixing wandered around the courtyard for a while, realizing he had nothing to do. Thus, he decided to head into the mountains to see if there was anything edible. However, after taking just a few steps, he saw Zhang Chunlei approaching. Lixing, is your elder brother and sister-in-law at home? Lu Lixing paused slightly, just about to respond when Lu Liwei's voice came from inside. Who is it? It's me, Zhang Chunlei. Dr. Zhang, what brings you here? Please, come in. Lu Liwei hurriedly said. Lixing, go get a stool for Dr. Zhang. No need, I came to check on Yuxia. You didn't bring her to the clinic last time, and I was worried. Huh? Lu Liwei looked bewildered. Zhang Chunlei continued, if the illness worsens, just taking medicine 1 tea suffice. She'll need an infusion. Let me see what the issue is, doc. If she needs an infusion, I'll bring the supplies this afternoon and do it at your home. Huh? Lu Liwei was shocked. Dr. Zhang, what are you doing? He did not recall having invited Zhang Chunlei over, and he knew that infusions were quite expensive. He had not prepared enough money. Lu Lixing stood beside him, equally confused. Zhang Chunlei was indeed a good doctor with an excellent reputation locally, but he had never heard of a doctor performing home visits for diagnosis, let alone infusions. Zhang Chunlei smiled. I was entrusted by someone and received payment to treat you too. Payment? Who? Chapter 43. You should go check on what your second brother is doing. Zhang Chunlei laughed heartily. Well, that has something for him to tell you himself. Come, Yuxia, let me check on you first. Lu Liwei and Zhou Yuxia exchanged glances. Lu Lixing stood at the door, clenching his fists. Just yesterday, only Lu Lixing had inquired about their condition, and Qianqian often mentioned that it was all thanks to her second brother. But how could he have so much money? Sending sweet potatoes, sending pork, and even paying for his sister-in-law's medical expenses. Zhang Chunlei had already begun examining Zhou Yuxia. Lu Liwei and Lu Lixing had no time to ponder other matters. Once the examination concluded, Lu Liwei hurriedly asked, How is it? What is wrong with Yuxia? Zhang Chunlei hesitated for a moment before asking, Sister Yuxia, have you taken any traditional Chinese medicine recently? Lu Liwei was taken aback, his expression awkward. Zhou Yuxia also looked troubled. Lixing, how about you step outside for a bit? Lu Lixing nodded and stepped out. Only then did Zhou Yuxia speak. It's my fault, Dr. Zhang. I've been married to the Lu family for 2 years now, and I haven't been able to give Li Wei a child. I heard about a folk remedy, and last month I took some. Does this have anything to do with my persistent fever? Of course it does. Zhang Chunlei felt a headache coming on. You all dare to eat any folk remedy you hear about. The medicine you took has harmed your body, which is why you keep running a high fever. It seems you have mild poisoning. Let us do this. No need to wait until the afternoon. I'll go back now to fetch the medicine for your infusion. We can't delay this. Zhou Yuxia looked conflicted, but no buts. Zhang Chunlei firmly interrupted Zhou Yuxia. From now on, if you need to take any medicine, you must consult me first. What era is it? You still feel embarrassed to talk about it. Even pregnancy should depend on fate. If it really doesn't work out, once the road is cleared, Li Wei, you should take Yuxia to the town hospital for a checkup to find out the root cause of her illness and treat it accordingly. Lu Liwei quickly nodded. All right, we will definitely go. Zhou Yuxia tugged at his sleeve, trying to stop him. Lu Liwei anxiously said, No, this time we can't listen to you. Problems have already arisen. Yuxia, I've already stated that I don't mind whether we have children or not. If you really want a child, we will go to town to see a doctor. I will find a way for the money. Zhou Yuxia fell silent. She had always loved children, and being in the countryside meant that being married for 2 years without a child would lead to whispers. Zhou Yuxia had been quite anxious. The folk remedy was something she had insisted on taking. Zhang Chunlei said, "That's more like it. I'll take my leave now, but you two stay at home and don't wander about while I go fetch the medicine." Upon exiting, Zhang Chunlei noticed Lu Lijing walking back and forth in the courtyard with his head down. Zhang Chunlei sighed helplessly. "Lijing, doctor, how is my sister-in-law?" "Your sister-in-law is fine. A few infusions will do the trick. As for you, I've heard you don't believe in your second brother?" Lu Lijing suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Given his deep-rooted impressions of Lu Lixing and having been bullied by him since childhood, he indeed had trouble believing it. Zhang Chunlei shook his head. "I suggest that if you have nothing to do, go check on your second brother in the village." After saying this, Zhang Chunlei left. Lu Lijing stood still, his mind filled with Zhang Chunlei's words and the events of the past few days. If he wasn't mistaken, Zhang Chunlei was sent by Lu Lixing. But how could Lu Lixing? With that thought, Lu Lijing sprinted towards the village. "Lijing, where are you going?" Lu Liwei saw his retreating figure and muttered, "This child is so reckless. What is he up to?" In the village, a group of women sat together. Li Chunhua had woken up a bit late today and was just beginning her breakfast. She held a large bowl of sweet potatoes and approached a few women, intending to join their tea party. During their leisure time, these women liked to gather together to knit scarves in the sun or engage in other simple tasks, all while chatting away. They adored gossiping and could quickly learn about any family's happenings. Yesterday, Li Chunhua had also purchased sweet potatoes from Lu Lixing. Her husband, who had been on that minibus, praised the sweet potatoes upon returning and expressed a desire to show gratitude to Lu Lixing. After some thought, he came up with an idea, to have Li Chunhua come out for a meal and help promote Lu Lixing's sweet potatoes. "Oh, Li Chunhua, what are you doing? Isn't it already 9 o'clock? Why are you just now eating?" Li Chunhua sat on a stone stool with her bowl. I woke up late today." "Haha, you newlywed couple are so energetic. Unlike my husband, that deadbeat, who gets up as soon as the rooster crows and never sleeps in." "Sister Zhang, what are you saying? Li Chunhua has only been married for 2 months." "Exactly." Li Chunhua felt her face flush at their teasing, but recalling her mission for the day, she steeled herself and ignored them. Digging into her meal, for breakfast, she had corn gruel with sweet potatoes. Lu Lixing's sweet potatoes were quite large, with minimal blemishes, looking exceptionally appealing. Li Chunhua picked up a piece and took a bite. In that instant, her eyes lit up. She had to admit that these sweet potatoes were truly delicious. They were the best she had ever tasted. Originally, she had some cold mixed vegetables to accompany her meal. But now, Li Chunhua felt they were entirely unnecessary. She took another large bite of sweet potato, savoring the flavor. This finally caught the attention of the women around her. "Sweet potatoes? Li Chunhua, your family is eating sweet potatoes so early? What are you saving for winter? In summer, there are plenty of foods. Everyone generally saves sweet potatoes for winter." Li Chunhua laughed. "No, this sweet potato is too delicious. My husband said I should try it. I've never seen such large sweet potatoes." "Large? How big?" The women immediately leaned in. Laughing, Li Chunhua exclaimed, "Not that big. I mean the sweet potato, the sweet potato. This sweet potato is really big and tastes amazing." Li Chunhua gestured to her bowl. "It's even larger than my bowl." "Haha, Li Chunhua, you're too easy to tease. But really, are there such large sweet potatoes this year? I checked my sweet potatoes yesterday, and they were only as long as my finger and very thin. It seems winter will be tough." "Same here. It's driving me crazy." Li Chunhua seized the opportunity. "I bought this yesterday in the village. It's really huge and very starchy. Eating it feels like eating steamed buns, but better than steamed buns, is that so?" The women exchanged glances. "In the village?" "Yes, at the corner where many people set up stalls." "Why don't we go take a look? Look how deliciously Chunhua is eating." "All right, since we're idle anyway, let us go take a look." "Let us go." The women promptly disregarded Li Chunhua and got up, heading towards the village. Along the way, they chatted and laughed. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the village, but upon looking around, they found no one selling sweet potatoes. One of them frowned. "Is Li Chunhua lying? Where are the sweet potatoes?" "Exactly. We should go back and confront her. This girl has gone bad." "Wait. No, look over there, by the school playground. What is that person selling?" "Ah, it looks like they're selling meat. Let us go see." Chapter 44. De Huang. "Are you going to take me somewhere?" After Lu Lixing returned, he saw Wang Taizhu and Lu Furin each eyeing a stall. Not needing to assist them, he simply communicated his plans and went back home. The sweet potatoes from his own field wouldn't sell for long. He needed to water the sweet potatoes from Wang Fuguwei and Lu Furin's fields. Lu Furin, being a butcher, cheerfully shouted upon seeing customers, "Meat for sale. Wild boar meat for 3 yuan a pound. Come and buy. This is the first wild boar from our village this summer. Don't miss out." Meanwhile, Wang Taizhu, selling for the first time, appeared a bit awkward. Seeing this, De Huang, who had been standing beside Wang Taizhu, rolled his eyes at him and quickly moved over to Lu Fur inside. Joining in the sales pitch, "Woof woof," with De Huang barking, the scene instantly became amusing. "Meat for sale, woof. Fresh, authentic wild boar meat for 3 yuan a pound, woof. Come buy some meat, woof." De Huang barked while wagging his tail. Looking as joyful as could be. One man and one dog harmonized beautifully. Wang Taizhu was left in a daze. This works too. Dog Lord is quite the performer. Before long, a crowd gathered around Lu Fur's stall. "Luda, is that you? Did you catch a wild boar? What good luck." Those who initially wanted to buy sweet potatoes were drawn in by the wild boar meat. "Haha, no, I'm just helping to sell for someone." Come, I assure you this is fresh wild boar meat. 3 yuan a pound. It's far more fragrant than what is sold in the convenience store. The wild boars roam freely throughout the year, rendering their meat more robust and delectable. Such a delicacy is indeed rare. Typically, ordinary pork is priced at 2.5 yuan per jin, whereas this wild boar meat is offered at 3 yuan per jin. Quite a bargain. Very well. I shall take 2 jins, exclaimed one patron. "I too desire 2 jins." Another chimed in. The crowd surged forward, eager to purchase. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Wang Tieju's sweet potatoes garnered no attention. A pang of insecurity washed over him. It was only the first day of his work, and what if he sold not a single jin? Clearing his throat, he attempted to mimic Lu Furong's boisterous call. "Sweet potatoes for sale. Sweet potatoes for sale." Alas, his voice was scarcely audible, completely drowned out by Lu Furong's cries, and no one paid him any heed. Wang Taizhu felt a wave of disdain wash over him. In no time, the wild boar meat had sold 15 jins, yet not a single sweet potato had moved. Wang Taizhu was torn. Just then, Da Huang emerged from the throng and noticed the utter lack of customers at Wang Tieju's stall. Rolling his eyes, he trotted over, and upon hearing Wang Tieju's feeble calls, he could no longer contain himself. The moment Wang Taizhu shouted a second time, Da Huang bit him on the backside. While it didn't inflict any harm, the pain was quite real. Wang Taizhu yelped ouch. Suddenly, his voice boomed, "Sweet potatoes for sale. Sweet potatoes for sale." This outburst finally piqued the interest of potential buyers, who hurried over. "Oh yes, I wish to purchase sweet potatoes." Li Chunhua mentioned that the sweet potatoes here are particularly delicious. "Wait, 1 mao per jin? How can it be so expensive?" Several brows furrowed as they approached. Just as Wang Taizhu was about to explain, one person gasped, "Goodness, those sweet potatoes are enormous. Just look at their appearance, their texture. I've never seen such fine sweet potatoes before. The premium sweet potatoes I saw at the supermarket in town a few days ago were inferior and priced at 8 cents. 1 mao per jin is quite the deal, Taizhu. Come, I want 10 jins to sample. I tasted some yesterday. I want 50 jins. I too desire 50 jins." At long last, joy filled Wang Taiju's heart. Excellent. Ladies, I shall fetch them right away." In a fleeting moment, he turned to give Da Huang a thumbs up. Truly, Doggy has a way with things. When Lu Lijing arrived, he was greeted by such a scene. He stepped closer to observe and discovered it was Lu Furong and Wang Taizhu at work. Lu Lijing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Throughout the journey, he had hoped that these endeavors were truly the handiwork of Lu Lixing. If that were the case, he could proudly refute anyone who dared to criticize his second brother in his presence, asserting that his brother was indeed a remarkable individual. However, at this moment, Lu Lijing felt a tinge of sadness. He shook hands and turned to leave. Just then, a loud bark pierced the air. "Woof!" Lu Lijing turned around to see Da Huang standing before him, wagging his tail with a look of expectation. "Woof! Woof!" It seemed he had something to convey. Lu Lijing furrowed his brow. "Da Huang, what is it?" Da Huang circled around him excitedly, then abruptly turned and began walking in a specific direction. Lu Lijing hesitated momentarily. "Da Huang, are you leading me somewhere?" "Woof!" Da Huang tilted his head, encouraging Lu Lijing to follow. Gritting his teeth, Lu Lijing complied. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of the Lujia Village Primary School, Zhang Chuanhe paced anxiously, his face etched with worry. Seated nearby was Zhang Chuanxiang, who observed Zhang Chuanhe's restless movements for a while before finally speaking up. Third brother, what on earth is going on? I'm worried, big brother. The school year is about to commence, yet we have no food. Though the students' parents would send provisions, it would hardly suffice. As our school caters to over 100 students, we cannot allow them to go hungry. The authorities have allocated funds for grain purchases. Haven't they? They have, but the roads are impassable and transporting food relies solely on manual labor, which is exorbitantly costly. Furthermore, not all of the funds are designated for the children's sustenance. They also cover other school necessities. This situation is untenable. What then shall we do? Zhang Chuanxiang found himself equally troubled. I do not know, which is why I called you for assistance. You and second brother. Your second brother's clinic is perpetually inundated with debts. Where would he procure funds? Stop thinking about it. I currently have only a few dozen yuan on hand. Third brother, you have poured all your earnings into this school over the years. How can you still? Zhang Chuanhe sighed. Alas, I must devise another plan. As the principal of Lujia Village Primary School, Zhang Chuanhe has always dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the students, often at the cost of his own financial well-being. This heavy downpour, coupled with the year's inadequate grain supply, posed a significant dilemma for him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Chuanxiang suggested, by the way, third brother, I heard yesterday that one of our Lujia folks is selling sweet potatoes in the village at a very reasonable price. Why not inquire about it? They say those sweet potatoes are both large and sweet, with excellent quality. Is that so? Very well, I shall seek out someone to inquire. Good, I shall return. I am unsure how Zhang Ergu is faring with that debt collection. Truly, it infuriates me. I must return to manage that. All right, big brother, take care. Nearby the school, in a short span of time, half of the wild boar meat had sold, and many sweet potatoes had moved as well. Lu Furong and Wang Taizhu were bustling about. Upon exiting, Zhang Chuanxiang witnessed this vibrant scene. He quickly turned back and returned to the office. Chuanhe, Chuanhe, the sweet potato vendor is right next to the schoolyard. You must hurry and inquire. What? Very well, I shall go at once. Big brother, you attend to your matters. Zhang Chuanhe dashed outside and, upon reaching the edge of the playground, was taken aback to see Wang Taizhu. Taizhu, you are the one selling these sweet potatoes? Wang Taizhu turned, and upon seeing Zhang Chuanhe, immediately stood at attention. He had once been a student of Zhang Chuanhe. Principal Zhang, yes, it is I. What brings you here? Are you interested in purchasing? Indeed, I wish to buy in bulk. Can we negotiate a price? Bulk? I must consult my brother Lu. Who? My brother Lu Lixing. You know him, don't you? At the mention of this name, Zhang Chuanhe frowned. What does he have to do with this? He was the most troublesome student among those you taught. Regarding the pricing issue, the wild boar meat was adjusted to 3 yuan per gene. I apologize, everyone. There was insufficient preparation prior to Chapter 13. Tomorrow, I will make adjustments to the sweet potatoes and wages, which will be reflected in the next chapter. This will not affect the overall reading experience. Thank you for your reminders. I shall strive to improve my writing. Gratitude was expressed for the gifts received. Chapter 45. All of this belongs to Lu Lixing years ago, when Lu Lijing was in primary school. He caused no small amount of vexation for Zhang Chuanhe. He was prone to fights and often played truant, luring other children to join him in fishing escapades. The homeroom teacher was at a loss and would summon Zhang Chuanhe to intervene. Upholding the belief that each student was akin to his own child, Zhang Chuanhe endeavored to educate Lu Lixing in various ways. However, the boy was impervious to reason. Ultimately, Zhang Chuanhe had no choice but to call in Lu Lixing's parents. To his dismay, even they were unable to rein him in. On one occasion, perhaps chastised at home, the young Lu Lixing affixed a bucket to the door of the dilapidated classroom. That day coincided with Zhang Chuanhe's moral education class, and as fate would have it, the bucket tipped, drenching him in water. Not only did he fail to impart any moral lessons, but he also caught a cold for an entire week. Zhang Chuanhe harbored no fond memories of Lu Lixing. He had heard tales of his waywardness after dropping out of school, engaging in all manner of deceit and trickery, even exploiting his own family, and failing to maintain fidelity in marriage. Why, then, would he suddenly seek him out? Zhang Chuanhe found it perplexing. The women purchasing sweet potatoes were equally curious. Aren't you the one selling these sweet potatoes? Why are you searching for Lu Lixing? Principal Zhang is quite a significant client. Taizhu, don't be foolish. Wang Taizhu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. No, these sweet potatoes belong to my brother Lu. I'm merely working for him. What? They belong to Lu Lixing. Are you saying he is the one selling sweet potatoes? Did he hire you as a laborer? Indeed, Oh, and the wild boar over there also belongs to my brother Lu. Uncle Lu is working for him as well. Lu Furong, standing nearby, laughed heartily. Yes, yes, that wild boar too. You all shouldn't underestimate that boy Lu Lixing. He may have been a bit of a rogue in the past, but he has turned into quite a fine man now. Not only does he work hard to earn money, but he also dotes on his wife. He caught that wild boar himself, and those sweet potatoes are cultivated with care. They are far superior to ours. Wang Taizhu chimed in. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering. So, the girl from the late Qing era has married well? Absolutely, Lu Furong nodded. Zhang Chuanhe furrowed his brow, recalling Lu Lixing's past misdeeds, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Taizhu, can't you make a decision on this? Well. All right, I shall relent. Where is he now? He is out in the fields working. He'll return later. Very well, I shall wait for him at the school. When he arrives, be sure to inform me that, of course, no problem. Before departing, Zhang Chuanhe couldn't help but ask, let me take one sweet potato to taste first. If it's good, I will make a bulk purchase. Certainly. After Zhang Chuanhe left, the scene erupted once more with fervor. Those buying sweet potatoes continued, while others sought out the wild boar meat. However, Wang Taizhu couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Upon returning home, Zhang Chuanxiang found Zhang Ergu staring blankly at a pile of scrap metal. This scrap was from the bicycle that had collided with the bus that day, now completely disassembled and in disrepair. Zhang Chuanxiang's frustration boiled over. Ergu, I told you to collect money from Lu Lixing. Why are you dawdling here? I'm trying to figure out if this bicycle can be repaired. If I can fix it, I won't need to bother Lu Lixing. Fix it? Just look at it. It's in tatters. When have you ever been so courteous to Lu Lixing? He owes us a considerable debt. Oh, father, Zhang Ergu responded impatiently. I've told you, Lu Lixing wrote it to save someone. He didn't do it on purpose. How could a person like him not have done it intentionally? Are you defending him now? Go, and if you don't return with the money, don't expect to eat tonight. Zhang Chuanxiang stood firm. With no other choice, Zhang Ergu reluctantly set out. As he walked, he moved slowly, pondering the lives lost. It was a pity that Lu Lixing's previous behavior had been so deplorable. Yet, truth be told, if he hadn't witnessed it himself, Zhang Ergu would hardly believe it. He was deeply conflicted about how to approach Lu Lixing for the money. Wasn't this rather unkind? On the other side, Lu Lixing had already arrived at the fields. After inspecting his own land and confirming that the sweet potatoes had matured, he turned to his elder brother's plot. Having been partitioned from his brother, Lu Lixing's land was now separate. Without hesitation, he watered his brother's fields with the essence of the spring. Observing the sweet potatoes thriving, Lu Lixing felt a sense of satisfaction as he made his way to Wang Ergu's land. Meanwhile, Lu Lixing was following Da Huang forward. Da Huang would occasionally glance back at Lu Lixing, as though fearing he might lag behind. Da Huang, where are you taking me? Woof, woof. Da Huang barked twice and continued on. As they passed Lu Lixing's home, Da Huang showed no signs of stopping. Instead, they pressed on. Lu Lixing noticed Gu Wanqing and Lu Qianqian engaged in some task, oblivious to his presence. He considered greeting his sister-in-law, but Da Huang had already dashed ahead. Thus, Lu Lixing had no choice but to follow Da Huang further. After 10 minutes, he saw Da Huang finally come to a halt. That was his second brother's sweet potato field. Due to his slower pace, Lu Lixing was still quite a distance away. Unable to contain himself, he called out, Da Huang, what are we doing here? Woof! Da Huang barked loudly, as if urging him onward. Lu Lixing quickened his pace, climbing a slight slope, eager to continue. Suddenly, he noticed that the area around Da Huang was lush with sweet potato vines, vibrant and thriving, in stark contrast to the withered ones at his own home. He was incredulous as he approached, unable to resist the urge to dig into the soil, and the next moment, a massive sweet potato emerged before him. Woof, woof! Da Huang barked excitedly. Lu Lixing turned to Da Huang. You brought me here to see this? Woof! Da Huang's bark was filled with affirmation. Is this the sweet potato sold by my second brother? How could they have flourished so magnificently? Woof, woof! Da Huang knew the reason, but, being a dog, could not articulate it. He could only lead Lu Lixing to Lu Lixing so that he could explain himself. Da Huang looked around for a moment, yet there was no sign of Lu Lixing. With no other choice, they began to sniff around again. Then, he turned and signaled for Lu Lixing to follow. Where to next? Are you taking me to find someone? Woof! This time, Lu Lixing did not hesitate and followed directly. Lu Lixing had also watered Wang Tiezhu's sweet potatoes. However, he had not used overly concentrated lychee water on his own sweet potatoes. It required a process, lest it be too alarming. As for those from his elder brother's family, he couldn't help but decide to think of an excuse later when his brother asked about it. Glancing at the sky, he realized it was getting late. Liu Lixing decided to first check how the sales were going in the village. As for Lu Furin's sweet potatoes, that could wait until tomorrow. By the playground in the village, after a lively afternoon, Lu Furin's pork had sold out. Wang Tieju's sweet potatoes had also nearly sold out. The two men sat beside their stalls, grinning from ear to ear. Uncle Lu, how much pork did you sell in total? 100 jin, all sold. At 3 yuan a jin, that's 300 yuan. Lu Furins pointed at the money in his cash box, which included a mix of dimes, nickels, and a pile of 1-cent coins. Yet, it amounted to a substantial 300 yuan. Lu Furins had only saved 200 yuan in his entire life. In contrast, Wang Taiju appeared somewhat disheartened. His sweet potatoes were cheap. He had sold 200 jin, yet only made 20 yuan. Wang Taiju felt a touch of gloom. Lu Furins burst into laughter. Haha, why the long face? Sweet potatoes are common, but wild boar is not. Once today's sales are over, there won't be any left. I'll help you sell sweet potatoes. What? Now 20 yuan isn't worth your time. That's half a month's wages for some. No, haha, I was just thinking. Brother Lu treats us so well. We must work hard. Wang Taiju laughed. Of course, this kid is thriving, and we can ride his coattails. Let's work diligently. When Lu Lixing returned, he happened to witness this scene. What are you discussing? So cheerful. Lu Furins laughed heartily, talking about how to make big money alongside you. Haha. Indeed, we will definitely profit. Lu Lixing felt a surge of confidence. Lu Furins handed over the cash box. Today's earnings, a total of 300. Wang Taiju added, Brother Lu, this is from selling sweet potatoes. 21. Lu Lixing mixed the money together and set it aside. You've all worked hard. Lu Furins looked at him in astonishment. You, aren't you going to count it? Lu Lixing waved his hand dismissively. No need. Trust is fundamental. I believe you. Whatever you say is true. Haha, kid, you're truly something. No wonder you encounter such good fortune. Indeed, Brother Lu, I have good news for you. Principal Zhang just came looking for us. He wants to see you and is waiting in the principal's office. Wang Taiju quickly added. Principal Zhang? Lu Lixing furrowed his brow. The system's message had arrived. Yes, it seems he mentioned that the school's grain supply is insufficient, and he wishes to buy sweet potatoes. All right, I understand. Lu Lixing nodded. I'll go meet him. You all finish packing up? Let's celebrate at home tonight. All right, before leaving, Lu Lixing noticed something amiss. Where is De Huang? Wang Taiju suddenly realized. No wonder it felt like something was missing. Where's my dog? It felt so desolate without it around. I'll go find him. Lu Lixing frowned. Forget it. He probably went home by himself. After saying this, Lu Lixing turned to leave. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. Lu Lixing, what are you doing here? Lu Lixing turned to see Zhang Ergo. Ergo? You're here. Just in time. I was planning to find you these days. It's time to return the money. Zhang Ergu looked quite conflicted. He hadn't even registered what Lu Lixing had just said. Earlier in the afternoon, not wanting to seek out Lu Lixing, he had wandered around the village for 2 hours. Although there were some wealthy individuals in Lejiakan, most were quite poor. Lu Lixing's family was among the destitute. They had even rescued people. Asking for 120 yuan in such a short time was nearly impossible. However, unexpectedly, seeing so many people gathered here, he thought he might as well join in the excitement and coincidentally ran into Lu Lixing. Zhang Ergu remembered his father's words. If he couldn't get the money, he wouldn't be allowed to return home. Lu Lixing. I have something to ask you. Do you have 10 yuan? My dad sent me to ask for money. Chapter 47. With me here, no one can harm my brother. Just as Lu Lixing was about to turn away, he froze. 10 yuan. Wasn't he at 120? Zhang Ergu thought he had overshot his request. After all, 10 yuan was still a lot for Lu's family. He quickly corrected himself. 5.5 yuan would do. I just need to give my dad an explanation. The rest you can return slowly, otherwise he won't let me go home. Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing finally understood Zhang Ergu's intention. It turned out he was here to ask for money, yet feared he wouldn't have enough. Lu Lixing smiled and walked towards the cash box. Zhang Ergu, however, looked somewhat dejected. I'm not afraid of my dad. Before he could finish, Lu Lixing handed him a large stack of money. Here, this is for you, 120 yuan, not a cent less. Huh? Zhang Ergu was taken aback. He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Lu Lixing and then at the money in his hands. It was overwhelming, so much. Wasn't Lu Lixing supposed to be broke? Well, I've made some money. I originally intended to find you to return it. But I no buts. Take it quickly, or you really want to be able to go home. Lu Lixing smiled. Zhang Ergo never expected Lu Lixing to be so accommodating in the past. Even if Lu Lixing had money, he would never have been so willing to give it to him. He had prepared himself to not get it back at all. But now, he stared at the money, momentarily dazed. Lu Lixing directly shoved the cash into his hands. Take it. As Zhang Ergo held the hefty stack of cash, he was still processing it all. Wang Taizhu and Lu Furins watched this scene, trying to stifle their laughter. What is going on, Ergo? Count the money. Zhang Ergo was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. Lu Lixing, I can't take all this money. You've saved so many people. I should give you something in return. How about this? Let us split it 50-50. Lu Lixing didn't expect Zhang Ergo to say this. His heart warmed. No, that day was my fault. If I hadn't taken your bike, it wouldn't have broken. Just keep it all. Buy a new one. That won't do. Zhang Ergo was adamant, insisting on returning the money to Lu Lixing. Yes, the two pushed and pulled. A furious shout suddenly interrupted them. Lu Lixing, what are you doing? Zhang Chuanxiang, having caught sight of the scene, assumed Lu Lixing was trying to snatch money from Zhang Ergo. After all, the old Lu Lixing had often engaged in such antics. He yelled angrily. How dare you steal? Give the money to Ergo. If it weren't for you, he would have learned to ride a bike by now. Zhang Chunlei had been busy these past few days, and hadn't he had the chance to inform Zhang Chuanxiang about Lu Lixing's intention to teach Zhang Ergo to ride? Zhang Chuanxiang was unaware of this, no dad. Zhang Ergo was about to explain when suddenly, a figure dashed out. Li Zhang? Lu Lixing recognized the newcomer. However, Lu Lixing ignored him completely and positioned himself directly between Lu Lixing and Zhang Ergo. Not even glancing at the scattered money on the ground, he turned to face Zhang Ergo. What are you doing? Bullying our family again. I tell you, as long as I'm here, you can't lay a finger on my brother. Lu Lixing had frequently encountered bullying in the past, especially given his history of mischief that often drew trouble for Lu Lixing as well. However, he could not bear to see anyone mistreat Lu Lixing. No matter how troublesome Lu Lixing was, he was still his older brother. Family is family, he could scold and complain. But no one else had that right. De Huang rushed over as well, standing protectively in front of Lu Lixing. Anyone who bullied his master would find themselves at odds with him. Wang Taizhu looked utterly bewildered. Just as he was about to step forward, Lu Furins held him back. Sure, don't go over. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to resolve the conflict between the brothers. Wang Taizhu hesitated but ultimately remained silent. Lu Lixing didn't expect Lu Lixing to stand up for him like this. The boy, who usually vented his frustrations at being bullied, was now resolutely defending him. Lu Lixing felt a slight moisture in the corners of his eyes. What a wonderful brother! What a good person! How had he failed to cherish him in his previous life? Li Zhang, I doubt you be quiet. Don't say anything. Just like before, stand behind me. Lu Lixing stood tall and firm. Lu Lixing halted, taken aback, unaware of the full situation. Zhang Chuanxiang grew even angrier. Humph, Lu Lixing, you still dare to call for help? You think I want to do the same? You think our Zhang family is small? Just wait. I'll call someone to break both your legs, and then we'll see if you still refuse to pay back the money. Lu Lixing was momentarily stunned. He turned to Lu Lixing. You owe money again? I didn't forget it. You've owed money for a while now. Lu Lixing interrupted. Turning to Zhang Chuanxiang, he continued. How much does my brother owe you? I'll write you an IOU. Once I earn money, I'll pay him back. I, Lu Lixing, keep my word, but first, you mustn't lay a hand on my brother. Zhang Chuanxiang was so furious his face turned red. You at this moment, Lu Furins and Wang Taizhu, who had been listening silently, could no longer contain their laughter. Zhang Chuanxiang, exasperated, shouted, You're laughing? Aren't you going to help me settle this? What kind of nonsense is this? Is the one who owes money a lord? Lu Furins chuckled as he approached. Hey, you two, old Zhang and you, Li Zhang, stop fighting. Can't you just listen to people finish speaking? The two replied in unison. What are you talking about? Chapter 48. What are you talking about? Seeing the two of them so determined not to yield, Lu Furins silently rubbed his forehead. You youngsters are always so impatient. But old Zhang, you're getting on in years. Why are you still so hot-headed? Ergo. You speak first, pointed out. Zhang Erge chuckled. He quickly gathered the scattered money, neatly stacking it before speaking earnestly. Dad, look, 120 yuan. Did I bring this much money when I left home? Zhang Chuanxiang was momentarily taken aback, his expression awkward. It seems not. Right, I never have more than 2 yuan on me. That's the rule you set, saying I should let my wife manage the money after I marry, to prevent me from wasting it. So, what money did Lu Lixing rob? This was originally his money. What? Both Zhang Chuanxiang and Lu Lijing were dumbfounded. Zhang Ergu continued. Lu Lixing gave me the bike money and I felt that since he saved so many people, I couldn't take all his money, so I wanted to return half. That's why you saw the scene just now. Dad, didn't you teach me that neighbors are good people and we should be kind to others? You also said I should learn from my second uncle and third uncle. One a doctor and the other a teacher. Although I may never reach their heights, I've always remembered your teachings. Lu Lixing and I were not fighting. We were pushing each other to be fair. Lu Lixing had indeed been a bit troublesome before, but can't a bad person change for the better? Can a bad person do good deeds? Dad, why are you so stubborn? Zhang Ergu articulated his thoughts clearly. Both Zhang Chuanxiang and Lu Lijing were momentarily stunned. Lu Lixing has this much money? At this point, Lu Furen stepped forward and patted Zhang Chuanxiang's shoulder. Your son is right. You really are old-fashioned. Just because it didn't exist before doesn't mean it doesn't exist now. Didn't you see what Wang Taizhu and I were doing? We were working for Lu Lixing. This wild boar, these sweet potatoes, they all belong to Lu Lixing. We're here to help him sell them. He is now considered a small boss. Zhang Chuanxiang was once again bewildered. What? He knew that a new variety of sweet potato had emerged in Lijiakan, and it was said to sell very well. He had intended to buy some in the past few days, but had been too busy. Zhang Chuanxiang never imagined that those sweet potatoes would belong to Lu Lixing. As for the wild boar, Zhang Chuanxiang didn't even need to think about how expensive wild boar meat could be if he really sold a wild boar. Then Lu Lixing having 120 yuan was entirely believable. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lu Lijing, astonished, turned to Lu Lixing. Those sweet potatoes really are yours? Lu Lixing nodded. Yes, I told you before. Li Zheng, do you believe your brother now? The sweet potatoes in our field. When I watered them, I also gave them a little extra care. You always said that for so many years, our family's grain was never enough. Now, it's sufficient. Lu Lijing felt a bit dizzy. Lu Lixing had truly gone out to earn money, and he had made so much. Was this really his once useless brother? Lu Lixing noticed Lu Lijing in a daze and understood the boy was still processing everything. He stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Li Zheng, your brother is no longer the same as before. I will keep my promises. After speaking, he turned to face Zhang Chuanxiang. Uncle Zhang, I was wrong about that situation. I originally thought that if there was no hurry, I would buy a bicycle for you once I got out of here. However, the road was blocked, and I didn't manage to do so in time. Here's the money for you to buy a bicycle. Also, I can ride. If Zhang Ergo wants to learn, he can come to me. Li Zhang is still young. He just wanted to protect me, so please don't take offense. Zhang Chuanxiang was momentarily dazed. You? What happened to Lu Lixing? He looked utterly bewildered. Lu Lixing turned to Zhang Ergo and said, You may keep the money. There's no need to return it to me. I have a few matters to attend to at the moment. See you later, Ergo. Zhang Ergo nodded in confusion. He found Lu Lixing's polite manner somewhat unfamiliar. See you later. Lu Lixing turned back and patted Lu Lijing on the shoulder, saying, Li Zheng, let us go with Ergo to a certain place. It's time for you to see what he has been up to. Otherwise, this lad might remain in a state of misunderstanding. He then addressed Wang Taizhu and Lu Furen. Taizhu, Uncle Lu, please tidy up your things. I will visit Principal Zhang and return shortly. All right, go on, they replied. Lu Lijing followed behind in a daze, his mind a blank slate, overwhelmed by the multitude of thoughts he had yet to process. Upon seeing the two depart, Da Huang, the large yellow dog, excitedly trotted after them. Zhang Ergu thrust the money into Zhang Chuanxiang's hands, exclaiming, Here. Without another word, he turned to leave. Despite having saved a life, he felt a deep discomfort about having to reimburse the full amount. Ergu, wait a moment. Zhang Chuanxiang called out twice but failed to catch up. He gazed in the direction of Lu Lixing and inquired, Is Lu Lixing going to find Zhang Chuanhe? Yes, he's looking for Principal Zhang. Wang Taizhu confirmed. Zhang Chuanxiang's anxiety escalated. Oh no, I should go and check on this. He had already informed Zhang Chuanhe about Lu Lixing's situation, and he couldn't allow Chuanhe to be misled. Zhang Chuanhe had been in his office all afternoon, sporting spectacles and swiftly scribbling notes with a fountain pen. If one were to approach closely, they would see that he was drafting the school's curriculum for the new semester and detailing the allocation of funds received. Every expenditure was calculated meticulously. Yet, despite his efforts, he felt an insistent inadequacy regarding the funds available, particularly as they pertained to essential start-of-term expenses. Zhang Chuanhe found himself in a quandary. He moved to the window and gazed outside, where he immediately spotted Lu Lixing and Lu Lijing, accompanied by the large yellow dog. The memories of Lu Lixing's pranks during his school days flooded back, sending a shiver down his spine. He had a deep-seated fear of dogs, having been chased by one in his childhood, which left him with lasting trauma. Why was Lu Lixing bringing a dog along to see him? Surely he wasn't planning to pull another prank? Zhang Chuanhe quickly turned back, muttering reassurances to himself. It's all for the sake of the students. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Reason must prevail. After repeating this mantra thrice, a knock at the door startled him. Zhang Chuanhe took a deep breath, adjusted his glasses, yet still felt uneasy. He pondered momentarily before deciding to find something for self-defense. Alas, after searching, he found nothing suitable. His gaze fell upon the pen holder on the upper right corner of his desk. He hesitated for a moment before reluctantly lifting the pen holder. He needed some form of precaution, even if it appeared utterly unthreatening. Having completed this, Zhang Chuanhe opened the door. Chapter 49. An apology is due to Lu Lixing throughout their walk. Lu Lijing observed Lu Lixing closely. The latter walked upright and appeared quite amiable, occasionally smiling and greeting him. He suddenly resembled an older brother. In the past, Lu Lixing would saunter about, carefree and nonchalant, often chewing on a blade of grass or tossing anything he held to Lu Lijing, leaving him to do all the work. At tea times, Lu Lijing even questioned whether he was the elder brother, with Lu Lixing being the oblivious younger sibling. However, now, something had inexplicably changed. By the time they reached Zhang Chuanhe's office door, Lu Lijing remained slightly dazed. Lu Lixing turned and patted Lu Lijing's shoulder. Lijing, don't dawdle. We're about to meet Principal Zhang. Be serious. You are his prize student. During Lu Lijing's school days, Zhang Chuanhe was still a teacher. He had often visited the Lu family, urging them to ensure that Lijing excelled in his studies for a bright future. Thanks to Zhang Chuanhe's encouragement, the impoverished Lu family had strived to send Lu Lijing to school. At school, Lu Lijing excelled, and Zhang Chuanhe was quite pleased, often providing him with additional tutoring in Lu Lijing's eyes. Zhang Chuanhe was a figure of great respect. Hearing Lu Lixing's words snapped him back to reality, and he straightened his attire before responding. All right, Wang. Da Huang barked joyfully behind them, wagging his tail. This moment, the relationship between the two masters began to thaw. Lu Lixing cleared his throat before knocking on the door. Moments later, the door swung open. Together, Lu Lixing and Lu Lijing earnestly greeted, "Good day, Principal Zhang." However, in the next moment, they froze in place. Zhang Chuanhe was holding an exceedingly cute pen holder adorned with cartoon characters drawn in colorful markers, exuding an adorable charm, particularly as it was pink. The sight of Zhang Chuanhe, dressed in all black and holding the pen holder in front of him with a serious expression, seemed almost comical. Lu Lixing's eyes widened in disbelief, while Lu Lijing could no longer contain his laughter. Principal Zhang, what is this in his memory? Zhang Chuanhe was stern and serious. How could he be like this now? Upon seeing the two, Zhang Chuanhe instinctively attempted to hide the pen holder behind him. But then, he noticed Da Huang, the large yellow dog, moving about behind Lu Lixing and Lu Lijing, seemingly wanting to enter. Zhang Chuanhe felt his composure slipping. Unsure whether to set the pen holder down or continue holding it, he awkwardly raised it halfway, stammering, hello, I was just as he pondered how to respond. Da Huang barked again. Wang. Zhang Chuanhe's mind spiraled into chaos. He completely lost his composure. Lu Lixing and Lu Lijing were taken aback once more. Finally, Lu Lixing pinpointed the source of the issue. Da Huang, please go downstairs. Da Huang whined and left, dejected at the notion that someone disliked him. Humph. Zhang Chuanhe sighed in relief, awkwardly raising the pen holder. This is a gift from my little daughter. He chuckled nervously. Lu Lixing, Lu Lijing, I didn't see anything just now. Lu Lixing promptly replied, Principal Zhang, I assure you, nothing occurred. Lu Lijing quickly added. Neither did I. After all, he was the principal, and during their school days, no one in the school was aware of Zhang Chuanhe's fear of dogs. indicating that he had concealed this weakness quite well, even if his current demeanor did not align with his usual persona. Zhang Chuanhe chuckled heartily. Good, good. You are both fine young men. Come in. As the two were about to enter, Zhang Chuanxiang's voice called from outside. Wait, hold on. The three turned simultaneously, exchanging puzzled glances. Elder brother, what is the matter? Zhang Chuanxiang hesitated, unsure how to express his thoughts. Admitting his mistakes to the younger generation felt somewhat challenging. Yet, he could not allow Zhang Chuanhe to remain misled. He approached Zhang Chuanhe, gesturing for him to step aside. Once they had moved a few paces forward, he quietly said, Chuanhe, that boy Lu Lixing has repaid the debt, so please refrain from holding grudges against him. Huh? He repaid it? Zhang Chuanhe responded, surprised. Zhang Chuanxiang then recounted the events that had transpired by the playground. Zhang Chuanhe nodded in understanding. Rest assured, I am aware now. But have you apologized to him? Not yet. I'm currently pondering how to approach it's quite embarrassing for me. Oh, very well, I shall handle it. Zhang Chuanhe agreed. Zhang Chuanxiang nodded repeatedly. As long as you handle it with care, after all, he is your student. Before he could finish, Zhang Chuanhe suddenly exclaimed, Lu Lixing, my elder brother wishes to apologize to you. Zhang Chuanxiang. I thought we agreed to handle this delicately? He cast a bewildered glance at his younger brother. Zhang Chuanhe asserted, Elder brother, acknowledging one's mistakes and making amends is commendable. As a teacher, I cannot lie. You wrongly accused Lu Lixing, and an apology is warranted. Zhang Chuanxiang. That he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had been in the wrong. He had been contemplating how to find an opportunity to assist the Lu family as a form of apology. Now, his intentions were laid bare. Seeing their expectant gazes, he reluctantly stepped forward. Lu Lixing. Before he could finish, Lu Lixing interjected, Principal Zhang, do you have something urgent to discuss with me? Uncle Zhang, that matter is in the past. I have not held it against you, so please do not dwell on it. Zhang Chuanxiang stared blankly at Lu Lixing. Was he intentionally deflecting the topic to save face for him? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuanhe stepped forward with a grin, patting Zhang Chuanxiang on the shoulder. He then turned to Lu Lixing. I indeed have something to discuss with you. I heard that sweet potatoes by the playground belong to you? Yes, they are mine, Lu Lixing confirmed. Zhang Chuanhe nodded enthusiastically. Who would have thought that the carefree boy from childhood has turned out to be quite successful? I will be straightforward. Please go ahead. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Chuanhe continued, the primary school in Lijiakin is about to commence, but we have no food supplies. Due to poor harvests, parents have been unable to provide any, and the roads are blocked. I would like to purchase some of your sweet potatoes. Around 300 to 400 pounds, if you don't mind. Without hesitation, Lu Lixing replied, no problem. Zhang Chuanhe asked, and how much do you charge per pound for those sweet potatoes? 1 dime. I see. Zhang Chuanhe fell into thought. At 1 dime per pound, for 100 pounds would amount of 40 yuan. However, he had just calculated that he only had 20 yuan remaining. After some deliberation, he said, how about I take 200 pounds for now? You can reserve the rest for me until I have more funds. Before he could finish, Lu Lixing interjected, no need, Principal Zhang, I will donate all 400 pounds of sweet potatoes to the school. The revelation stunned the three others present, especially Lu Lixing, who gazed at Lu Lixing in disbelief, feeling as though he had overlooked something significant. Zhang Chuanhe and Zhang Chuanxiang exchanged glances, donating to the school? Lu Lixing nodded, yes, no payment is required. It is all for the school. However, Principal Zhang, I do have one request. Chapter 50. Qianqian is about to start school. Lu Lixing suddenly turned around, finally realizing what he had overlooked. Moments later, he heard Lu Lixing say, I would like our Qianqian to attend school, but the registration period is past. Principal Zhang, I wonder if there is any way to add an enrollment slot? Qianqian was 7 years old and could not afford to wait any longer. Lu Lixing froze momentarily, speechless, yet his heart raced with excitement. Getting Qianqian into school had long been a burden on Lu Lixing's mind. Last year, 6-year-old Lu Qianqian should have begun attending preschool, but the family had barely scraped together enough money for Lu Lixing's tuition. He had wanted to give the opportunity to Qianqian, but was reprimanded, being told that he was doing well in school and should not waste his education. This year, he had finally managed to gather the funds, only for Lu Lixing to take them and spend them. Thus, when Lu Lixing had previously spoken, Lu Lixing had not believed a word. But now, witnessing all that Lu Lixing had done, he was convinced it turned out he genuinely wished for Qianqian to receive an education. Upon hearing this request, Zhang Chuanhe burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I thought you were going to mention something serious. It turns out it was this. In fact, I've been contemplating how to approach the parents of children who haven't been able to attend school. Our generation has suffered greatly from illiteracy. Even now, some people can't even do basic arithmetic. They have more opportunities in larger cities, yet they struggle to survive there. We cannot allow the younger generation to suffer the same fate. Your Qianqian is the first child I thought to approach, as she plays well with my daughter, and my daughter has always wanted her as a classmate, but she is already in first grade while Qianqian has yet to start school. Now, this is perfect. It seems I won't need to persuade her parents after all. Once the school opens, just bring her along. I will handle the enrollment issue. Zhang Chuanhe felt a sense of fulfillment. He had returned to Lijiakan to teach with the intention of making a difference in the lives of the local children. Now, nearly 20 years had passed. All right, thank you, Principal Zhang. No need to thank me. However, I still need to pay for the sweet potatoes. It's not easy to grow them, and we shouldn't waste them. No, Principal Zhang, I'm fine on my end. These sweet potatoes are my contribution to the children of Lijiakan. Lu Lixing recalled the dire conditions of Lijiakan Primary School, which, despite its dilapidation, represented the best opportunity for the village's children. In his previous life, he had donated money under a pseudonym to build a new school, yet now it remained in dire need of further assistance. Then, this. With Lu Lixing's insistence, Zhang Chuanhe found it challenging to refuse. He could only nod in agreement. Very well, then I will thank you on behalf of the children. Lu Lixing smiled. Principal Zhang, should you need any assistance in the future, feel free to reach out. I will certainly do my utmost to help. Good, good. It seems you have truly matured. You must have married a wonderful wife. Haha, indeed. My wife is remarkable. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Chuanhe, Lu Lixing bid farewell and departed with Lu Lijing. Once they left, Zhang Chuanxiang remained in the principal's office, lost in thought. Zhang Chuanhe set aside his adorable pin holder and looked at him. Elder brother, why are you still here? I'm heading home. Zhang Chuanxiang finally snapped back to reality. Chuanhe, did Lu Lixing just donate 400 pounds of sweet potatoes to the school? Yes, he just mentioned he would deliver them tomorrow or the day after. The school will be able to commence on time, which is wonderful. Is this truly Lu Lixing? Zhang Chuanhe patted his shoulder. Everyone has a kind side, just as Lu Lixing said. Perhaps he has been influenced by his wife. And that's quite all right. Indeed, that is quite good. Zhang Chuanxiang nodded. Before leaving, he tossed a large stack of money onto Zhang Chuanhe's desk. Here, 120 yuan. Huh. What's this for? Zhang Chuanxiang replied. A donation for the school. Zhang Chuanhe was taken aback. Ah, elder brother, you? What about me? Why not? Isn't it acceptable for me to do good deeds too? Just moments ago, when Lu Lixing made his generous offer, Zhang Chuanxiang had decided to act. This money, Lu Lixing would not accept, so why not donate it to the school? Just as Lu Lixing had said, it was about contributing to the school. But your bicycle. I can earn money to buy another. Enough chatter. Weren't you quite decisive when asking me to apologize earlier? I still have work to do with that. Zhang Chuanxiang waved his hand and left. Zhang Chuanhe watched his brother's retreating figure, shaking his head in silence with a sigh. His elder brother, although genuinely doing a good deed, insisted on being so awkward about it. Nevertheless, he sat down and returned to work. A short while later, a little girl with a ponytail peeked in through the door. She held a fabric bag and seemed hesitant to enter. Upon seeing her, Zhang Chuanhe smiled. Xiao Xiao, why don't you come in? Come to daddy. The little girl was none other than Zhang Chuanhe's youngest daughter, Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was 7 years old, the same age as Lu Qianqian. In moments of leisure, I would often seek out Lu Qianqian for playful companionship. Upon hearing Zhang Chuanhe call her, the little girl joyfully bounced into the room. Daddy, I'm afraid to disturb your work. Mommy said I shouldn't interrupt you while you're working. Zhang Chuanhe set aside his tasks, happily lifting the little one into his arms. Haha, is Xiao Xiao so obedient to mommy? Zhang Xiaoxiao tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, well, I can ignore everything else. But this is something I must heed. What a good girl you are, he praised. Zhang Xiaoxiao fidgeted with the sandbag in her hands and pouted. But I'm not happy. Why is that? Who has upset our little Xiao Xiao? She replied. I haven't seen Qianqian for a long time. Where has Qianqian gone? Why hasn't she come home? The Zhang family resided not far from Lu Qianqian's parents, yet it was a considerable distance from Lu Lixing's home. During her leisurely moments, Zhang Xiaoxiao frequently visited Lu Qianqian. Today, her mother had sewn a new sandbag for Qianqian, and she longed to find her friend. But Qianqian was nowhere to be found. With school approaching, this summer, she hadn't seen Qianqian much at all. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of disappointment. Zhang Chuanhe pinched her little face gently. So that's the reason. Don't worry, my dear. You will see Qianqian very soon. Really? Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Chuanhe nodded. Of course, because our friend Qianqian will be starting school soon too. Chapter 51. We are brothers. No need for thanks. Liu Lixing descended the stairs and spotted De Huang, a dog, nestled under the eaves, seemingly having waited for him for quite some time. The dog's previously forlorn gaze brightened upon seeing him. It joyfully trotted over, rubbing against his leg, wagging its tail in delight. Liu Lixing crouched down to pat its head. Don't be sad, De Huang. Not everyone appreciates dogs, but Principal Zhang means no harm. He is simply afraid and one tea hurt you. Understand? Woof woof. Although the dog couldn't comprehend its owner's words, it appeared to feel a bit happier. De Huang circled around Liu Lixing twice before bounding off towards home. Liu Lixing turned back and called out to Liu Lighting. Lighting, let us go home. Liu Lighting lowered his head. Liu.air. Second brother. He wanted to say something but found himself at a loss for words. Eventually, Liu Lighting murmured, Thank you. Liu Lixing turned back, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. We're brothers. No need for thanks. Did you forget how you stood up for me just now? Lighting, you are becoming quite the little man. However, you mustn't be so headstrong. As your elder brother, I can handle my own matters without you taking risks. What you need to focus on now is studying diligently. As he spoke, Liu Lixing pulled out a stack of money from his pocket. He took out 30 yuan and handed the rest, 180 yuan, to Liu Lighting. Here's 180 yuan. Take it for school expenses. If it's not enough, we'll figure something out. Liu Lighting was momentarily stunned. 180 yuan? Throughout his life, he had never seen such a sum of money, especially not money earned by Liu Lixing. Previously, Liu Lixing had been the kind of person who did nothing but ask for money, and now he had completely transformed on Liu Lighting's eyes. Given Liu Lixing's character, he had expected that even if he were wealthy, he would only care for himself. Yet unexpectedly, he not only helped Qianqian with her schooling but also offered him money for tuition. Was he the true scoundrel here? Well, this is the money I earned selling wild boar. I need to save the money from selling sweet potatoes to pay them and buy food for your sister-in-law. Don't worry, I can still earn more, and your schooling won't be a problem. No, Liu Lighting replied anxiously, I can't take so much money from you. Why not? Just take it. Now let us go home for dinner. Your sister-in-law and Qianqian are waiting for us. We still need to prepare for Qianqian's schooling. She doesn't even know this good news yet. With that, Liu Lixing turned and quickly walked away. De Huang, who had initially followed, turned back upon noticing that Liu Lighting had not moved, giving his leg a playful nip. Woof woof. Let us go home. Why are you still standing there? Realizing what was happening, Liu Lighting hurriedly followed after him. It's home. Liu Qianqian was tilting her little head, watching Gu Wanqing do needlework. As she watched, her little head nodded off. Fortunately, Gu Wanqing, quick of eye in hand, caught her just in time. Qianqian, if you're tired, go sleep in your room. No, second brother said I should keep sister-in-law company. Liu Qianqian rubbed her eyes to awaken herself. Sister-in-law, is the clothing for Xiao Xiao and the little nephew ready yet? Not yet. It will take a few more days. Liu Qianqian nodded. Soon after, two little friends walked by, humming a tune. They carried small backpacks and appeared quite cheerful. Liu Qianqian was quickly drawn to them and ran over to ask, Zhang Xiaohu, Wang Yinyin, where are you going to play? We're not going to play. We're heading back to do homework. The teacher said that school starts the day after tomorrow. Yes, Qianqian, are you going to school too? Originally, the start of school had been postponed by 10 days, but today they all received notice that it would commence in 2 days. However, they hadn't finished their homework yet, leaving the two little friends feeling somewhat dejected. Upon hearing this, Liu Qianqian's expression dimmed. She shook her head, looking a bit lost. I'm not going. Huh? Why not? Aren't you 7 years old? 7-year-olds should be starting first grade. Liu Qianqian, doesn't your mother allow you to go to school? Nearby, Gu Wanqing was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. She pricked her finger with the needle, almost drawing blood. She inhaled sharply. Liu Qianqian, unsure of how to respond, quickly said, I'm not going. I want to stay with sister-in-law. She can't be without me. You go ahead. The two little friends wanted to say more to Liu Qianqian, but she had already dashed off. Left with no choice, they too walked away. Liu Qianqian hurriedly approached Gu Wanqing, her face filled with concern. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Is it serious? Let me blow on it for you. As she spoke, She took Gu Wanqing's hand in hers and blew on it earnestly. Sister-in-law, won't tea hurt anymore, just a blow from Qian, and it won't tea hurt anymore. Gu Wanqing watched her serious demeanor, her heart swelling with affection. This little girl could have gone to school, but alas, she wondered if Lu Lixing had any solutions. Unbeknownst to Gu Wanqing, when faced with a problem, the first person who came to her mind was already Lu Lixing. She gently asked, Qian, do you want to go to school? Lu Qian tilted her little head, pondering seriously for a moment. However, as a small child, she didn't have a significant understanding of school. She asked with curiosity, if I go to school, can I carry a little backpack like Wang Yinyan and hum songs? Gu Wanqing affirmed, yes, you can. Lu Qian inquired further, then can I be as excellent as third brother? Gu Wanqing nodded. You can also learn many characters, do math, go out to explore, and she listed numerous benefits of going to school in one breath. Lu Qian's eyes began to sparkle with excitement. She exclaimed, I want to go, I want to go. Qian wants to go to school. However, after her outburst, her expression dimmed once more. But there's no money at home, so Qian can't go to school. As she uttered these words, her demeanor became somewhat forlorn. Yu Wanqing gently patted her head. Sister-in-law will find a way to let Qian go to school. She resolved that upon Lu Lixing's return today, she would discuss it with him. Tomorrow, they would take Qian to the school to explore options for her enrollment. If all else failed, she would simply remain at the school until they found a solution. Really? Lu Qian's eyes brightened. She was completely unaware that this decision would mark the beginning of a nightmare in her childhood. Yes, indeed. That's wonderful, Lu Qian cheered. Yet she wondered aloud, if I go to school, will third brother still be able to attend? Although Lu Qian no longer had fond feelings for third brother, he was still third brother. He had always been very kind to her, and she would probably like him again in the future. When Lu Lighting and Lu Lixing returned, they inadvertently overheard these words. Lu Lighting's nose tinged with emotion. TOB continued. Chapter 52. Can Qian start to like third brother again? A few days prior, Lu Lighting had been quite stern with Lu Qian, leading her to utter many words of disdain towards him. He pretended not to care, but deep down, he felt somewhat disheartened. He hadn't quite figured out how to make amends with this little girl. After all, she had grown up in his embrace. Though she often sat on his shoulders and tugged at his hair as she grew, it did not diminish his affection for her. Unexpectedly, he now heard her say that she would still like him in the future. This little girl truly. Lu Lighting felt tears welling in his eyes. Today had brought him much astonishment. Lu Lixing also caught wind of Lu Qian's words and smiled. So, does Qian still like second brother? Yes, yes, yes. Lu Qian joyfully turned her head towards Lu Lixing. Qian likes second brother the most, but in the next moment, she noticed Lu Lighting. Lu Qian's eagerness to run toward Lu Lixing faltered. Third brother, you're here too? Qian is going home. Don't you dare take her back. Lu Qian stepped back anxiously, gripping a nearby stone bench for support. Still feeling uneasy, she ultimately ran behind Gu Wanqing, pleading, Sister-in-law, please keep third brother away. I don't want to go home. Woo woo woo. The little girl was on the verge of tears. Lu Lighting felt a sharp pang in his heart. It was all his fault for frightening her. He quickly stepped forward. Qian. Woo woo woo, sister-in-law, Qian. Hasn't he even begun to like third brother yet? Lu Qian clung tightly to Gu Wanqing's arm. Gu Wanqing looked down and smiled. This little girl was truly endearing. She wondered if her own two little ones would be as obedient as their little auntie. She shielded Lu Qian with one hand, then turned to Lu Lighting. Lighting, you've come. Realizing that he had frightened Lu Qian, Lu Lighting halted in his tracks, guilt-ridden. Yes, sister-in-law. Good. All is well. Your second brother. As he spoke, Gu Wanqing's expression shifted. Lighting, you didn't trouble your second brother, did you? With that, she quickly led Lu Qian to Lu Lixing, placing him behind her. Your second brother is very nice. He is not what you think. Let me explain slowly. You sit down first. Yu Wanqing was somewhat anxious, given that just days earlier, Lu Qian had been taken away by Lu Lighting for this very reason. Presently, Lu Qian was terrified. However, as she grasped Gu Wanqing's hand, she peeked over her shoulder, conflicted. Third brother, you mustn't hit second brother again. If you do, Qian will bite you. It hurts when Qian bites. Lu Qian made a fierce expression. Nearby, De Huang observed this scene and promptly lay down, shutting his eyes to sleep. Today, he likely wouldn't need to worry about being tugged at by the little girl's hands. Lu Lighting chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, Lu Lixing burst into laughter. Wanqing, Qianqian, it's all right. Lighting won't do anything to me. The misunderstandings between us have been resolved. Lighting has forgiven me, right, Lighting? He directed the question at Lu Lighting, who nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, sister-in-law, it's my fault. I didn't realize that second brother. Qianqian, I won't force you to go home anymore. You can go wherever you liked. Gu Wanqing, puzzled, turned back to see Lu Lixing nodding in agreement. She finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Lu Qianqian, tilting her little head, looked earnestly at Lu Lixing. Second brother, is what third brother said true? Yes, indeed. Lu Qianqian clapped her hands in glee. That's wonderful. Second brother and third brother have made up. So, can Qianqian start to like third brother again? Of course. Your third brother is the best brother for you. Lu Lixing pinched Lu Qianqian's little cheek affectionately. Overjoyed, she dashed towards Lu Lighting. Third brother. Qianqian wants a hug. Qianqian wants to ride on a horse. Third brother. Lift me high. The little Lu Qianqian twirled around Lu Lighting in jubilation. Lu Lighting smiled warmly, feeling a sense of relief. Come on, whatever you want to do, third brother will accompany you. Dr. Huang, witnessing the joyful play between Lu Lighting and Lu Qianqian, let out a long sigh of relief. Now he could finally enjoy a good nap without being tugged at. Meanwhile, Gu Wanqing watched the scene unfold with great satisfaction. How wonderful, Lighting doesn't hold anything against you. Yes, Lu Lixing nodded. As he observed, Gu Wanqing suddenly recalled the matter of Lu Qianqian attending school. She hastily tugged at Lu Lixing's sleeve. Lu Lixing, I need to discuss something with you. Upon hearing this address, Lu Lixing furrowed his brow. Wanqing, before we discuss anything, can you answer me one question? What question? Gu Wanqing inquired curiously. Lu Lixing replied. When do you plan to start calling me husband? Huh. Gu Wanqing lowered her head, her face flushing. Who calls it like that? How embarrassing. I don't find it embarrassing. Lu Lixing stated matter-of-factly. He had contemplated this title for quite some time. Gu Wanqing's head lowered even further. You. She stammered for a while but couldn't formulate a coherent response. Finally, Gu Wanqing decided to abandon the topic altogether. Lu Lixing, stop joking. Let us get back to serious matters. I heard that school is starting soon, and I want to take Qianqian to school tomorrow to have a look. Although we missed the enrollment period, it's worth giving it a try. Qianqian is getting older. Children her age are already starting primary school. In a more remote thatched cottage, after receiving 4 fluids all afternoon, Zhou Yuxia's condition had improved slightly, allowing her to get out of bed and bask in the sun. Lu Liwei, due to his mobility issues, rested on the door threshold. Before long, a group of schoolchildren chattered as they passed by. Lu Liwei sighed deeply. Alas, will Qianqian still not be able to attend school this year? Zhou Yuxia replied. We saved a bit, but last month, Lixing took it all for expenses. Now, we don't even have enough for Lighting's tuition. Our parents are out looking for solutions. I fear Qianqian will miss another year. But last year, she already lost a year. Lu Liwei felt a pang of sorrow. Zhou Yuxia pondered for a moment. How about we go to the school tomorrow and inquire? Lu Liwei nodded earnestly. Yes, let us go ask and see if there are any other options. To be continued. Chapter 53. Why do you keep staring at me? Gu Wanqing exclaimed after quite some time, only to find Lu Lixing grinning foolishly. This guy must still be savoring that earlier incident involving her husband. Honestly, in broad daylight, with younger siblings around, too. Gu Wanqing couldn't help but call out. Lu Lixing, are you even listening to me? Qianqian can't skip school. Why do you keep looking at me? As she felt her face flush again, Lu Lixing finally stretched and chuckled. Haha, tell me, what do you plan to do? He decided to tease Gu Wanqing a bit. Her blushing demeanor was simply too, well, adorable. Gu Wanqing hesitated for a moment before saying, I plan to go to the school and see if they want to let Qianqian attend. Then I suppose I could stir up some trouble like Widow Zhao and her lot? Or find some other way. In any case, Qianqian must go to school. For Qianqian's sake, Gu Wanqing resolved to go all out. Sometimes, when conflicts arose in the village, the older folks would indulge in pointless quarrels. A little commotion could occasionally resolve matters. Commotion? Wanqing, can you really manage that? Lu Lixing stifled his laughter. This girl could hardly speak up in normal conversations. How could she cause a ruckus? Gu Wanqing felt as if she had been thrown back to a time of struggle. With a resigned sigh, she lowered her head. If not that, perhaps we could bring Principal Zhang a gift. I still have 50 yuan left. We could just give it to him? That 50 yuan was saved for building a bigger house, provided by Lu Lixing. She had not spent it when buying shoes last time, and it remained in her possession. Although it pained her to part with it, Qianqian's education was paramount. Ji Yuanqing bit her lip in contemplation. Lu Lixing had initially intended to tease her further, but seeing her earnestness made him relent. This girl was so devoted to Qianqian. How could she be so wonderful? Suddenly, he bent down. Yu Wanqing instinctively took a step back, but before she could react, Lu Lixing had wrapped his arms around her waist. He leaned in close and whispered in her ear, Wanqing. Actually, Gu Wanqing's ears turned crimson. Lu Lixing, what are you doing? She instinctively pushed against him. Qianqian and the others are here. Relax, they are far away at a tea that moment. Lu Lixing had taken Lu Qianqian to play in a nearby field, an open space with soft soil where falling wooden tea hurt. After saying this, Lu Lixing lowered his voice intentionally. Actually, I have some good news for you. What good news? Well, our Qianqian can go to school. What? Gu Wanqing gasped, her mouth agape in shock. She then grasped Lu Lixing's arm. Is it true? Really? Really? Indeed. I visited Principal Zhang today and exchanged a bunch of sweet potatoes for this opportunity. He agreed, and Qianqian can report the day after tomorrow. That's fantastic. That's incredible. Gu Wanqing was overwhelmed with excitement. She held onto Lu Lixing's arm, now embracing it, as if she were whispering sweet secrets while being held in his embrace. When Wang Taizhu arrived, he caught sight of this scene and instantly covered his face with one hand, exclaiming in shock, Ah, brother Lu, sister-in-law, I saw nothing at all. Yet, he only covered one eye, while the other hand still clutched 4 eggs. Stealing a furtive glance at Lu Lixing, he quickly placed the eggs on the stone bench beside Dehua. Heh, my mom asked me to bring you some eggs. Ha ha ha. These are fresh ones from the last couple of days. Ha ha ha. I doubt they're pretty fresh. You guys eat up. I'm leaving now. With that, he dashed away. Heavens. What scandalous scene had he just witnessed? How did it feel like Brother Lu was kissing Gu Wanqing? Right in broad daylight? Although the audience consisted solely of him, was the adult world always this thrilling? Wang Taizhu felt his heart racing. Sigh. What a wretched fate. When would he ever find a wife? Feeling despondent, he resolved to urge his mother to find him more prospective partners this year. With this thought, Wang Taizhu felt invigorated, his steps quickening. De Huang, who had just opened his eyes, silently rolled them at Wang Taizhu's antics before returning to slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian, who had just finished playing hide-and-seek with Lu Lixing, tilted her little head in confusion and asked, What's wrong with Brother Taizhu? He looks scared. It's nothing. He probably saw something he shouldn't have. Come here, Qianqian. Let me give you a ride. Here I come. Lu Qianqian immediately forgot her earlier question and resumed playing with Lu Lixing. Upon hearing Wang Taizhu's voice, Gu Wanqing instinctively pushed Lu Lixing away, wanting to explain. However, before she could say a word, Wang Taizhu's figure had vanished from sight. She stood there, conflicted, casting a fierce glare at the mischief-maker, Lu Lixing. This guy? Still laughing? How infuriating him! She decided to ignore him. After making her decision, Gu Wanqing turned and headed toward the kitchen. I'm going to cook. Lu Lixing chuckled joyfully, following her into the kitchen while admiring the surroundings. Above, the sky was a brilliant blue. Next to him, trees were lush and shady, and on the mountain, wildflowers bloomed sporadically in the yard. De Huang had curled up into a ball, sound asleep. Beyond that lay a fenced area where Lu Lixing and Lu Qianqian were playing. The untended spaces were filled with vibrant green vegetables, and farther away flowed a clear, shallow stream. The road was devoid of concrete or asphalt, just a simple dirt path stretching far into the distance. This was a picturesque scene he had never dared to dream of before. Astonishingly, it had all come true: a family, a big dog. Though there was still much to strive for, it was more than enough for him. For the first time, Lu Lixing felt a profound sense of happiness. Lost in thought, he arrived at the kitchen door. Upon seeing him, Gu Wanqing anxiously asked, What are you doing here? This guy, surely wasn't he planning to do something again? What if Taizhu came back? Gu Wanqing was quite worried, holding on to the vegetables she was about to wash, unsure of what to do. As Lu Lixing approached, her tension visibly escalated. What to do? Why was he lying down? Chapter 54. Lu Lixing, noticing her demeanor, couldn't he help but gently poke her nose. With his other hand, he casually took the vegetables from her grasp and stood upright, feigning innocence. Wanqing, What are you waiting for? Huh. Waiting. For what? What was she waiting for? Nothing at all. Why was this guy always able to fluster her so? I'm not waiting for anything, I just… Haha, alright, I'll cook. You should go rest. Ji Yuanqing had initially intended to insist on cooking herself, but recalling their earlier encounter, she swiftly abandoned that thought. Staying close to Lu Lixing was too perilous. Fine, I'll go sew Qianqian's school bag. There's still a day left, I can manage. Having said that, Gu Wanqing hurriedly left the kitchen. Lu Lixing shook his head in resignation and began preparing the meal. The remaining wild boar meat had already been marinated, and he took out a piece of pork belly, intending to make braised pork. They hadn't had that yet. Although the marinated meat wouldn't taste as good, they had no refrigerator at home, so they had to make do. First, he cleaned the meat. Cutting it into uniform pieces, Lu Lixing boiled it in cold water to remove the blood, rinsed the pork belly clean, and drained it. He chopped scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chili peppers to prepare the seasonings, all of which he had gathered from the village over the past few days. He was determined to improve their meals from now on. With no oil in the iron pot, he added the pork belly until it rendered its fat. Only then did he pour in a bit of boiling water. Adding the scallions, ginger, garlic, dried chili, rock sugar, and various seasonings, he simmered it on low heat for 30 minutes. Meanwhile, Lu Lixing boiled another pot to stir-fry some vegetables and mushrooms. Soon, the aroma wafted through the air. Suddenly, Lu Lixing, who had been playing happily with Lu Qianqian, froze mid-motion. What was that delightful smell? Lu Qianqian giggled and proudly exclaimed, "Third brother, it's second brother cooking. Second brother's cooking is super delicious." Is second brother really cooking? Lu Lixing turned to walk towards the kitchen door, and indeed, he spotted Lu Lixing busy at work. Surprised for a moment, he quickly relaxed. Second brother is quite industrious today. Of course, he is Qianqian's most favorite second brother. Lu Qianqian said proudly, hands on her hips. Lu Lixing chuckled, swallowing hard. I can't wait to taste it. It'll be ready soon. Third brother, don't worry. You'll get to eat. Lu Lixing nodded, about to continue playing with Lu Qianqian when suddenly, he felt a sharp tug at his scalp. Lu Qianqian, perched on his shoulder, had grabbed his hair tightly. Lu Lixing inhaled sharply. Qianqian, what are you doing? What's wrong? Lu Qianqian quickly released her grip, her voice losing its earlier cheerfulness. Oh, I'm sorry, third brother. I saw Wang Yinyan and Zhang Xiaohu. They're doing homework in Yinyan's yard. From her vantage point atop Lu Lixing's shoulder, Lu Qianqian had spotted her friends in the distance, her tone tinged with disappointment. Lu Lixing felt a pang in his heart. He gently set Lu Qianqian down and crouched in front of her, asking earnestly, "Do you want to go to school, Qianqian?" Lu Qianqian recalled that her sister-in-law had asked her the same question earlier that afternoon. Back then, she had replied affirmatively. But if she went to school, what would happen to third brother? She shook her little head, though feeling aggrieved. She insisted, "No, Qianqian doesn't want to go to school." The little one spoke with such obstinacy that it tugged at Lu Lixing's heart even more. As she attempted to run off, he grasped her tiny hand. "Qianqian, I have good news for you." "What good news?" Lu Qianqian asked, her head down, fiddling with her fingers. "Today, second brother went to Principal Zhang's office and traded a lot of sweet potatoes. Principal Zhang agreed to let you attend school. You can go to school the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming a na shape, filled with disbelief. Then, she joyously leaped up. "Really? Really? I can go to school? Of course, when have I ever lied to you?" "Ah?" Little Lu Qianqian was filled with excitement, jumping and clapping her hands. "Second brother is amazing. Qianqian loves second brother the most. I need to thank second brother." With that, she swiftly turned around and dashed toward the kitchen. Upon entering, her small stature meant she had to hug Lu Lixing's leg to reach him. "Second brother, I love you so much." She nuzzled her face against his leg like a little kitten. "Ha ha, be good. Study hard when you go to school. All right, Lu Qianqian nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. Qianqian will study hard. After expressing her excitement, she dashed out, scooping up De Huang in her arms and tugging on his ears, exclaiming, De Huang, I'm going to school." Startled from his slumber, De Huang lifted his head, but Lu Qianqian had already released him and raced off toward Wang Yinyan's house, shouting, "Wang Yinyan, I'm going to school." "Zhang Xiaohu, guess what? I'm going to school." Lu Lixing stood in the field, watching the little one's retreating figure, a smile of contentment gracing his face. After a while, he turned and walked toward the main house, where Gu Wanqing was rummaging through her sewing basket. Sister-in-law, Lu Lixing called out, "Oh, you Lixing, just in time. Come help me pick a pattern for the little book bag." For the little girl, should it be blue or pink? Lu Lixing smiled. Pink, of course. Qianqian loves pink. I think so too. Then it's settled. I'll start sewing now, or I want to finish in time. Tomorrow we need to take Qianqian to the village to buy her books and pencils. She shouldn't be missing out on anything that other children have. Ji Wanqing muttered to herself for a moment, noticing Lu Lixing's silence as he stood before her, seemingly wanting to say something. She looked up, puzzled. What is wrong, Lu Lixing? Is there something on your mind? Lu Lixing nodded and pulled out a large stack of money from his pocket, handing it to Gu Wanqing. Sister-in-law, this is the money second brother gave me. But I think I shouldn't keep it's better to give it to you. Lu Lixing and Gu Wanqing had already separated their households. Even if they hadn't he was still just a younger brother. Gu Wanqing was pregnant and needed money for her health. Lu Lixing felt uneasy about keeping the money. The costs of high school were hefty. After much thought, he decided it was best to give it to Gu Wanqing. Chapter 55. Gu Wanqing paused her sewing, placing the fabric down with a smile. If your second brother gave it to you, then you should keep it. Lu Lixing seemed conflicted. I know, but it's meant for you to study well. Not for anything else. If you feel embarrassed to take it, just treat it well for your future nephews and nieces, and that would be a way to thank your second brother. You don't have to worry about me and the baby. Your second brother is doing well now. He can earn a lot of money and won't let us go hungry. Ji Wanqing spoke with a smile. Lu Lixing was taken aback. He remembered that ever since Gu Wanqing married into the family, aside from occasionally smiling in front of their parents, she usually wore a serious expression, burdened by her troubles. Yet today, he noticed the smile on her face hadn't faded. Her voice was gentle, radiating a sense of happiness. Sister-in-law, Lu Lixing said, "Yes? Is your second brother good to you?" Unable to hold back, Lu Lixing asked. Ji Wanqing immediately smiled. "Yes, he is very good. Your second brother is completely different now. He is incredibly hardworking and capable. All the household necessities are bought by him. And look, my shoes are also from him. He has helped many people. Elijun, your second brother has truly changed. But he is afraid that Dad, Mom, and your older brother, as well as you, are still angry with him. So he hasn't dared to come back to find you all. Elijun, please forgive your second brother. He will only get better." Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing suddenly grinned. He nodded vigorously. "Sister-in-law, I too want to be a person like second brother in the future." Huh. No. I want to be a person like second brother is now. To earn money, to help many people, and to treat my nephews and nieces well. Yu Wanqing stroked her belly. "Did you hear that, babies? Your little uncle promises to treat you well. If he doesn't, you can come to your little aunt to complain." While they conversed, Lu Qianqian had already dashed back from outside. Her cheerful little face was flushed with delight. "Second sister-in-law, what do the little nephew and little niece want to report to Qianqian?" Gu Wanqing chuckled as she pinched her little face. "I say, if Li Zheng bullies them, let them come to their little aunt to complain." Lu Qianqian pouted and glared at Lu Lizheng, saying, "Third brother, you mustn't treat the little nephew and little niece poorly. If you do, Qianqian will hit you." Ha ha ha. Lu Lizheng was instantly amused by Lu Qianqian's antics. I wouldn't dare. Third brother promises, you can rest easy." Qianqian. That was more like it. Lu Qianqian finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned to run over to De Huang, lying down and hugging him. De Huang, did you hear? Qianqian is going to school. De Huang was nearly rolled over, struggling to catch his breath. Yet, in his gaze towards Lu Qianqian, there was not a trace of reproach. "Woof, I heard. Kids really are noisy." De Huang glanced towards Gu Wanqing. It seemed there would soon be two little babies. De Huang rested his head on the ground, pondering the meaning of dog life. Lu Qianqian kept rolling around on De Huang. Fortunately, Lu Lixing's meal was ready. The aroma finally drew Lu Qianqian away. De Huang let out a long sigh of relief. When Lu Lizheng approached, he was greeted by a table full of sumptuous dishes, his eyes widening in surprise. "So much? And there's rice?" Yes. Third brother, hurry and sit down to eat. Qianqian will serve you meat. This is all from second brother's hard work." Lu Lizheng glanced towards Lu Lixing's direction. Without hesitation, he sat down and began to eat heartily. This was the best meal he had ever had in 16 years. That night, Lu Lizheng did not return home. He slept in the same room as Lu Lixing, yet he found it impossible to fall asleep. The kerosene lamp had already gone out. Lu Lijing stared at the ceiling, contemplating everything that had transpired that day. He made a decision. Second brother? Lu Lixing, who had his back to him, turned around. What's the matter? I will go back and tell Dad, Mom, and elder brother about your situation. Don't worry. All right, Lu Lixing smiled with relief. Sleep now. The next afternoon, Lu Liwei had finished breakfast early. Today, he planned to visit Principal Zhang at the school to see if Qianqian could attend. However, it was never wise to visit someone empty-handed when asking for a favor. Lu Liwei wandered around the house but found nothing of value. All they had were 2 old hens and a pound of eggs. Yuxia, what should we do? Zhou Yuxia bit her lip. How about you take a chicken with you? But your health needs the eggs to nourish you, and Wanqing's side must need them too. There was no time to worry about that now. Qianqian's education was crucial. Oh, right? There were also the 2 sweet potatoes from Lixing. They were so big, they must be excellent. Take them along to increase the chances of success. If, in the end, they truly were stolen by Lixing, we can figure out how to repay them later. Lu Liwei sighed. Sigh, that's fine. We'll think of a way later. After saying that, Lu Liwei went to the chicken coop and caught a hen. After some hesitation, he left the house carrying the sweet potatoes. These were the best things they had. Today, even if he had to lose face, he had to get this matter settled. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Taizhu and Lu Foran had also risen early to dig up sweet potatoes to send to the school. Originally, Lu Lixing planned to go too, but he was sent away by the 2 of them, who insisted that he accompany Lu Qianqian to buy supplies. After all, little Qianqian was still unaware of what school was. Once everything was ready, they would go to the school to find them. Lu Lixing had no choice but to agree. When Lu Liwei arrived at the school, he just happened to see Wang Taizhu and Lu Foran unloading something at the cafeteria entrance. He hurried over, but the closer he got, the more he felt something was amiss. That was sweet potatoes? A truck full of sweet potatoes. How could this be? Could it be that Lu Lixing's sweet potatoes came from them? Lu Liwei quickly hid the sweet potatoes behind him. Not far away, Zhang Chuanhe had already spotted him. Seeing him with a hesitant expression, Zhang Chuanhe frowned. What's wrong? Liwei, what are you doing? Is there something you need? Lu Foran and Wang Taizhu also greeted him enthusiastically. Liwei is here. Big brother Liwei. Lu Liwei smiled awkwardly. Principal Zhang, may I have a word? He had 2 huge sweet potatoes concealed behind him, until he confirmed that those sweet potatoes were bought by Lu Lixing. He couldn't let Wang Taizhu and the others see them. Otherwise, if they thought he had stolen them, it would be over. He wouldn't be able to discuss anything today. Zhang Chuanhe looked puzzled but approached him nonetheless. What is it? Chapter 56. Big brother Liwei, you misunderstood. Lu Liwei raised the chicken he was holding. Since it hadn't been killed, the chicken flapped its wings at Zhang Chun. Lu Liwei hurriedly set the chicken down, but the chicken seemed to sense its fate. Flapping around in a panic and squawking loudly, Lu Liwei found it impossible to speak properly and could only say, Principal Zhang, please wait a moment. With that, he started to struggle with the chicken using one hand. However, the chicken's struggles intensified, and as Lu Liwei was about to lose control, Zhang Chuanhe rushed over to help him catch it. Let me help. Lu Liwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Principal Zhang. Zhang Chuanhe sighed. Liwei, what about your other hand? Are you holding something important? Unable to manage it one-handed, yet unwilling to use his other hand. What was wrong with Lu Liwei? It's nothing important. Lu Liwei didn't know how to answer, so he could only mumble, just some things for women. It would be awkward if Principal Zhang saw it, though. Only then did Zhang Chuanhe stop pressing. Lu Liwei continued, Principal Zhang, you see, this chicken has been raised in our family for many years, and it's quite good that it can help supplement your health. Zhang Chuanhe frowned again, increasingly feeling that something was off with Lu Liwei. For me? Yes, for you. Zhang Chuanhe sighed again. Just tell me what you want. Lu Liwei explained. It's like this, our Qianqian is 7 years old this year. I know. She has reached the age to start school. My parents are not home, and as her brother, I am incapable, but I still want to try to make it happen. It was at this moment that Zhang Chuanhe finally understood Lu Liwei's purpose. He was surprised. You want Qianqian to go to school? Yes. So, Principal Zhang, you must accept this chicken. If you need anything else, just let me know, and I will do my best. Zhang Chuanhe looked at his expression and started to laugh. You siblings really. So, Li Zhang didn't come home yesterday? No, he didn't. How did you know? No wonder Li Zhang went to Lu Lixing's place. Also, Liwei, you should take this chicken back. It's been laying eggs for your family for so many years. You can't just give it away like that. As for your Qianqian, you needn't worry. She can come to school. What? Lu Liwei felt that he understood every word Zhang Chuanhe said, but when strung together, it felt strange. You mean, Qian can go to school? Zhang Chuanhe nodded. Lu Liwei continued. Li Zheng, when at Lixing's house? Zhang Chuanhe nodded again. Lu Liwei immediately denied. That's impossible. I know my younger brother's temperament. Lu Lijing would never go to Lu Lixing's house. Sigh. Zhang Chuanhe had already lost count of how many times he sighed today. He directly shoved the chicken into Lu Liwei's hands. Go back and ask Li Zheng and Lixing. After saying that, he turned and went back to his work. Lu Liwei was left bewildered, holding the chicken, feeling a bit dizzy. He didn't realize that his other hand had instinctively withdrawn. The two enormous sweet potatoes, now in bags, were just appearing in front of him. Not far away, Wang Taizhu exclaimed in surprise, Big Brother Liwei, what are you doing with those 2 sweet potatoes? Lu Liwei was startled and quickly hid the sweet potatoes behind him. These sweet potatoes, are they yours? Taizhu, I'm really sorry. Our Lu family has been poorly managed. I'll return these sweet potatoes to you right now. When I get back, I'll ask Li Zheng what happened. Now it was Wang Taizhu's turn to be confused. He turned back to Lu Foreign, exchanging puzzled looks. After a moment, seeing that Lu Liwei was about to walk away, Wang Taizhu finally couldn't hold back. Wait, Big Brother Liwei. Hold on. Lu Liwei stopped in his tracks. What is it, Taizhu? Is it not enough? Did our Lixing take more of your sweet potatoes? Just wait. I'll go back and ask him for them, and I promise to return everything. If they've been eaten, I'll compensate you. Wang Taizhu, even if he was slow, understood the implication of Lu Liwei's words. No, Big Brother Liwei, you must have misunderstood. Misunderstood? Well, you haven't seen my Lu brother for a few days, right? Oh, you mean Lu Lixing? Lu Liwei nodded. I haven't seen him. So why are you here looking for Principal Zhang? To let Qian go to school. Wang Taizhu couldn't help but laugh. Big Brother Liwei, you don't need to go through all that trouble. Those sweet potatoes aren't from Lu brother, are they? Yes, that's why I didn't eat them. Didn't eat? Oh, Big Brother Liwei, don't worry about it. Those sweet potatoes aren't stolen by my Lu brother. He grew them. What? Lu Liwei felt his brain was about to short-circuit. Grew them? Yes, and over there. Did you see that truck full of sweet potatoes? Those are all sent by my Lu brother. He sent them to the school. Qian going to school was also arranged by my Lu brother with Principal Zhang. Right now, my Lu brother and Li Zheng are taking her to buy school supplies. What? Lu Liwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Taizhu nodded. I guess it's because Li Zheng hasn't had the chance to come home yet. And my Lu brother was stopped by Li Zheng when he went. That's why you didn't know. Just wait here for a moment. My Lu brother will be here soon. You can ask him yourself. Lu Liwei stood frozen in place. Lu Lixing and Lu Lijing each held one of little Qian's hands as they strolled leisurely in the little shop. Qian, if you see anything you like, tell your second brother and he'll buy it for you. Okay, Lu Qian joyfully gazed at the items behind the glass counter. Erasers, small notebooks, pencils. After examining an eraser for a while, she pointed to a little rabbit and asked, How much is this? The shopkeeper replied, This one costs 10 cents. Lu Qian pointed at a pencil. What about this one? She was pointing to a pencil without an eraser. Seeing how adorable she was, the shopkeeper cheerfully responded, This one is 5 cents. The one with an eraser is 10 cents. The little notebooks are 20 cents each and come with addition and Chinese character grids. Lu Qian's big eyes sparkled as she nodded. Oh, then second brother, let us get the one with the eraser, okay? Why? Because we don't have to buy an eraser separately, and we can save 5 cents. 5 cents? Enough for 5 candies, Lu Qian thought to herself. However, in Lu Lixing's eyes, it appeared differently. What should we do if our Qian is so frugal from such a young age? But it was all right. Second brother could earn money, so Qian need not worry saying this. He pointed to the pencil with an eraser and the little rabbit eraser, instructing, I'll take both of these and one of each of the notebooks. All right. The shopkeeper went to fetch them. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian nearly burst into tears. Where the candies are gone? 5 candies are gone. Chapter 57. He has a successful younger brother. Lu Lixing noticed Lu Qian pouting cutely and curiously asked, Qian, what's wrong? What was making this little girl sulky? Lu Qian shook her head, looking pitiful. Nothing. After saying that, her eyes were glued to the candy box on the counter. There was a big plate of candy, white rabbit milk candy, colorful watermelon candies, and also peanut candy, watermelon bubble gum. Lu Qian's eyes widened. She swallowed hard, her tiny hands nervously clenching together. Wu Qian really wants to eat candy? Lu Lijing, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. He gently tapped Lu Lixing on the shoulder and pointed in Lu Qianqian's direction. While Lu Lixing was paying, he finally understood why this little girl had wanted to buy the 5-cent pencil earlier. He smiled and handed one of the 10-cent coins given to him by the shopkeeper back to the shopkeeper. "I'll take 10 candies, 2 of each." He pointed at the colorful candy box. The once drooling Lu Qianqian's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. "Second brother, is this for Qianqian?" Lu Lixing pretended to say. "No, it's for your second sister Law." Lu Qianqian immediately felt disappointed but quickly cheered up again. "Hee, giving it to second sister-in-law is fine. Then the little nephew and little niece will get to eat it too. They will definitely be very happy." Lu Qianqian thought. Ha ha ha. This time, not only did Lu Lixing laugh, but the shopkeeper also chuckled. "This little girl is really something. Come here, uncle will give you 2 extra candies." The shopkeeper took 2 of the best-looking candies and handed them to Lu Qianqian. Her eyes sparkled with joy. "Thank you, uncle." "No need to thank me. Haha, if I had such a cute girl at home, that would be wonderful, but alas, my family is all boys." The shopkeeper laughed heartily. Lu Lixing, holding 10 candies, discreetly placed an extra 2 cents on the counter when the shopkeeper wasn't looking, then handed the candies to Lu Qianqian. "Qianqian, take these. Your little nephew and little niece can't eat them yet, so you can wait until they can eat before giving them to them." Lu Qianqian's eyes lit up again. "Wow, so many candies. They're all Qianqian's now. Happy, happy." She quickly stuffed the candies into her little pocket. Then she took out 2 pieces, unwrapped the candy wrappers, and handed 1 each to Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing. "1 for second brother. Eat, third brother, you eat too. It's very sweet." Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing exchanged glances before both opened their mouths. "Thank you, Qianqian. No need to thank." After that, she began distributing the candies from her pocket. 1 for second sister-in-law, 1 for big brother, 1 for dad, 1 for mom. De Huang probably can't eat candy. Then Qianqian will eat it for him. De Huang, following behind Lu Qianqian. "Wolf, can't we buy something that a dog can eat?" Lu Lixing chuckled. "Dad and mom aren't home." Lu Qianqian was even happier. Then Qianqian can eat 3 more candies. After buying their things, the 3 of them and the dog headed towards the playground. After finishing with the sweet potatoes today, they would need to restock to sell more sweet potatoes. Otherwise, Qianqian's school fees wouldn't be enough. In this era, there was no compulsory education, and the tuition fees were quite steep. Just kindergarten alone cost 50 yuan per semester. 50 yuan is no small sum. Moreover, there's Lu Lixing's high school tuition, which amounts to 500. We must continue to strive harder. Upon arriving at the playground, Lu Lixing was about to inquire of Wang Taizhu how the sweet potatoes had been unloaded when he noticed Lu Liwei sitting beside the sweet potato stall, lost in thought. His expression was grim, revealing neither joy nor anger. Next to him lay 2 enormous sweet potatoes, the very ones he had sent back 2 days prior. Had they not been eaten yet? Casting a glance at Lu Lixing, he stepped forward. At that moment, Lu Liwei also picked up his cane and approached them. Instinctively, Lu Lixing stepped in front of Lu Lixing. Just a few days ago, his elder brother had suggested that the sweet potatoes might have been stolen by their second brother. Now, however, Lu Liwei appeared exceedingly furious. Lu Lixing feared that Lu Liwei might misunderstand their second brother, just as he had. Thus, he hastily clarified, "Elder brother, these sweet potatoes belong to him. I verified it. They grew in our own field. We mistakenly accused our second brother." Lu Qianqian also stepped forward, tightly clutching the candies in her hand. "Big brother, you mustn't scold second brother, or else Qianqian won't give you any candy." Lu Liwei disregarded their protest. He hobbled over to stand before Lu Lixing. Notably, this was the first time he had seen Lu Liwei in this life. In the previous life, Lu Liwei had treated him with great kindness, and no matter what mischief Lu Lixing had committed, Lu Liwei merely sighed and sometimes secretly slipped him some money to prevent their parents from discovering it, fearing he might go hungry. Eventually, Lu Lixing left, and Lu Lixing passed away. The elder brother then took on the heavy responsibilities of the Lu family, diligently working to support the entire clan without a single complaint. Regrettably, he had no children of his own, which remained his greatest sorrow. "Elder brother," Lu Lixing called out. Lu Liwei raised his hand. Seeing this, Lu Lixing quickly shouted, "Elder brother." Yet, in the next moment, he watched as Lu Liwei slowly lowered his hand. He gave Lu Lixing a hearty pat on the shoulder and then broke into a smile. "Xing, you've really made something of yourself. You've surpassed even your elder brother. Good, good, truly remarkable. Our parents must be immensely proud of you now. However, Lixing, You mustn't keep secrets from your elder brother in the future, understand? I will always be your elder brother. We are blood brothers. How could I ever blame you? In the past, it was always my fault for not teaching you properly. As he spoke, Lu Liwei's voice grew choked with emotion, repeating the phrase, "You've made something of yourself." His face was already etched with laughter lines. AT-28. Lu Liwei appeared older than his years, a testament to his years of labor in the fields. Yet, this did not diminish his joy. Moments ago, he had been sitting on a stool, listening to Wang Taizhu recount Lu Lixing's tale, when a wave of guilt washed over him. He felt he had failed to care for his younger brother adequately and had not allowed his sister to attend school, forcing their parents to seek work elsewhere. Throughout these years, his greatest worry had been Lu Lixing, whose thoughts were ever fickle, prone to strange ideas. Each time Lu Lixing erred, Lu Liwei had endeavored to guide him back on the right path, but had always failed. He had once feared that this younger brother would remain lost forever. Lu Liwei even contemplated that if things continued to deteriorate, when his brother eventually had children, he would work harder to ensure they would never go hungry. But now, he felt reassured. He had a younger brother who had found success. Chapter 58. Had I known that marrying a wife was so effective, I would have arranged for you to marry sooner. Both Lu Lijing and Lu Qianqian exhaled in relief. Hearing this, Lu Lixing felt a pang of emotion and stepped forward to embrace his elder brother gently. He recalled how, in his childhood, their parents were often preoccupied, and it was Lu Liwei who had raised him. Elder brother, it's not your fault, it's my own shortcomings, but that will not happen again. Yes, as long as it doesn't happen again. Lu Liwei chuckled. Had I known that marrying a wife was so effective, I would have arranged for you to marry sooner. Lu Lixing laughed heartily at this. This brief embrace had deepened the bond between the two brothers without either realizing it. After exchanging a few words with Lu Lixing, Lu Liwei turned to Lu Lijing. Lijing, once school is over, let us find you a wife as well. It would do you good to have someone to manage things. Lu Lijing scratched his head, his previously pale face now tinged with a suspicious shade of red. Elder brother, I'm still young. Beside them, Lu Qianqian curiously asked, what is a wife? Is it really that good? Can you find a wife for me too, elder brother? This innocent remark sent everyone into peals of laughter. Ha ha, Qianqian, you mustn't say wife. You need to find a capable husband, understand? The three brothers looked at their youngest sister, grinning from ear to ear. If you choose poorly, we will not approve. Your elder brother has a good temper, but look at your second and third brothers. If that person is not suitable, their legs will be broken. Lu Liwei teased Lu Qianqian, who was taken aback. I want to find one. Then, if I do, I'll have to leave my elder brother, second brother, and third brother, along with my adorable little nephews and nieces. I don't want that. Lu Qianqian vigorously shook her head. Nearby, Da Huang pranced around the four, wagging his tail excitedly, appearing equally joyful. Meanwhile, Lu Furuin watched with envy, exclaiming, how wonderful it is to have so many brothers. Wang Taizhu nodded in agreement, while Zhang Chuanhe chuckled. It's all fun and games until a fight breaks out. Then things can get really intense. Haha, Principal Zhang, turns out you have stories of your own. Before long, the sweet potatoes were all unloaded. Wang Taizhu and Lu Furuin returned to dig up more sweet potatoes to sell. Lu Liwei intended to join them but was dissuaded by Lu Lixing. Elder brother, your foot is injured. You should head back first. In the evening, I'll take Wanqing, Qianqian, Lijing, and Da Huang out for a nice meal. All right, I'll head back then and share this good news with your sister-in-law. By the way, how has sister-in-law been lately? Lu Lixing inquired. He recalled how Zhang Chunlei had gone to administer and to his sister-in-law. Fortunately, a kind person helped with the costs recently, allowing Dr. Zhang to treat your sister-in-law. Wait, that person was you. Wasn't he at Lixing? Lu Lixing chuckled. Is the money sufficient? If not, I can provide more for Dr. Zhang. Enough. Haha. Your sister-in-law simply took the wrong medication. She just needs some adjustment, nothing to worry about. After Lu Liwei departed, Lu Lijing turned to Lu Lixing, second brother. What can I do? You should accompany them in digging sweet potatoes. Sell more and save up some money? Understood. Lu Lijing promptly followed them into the fields. That day, due to the large number of hands, they sold a fair amount of sweet potatoes, totaling 50 yuan, which was just enough to cover Qianqian's school fees. Just before heading home, Lu Lixing suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received an information pouch. The information pouch has been placed in your backpack. Please check it, host. Without hesitation, Lu Lixing opened the information pouched in the next moment. A message flooded his mind. On September 5th, Sunday, Zhang Chuanha's youngest daughter, Zhang Xiaoxiao, was abducted by human traffickers on her way to Lijia village and has since gone missing. Zhang Chuanha turned gray overnight. After school commenced, he resigned to search for his child, ultimately passing away from grief within 5 years. Zhang Xiaoxiao's mother, Li Chunlan, fell into severe mental instability due to her daughter's disappearance and her husband's death. Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback. He turned to look at Zhang Chuanha, who, with glasses perched on his nose, was bending down to inspect the sweet potatoes in his previous life. When Lu Lixing departed from Lujia village, Zhang Chuanha was still serving as the principal. Later, when he began sponsoring the Lujia village primary school under an alias, the principal had changed. Lu Lixing hadn't paid it much mind at the time, but he never imagined that someone so dedicated to his students could meet such a tragic end. Nevertheless, this time, the outcome must change. Approaching Zhang Chuanha, Lu Lixing asked, "Principal Zhang, do you have any plans for the weekend?" Zhang Chuanha adjusted his glasses, replying, "This weekend, it's Xiao Xiao's grandmother's birthday, and we'll be going to celebrate." Xiao Xiao's grandmother? Yes, she lives in the neighboring Lijia village. Alas, the road hasn't been repaired yet, so we'll have to walk quite a distance to— Oh, I see. Lu Lixing began to contemplate how to prevent this tragedy from unfolding. Observing Lu Lixing's contemplative expression, Zhang Chuanha curiously inquired, "What's the matter? Do you need something?" Lu Lixing replied, "I'd like to ask Principal Zhang for a small favor. Qianqian just started school and is unfamiliar with the environment. She'll likely struggle to adjust this week and may end up crying. I was hoping Xiao Xiao could come over this weekend to guide Qianqian and share some of the joys of school with her. I fear we might not be able to persuade her, but as they are friends, Xiao Xiao's words would surely have an impact. That's a simple matter. I'll go home and discuss it with Xiao Xiao and her mother. We can keep Xiao Xiao at home and not send her to Lijia village. The road is difficult to traverse anyway." "Great." Lu Lixing nodded. As long as Xiao Xiao didn't go to Lijia village, that would suffice, he thought to himself. After bidding farewell to Zhang Chuanha, he turned to head home. Yet, along the way, he couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Though Zhang Chuanha had agreed, he couldn't pinpoint the source of his anxiety. Fearing that something might go awry, he instructed Lu Qianqian, "Qianqian, when you go to school tomorrow, make sure to find Xiao Xiao after class and play with her. Let her take care of you." If his arrival had somehow accelerated this incident, it would not bode well. That it was best to keep an eye on Qianqian. Okay. I'll save some candy for Xiao Xiao." The little one instantly brightened. Upon returning home, Lu Lixing recounted his encounter with Lu Liwei to Gu Wanqing. Gu Wanqing was immediately elated. "Really? Did elder brother not get angry?" "No, he wasn't angry." "That's wonderful. Shall we head back for dinner?" "I'll bring something," Gu Wanqing said. Rummaging through the house, "I remember. Sister-in-law wears size 36 shoes. This pair will be perfect for her, and we have plenty of meat. We can't finish it all, so let us take half for them. And sweet potatoes, Li Jing, come help me carry them." She pulled out a large sack and began filling it with sweet potatoes. Chapter 59. We are family. How can we be apart? Seeing the sack grow heavier, Lu Lijing felt a surge of emotion and nearly shed tears. "Sister-in-law, we can't keep adding more. I want to be able to carry it." "That's all right. We have a cart, don't we? We can use it to transport everything." Lu Lijing felt embarrassed. His sister-in-law was intent on emptying their stock of sweet potatoes. He glanced helplessly at Lu Lixing, who simply waved his hand. "Let her be." With no other option, Lu Lijing sighed. "Sister-in-law, truly, there's no need to pack any more. The field has been fertilized by second brother, and the sweet potatoes are thriving. We have more than enough. Is that so?" Gu Wanqing paused. "Then let us pack a bit more. Elder brother and sister-in-law are not well and can't work in the fields for the next few days." Lu Lijing fell silent. It wasn't until Lu Liwei arrived that he finally managed to stop Gu Wanqing. She had been bustling around the house, gathering seasonings, oil, rice, and flour into a large heap. Finding it inconvenient to carry everything herself, she enlisted Lu Lixing as help. Lu Liwei chuckled upon seeing her efforts. "Wanqing, don't take so much. Are you planning to move the entire house back?" At that moment, Lu Liwei's expression faltered. A pang of sorrow hitting him. In the past, the four brothers had lived together. After Lu Lixing married, they had separated to foster his growth, and now it felt like they were completely apart. The old, dilapidated house could no longer accommodate them. Lu Lixing noticed the elder brother's melancholy and approached. "Elder brother, don't worry. We'll earn more money, build a bigger house, and create a spacious courtyard for our parents to live with us. Haha, that sounds wonderful, but money isn't so easily earned. In Lu Liwei's eyes, Lu Lixing had already become one of the wealthier villagers. However, with Wanqing pregnant and the need to raise children, where would the money come from? There will be enough, I assure you, Lu Lixing replied confidently. Lu Liwei turned and patted his shoulder. Having dreams is a good thing, but Lixing, remember not to aim too high. All right, we must be pragmatic. We cannot continue to engage in any unscrupulous activities. Yes, elder brother, I understand. That's good to hear. Now, go talk to Wanqing. Hurry, or you'll find yourselves with nothing to eat tomorrow. Lu Lixing, feeling helpless, had no choice but to stop his wife. With the elder brother's command, he dared not disobey, lest he be lectured again. After much effort, the four of them finally set off. Lu Lijing and Lu Lixing took on the heavier tasks, while Lu Liwei, still nursing his injury, carried lighter items. Ji Wanqing held Lu Qianqian's hand, with Da Huang trotting alongside them. Da Huang and Lu Qianqian occasionally frolicked, creating a lively scene. Seeing this, Lu Liwei felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Do you think sister-in-law will be surprised by our little parade when she sees us? I didn't tell her beforehand that you all would be coming back. I bet she'll be thrilled, Lu Lixing laughed. His sister-in-law was indeed a wonderful person. 2 years ago, she had married into Lujia village and had been diligent and capable, sharing all household responsibilities with Lu Liwei without a single complaint. Yet, due to health issues, she had not yet conceived. Lu Lixing remembered that in his previous life, his sister-in-law had been on medication, but to no avail. He wondered if this time the outcome could change. He resolved that when he encountered a good doctor, he would ensure both his sister-in-law and elder brother received proper care. After all, having children is a matter for both parties. Zhou Yuxia had been sitting on the doorstep, lost in thought since early morning when Lu Liwei had set off. Watching the neighborhood children carry their school bags off to do their homework, she sighed, placing a hand on her belly. Due to her inability to conceive, she had grown especially fond of Qianqian, who was both sensible and adorable, often bringing her joy. Thus, in Zhou Yuxia's eyes, it was imperative that Qianqian attend school. She must not end up like her, illiterate and lacking prospects. However, she wondered how Lu Liwei was faring. He had been gone for quite some time without returning. Concern gnawed at her. She stood up and wandered around the house, hoping to find something of value. As she searched, she stumbled upon an envelope tucked beneath Lu Lijing's mattress. Frowning, she approached and retrieved it. Upon seeing the contents, Zhou Yuxia was taken aback. It was Lu Lijing's high school admission notice. The notice had arrived a fortnight ago, and at that time, their parents and Li Wei had been overjoyed. Yet, upon reading the tuition fee printed on it, 500 yuan, they had all been left in shock. That amount was what the Lu family earned in an entire year. Nevertheless, their parents had resolutely decided to arrange everything at home before heading out. The day after they left, Lu Lijing and Lu Liwei had a fierce argument. In a fit of anger, he had declared that he had no intention of attending high school, unwilling to burden the family, and even suggested tearing the admission notice. To his surprise, the notice had remained hidden beneath his pillow all this time. Zhou Yuxia sighed silently, placing the notice back where she had found it. It was her fault for being unable to earn money and needing medication, thus burdening her family. Although the recent 4 treatments had been funded by others, it was not a sustainable solution. Money would ultimately need to be repaid. When Lu Liwei returned, she would have to discuss everything with him, as she could neither bear children nor earn money. Perhaps it was best to leave, allowing Lu Liwei to remarry. The Lu family would lose a burden but gain a glimmer of hope. Lowering her head, tears welled in the corners of Zhou Yuxia's eyes. They were nearing home. Lu Liwei was still smiling, never having been as joyful as he was today. Lu Qianqian was also bouncing around, playing a game of chase with the big yellow dog. Lu Liwei couldn't help but exclaim, "How wonderful it is that our Qianqian can go to school." Indeed. Lu Lixing echoed his sentiment. Lu Liwei sighed. It's just a pity that our Lijing, the high school tuition is beyond their means. Noticing his elder brother's concern, Lu Lixing quickly reassured him, "Brother, I am also earning money for Lijing's tuition. He must not miss school. With such excellent academic performance, he is bound to achieve great things." Lu Liwei lowered his head, feeling a pang of discomfort. But his acceptance letter was torn apart. Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Lu Lijing and asked, "Lijing, what happened?" Lowering his head, Lu Lijing's expression was strained. Before he could finish, Lu Lixing firmly declared, "We can always get a replacement." Lu Lijing abruptly raised his head to look at Lu Lixing. Second brother, I can skip school if necessary. I'll return the money I have to you. It should be enough for second sister-in-law's prenatal checkups. The well-being of our nephews and nieces is more important, and that high school tuition is simply. Once again, he left his sentence unfinished. It seemed Lu Lixing hadn't heard him at all. He continued, even if you have to walk out of the mountains, you must go. Otherwise, don't call me your brother. Chapter 60. Sister-in-law, Qianqian has good news for you. Upon hearing these words, Lu Lijing was completely stunned. He had never imagined he would hear such sentiments from Lu Lixing. Growing up under Lu Lixing's pressure, he always remembered how harshly Lu Lixing treated him. Even when he was occasionally kind, it was only to extract something from him, like living expenses for school, or to find a scapegoat for his mistakes. Yet, he had never heard Lu Lixing call him by his full name before. And the tone was not one of jest. Lu Lijing felt an unsettling notion that if he truly decided against attending school, Lu Lixing would indeed disown him in the past. He would have angrily retorted, so be it, but now, he held a deep respect for his second brother. He never anticipated that Lu Lixing would consider his education to be of such importance. His heart felt heavy. Second brother, after dinner, have sister-in-law pack your things. You leave tomorrow. Lu Lixing issued a firm command, not allowing Lu Lijing to protest. He turned to Lu Liwei and said, brother, let us go. Don't keep sister-in-law waiting too long. Lu Liwei wanted to say something, but after witnessing Lu Lixing's earlier actions, he realized his words would fall on deaf ears. All right, let's head home. The two brothers walked ahead, while Gu Wanqing followed behind them, and Lu Lijing lagged at the back, his mind in disarray. Qianqian and the big yellow dog were unaware of the unfolding drama, continuing to frolic, with Lu Qianqian mostly tormenting the dog, which would feebly retaliate now and then. Gu Wanqing noticed Lu Lijing's unusual demeanor and slowed her pace. Once she matched his stride, she looked at him and said, Lijing, Lu Lijing abruptly looked up, forcing a smile. What is it, second sister-in-law? Your second brother has that temperament. He means well, so don't take it to heart. I understand. Lu Lijing nodded. Given our current circumstances, studying diligently is indeed the best path forward. Precisely, so do listen to your second brother, Gu Wanqing encouraged. Lu Lijing nodded again. I know, but the money. Gu Wanqing reassured him. We will find a way regarding the money. Focus on your studies. In the future, when you succeed, you can take care of your nephews and nieces. Your second brother will surely be pleased, and the entire family will rejoice. Lijing, do you wish for a momentary happiness, or a lasting one? Lu Lijing was momentarily taken aback, but he soon grasped Gu Wanqing's intent and smiled. Second sister-in-law, I understand. Good, then let us hurry. Otherwise, they will get too far ahead. Okay. Lu Lijing quickened his pace, glancing at the backs of the others, silently vowing to work hard. He would ensure that in the future, everyone would enjoy a better life. Zhou Yuxia had been sitting on the threshold for half an hour, feeling increasingly distressed. She stood up and turned to the house, with little dowry when she married. She had bought only a few pieces of clothing since coming here. Grabbing a small bag, she stuffed her clothes inside, resolved to seek Lu Liwei to discuss divorce. After staring blankly at the bed for a moment, she headed outside with the bag. Just as her foot crossed the threshold, she heard a familiar voice, Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, Qianqian is back. Woof woof. Sister-in-law, Qianqian has good news for you. Woof woof. Sister-in-law, where are you going? Lu Qianqian asked, her face full of confusion. She and the big yellow dog had raced ahead, being the first to enter the yard. Zhou Yuxia was still in a daze when she noticed Lu Liwei, Lu Lixing, Gu Wanqing, and Lu Lijing approaching, pulling a cart. Why are they all back? Zhou Yuxia's hand trembled, and she hurriedly tossed the bag behind the door. Not receiving a response from her sister-in-law, Lu Qianqian turned and shouted to Lu Lixing and the others, Big brother, my sister-in-law. Before she could finish, Zhou Yuxia rushed forward and covered her mouth. Shu Qianqian, don't say anything. Even if you must leave, do not mention it in front of the family. With wide eyes, Lu Qianqian nodded vigorously, not fully understanding her sister-in-law's meaning. Lu Liwei and the others had already heard the commotion. He looked up in confusion and asked, Yuxia, what's wrong? What was Qianqian about to say? Zhou Yuxia forced a laugh. Oh, it's nothing, I was just playing with Qianqian. Lu Qianqian nodded vigorously. After pushing Zhou Yuxia's hand away, she grinned. Yes. Woof woof. The big yellow dog chimed in. Lu Liwei was in high spirits today and did not notice his wife's odd behavior. He smiled. Qianqian, you're so mischievous. Your sister-in-law is unwell. You mustn't tease her, you know? I know. Lu Qianqian cheerfully nodded. Qianqian will not tease sister-in-law anymore. Zhou Yuxia finally relaxed. She looked at the others with curiosity. Upon seeing that Lu Lixing and Lu Liwei were walking closely together, and Lu Lijing was not sulking, she was taken aback. When did these three brothers become so harmonious? Observing Gu Wanqing, who appeared rosy and seemingly a bit plumper. With a smile on her face, she exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, we are back." Zhou Yuxia was stunned, pointing at them. You all came back together? How is that possible? After all, these three brothers would invariably quarrel upon meeting. Lu Lixing and Lu Lijing had tempers that were as fiery as each other. Lu Liwei would often mediate, only to be scolded in the process. What was going on today? Gu Wanqing, aware of Zhou Yuxia's confusion, stepped forward and linked arms with her. Yes, we returned together. Li Zheng was at our place yesterday, and today he helped out in the village. Sister-in-law, do you have time? Let Lu Lixing cook. We'll gather Li Zheng's things. Tomorrow, Li Zheng and Qianqian will go to school. What? Zhou Yuxia was completely dumbfounded. Little Xing is cooking? She couldn't have heard that right, could she? Qianqian and Li Zheng were going to school? Had Qianqian's schooling been sorted out? Seeing Zhou Yuxia's reaction, Lu Liwei, Lu Lixing, and Lu Lijing exchanged knowing smiles. They had anticipated this response. Lu Liwei said to Gu Wanqing, "Wanqing, you explain things to your sister-in-law. Lixing and I will cook. Lijing, go and prepare the sweet potatoes." All right. The three brothers had clearly defined roles. However, Zhou Yuxia was still astonished. Sweet potatoes? Where did the sweet potatoes come from? Goodness, how could there be so many? Gu Wanqing laughed as she guided Zhou Yuxia inside. Sister-in-law, come, let me explain. Zhou Yuxia followed Gu Wanqing into the house in a daze. Gu Wanqing then recounted everything that had transpired over the past few days. By the time she finished, Zhou Yuxia remained bewildered. Are you saying Lixing has changed for the better? The sweet potatoes are from him? Qianqian's schooling was arranged by him, and he has even gathered some tuition for Li Zheng? Indeed. Gu Wanqing beamed. Sister-in-law, our good days are coming. But now, we must hurry to gather things. Lu Lixing said Li Zheng should leave tomorrow. And we need to sort out the acceptance letter. It's quite a hassle. Acceptance letter? Zhou Yuxia finally reacted. That doesn't need to be sorted out. Li Zheng's acceptance letter wasn't torn. Chapter 61. What is this? What? Really? Gu Wanqing looked puzzled. Zhou Yuxia smiled. Yes, Li Zheng is just stubborn, but he surely wants to go to school. As she spoke, she entered the small room and retrieved the acceptance letter from beneath her pillow. Look, here it is. Wonderful! Gu Wanqing exclaimed joyfully. Let us hurry. We need to steam some buns for Li Zheng to take. He mustn't go hungry on the way. Yes. The two women excitedly made their way outside. Just as they stepped out of the small room, Lu Lijing was standing at the door, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had just overheard their conversation. Sister-in-law, second sister Laud. Ji Wanqing and Zhou Yuxia exchanged amused glances and handed him the acceptance letter, saying, Neither your second sister-in-law nor I saw anything. Keep it safe. We have to get busy. The boy was growing up. He needed to maintain his pride. This pride was something they had to preserve for him. Lu Lijing carefully tucked the letter into his clothes, then turned and called out to Gu Wanqing and Zhou Yuxia. Sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, I don't want to leave tomorrow. Gu Wanqing and Zhou Yuxia exchanged perplexed looks. Li Zheng, you don't want to go to school? Let us explain. That's not it. Lu Lijing shook his head. You see, the reason I didn't throw away the acceptance letter is that the county Shuangqing High School offers a financial aid scholarship for new students each year. Teacher Lin helped me apply for it, but it hasn't come through yet. I was thinking that if it does come through, I might still have a chance. It should be around the 15th. As many of us live in the mountains, and there are many impoverished students. Teacher Lin said we have until the 20th to report to Shuangqing High, so I thought I would wait a bit for that scholarship. Plus, these past few days, sister-in-law and brother have not been well, so I can help them with the farm work. The sweet potatoes in the field need to be harvested too. Don't worry. I want to slack off on my studies. Teacher Lin was Lu Lijing's homeroom teacher in the 9th grade and had always been kind to him. Zhou Yuxia and Gu Wanqing exchanged glances again. That's wonderful. We didn't expect our Li Zheng to be so capable. Let us go tell your brother and second brother about this. Alas, it seems that only Qianqian will be going to school tomorrow. The two women chattered as they made their way to the kitchen. Upon seeing Lu Lixing expertly cooking while Lu Liwei tended to the fire, Zhou Yuxia silently gave a thumbs up. It seems little Xing really can cook. Wanqing, you played a significant role in this. Gu Wanqing lowered her head, feeling a bit bashful as she smiled softly. Oh no, it's all thanks to Lu Lixing's own talent. Ha ha ha, it's because his wife is a good teacher. Zhou Yuxia couldn't help but exclaim. Watching the busy Lu Lixing and the somewhat shy Gu Wanqing, she felt a wave of relief. These two were finally living a good life. Once Wanqing's baby was born, the family would be infused with new vitality. How wonderful! After spending some time in the kitchen, Zhou Yuxia and Gu Wanqing shared Lu Lixing's thoughts with Lu Lixing and Lu Liwei, both of whom expressed their agreement. With the possibility of a scholarship, things could only get better. Once the meal was ready, the family gathered around a table full of food. Liu Qianqian pulled the big yellow dog under her feet, using it as a footstool. The big yellow dog looked up at Lu Lixing with a pitiful expression, hoping for rescue. Unfortunately, Lu Lixing didn't spare it a glance. The dog resignedly rested its head on the ground. Liu Qianqian, her eyes gleaming with desire, exclaimed, "It smells so delicious. Qianqian is hungry. Ha ha ha, you little glutton. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat." Lu Lixing handed her half a bun. Liu Qianqian happily began to munch on it. Lu Lixing watched and laughed. With such a craving, once you go to school tomorrow, you won't be able to eat the meals made by second brother. Liu Qianqian paused, her mouth half biting into the bun, disbelief in her eyes as she looked at Lu Lixing, then turned to Lu Lixing. With a muffled voice, she asked, "No, I can't eat second brother's cooking anymore?" Woo woo woo, tears were about to spill from her eyes. Everyone burst into laughter at the sight. Liu Lixing stepped in to comfort her. "Don't worry, Qianqian. I'll cook for you in the morning and again in the evening. You'll just have to eat one meal at school." The school was quite a distance from home, and the lunch break was short, making it impossible to return for a meal. Liu Qianqian sniffled. "Well, if that's the case, I'll have to reluctantly accept it." Seeing Liu Qianqian's expression, Lu Liwei teased, "Qianqian, don't start crying now. When you go to school tomorrow, you won't cry even harder, will you? You'll be laughed at by the other kids." Upon hearing this, Liu Qianqian immediately became anxious. "No, Qianqian won't cry. Qianqian won't be laughed at. Haha, but what child doesn't cry on their first day of school? Then Qianqian will be the first. Qianqian is a person who doesn't cry on her first day of school." Liu Qianqian proudly took a bite of the rib. However, she didn't notice that the piece of meat in her hand had turned into a mere bone. As she bit down, she exclaimed in pain, nearly bursting into tears. Her feet. The big yellow dog wagged its tail anxiously, barking at the bone. "Woof woof woof, that is the dog's bone, give it to me." Seeing that Liu Qianqian seemed to have completely forgotten about it, the big yellow dog jumped up angrily and snatched the bone from her hand. Just as Liu Qianqian was about to cry, the big yellow dog's antics snapped her out of it. She glared at the big yellow dog. "Big Yellow, you're bullying me too." The big yellow dog wagged its tail, proudly crunching on the bone. The moment the bone reached its mouth, it crunched loudly. While chewing, it cast triumphant glances at Liu Qianqian. The little girl couldn't bear the humiliation and jumped down from her stool to tussle with the big yellow dog. Naturally, the big yellow dog was merely teasing her and did not retaliate. However, Liu Qianqian, caught up in the playful scuffle, burst into giggles. The scene brought smiles to the faces of those at the stone table. If only their parents were here, it would have been even better. Where on earth had they gone to work? Lu Liwei sighed. "I don't know. Once they left, there was no news, and they didn't say when they would return. Alas, I should ask Uncle Li in town next time, as he organized the group that left." "Sure." Lu Lixing nodded slightly. After finishing their meal, Gu Wanqing and Lu Lixing tidied up, preparing to head back. Liu Qianqian and De Huang followed suit, as Qianqian was set to attend school the next day. Lu Liwei and Zhou Yuxia found themselves in a bit of a predicament. Before leaving, Lu Liwei went back inside to retrieve the school supplies he had previously prepared for Liu Qianqian. Just as he reached the doorway, he was taken aback. "What is this?" Chapter 62. That year, love at first sight. Zhou Yuxia, who had been outside seeing Gu Wanqing off, froze momentarily. "Wait." However, Lu Liwei had already pulled the bag out. Frowning, he opened it. Upon seeing the contents, Lu Liwei was stunned. He turned to Zhou Yuxia, his expression filled with confusion. "Yuxia, what is this?" Zhou Yuxia hurried forward and snatched the bag from his hands. "It's nothing." "It's nothing." Liu Lixing and Gu Wanqing exchanged glances outside. Remaining where they were, Liu Liwei spoke plainly. "This bag contains all your clothes. Yuxia, are you planning to leave?" His eyes were wide with disbelief. In the 2 years of their marriage, he believed he had never mistreated Zhou Yuxia. He could sense that her heart and eyes were entirely devoted to him. But why was she leaving? Lu Liwei couldn't comprehend it. Why? Zhou Yuxia appeared flustered. Liwei, let's talk inside. Everyone is so happy today. I don't want to dampen the mood. Lu Liwei stopped her. Let's speak here. They are not outsiders. In Lu Liwei's view, Gu Wanqing and Lu Lixing were not outsiders. Moreover, no matter the reason, Gu Wanqing's presence should help dissuade Zhou Yuxia. Zhou Yuxia clenched the bag tightly, glancing at Gu Wanqing, then at Lu Liwei. Lowering her head with a sigh, Lu Liwei looked at her earnestly. Zhou Yuxia opened her mouth, finally saying it. She could no longer delay Lu Liwei. Approaching 30, she still had no child of her own. In this day and age, that would be a source of ridicule, I think. Perhaps we should divorce? Lu Liwei was momentarily stunned, his expression suddenly anxious. Why? Why would you want a divorce when things are fine? Zhou Yuxia was at a loss for words. Seeing Lu Liwei's expression, her heart raced. In the 2 years of their marriage, she had never seen him like this. 2 years ago, when she first met Lu Liwei. She recalled that day vividly. She had been in the fields, husking corn. 5 large sacks of corn needed to be carried back home by herself. That day, her parents had other chores to tend to, and she had shouldered 4 sacks alone. Blisters formed on her shoulders, but the rain was approaching, and these tasks had to be completed. After just a few steps, the pain made her unable to stand upright, and cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Just then, a burly man passed by, noticing her plight, and blushed as he asked, You're so frail. How can you carry so much alone? How about I help you? At that time, Zhou Yuxia was still an unmarried girl in their era. Even speaking to a man required considerable bashfulness. She lowered her head, feeling shy. I don't need help. Thank you, it's nothing. You're heading to Zhoushugo, right? I'm going to visit relatives nearby. Let me give you a ride. Zhoushugo was Zhou Yuxia's village, not far from Lijiakan. Yet, they had never met before. Without waiting for her response, the man unhesitatingly lifted the corn sacks, revealing a broad smile with 2 gleaming white teeth. Let us go. You lead the way. Zhou Yuxia, feeling shy, took a few steps forward, and he followed closely behind. Despite the heavy load, he didn't slow his pace at all. However, he didn't notice that the girl in front had already flushed deeply. Upon reaching home, the man was drenched in sweat. Zhou Yuxia poured him a glass of water and cautiously inquired about his name. That day marked her first encounter with him, and she learned his name. Lu Liwei. Liwei, meaning great. His skin was tanned from the sun, yet his teeth were remarkably white. He spoke with a simple charm. Later, Zhou Yuxia learned that Lu Liwei had been there for a blind date, having relied on matchmakers since he was 18 due to his family's poverty. Now at 26, he still had not found a suitable match. Of course, that day, he had been late because he helped her carry sweet potatoes, which had upset the girl he was supposed to meet. When Zhou Yuxia heard this news, she felt elated. 4 years younger than Lu Liwei, she was 22 at the time, the age when many were fervently pursued. However, none of the suitors caught her eye, for her heart had long been claimed. When a matchmaker mentioned that Lu Liwei might end up a lifelong bachelor, she mustered the courage to approach the matchmaker privately, expressing her willingness to marry him. Everyone thought she had lost her senses, yet she was determined. Zhou Yuxia firmly believed that such a fine man would never make her suffer. Indeed, in the 2 years since marrying into the Lu family, despite their modest means, Lu Liwei had always given her the best he could offer, never withholding anything, and he cared for her with utmost attention. She had hoped for a lifetime of this, yet she had never conceived. Sighing, Zhou Yuxia felt a pang of sadness. Liwei, my health. What is wrong with your health? Upon hearing this, Lu Liwei immediately grew concerned. Are you unwell? Wait, I'll fetch Dr. Zhang. No, Liwei. Zhou Yuxia grasped his arm. Listen to me. I'm fine, truly. It's just that, regarding my health, Dr. Zhang hasn't confirmed whether I can conceive. If we go to a bigger hospital, it will cost a lot of money, and our family. As she spoke, tears began to flow. Wanqing was unwell and pregnant with twins. Lijing was preparing to attend high school, and Qianqian was set to start school. Their parents were working away, and even Lixing was earning. Yet she felt utterly helpless. Liwei, perhaps I should just go. You could remarry and perhaps find someone who could bring you good fortune. Nonsense. Lu Liwei's voice rose in anger, startling Zhou Yuxia in their 2 years of marriage. It was the first time Zhou Yuxia had witnessed Lu Liwei lose his temper. Yuxia, what are you thinking? What are you saying? Dr. Zhang has said that you cannot conceive. It isn't solely your fault. It could be mine as well. Has someone been gossiping? I'll make it clear tomorrow that my inability to father a child has nothing to do with you. You can't leave? You can't leave. I want to agree to this divorce. I will work tomorrow. I'll take you to a larger hospital. We'll seek treatment together. You cannot leave. You cannot leave. Such a composed individual was reduced to pacing the yard, repeatedly muttering those words, occasionally scratching his head as if he could no longer contain his emotions. Little Lu Qianqian clutched Gu Wanqing's clothing, her eyes brimming with tears. Sister-in-law, are you really leaving? You don't want Qianqian anymore? Werwu, my second sister-in-law stayed. You can't abandon Qianqian. Qianqian also loves sister-in-law. On the other side, Lu Lijing stepped forward. Sister-in-law, if you leave, I want to go to school. Chapter 63. Perhaps, just give me a hug. Zhou Lijing. That cannot be. Zhou Yuxia immediately retorted. Why not? Lu Lijing responded, I go to school to ensure our family can live well. Sister-in-law, if you leave, will this still be a home? 2 years ago, the day after you married, you woke early to prepare sweet potatoes and steamed buns for me to take to school. Over the past 2 years, you've given all the best to me. My second brother, and Qianqian, you've sacrificed so much for this family. How can you just leave? I can see that my elder brother doesn't care whether you can bear children. He only wants you to be healthy. If you truly leave, he may never marry again. Can you bear to see him live a lifetime alone? These words finally swayed Zhou Yuxia. She looked at Lu Liwei, who at that moment was crouched in the shadows of the yard, appearing exceptionally lonely. She wished to say something but struggled to find the words. Ji Wanqing glanced at Lu Lixing, guiding Lu Qianqian forward to grasp Zhou Yuxia's hand. Sister-in-law, feel this. She placed Zhou Yuxia's hand on her own belly. Just shy of 3 months along, it wasn't visibly apparent, but one could feel the difference upon touch. Zhou Yuxia's hand trembled. Wanqing, Ji Wanqing continued. They are waiting to meet you if you leave. The baby will miss their aunt. Sister-in-law, you love children so much. Don't you want to see what they look like? Initially, when I found out I was pregnant, you said you would take care of me. Remember? If you leave, Lu Lixing is so careless. He wants to take good care of me. Yu Wanqing caught a glimpse of Lu Lixing out of the corner of her eye. Sister-in-law, our parents also said that you and I, upon marrying, became their daughters. While they are away working, if you leave now, they will be heartbroken upon returning and finding you gone. Seeing Zhou Yuxia bow her head, Gu Wanqing added, Stay, as my brother said, let us earn first, and when we have the means, we'll go to a bigger hospital for a checkup. Right? Lixing said that when the road is cleared, he'll take me for prenatal checkups. We can go together? Prenatal checkups? Zhou Yuxia was momentarily stunned. Lu Lixing chimed in. Yes, sister-in-law, we should all go together. My brother should go for a checkup too. You needn't worry about making money. Brother, tomorrow, you can come help me today. The villagers are keen to buy sweet potatoes, and I'm short-handed. Lu Liwei turned to him surprised. Selling sweet potatoes? Yes, right now, Wang Taizhu and Uncle Lu are helping me sell them. I pay them $1 each day. Lijing, if you don't go to school these days, you can help too. We, as brothers, will take it step by step. We will definitely make good money. Lu Liwei and Lu Lijing exchanged glances, and after a moment, both nodded in agreement. All right. Afterward, Lu Liwei approached Zhou Yuxia, took her hand, and sighed deeply, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Yuxia, some words I find difficult to express, but that doesn't mean I want to act on them. From the day I married you, I resolved to treat you well and live a good life together. If this is the reason you wish to leave, I will not allow it. Please, do not mention this again. Look at Lixing and Wanqing. They are living so well now. We can too. Trust me. Zhou Yuxia gazed at his earnest expression, feeling a rush of emotions. Looking around at the others, who were all waiting for her answer, she finally nodded. All right. Lu Liwei let out a long sigh of relief. He pulled Zhou Yuxia into his embrace, gently patting her back. Seeing this, Lu Lijing quickly turned away. I'll head to bed first. Gu Wanqing hastily covered Lu Qianqian's eyes. Let us go, Qianqian. It's time for bed. You have school tomorrow. Lu Qianqian nodded seriously, her small hand tugging at Gu Wanqing's. Lu Lixing stepped aside to let them pass. De Huang trailed behind. As they walked, Lu Qianqian began to struggle to keep her eyes open. With a sigh, Lu Lixing hoisted the little one onto his back. As soon as she settled, she fell asleep against his shoulder. Under the moonlight, Gu Wanqing found herself glancing back at Lu Lixing repeatedly. Once, twice, 3 times. Finally, unable to hold back, Lu Lixing chuckled. What is up? Why do you keep looking at me? Gu Wanqing turned around, smiling. I was thinking, had it not been for your changes, sister-in-law might have truly left today. In truth, although she appeared indifferent, she had always carried a burden in her heart. Especially over the past year, sister-in-law had been melancholic, and her health had suffered. Lu Lixing recalled Zhou Yuxia's disposition and nodded. Yes. Gu Wanqing turned back to him. Lu Lixing? Thank you. Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback. What are you thanking me for? Because of you. The entire household has been upheld without anyone noticing. Gu Wanqing beamed, her smile enchanting. Her eyes sparkled with warmth, seemingly forgetting the once insufferable Lu Lixing, now filled with admiration for him. If you wish to thank me, why not grant me a favor? Gu Wanqing's brows furrowed slightly. What favor? Of course, otherwise, what a light thanks that would be, Lu Lixing teased. Ji Wanqing was momentarily puzzled, a sense of curiosity piquing within her. Based on Lu Lixing's recent changes, he didn't seem like the type to seek recompense. What could he possibly want? Lu Lixing pondered seriously for a moment, then turned to Gu Wanqing. With Lu Qianqian still asleep on his back, he felt bold. Thus, with a teasing smile, he suggested, why not give me a hug? He too yearned to experience that warm embrace. Gu Wanqing was taken aback. By the time she processed his words, her cheeks flushed crimson. What are you blabbering about? Qianqian is still here. Just as Lu Lixing finished speaking, the drowsy Lu Qianqian stirred slightly, mumbling, sister-in-law, before drifting back into slumber. Lu Lixing. This little sister doesn't seem too affectionate. Gu Wanqing couldn't help but laugh. See, Qianqian isn't asleep yet. Let us leave this for later, next time. With that, she turned and headed home. Behind her, Lu Lixing's light laughter resonated. All right, I'll remember this. Gu Wanqing owes Lu Lixing one hug. Chapter 64. The first day of school for little Qianqian back at home. Gu Wanqing lay down and fell asleep almost immediately. Lu Lixing placed Lu Qianqian beside her, swatting away mosquitoes before turning to his own room to rest. De Huang lingered at the door for a moment before returning to his doghouse. As Lu Lixing settled down, he began to contemplate how to address his brother and sister-in-law's situation. In his past life, he knew some renowned doctors, but at his current age, those doctors were still students and thus unhelpful. The medical conditions were not ideal either, and Lu Lixing felt a twinge of worry. At that moment, the system, which had been silent for 2 days, finally responded. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for resolving family conflicts. The spirit pool water skill has been upgraded in addition to promoting plant growth. It can now be used as a health-enhancing elixir. Long-term consumption of food prepared with spirit pool water will improve personal health. Congratulations, host, you have received a fortune bag X1. The fortune bag has been added to your inventory. Please check. Strengthening one's health? Why the sudden reward for this skill? Lu Lixing pondered, a sudden realization striking him. Could it be that his sister-in-law and brother's struggles with conceiving were due to health reasons? If they consumed the spirit pool water regularly, perhaps their situation could gradually improve. A smile spread across Lu Lixing's face. He resolved to incorporate a bit of spirit pool water into their meals moving forward. Even if it didn't work, it would at least enhance everyone's health, especially for Gu Wanqing. A stronger body would reduce risks during childbirth. That night, everyone slept particularly soundly. The next morning, Lu Lixing rose early to prepare breakfast. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, he discreetly pulled out a bucket of spirit spring water and poured it into the large vat in the house before finally starting the fire. Zhou Yuxia and Lu Liwei, feeling uneasy about Lu Qianqian, had also arrived early. At 6:30 in the morning, Lu Qianqian let out a big yawn and bounced out of the house. The family gathered around, enjoying a lively meal together. Today, Lu Lixing had prepared rice porridge, accompanied by steamed corn cakes and stir-fried vegetables. After taking a bite, Lu Qianqian exclaimed in delight, "Wow, today's porridge is so delicious. Is it?" Gu Wanqing asked curiously. It's even better than before. Second brother's cooking skills are getting better and better. I must try it, Gu Wanqing said, picking up a spoon and taking a serious taste. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Indeed, big brother, big sister-in-law, Li Zheng, you all should hurry up and try it. It's delicious." With laughter, they all joined in the meal. Lu Lixing also sampled the porridge, and with the addition of spirit spring water, it was undeniably different, sweeter and more fragrant. After finishing, Lu Lixing felt invigorated. Noticing that everyone else also appeared to be in high spirits, He couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of the spirit spring water. After the meal, it was time to send Lu Qianqian off. However, Zhou Yuxia quickly stepped forward, saying, "Oh dear, I didn't even notice you were still wearing yesterday's old clothes. Qianqian, come here, big sister-in-law has made you a new outfit. You must change into it. Today is the first day of school. We can't let Qianqian fall behind others." Lu Liwei felt a pang of sadness from behind. The clothes were altered from a new outfit of Zhou Yuxia's, which Lu Liwei had bought for her last year during the new year, and she had never had the heart to wear it. So, he sighed softly, and Lu Lixing realized he seemed to have forgotten to buy clothes for Qianqian. This was truly that he quickly stepped forward. "Big brother, don't worry. Once we earn some more money, we will buy them new clothes. All right, Qianqian, you must study hard and listen to your teacher, understand?" I understand, big brother. And you must learn to read well. When you come back tonight, I will test you," Lu Lixing added. Okay, third brother, little Lu Qianqian, unaware of how challenging reading would be for someone just starting school, nodded earnestly. Zhou Yuxia couldn't help but laugh. "Li Zhang, it's just the first day. It's probably just about checking in and getting to know the other children. They won't be learning to read yet, right?" Lu Lixing scratched his head. "But we should still test her. When she comes back tonight, I will tutor Qianqian." Everyone looked at Lu Qianqian with pity. Lu Lixing rubbed his forehead. He had always thought that the children he had seen in his previous life, who were subjected to daily tutoring, were already pitiable enough. He hadn't expected that there were even more unfortunate cases, those in preschool already facing tutoring. However, he said nothing in this era. Education was the best path forward, and he hoped that Lu Qianqian would have a bright future. Yet, recalling the future information provided by the system, Lu Lixing crouched down and looked earnestly at Lu Qianqian. "Qianqian." "Yes, second brother, what's wrong?" Lu Qianqian blinked, looking at Lu Lixing with confusion. "Once you get to school, remember, aside from your teacher, you must not accept candy from anyone. Not just candy, you mustn't eat anything else either. Don't believe whatever they say. Just focus on attending class, having lunch, and returning home. I will pick you up after school. All right?" Lu Qianqian nodded seriously. I remember, if I see Zhang Xiaoxiao, I will tell her the same thing. That girl was abducted on her way to Li family village. She must have been lured by candy or something. If Qianqian teaches her a bit, she should be fine when we meet her again this weekend." Lu Lixing thought to himself. Okay. Lu Qianqian nodded again. Today, she was very happy. She was going to school. She had new clothes, a new backpack, a notebook, and pencils. Plus, her brothers and sisters-in-law were all there. Where was De Huang? After Zhou Yuxia had styled her hair, Lu Qianqian looked around. Where did De Huang go? De Huang, where are you? Maybe he is sleeping. Why don't you go check? Lu Qianqian bounced over to De Huang's doghouse and indeed found De Huang with his head buried. Sleeping soundly, she seized De Huang's ear. "De Huang?" Startled, De Huang jumped up, only to see it was Lu Qianqian, and then he slumped back down, feeling defeated. He could not retaliate and simply lowered his head to continue sleeping. Lu Qianqian called out again, "De Huang, I'm going to school today. I want to be home during the day, so I can't play with you. De Huang, don't miss Qianqian." "Okay." Qianqian promised that she would return right after school to play with De Huang. As she spoke, she raised her little hand. Making a vow, De Huang rolled his eyes, not even glancing at Lu Qianqian. "Woof, I know you're so noisy." Hearing De Huang respond, Lu Qianqian retracted her hand and gently hugged De Huang's neck. "De Huang, Qianqian will miss you." This time, De Huang did not move and allowed her to embrace him. After a while, the little one finally released De Huang, turned around, and happily slung her little backpack over her shoulder. De Huang, who had been brewing a little emotion and preparing to send her off, "Forget it. I'll continue sleeping." Only after Lu Qianqian had walked far away did De Huang finally stand up and wander around the house. He quietly walked outside. "Missing a chapter. I will make it up tomorrow. 4 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 65. I'm a big kid now. I can't be a little crybaby." Today marked the opening day of the primary school in Lijiakan. Wang Yinyan woke up early to prepare food. As she was about to leave, her expression was filled with worry. Wang Dikun could no longer bear to see her like this. "Yinyan, what's wrong? Aren't you happy that school is starting?" Saying this, he couldn't help but laugh. This girl had caused quite a stir at home during the summer, making the house feel chaotic all season long. Even the chickens and ducks were nearing their breaking point from her antics. Now, it was finally time to send her off to school. Wang Yinyan lowered her head, clutching her homework notebook, remaining silent. Wang Mama, urging her along, added, "It's definitely because you haven't finished your summer homework. Otherwise, how could you look this way? Hurry and go. Let the teacher educate you properly. Wang Yinyan's expression grew even gloomier. Keeping her head down, she walked out. Wang Mama called out to Wang Dikun, "Hey? Lao Wang, what are you doing? Carrying grain. We need to take it to school to exchange for meal tickets. Even though your daughter may not be the brightest, we can't let her go hungry." Wang Dikun quickly replied, Oh, right, give it to me. I'll carry it. With school starting, they needed to bring grain to exchange for meal tickets. Corn, sweet potatoes, and wheat were all acceptable. Since their home was quite distant from the school, children in grades 3 and below would eat lunch at school daily. BY grade 3, they would have morning and evening study sessions, thus eating all 3 meals at school and even living there. Wang Dikun carried half a sack of corn and half a sack of sweet potatoes as he walked outside. "Yinyan, let us go." Wang Yinyan looked at the grain her father was carrying. Puzzled, "Dad, yesterday, Lu Qianqian told me in Zhang Xiaohu that she is going to school too. Do you think Qianqian has enough to eat?" The Lu family lived further up the mountain, so there was some distance between them. Recently, Wang Dikun had noticed many people visiting Lu Lixing's home. Just yesterday, he had lamented that Lu Lixing was once again entertaining his friends with drinks. Upon hearing this, Wang Dikun frowned. "Oh, that's hard to say. It seems that the Lu family has been drained dry by that second brother of hers." Wang Yinyan lowered her head, on the verge of tears. "What should we do? Qianqian will go hungry." While not attending school, Wang Yinyan enjoyed playing with Lu Qianqian and Zhang Xiaoxiao. Last year, Qianqian had been unable to attend school due to financial constraints. Wang Dikun sighed, "Well, how about this? During lunch, you ask Qianqian if she doesn't have enough food. You can share some of yours and buy a bit more. That girl is so small and thin. She can't go hungry again." Wang Yinyan nodded enthusiastically. Okay. I will let Zhang Xiaohu know too, and we'll go together." "All right, let us go to school." Only then did Wang Yinyan follow Wang Dikun out the door. They hadn't walked far when Wang Yinyan spotted Lu Qianqian, happily running towards them with her little backpack. "Yinyan, Wang Yinyan, wait for me." Lu Qianqian's face was flushed with excitement, and behind her were Lu Lixing and Lu Lijing. Wang Yinyan waved at Lu Qianqian. "Qianqian, hurry up." Wang Dikun turned to look at Lu Lixing and Lu Lijing. Noticing that they indeed weren't carrying any grain, he frowned again. Qianqian was truly pitiful. It would be best for Yinyan to give her some extra food. Lu Lixing also noticed Wang Dikun, who was a cousin of Wang Taizhu, his peer. Seeing him carrying sweet potatoes he had sold, Lu Lixing chuckled, realizing they must have been sold to him by Wang Taizhu and Lu Furring. He greeted him politely, "Brother Wang." Wang Dikun snorted, "Taking Qianqian to school, huh?" "Yes. How come it's you taking her? The little ones are still growing. They must not be allowed to go hungry." Wang Dikun hoped his words would convey the importance of the situation to Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing nodded, "I understand." "That's good to know." Wang Dikun nodded without saying much more. After all, it was someone else's family matter. He simply felt Qianqian was too unfortunate. Upon arriving at the school, Wang Dikun went directly to deliver the grain. However, he noticed that Lu Lixing and Lu Lijing hadn't come to exchange grain but had gone straight to report. His brows furrowed once more. After delivering the grain and exchanging for meal tickets, Wang Dikun gave Wang Yinyan a meal ticket for lunch. That would cover today's meal, and they could return in the evening to collect tickets for the next day. After giving it, he still felt something was off. Wang Dikun couldn't hold back, and he handed Wang Yinyan a second meal ticket. "Yinyan, if Lu Qianqian hasn't eaten at lunchtime, give this to her, so she can get a portion for herself." "Okay, thanks, Dad." After handling everything, Wang Dikun finally left at that moment. Lu Lixing had also reported for Lu Qianqian at the school. Lejiakan Primary School consisted entirely of tile-roofed houses, and the preschool class was in the most dilapidated one. After checking in, Lu Qianqian quickly mingled with her little friends, ignoring Lu Lixing and Lu Lijing. Seeing other children cry because their parents had left, she even went to comfort them, showing no awareness of the significance of the first day of school. The two men stood silently at the kindergarten entrance, sighing. "Sigh, it seems Qianqian is truly different from the other children. Well, as long as she doesn't cry today, let us go." Second brother. "All right." They exchanged glances towards Lu Qianqian, who was already leading a nearly crying child to play on the slide. Of course, the slide at that time was also made of stone. But the teachers were present, and the slide was low, so there shouldn't be any danger. After they left, Lu Qianqian, who was preparing to go on the slide, turned back and glanced at Lu Lixing and Lu Lijing. Tears welled up in her eyes and a nearby child nudged her. "Qianqian, what is wrong?" Why aren't you playing? My second brother and third brother have left. Lu Qianqian murmured softly. The child looked confused. Huh? Then why didn't you cry just now? You should go chase after them. Lu Qianqian shook her head. Qianqian is a big kid now. She can't cry. She sniffled and wiped her nose vigorously. Trying to hold back, she ultimately couldn't, and tears streamed down her cheeks. You go play. I'll come back later. With that, Lu Qianqian quickly ran to a corner, facing the wall, and began to cry. She missed her brothers the moment they left. What should she do facing the wall? Lu Qianqian fidgeted with her fingers, filled with sorrow. In a corner of the kindergarten, De Huang wagged his tail, watching her. Upon noticing her distressed expression and tears, De Huang lowered his head, unable to resist, and walked towards Lu Qianqian. As Lu Qianqian cried, she felt something nudging her. Quickly, she wiped her tears, hoping to smile. The next moment, she heard a familiar voice beside her. Woof, Chapter 66. My second brother is really amazing. Lu Qianqian quickly turned her head and saw De Huang. She suddenly smiled, her tears momentarily forgotten, and her grin widened. Lu Qianqian opened her arms and hugged De Huang tightly. De Huang, you're here. Wu, finally unable to hold back. She buried her head in De Huang's neck and cried. De Huang looked at her disdainfully, then lowered his head. Sigh, this family of owners truly was a handful. Only after Lu Qianqian had cried enough did she finally lift her head. Sniffling, she wiped De Huang's damp fur and declared defiantly, De Huang, you must not tell my second brother that I cried, understand? Did you hear that? De Huang rolled his eyes silently. Lu Qianqian persisted. De Huang, say something. If you tell them, I won't let you chew on bones, De Huang. He lowered his head once more, letting out a soft woof. Finally, Lu Qianqian managed to smile again. Now I'm going to play with the other kids. Bye, De Huang. After crying, she felt much better inside. De Huang looked at Lu Qianqian's small figure as she walked away. Finally, he ambled to a corner, finding a cozy spot to curl up and sleep. It was as if he was doing this to prevent the little girl from crying. After all, there was nothing else to do upon returning. Lu Lixing shook his head, saying, of course we should plant. Taiju, this year's sweet potato harvest has been poor, but it's not just our village that has suffered. Wang Taiju was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that? Yes, once the road is open, we can sell in other villages, as well as in the town and county. Although sweet potatoes are inexpensive, they still bring in some profit. Wang Taiju nodded in agreement. All right, let's do it. Come on, let's head to the village. With a newfound purpose, Wang Taiju felt invigorated. The four of them first loaded 2 carts to sell in the village. By midday, they had sold out, making a total of 40 yuan. Lu Liwei, who was keeping the accounts, couldn't help but marvel at the speed of their earnings. At this rate, we could make 80 yuan in a day. After deducting 4 yuan for labor, that leaves 76. I silently gave Lu Lixing a thumbs up. At noon, Lu Qianqian had attended classes all morning and was ready to eat. Though the morning had merely consisted of roll call, self-introductions, and distributing textbooks, she couldn't wait to rush to the cafeteria as soon as school was out. She was already quite hungry. De Huang, initially wanting to follow her, paused upon seeing a young child approach Lu Qianqian. It was Wang Yinyan, who had hurried over after searching for Lu Qianqian in the preschool class. Qianqian, how come you're here? Lu Qianqian was surprised to see her. Yinyan, I was going to find Zhang Xiaoxiao after lunch. My second brother said we should go play with her. Wang Yinyan hesitated, finally pulling a meal ticket from her pocket and handing it to her. Qianqian, this is for you. Huh? What is it? Lu Qianqian looked down in confusion. A meal ticket. Wang Yinyan nodded. Yes, my dad said to give it to you for lunch. Your brother didn't he exchange a meal ticket for you? And you might go hungry. Lu Qianqian smiled cheerfully and returned the meal ticket to Wang Yinyan. Thank you Yinyan, but I don't need a meal ticket. Huh? Why not? Because the sweet potatoes in the school cafeteria were donated by my second brother. The principal said I could go directly to the cafeteria. With that, Lu Qianqian took Wang Yinyan's hand. Come on, I'll show you. They joined the line together. When the cafeteria staff handed Lu Qianqian a full meal plus an egg, Wang Yinyan was astonished. How can this be? Your second brother, is he really that impressive? Yes, my second brother is amazing. Lu Qianqian beamed with pride. Let us go find Xiao Xiao and eat together. Okay. Wang Yinyan nodded. The two soon spotted Zhang Xiaoxiao at the cafeteria entrance, happily eating from a small bowl. She greeted Lu Qianqian and Wang Yinyan with joy, but then froze. Her hand trembled slightly as she hid behind Lu Qianqian and Wang Yinyan. A dog, there's a dog. Werwu, Qianqian, Yinyan. Lu Qianqian looked up and saw De Huang standing not far away on the playground, watching her. With eyes squinting in amusement, Lu Qianqian reassured, "That's just De Huang. Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid." De Huang one tea bite. But, Zhang Xiaoxiao was on the verge of tears. Perhaps due to her experience with Zhang Chuanhe, she had always been afraid of dogs. Seeing this, Lu Qianqian approached gently, patting De Huang's head to signal him to move away, then turned back to Zhang Xiaoxiao, saying, "Xiao Xiao, don't be scared. De Huang is gone." Zhang Xiaoxiao finally sighed in relief. Lu Qianqian looked at her seriously. "Xiao Xiao, come over to my house to play this weekend. 2 more chapters to be added later." Chapter 67. Good news from Huangchang. Zhang Xiaoxiao had just taken a small bite of her steamed bun when she mumbled, "Weekend?" But Lu Qianqian nodded vigorously. "Yes, my second brother said he wants you to teach me how to study. Yin Yin, you should come too. We have really big sweet potatoes at home." Wang Yinyan's eyes widened with excitement. "Great. Xiao Xiao, let us go see the big sweet potatoes." Zhang Xiaoxiao finally nodded. "Okay." The afternoon quickly passed, and only half a cart remained. The group decided to head back and sell the rest the next day. Lu Liwei handed over the accounts he had recorded to Lu Lixing. Since they hadn't tea sold out, they had earned a total of 70 yuan that day. Lu Lixing decided to settle the accounts with everyone. Taizhu and Lu Furuin had been with him for a week, and he gave each of them 7 yuan for their labor. Though he had originally promised 10, they adamantly refused. Then, Lu Lixing gave Lu Liwei 10 yuan. Lu Liwei tried to decline, as he had already started a family and believed in clear accounts between brothers. He didn't want to take advantage and merely sought a fair wage. However, Lu Lixing stopped him. "Big brother, there will be many more opportunities for us to earn money in the future. But right now, my sister-in-law just calmed down yesterday after contemplating leaving. She needs to see some hope in life. Take this money and see what she needs. Buy her something." Hearing this, Lu Liwei sighed and nodded, accepting the money. "Xiaohang, consider this as what I owe you. I'll repay you when I earn money in the future. If we're talking about debts, big brother, I owe you far more over the years. How about I settle everything with you one day?" Lu Liwei was momentarily stunned. The next moment, he chuckled. "Haha, all right. My little brother is making something of himself. I'll bask in that glory too, in a bit. I'll buy something for your sister-in-law. She has her eye on a pair of pants that Huang Chong is selling in the shop. She has been hesitating to buy it for quite some time. It costs 8 yuan. That's fine. I'll get it for her." Lu Liwei spoke cheerfully. However, Lu Lixing frowned slightly. That might not work. "Boss Huang went to the town and hasn't he returned yet?" "Really? Then Lu Liwei hesitated. "Let us wait until they come back. We'll give your sister-in-law a surprise." All right, with the remaining money, Lu Lixing handed over 50 yuan to Lu Lijing. He then gazed thoughtfully at the half-cart of sweet potatoes. Although they could still sell the half-cart, Wang Taizhu and Lu Furuin's crops were unsellable since the road was still not open. Lijing's side was in urgent need of money. What to do? While he pondered, he suddenly heard laughter from a distance. "Lu brothers, Lu family brothers? Haha, I was just looking for you. Didn't he expect to find you here?" "Brother Huang." The visitor was Huang Chong. "Why are you back? How is the auntie?" "Oh, she is doing well, getting 4 fluids in the town. It'll be a few more days. Why mom keeps saying she wants to thank you properly when she gets back." "Haha. The doctor said it was fortunate we acted promptly. Otherwise, even if she was cured, she would have lingering issues. Brother Lu, you're a great benefactor to our family." Huang Chong beamed, looking quite cheerful. Lu Liwei was taken aback. "Into this boss Huang? How does he know Xiaohang so well?" Lu Lijing looked equally puzzled. "Haha, yes, it's me. Hello, Brother Liwei. Xiaozheng, you've grown taller." Huang Chong greeted the two warmly, further confusing them. Nearby, Wang Taizhu chuckled while pulling the two of them aside. "Brother Liwei, Xiaozheng, let me explain." After the explanation, Lu Liwei and Lu Lijing quietly looked at Lu Lixing. "He saved someone?" "Yes, Lu Gu is quite remarkable." Lu Liwei scratched his head, feeling as if everything was surreal. "Haha, Brother Liwei, from now on we're practically brothers. If you need anything, just ask me." Huang Chong became much more amiable to Lu Liwei due to Lu Lixing. Lu Liwei nodded in a daze. His younger brother was truly someone to be proud of. "Well, there's actually something. Go ahead," Huang Chong said cheerfully. Lu Liwei recounted his desire to buy pants. Huang Chong quickly replied, "That's simple. Wait a moment. I'll go open the shop. Brother, just hold on. I need to discuss something with Lu brother." "All right." Lu Liwei stepped back with a smile. Huang Chong then looked at Lu Lijing, who had been silent. "Xiaozheng, if you encounter any difficulties in school, just let Brother Huang know. I'll help you." Lu Lijing shyly smiled, feeling even more admiration for Lu Lixing. After all, he had never seen Huang Chang treat anyone so kindly before. Thank you. Haha, Brother Lu, it seems your family disputes have been resolved. Yes, my brother and Li Jing are just looking out for me, of course. After all, they are family. Now, let us discuss some serious business. I came back to ask for your help. Lu Lixing was puzzled. What kind of help? Huang Chang glanced at the others. They're all family. All right, the thing is, do you remember the chanterelles from last time? Boss Wang has responded, and he wants 100 pounds. At the same price as before. But I can't leave because of my mom's situation. I still need to return to the hospital to take care of her. Wang and I both agree that this job should be yours. To be frank, we can sell it for 4 yuan a pound, while last time we bought it from you for 2 yuan 50. But this time, Wang and I discussed, and we can give you 3 yuan a pound to procure the goods. Summer is almost over, and chanterelles and similar mushrooms will be gone by mid-September when it gets cold. Brother Lu, do you want to give it a try? We have half a month to gather 100 pounds. Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing smiled. All right, I'll go gather them. This was just the opportunity he needed. If this business went well, he wouldn't need to worry about Li Jing's school fees anymore. Okay, then I'll leave this to you. We need to have 100 pounds by the 15th. Thank you, Brother Huang. Huang Chang waved his hand. We're family. No need to thank me. Let us go. Brother Li Wei, to get you those pants. While speaking, he laughed. You two brothers treat your wives really well. I need to learn from you. Hearing this, Lu Lixing chuckled. Brother Huang, I see you treat your wife well too. Haha, treating your wife well ensures a prosperous life. Chapter 68. Life should be full of cheer at noon. Wang Dikun's family prepared mushrooms, but he was far from happy. While eating, he sighed repeatedly. His wife, Wang Lijuan, couldn't help but chuckle. See? When Yin Yin is home, you complain about her being annoying. Now that she's at school, you miss her. Although both shared the surname Wang, they had no familial ties in their ancestry. Wang Dikun sighed. Who says otherwise? I wonder how that girl is doing at school. Didn't you give her a meal ticket? Wang Lijuan asked in confusion. Yes, but I'm still worried. Without their daughter chattering nearby, Wang Dikun felt something was missing. Wang Lijuan said helplessly, all right, stop sighing and eat your meal. This is the mushroom Taiju said is delicious. He claims it's even better than meat. Why don't you try it? I'll definitely try it. That Taiju, I wonder what he's busy with daily. It looks like he's made quite a name for himself. Indeed, and he even came to visit us. After tasting a bite of the mushroom, Wang Dikun was astonished. This is truly delicious. No, I must save some for my daughter. He quickly got up, took a bowl, and set aside a large portion of the mushrooms for Wang Yinyin when she returned. Wang Lijuan felt helpless but said nothing further. During the meal, Wang Dikun began sighing again. Wang Lijuan asked, what's wrong now? Wang Dikun shook his head. Nothing, just thinking about that girl from the Lu family. Qian? Yes. Didn't she say she was going to school today? Yes, but her 2 brothers went empty-handed. I gave Yinyin an extra meal ticket to share with her. I hope Yinyin remembered. Wang Lijuan pondered for a moment. Why not send those 2 sweet potatoes to her sister-in-law? I think her sister-in-law is quite nice, that Gu Wanqing. Let us send them to school in exchange for a couple of meal tickets for the kids. That works. I'll also ask Taiju if he has any more sweet potatoes to buy some. And about the mushrooms, I'll get familiar with it, and we can go pick some ourselves later. All right, go ahead. Wang Lijuan nodded. After taking a bite of her meal, Wang Dikun suddenly said, Lijuan, you need to come with me. What's the matter? I heard that Lu Lixing treats Gu Wanqing very poorly. If I go to deliver 2 sweet potatoes, it might create misunderstandings. You go to the Lu family while I head to Taiju's. Wang Lijuan shot him an annoyed glare. Fine, I'll go. In the afternoon, Wang Dikun went to work in the fields. After finishing, he called out to Wang Lijuan, holding 2 large sweet potatoes as they made their way to the Lu family. At that moment, Gu Wanqing and Zhou Yuxiao were sitting in the yard, making shoes for the babies to in their era, diapers, clothing, and various items for children were all handmade. Zhou Yuxiao noticed Gu Wanqing's constant smiling demeanor and teased. Wanqing, it seems you and Xiaoheng have been quite happy lately. Gu Wanqing blushed and nodded. Sister-in-law, you're teasing me again. Haha, how could I? In the past, your brother and I were always worried. Now that Qian has been accompanying you for so long, it seems she has been a third wheel. Not at all, Gu Wanqing retorted. Qian is so adorable, how could she be a third wheel? I just didn't expect Lu Lixing to change so suddenly. Sometimes it feels unreal. Haha, you tend to overthink. If he didn't change, would you still be here? Gu Wanqing thought about it and nodded. As they chatted, they also considered Lu Qian. I wonder how she is doing on her first day at school. She should be fine, right? De Huang is with her. Let us hope so. Just then, they heard someone calling from the road, Wanqing, Yuxia, are you both here? Li Juan? What brings you here? Wang Li Juan gestured for Wang Dikun to go to Wang Taiju's house while she brought the bag containing the 2 sweet potatoes in front of Gu Wanqing and Zhou Yuxia. Oh, I came to give you these. She opened the bag, and upon seeing the 2 gigantic sweet potatoes, Gu Wanqing and Zhou Yuxia exchanged bewildered glances. What's going on with these sweet potatoes? In their eyes, Wang Li Juan had likely bought sweet potatoes and was returning them due to some issue. However, before they could ask further, they heard Wang Li Juan say, it's like this, Wanqing, Yuxia, today, our Dikun saw your Qianqian going to school. It seems Lu Lixing and Lu Lijing didn't send her off with anything, and since it's your first time sending your child to school, you might not know that lunch at school requires food to be provided. I know your family might not have any food, so I brought some for you, at the very least, let the child eat for a week. As for the rest, you can figure it out yourselves. We adults can endure some hardship, but we cannot let the children suffer. Upon hearing these words, Gu Wanqing and Zhou Yuxia exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Li Juan, you misunderstood. Oh? Misunderstood what? The reason we haven't sent Qianqian any food is because Zhou Yuxia's words were interrupted by a loud shout from the road. Yuxia, we're back. I've brought you a gift. Guess what it is? Following this was the hearty laughter of Wang Taiju. Brother Li Wei. How come you show more affection than my brother Lu? At least my brother Lu didn't do it in front of us. Ha ha ha, you rascal. I just missed your sister-in-law. Lu Li Wei showed no hesitation. Having experienced yesterday, he understood that from now on, everything needed to be said aloud. Otherwise, Yuxia might overthink things. When she overthinks, her mood worsens, and her health declines. Life should be filled with Joylu Lixing, and Lu Lijing merely smiled and remained silent behind him. The shout caused Zhou Yuxia's words to get stuck in her throat. Lowering her head, she suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Li Wei really is. Li Juan, wait a moment. I need to check on Li Wei first. At this moment, Wang Li Juan was already laughing uncontrollably. Such fervent declarations of love were a first for her. She momentarily forgot about the sweet potatoes and turned to see what gift Lu Li Wei had brought. However, upon seeing the half-filled cart of sweet potatoes they had pushed back, Wang Li Juan was left dumbfounded. Equally stunned was Wang Dikun, who was preparing to search for Wang Taiju but had yet to find him. Thank you for your support. Ju wants to sleep. Sending flowers for the explosive update, and thank you for everyone's gifts. 4 updates. Good night. Chapter 69. Brother Lu, you need to work on your reputation. Why are there so many sweet potatoes? Wang Li Juan approached in confusion. Wang Dikun looked equally bewildered. Taiju, why are you with the Lu brothers? Gu Wanqing and Zhou Yuxia exchanged knowing smiles but said nothing. Lu Li Wei and the others glanced at each other. Wang Taiju wore a look of utter nonchalance. I'm working for my brother Lu selling sweet potatoes. What's wrong? Cousin, do you think those sweet potatoes taste especially good and want to buy some more? Wang Taiju pointed at the cart. Look, they're all here. W working for brother Lu. Wang Dikun glanced at their positions and noticed that Lu Li Wei and Lu Lijing were helping to push the cart, while only Lu Lixing stood idly by like a manager. He swallowed hard, struggling to believe it. He decided to ask Lu Li Wei about the situation. After all, among the 3 Lu brothers, Lu Lijing was too young, and Lu Lixing had never had a good reputation. The most likely candidate to be the boss was Lu Li Wei, right? However, before he could approach, he heard Wang Taiju say, Yes, brother Lu, my cousin can pick out some good ones, right? Of course, Lu Lixing nodded. Wang Dikun was about to speak but swallowed his words. Your brother is Lu Lixing? Yes. All these sweet potatoes are his, and by the way, those mushrooms I gave you to eat were also picked by my brother Lu. Delicious, right? Wang Taiju beamed with pride. Wang Dikun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then, he sighed, feeling like a clown. Li Juan, should we go home? No wonder Lu Qianqian didn't need food sent to school. He had heard that the school received a generous donation, all top-quality sweet potatoes. Originally, Wang Dikun wanted to ask Wang Taiju which kind-hearted boss had been so generous. He had never expected that the person would be Lu Lixing. At this moment, Wang Li Juan realized she had made a huge blunder. She glanced at the bag she had brought, unsure whether to take it or leave it. After a moment of awkwardness, she sighed heavily and turned to leave. Gu Wanqing called out to her, Wait, Sister Li Juan. She walked over to Lu Lixing and quietly explained Wang Li Juan's purpose for coming. Lu Lixing frowned slightly. I understand, Du Wanqing nodded. Lu Lixing walked into the yard, retrieved Wang Li Juan's bag, and then approached the cart, picking out several large, exceptionally fine sweet potatoes to stuff inside. After completing this task, he brought the bag of sweet potatoes to Wang Dikun. Brother Wang, your sister-in-law probably can't carry this. You take it? I doubt. Wang Dikun looked at Lu Lixing, feeling a bit at a loss. Seeing that he wouldn't take it back, Lu Lixing had to use Lu Qianqian as an excuse. Let Yin teach Qianqian some math problems. Qianqian is too slow. Wang Dikun hesitated but ultimately accepted. All right, I'll tell Yin tonight. Carrying the bag, he headed homeward. Wang Taizhu chuckled. Brother Lu, you really need to work on your reputation. Otherwise, everyone will still think you're the same Lu Lixing from before. Pa, that's not what I meant. What I mean is. Wang Taizhu fumbled for words, realizing he couldn't clarify and merely scratched his head. Lu Lixing smiled. I'll do my best. After all, his former self had left a deeply ingrained impression on people. It wouldn't be easy to change their perceptions overnight. By the way, Taizhu, did you hear about the mushrooms that Boss Huang mentioned today? For the next 2 weeks, we'll go to the mountains to pick mushrooms. Once we gather enough of those beef liver mushrooms, we'll continue selling sweet potatoes. Boss Huang said the road is being repaired, and in about half a month it should be open. Wang Taizhu nodded. That's fine, but Brother Lu, it's already the end of summer. Mushrooms are scarce. Do you think we can gather 100 pounds in 2 weeks? This question had crossed Lu Lixing's mind during their journey. Perhaps we can find some trustworthy villagers to help us pick in the mountains. I'll buy them for 150 per pound. He anticipated that, with the luck-enhancing talisman, he could gather about 40 pounds of dried mushrooms. That left 60 pounds. If Taizhu, Uncle Lu, and Li Jing each gathered 5 pounds, they would still be short by 45 pounds. Thus, enlisting the villagers' help would be a good option. Reliable villagers? Wang Taizhu pondered. Lu Lixing nodded. Yes, but because of my reputation, if I step forward, no one will believe me. Uncle Lu, Taizhu, you? Lu Foreign shook his head. I can't either. I've always been a lone wolf and particularly poor. If I say I need that much money to buy things, no one would believe me, right? Wang Taizhu looked down at himself. I don't exactly look very shrewd. Everyone else fell silent, contemplating. Suddenly, Wang Taizhu had a flash of inspiration. Right? My cousin. Wang Dikun had a kind heart and had often helped the villagers over the years. Many people were very grateful to him. If he were willing to help find people, he could surely succeed. Moreover, with his reputation, he might even help improve Lu Lixing's standing. Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing nodded. That's true. I remember that in our village. Whenever there's a task, the younger generation has been supported by Wang Dikun for the past 2 years, right? Yes. All right then, I'll look for him tonight. As they spoke, Lu Lijing had already handed all the money he had to Lu Lixing. Second brother, take this money for now. Lu Lixing nodded. According to Boss Wang, you should be able to get it back before you leave at the middle of the month, just in time. With one major issue resolved, everyone felt very happy. Lu Liwei cheerfully entered the yard, exclaiming, Yuxia, look at the pants I bought for you. Zhou Yuxia playfully said. There are so many people here. Couldn't we wait until we get home to look? Lu Liwei grinned foolishly. That won't do. Xiao Xing said to surprise you more. Look, these are the high-waisted jeans you liked last time. I remember you hesitated to buy them for a long time. Hurry, go try them on. Boss Wang said if they don't fit, we can exchange them. The moment Zhou Yuxia saw the pants, she was completely flabbergasted. Why did you buy such expensive pants? I remember they were 8 yuan. High-waisted jeans were very fashionable in this era, and their price was not cheap. Even in a remote place like Lijiakan, even low-quality replicas would cost 8 yuan. Zhou Yuxia had stared at these jeans for 3 days without daring to buy them. 8 yuan was no small sum for their family. Lu Liwei laughed heartily. Haha, Yuxia, our Xiao Xing has a good relationship with Boss Wang. He got us these pants at cost price. Only 5 yuan. When buying, Boss Wang insisted on not taking any money, and it was only after a lot of persuasion from Lu Liwei that he finally accepted 5 yuan. Zhou Yuxia was astonished. Xiao Xing? Yes, our Xiao Xing has really made a name for himself. You should hurry and try them on, Lu Lixing added. Exactly, sister-in-law, it's been ages since you bought new clothes. Go try them on. The few men stood by, grinning as they watched this scene unfold. Zhou Yuxia lowered her head in embarrassment. Xiao Xing, next time, teach your elder brother to make good choices and not to spend money frivolously. Lu Lixing rubbed his head, feeling a bit helpless. After all, this was his elder brother's idea. How did he get dragged into this? However, seeing the relationship between his brother and sister-in-law improve, he thought it was worth the sacrifice. Wang Taizhu further added, This is great. I'm not the only one watching you flaunt your affection anymore. Chapter 70. Seeking Wang Dikun's help, Lu Lixing glanced at Wang Taizhu and smiled quietly. He then walked over to Gu Wanqing. Wanqing. Just as Gu Wanqing was waiting for Zhou Yuxia to come out to see if her pants looked good, she turned to him. What's the matter? Lu Lixing smiled and said, Actually, I bought you some clothes as well. You should try them on with sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lu Liwei chimed in. Yes, your pants are also in this bag. Look at me, I was so focused on your sister-in-law. Saying this, Lu Liwei handed the bag he was holding to Gu Wanqing. He had also bought something for Qianqian. That little one would surely be delighted when she returned. Gu Wanqing opened the bag and saw a pair of loose-fitting casual pants. Since you're pregnant now, it's not suitable to wear anything too tight. After the baby is born, we can go buy some nice jeans. Lu Lixing explained. Gu Wanqing smiled softly. All right, then I'll go try them on too. Wang Taizhu, watching from the side, felt utterly out of place. Fortunately, there was still Lu Lixing nearby. He moved closer and nudged him. Lu Lixing promptly leaped out of the yard. I'll go pick up Qianqian. Wang Gu, take your time. Wang Taizhu, why is everyone running away? Is there no one here to help me? Even Doggy wasn't around. How pitiful. Half an hour later, Lu Lixing returned home with Lu Qianqian. As soon as they reached the yard, Lu Qianqian joyfully spun around. Big brother, second brother, sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. Qianqian didn't cry today. Qianqian was so good today. Following her, De Huang rolled his eyes and decided to ignore her, heading to his doghouse for a nap. The doghouse was the coziest. Lu Lixing and the others were amused by Lu Qianqian's antics. Really? Then Qianqian is so good. Yes, Qianqian is the best child in the preschool. Second brother, Zhang Xiaoxiao promised to come over to play this weekend. Great. Lu Lixing playfully pinched Lu Qianqian's little nose and handed her the candies and clothes he had bought in the village today. A reward for our Qianqian. Lu Qianqian's eyes lit up immediately. She was overjoyed to try on clothes and eat sweets. Both Gu Wanqing and Zhou Yuxia wore their new pants. Lu Liwei praised them endlessly. Oh, Yuxia looks so beautiful in her new pants. I need to earn more money to buy her more clothes. Yuxia, you won't have to suffer anymore. Hearing this, Zhou Yuxia silently rolled her eyes at Lu Liwei. What a fool. Gu Wanqing also wore her new pants, but since they were loose-fitting, it was hard to tell how they looked. She stood next to Zhou Yuxia, enviously gazing at the jeans. She had always wanted a pair of jeans but had never been able to afford them. Now that she couldn't wear them anymore. Looking down at her loose black pants, she sighed quietly. Noticing this, Lu Lixing approached. Wanqing, what's wrong? Gu Wanqing, afraid Lu Lixing would misunderstand, quickly replied. No, it's nothing. Lu Lixing caught the fleeting hint of disappointment in her eyes. He gently patted her head, smiling. Wanqing, once the baby is born, I'll take you to buy the prettiest clothes, whatever you want, however many you want. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanqing felt a sweet sensation in her heart. She chuckled softly. How can it be that easy? Clothes cost money. I'll make it happen, Lu Lixing confidently declared. Had this been the past, Gu Wanqing would have thought it mere boasting. She would have said Lu Lixing was just talking big. Yet now, even though those words seemed so subtle, she felt there would come a day when they would be realized. Gu Wanqing looked up and smiled faintly. All right. After dinner, Lu Liwei, Zhou Yuxia, and Lu Lixing returned home. Lu Lixing tidied up the house and decided to find Wang Dekun. At this moment, Wang Lijuan was cooking, while Wang Dekun tended the fire. Since returning from the Lu family, he seemed somewhat distracted. Lijuan, do you really think we can just take Lu Lixing's sweet potatoes? Didn't he say he wanted Yin to teach Qianqian more? That must be a polite way of saying it. He truly wants to give us these sweet potatoes. Lu Lixing, why does he seem like a different person? Who knows, perhaps it's because Wanqing is pregnant that he has changed? Wang Lijuan nodded. That is possible. As they prepared dinner, they ate corn and sweet potatoes, stir-frying some greens. When Wang Yinyan returned and saw the greens, she scrunched her nose. Daddy, Mommy, Yinyan wants to eat meat. It's been so long since Yinyan had meat. Daddy promised Yinyan he would buy her meat. Hearing this, Wang Dekun felt a pang of guilt. All the money he had was sent to his sister, who was seriously ill. The remainder had gone to pay Wang Yinyan's school fees. He had less than 5 yuan left. Yinyan, wait until Daddy earns some more money, and I'll buy it for you. Wang Yinyan nodded sadly. Wang Lijuan's expression also turned grim. Sigh, how can we make money? I'll think of a way. Wang Dekun felt conflicted. Wang Yinyan wandered around the kitchen, hoping to find something delicious. After a moment, She pointed at a covered bowl on the stove and asked in surprise, "Daddy, what is this?" Wang Dikun looked up and, upon seeing the bowl on the stove, exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, yes, mushrooms! These mushrooms taste better than meat. Hurry and heat them up for Yin Yin." Upon hearing this, Wang Lijuan smiled. Once the beef liver mushrooms hit the pan, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Wang Yinyan's mouth watered instantly. She couldn't help but stand at the stove. When they were heated, she picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. The next moment, her eyes sparkled. "Wow, this is delicious. It's really better than meat. Daddy, where did you get these mushrooms?" Yinyan wants more. Wang Dikun observed his daughter relishing her meal, and his heart swelled with joy. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of the conversation, he found himself in a quandary. According to Wang Taizhu, the mushrooms were foraged by Lu Lixing. Earlier that day, he had cast several disdainful glances at Lu Lixing, ultimately accepting sweet potatoes from him. Everything felt amiss. He felt too embarrassed to confront Lu Lixing now. What should he do? Wang Yinyan, noticing her father's distracted demeanor, asked with a hint of sorrow, "Daddy, will we not be able to eat them anymore?" Of course, you can eat them. Rest assured, Daddy will ensure you have them." After their meal, Wang Dikun stood by the roadside, gazing in the direction of Lu Lixing's home. He knew he had to seek out Lu Lixing. However, what excuse could he possibly use? Wang Dikun pondered for quite some time but could not devise a suitable approach. He found himself pacing back and forth. Suddenly, he heard someone approaching from ahead. He quickly stepped aside and a familiar voice rang out, "Brother Wang, what are you up to?" Upon recognizing Lu Lixing, Wang Dikun hurriedly smiled and replied, "Ah, it's you, Brother Lu. What brings you out at this late hour?" "I'm here to find you," Lu Lixing chuckled. Wang Dikun was momentarily taken aback. "Find out me?" Lu Lixing nodded affirmatively. Wang Dikun quickly added, "I haven't eaten the sweet potatoes yet. I'll weigh them and pay you the original price." "That is not why I'm here. The sweet potatoes were meant to encourage Yin Yin to help Qianqian with her math, remember? So, what is this about?" "Oh, it's like this. Taizhu should have brought you some mushrooms, those delicious ones." Lu Lixing was contemplating how to elaborate when Wang Dikun eagerly interjected, Yes, he did bring them. They're called beef liver mushrooms, right?" "Exactly. I wonder if Brother Wang would be interested in joining us to forage for beef liver mushrooms on the mountain. I need to acquire a substantial quantity, around 40 to 50 pounds. Yes, you know, the mushroom season is drawing to a close, and with just Taizhu and me, we lack sufficient manpower. The villagers don't have a favorable impression of me and tend not to trust me, so I would like to ask for your assistance. Could you help me find a few reliable individuals to go up the mountain? I'll pay them 150 per pound." Wang Dikun was momentarily stunned. You want to buy beef liver mushrooms?" "Yes," Lu Lixing affirmed. "Brother Wang, you can also join us to forage. I'll buy everything you collect. At last." Wang Dikun comprehended Lu Lixing's intentions and broke into a smile. 5 minutes prior, Wang Dikun had been wrestling with how to approach Lu's family to ensure his daughter could enjoy mushrooms more delectable than meat. He was out of money, and even if he sought Lu Lixing out, he would need funds to buy them. But now, he felt relieved. Lu Lixing's various actions that afternoon, alongside Wang Taizhu's trust in him, were enough to demonstrate that this person had changed. Although Taizhu might be a bit naive, he was fiercely principled. Wang Dikun recalled how Wang Taizhu had once been quite disdainful of Lu Lixing, always criticizing him whenever he visited. Now, it seemed he had transformed into a devoted admirer of Lu Lixing. "All right, I'll help you find some people," Wang Dikun declared. "Thank you, Brother Wang. Tomorrow morning, Taizhu and I will take you to the mountain to identify these beef liver mushrooms. We'll start foraging by midday. Our village is surrounded by mountains, so we can spread out. Otherwise, the mushrooms spoil too quickly, and if we miss the opportunity, they will be inedible." Wang Dikun nodded. "Sounds good. I must take my leave now. I just heard Qianqian mention that Yin Yin gave her meal tickets today." "Thank you, Brother Wang." During dinner, Lu Qianqian had joyfully shared the day's events with everyone, omitting only the part where she had cried while holding onto the big yellow dog. Lu Lixing was immensely grateful to Wang Dikun. The sweet potatoes were indeed a timely gift. Without parental encouragement, Wang Yinyan would not have been able to provide meal tickets for Qianqian, especially in this era when each ticket held considerable value. Wang Dikun waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, really. Children must not go hungry. It stunts their growth. Seeing you all in such high spirits puts my mind at ease." Yes, we will ensure she isn't hungry." Lu Lixing nodded. After bidding farewell to Wang Dikun, Lu Lixing returned home to AT that moment. Wang Yinyin was moving a small stool, diligently completing her homework under the flickering kerosene lamp. For some reason, the village had no electricity that day. Upon seeing Wang Dikun return, she lifted her little face and asked, "Daddy, can I eat meat now?" The meat she referred to was, of course, the beef liver mushrooms. Wang Dikun replied cheerfully, "Yes, yes, soon you will. That is wonderful." Wang Yinyin joyfully exclaimed, nearly jumping up. Wang Lijuan shot her a look. "Hurry and finish your homework." She was heating water and was about to bring out the basin for washing her feet. "Dikun, you mustn't deceive the children. I'm not deceiving her. It's really going to happen," Wang Dikun reiterated, recounting Lu Lixing's recent words. Wang Lijuan furrowed her brow. Lu Lixing, is he planning to engage in business? Yes, that rascal has found a way to make it work, and this also presents us with an opportunity to earn some money. But Wang Lijuan expressed her concerns. "Is it reliable?" "I think it is quite reliable." "It's still early. I'll visit Deshing and De Li's house shortly and discuss this with them." "All right, go ahead. It's a good idea to check it out. I noticed that Zhou Yuxia and the others went to Lu Lixing's house today. If I recall correctly, those two families have barely interacted before." "Yes," Wang Dikun nodded. Once Wang Lijuan finished washing her feet, he poured out the foot-washing water, lit a cigarette, and then stepped outside. Wang Dexing and Wang Deli were his own brothers, simple farmers who had led honest lives, yet they were trustworthy. Recently, they had found themselves under financial strain due to their children's schooling. Upon arriving at Wang Dexing's house, Wang Dikun discovered several people gathered around a table playing cards. The kerosene lamp flickered ominously, on the verge of extinguishing, while mosquitoes buzzed around, yet it did not dampen their spirits. 3. One player slapped his leg after playing his card. "These damned mosquitoes. After 2 more rounds, I'll be covered in bites. Ha ha, what is there to fear? We roam the mountains daily. Who isn't covered in scrapes? A few mosquito bites are nothing compared to being broke, that is true. Ha ha, we need to come up with ways to earn some money tomorrow. Let us keep going." After finishing this round, one of them exclaimed, "Hey, Dikun, what brings you here?" Among those playing cards were Wang Dexing, Wang Deli, Wang Diyang, and Lu Jiangwo, who was a contemporary of Lu Lixing's father. This generation had numerous relatives nearby, not too distant yet not particularly close. Lu Jiangwo was one of them, considered an elder to Lu Lixing. However, due to Lu Lixing's mischievous behavior as a child, and the subsequent marriages and schooling of the Lu brothers, Lu Jiangwo had borrowed money from nearly all the brothers in the family. Initially, everyone lent him money, but they soon discovered that most of it was squandered by Lu Lixing. Consequently, they believed that the Lu Jiangwo family was a bottomless pit. Over time, the connections with Lu Jiangwo's family dwindled, and even if they crossed paths in the village, it was merely to exchange pleasantries. Nevertheless, Lu Jiangwo had an excellent impression of Wang Dikun. "Dikun, you're here to play cards?" No, I'm not playing." Wang Dikun hesitated. Lu Jiangwo held a rather poor opinion of Lu Lixing, having heard that he had once stolen a chicken from his home, a chicken he had raised for many years, which had provided him with sustenance during tough times. Since then, he had always shut the door upon seeing Lu Lixing, even opting to take a detour if they encountered each other on the road. "What is the point of not playing? Let us have a couple of rounds. It's just for leisure." Wang Dexing stood up. "Yeah, Dikun, come on. We won't lose any money. We're just looking for some entertainment." Wang Dikun waved his hand. "I'm here with a legitimate opportunity to earn money." "Earn money? What is this about?" Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around. Lu Jiangwo moved a stool closer to Wang Dikun. "Come, Dikun, sit down and tell us more." Wang Dikun reluctantly sat down. "It's like this. I have someone looking to purchase beef liver mushrooms." "Beef liver mushrooms? What is that?" "Beef liver mushrooms are not yet widely known for mass purchase, and most people in Lijiakan have no idea they are edible. They are a type of mushroom we can find in our mountains." Wang Dikun explained, and the others exchanged glances. "But isn't this the off-season for mushrooms? They'll be gone once the weather cools." "Exactly, which is why I need help. That I need around 40 to 50 pounds, and they must be dried." Previously, no one bought the mushrooms here. This time, they are offering 150 per pound. "Are you in?" The group immediately perked up. Mushrooms were typically not bought, only for personal consumption. 150? Count us in, but we don't recognize beef liver mushrooms. You needn't worry about that. I'll go learn to identify them tomorrow and teach you when I return. We only have half a month. "All right, no problem," they all readily agreed. When it came to making money, no one hesitated. "Dikun, who is buying this? 40 to 50 pounds is quite a sum. Who would spend that kind of money?" Well, Wang Dikun hesitated, but ultimately decided to disclose. First, let me clarify, I vetted this person. He is very reliable. Don't be surprised when you hear who it is. I assure you the money is there. And he won T default. Liu Jiangwo waved his hand. We understand. If you're recommending it, it must be trustworthy. So who is it? Wang Dikun pondered for a moment before saying, Lu Lixing. Upon hearing this name, the four of them erupted in disbelief. Who? Lu Lixing? Dikun. Have you lost your mind? That kid is trustworthy? He has made so many foolish mistakes. Especially Liu Jiangwo, who immediately laughed derisively. Dikun, you've been duped by this kid? Haven't you? Wang Dikun anticipated this reaction and had prepared a well-rehearsed explanation. No, listen to me. Lu Lixing has changed. Have you seen the large sweet potatoes being sold in the village? Those are all from Lu Lixing, sold with the help of Tai Zhu and Uncle Lu. And what about that wild boar? Wang Dikun recounted everything he knew about Lu Lixing. I visited his home yesterday, and he even gave me some sweet potatoes. He seems quite trustworthy. Children can be mischievous when young, but they can change as they grow. You can't remain so stubborn. If you want to earn this money, I'll find someone else. The Wang brothers exchanged glances, considering. Finally, the eldest, Wang Deli, said, All right, we'll trust you this once. Let us give it a try. If it doesn't work out, we can always eat the mushrooms ourselves and save them for winter. I'll go too. Me too. The three Wang brothers expressed their agreement. Liu Jiangwo sighed. Fine, you all deliberate. I'm heading home. Convincing me to trust Lu Lixing is as good as asking me to sleep comfortably at home. If you get duped, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, he hummed a tune and sauntered away. Wang Dikun paid him no mind and continued, PLL regret leaving. Now, let me discuss the specifics with you. Also, invite your family members. Just the four of us might not be enough. All right. The three nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, in the Lu household, little Lu Qianqian sat under the flickering kerosene lamp, her arithmetic book laid before her. Holding a sharpened pencil, she diligently wrote down her assignments. Her short legs swung beneath the high stool, occasionally nudging the big yellow dog beside her. As she scribbled, tears began to well up in her eyes. Woo-woo, big yellow, why haven't I finished yet? Woof. The big yellow dog, lounging on the floor, lazily responded without lifting its head. Liu Qianqian, feeling wronged, lamented. One is so hard to write. Why are there so many? Woof. The dog barked again. Watching from the side, Gu Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. When Lu Lixing returned home, he was met with this amusing sight and burst into laughter. Qianqian, second brother. Lu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, her head snapping up. You're back. Lu Lixing stifled his laughter and asked, Is one really that difficult to write? Lu Qianqian nodded with a pout. Can I finish it tomorrow? Of course. But Lu Lixing continued, Tomorrow, you'll need to write 2 pages. Lu Qianqian froze, quickly retracting her hand. On the verge of tears, Liu Lixing walked over and adjusted her workbook. If you leave it for tomorrow, you'll also need to write an extra page for 2. Let your third brother teach you. You can choose. Lu Qianqian panicked. Then I'll finish it today. Having third brother teach me is even stricter than you. Lu Lixing ruffled her messy hair. You must complete today's tasks today. Otherwise, you'll have to double it tomorrow. Go for it. Qianqian. I'll try my best. Lu Qianqian raised her tiny fist. Before heading inside, Lu Lixing called the big yellow dog back. You can only play with big yellow after you finish your work. Woof! The big yellow dog barked excitedly, sprinting away. Finally, it was free from the clutches of its little master. How delightful! The big yellow dog wagged its tail joyfully. Liu Lixing couldn't help but laugh as he entered the house. Sitting beside Gu Wanqing while gazing outside at as he watched, he chuckled again. Curious, Gu Wanqing asked, What's so funny? Lu Lixing replied, I finally grasped the meaning behind that saying. What saying? The one that claims families with children should not keep dogs, as it is unfair to the dogs in his previous life. This phrase had circulated widely online, and Lu Lixing had merely found it amusing. He had never truly comprehended its essence. However, looking at Big Yellow now, he deeply understood the sentiment. Haha, Gu Wanqing glanced at Big Yellow and then back at Lu Qianqian, chuckling, What you said makes perfect sense. Big Yellow is constantly at Qianqian's beck and call, being used as a pillow one moment and a toy the next. If Big Yellow weren't so thin, Qianqian would probably try to ride it. The big yellow dog shivered silently at this remark. Lu Lixing laughed heartily. He reached out and gently touched Gu Wanqing's belly, saying, I hope these 2 little ones will be kind to De Huang. Gu Wanqing chuckled. I highly doubt it. Beside them, De Huang shivered silently, pondering the difficulties of canine existence. Will it ever be easy for a dog? Lu Lixing laughed quietly. You mustn't frighten De Huang. What if he runs away from home? Gu Wanqing burst into laughter. Today had truly been a joyous occasion. The following morning, Wang Dikun rose early and made his way to the Lu family. Accompanying him were Wang Deli, Wang Deyong, and Wang Dexing. Upon seeing Lu Lixing, the three felt a bit awkward. Xiaoxing, it's not that we don't trust you, it's just well. They were at a loss for words, feeling the need to see things for themselves to feel reassured. Lu Lixing waved his hand, about to speak when Wang Taizhu suddenly dashed over from next door. He had initially set out with a basket to go up the mountain, but, upon seeing so many people gathered here, felt concerned. Brothers, what are you all doing? Do you not trust my brother Lu? The mention of their unspoken concerns made the faces of the group turn awkward. Wang Taizhu, noticing this, felt a surge of irritation. After spending a few days together, Lu Lixing had become closer to him than a biological brother. Wang Dikun quickly interjected, I said I would come first to learn and then teach them, but they. Lu Lixing nonchalantly replied, it's all right. Whether it's one person teaching or several, let us head up the mountain. Lu Furring had already made his way up the mountain near his home. The group set off in high spirits. Along the way, the Wang brothers appeared somewhat reserved. Lu Xiaoxing, who are you selling this mushroom to? About the money, Lu Lixing immediately discerned their apprehension and stated directly, yes, a buyer is coming to procure them, and I will handle the arrangements. As for the money, you must have heard from Brother Dikun that I sold many sweet potatoes and a significant portion of a wild boar. This money will be sufficient for me to purchase your beef liver mushrooms. Thus, if Brother Dikun trusts you, I shall too, and I will give each of you 2 yuan as a deposit. This amount will be deducted from the mushrooms you collect in the future. Of course, if you don't gather any, I will have Brother Dikun retrieve the money. Though be honest, Lu Lixing had contemplated this matter the day before. Having Brother Dikun find someone was indeed reliable, but they might not fully trust him. A 2 yuan deposit was not a considerable sum for him, yet it would serve as a reassuring gesture. Once this reassurance was established, everyone would surely work hard, enabling him to complete his task sooner. Upon seeing Lu Lixing's actions, the group was momentarily stunned. They relied on the mountains for their livelihood, and aside from farming, their income primarily came from gathering mountain goods to sell. Opportunities were scarce, and it was common for small bosses to simply request goods without ever providing a deposit. Many times, they had been stood up, but such losses were silently endured. To their surprise, Lu Lixing directly handed over cash, which was entirely beyond their expectations. Lu Lixing. Wang Dikun was also taken aback. No need. We can pay you once we bring the goods. Not a problem. Lu Lixing waved his hand. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. If I have work in the future, I will seek your help. With such words, the group found it difficult to refuse. Wang Dikun took the lead. Well, then we'll accept it. Rest assured, we are all brothers, and if anyone runs off, I will cover the money. Wang Deli immediately slapped Wang Dikun on the head. What are you talking about? Why would we run? Xiaoxing, we were being petty. Please don't take offense. We will certainly work diligently. Yes, indeed. I have complete faith in you. Lu Lixing smiled. These kind-hearted villagers were far easier to deal with than those he had encountered in the big city during his previous life. Wang Taizhu chimed in. See, I told you. My brother Lu is a reliable man. With their guard lowered, the group's attitude towards Lu Lixing underwent a remarkable transformation. Lu Lixing, in turn, generously taught them how to identify beef liver mushrooms until everyone had grasped the concept. They were astonished. I never knew these smelly mushrooms were edible. Xiaoxing actually knows this. How impressive. They say the first person to eat a crab is particularly brave. Xiaoxing truly is remarkable. Receiving such praise made Lu Lixing somewhat bashful. All right, everyone, let us work hard and aim to finish our tasks early. Sure, let us go. I'll handle the pear tree ravine. I'll take care of the big stone teeth area. Leave the bamboo garden ravine to me. In the mountains, each small ravine had its own name. They divided their destinations, and Lu Lixing remained on a nearby hill. Sitting on a rock, he took a moment to rest, deciding not to activate the luck pouch just yet. This item could only be used once, and its next availability was uncertain. He would save it for when it was urgently needed. Now, he had acquired some knowledge about finding beef liver mushrooms. These mushrooms preferred to grow under the thick leaves of rosewood trees or near pine forests, beneath the sheep beard grass. They were absent from excessively cold and damp areas. Following this principle, Lu Lixing quickly found numerous mushrooms, Filling his basket in no time, he decided to head down the mountain to exchange for a new basket and continue gathering. Zhou Yuxia had already arrived home. Not seeing Lu Lijing and Lu Liwei, Lu Lixing curiously asked, "Where are eldest brother and Li Zheng?" Li Zheng went up the mountain, and your elder brother had some matters to attend to. Xiaoxing, how should we handle these beef liver mushrooms? I can help you. Ah, just slice them. Lu Lixing was about to instruct Zhou Yuxia when he saw Gu Wanqing approaching with a kitchen knife. I can do this, sister-in-law. Let me teach you. Xiaoxing, you can continue with your tasks. Seeing her frail figure wielding the knife made Lu Lixing want to laugh. Zhou Yuxia snatched the knife away. Wanqing, what are you doing? Let me do it. You can't be handling knives at this stage in your condition. It's not auspicious. Ji Wanqing replied, sister-in-law, I'm fine. That doesn't matter. Let me handle it. Zhou Yuxia didn't give Gu Wanqing a chance to argue. Observing their harmonious interaction, Lu Lixing chose not to interrupt and went back up the mountain. By evening, Lu Lixing returned with 2 full baskets of beef liver mushrooms, leaving Wang Taizhu envious. Brother Lu, are you cheating? I only gathered 1 basket today. Lu Lixing chuckled. This time, I assure you, I'm not cheating. Wang Taizhu paid no heed to his words and sulked alone. Just then, De Huang, who had just returned with Lu Qianqian, spotted this scene and dashed towards Wang Taizhu, barking as if mocking him. Wang Taizhu felt even more disheartened. Wang Dexing's home. After a day of gathering beef liver mushrooms, he and his wife were diligently cutting them. As dusk approached, they aimed to finish quickly, prepare dinner, and, following Lu Lixing's instructions, open the iron pot to dry the mushrooms. Dear, let me handle this. You take a break. Wang Dexing gestured for his wife to rest. Just then, he heard a familiar voice. Dexing, you really went mushroom hunting? The visitor was Lu Jiangwo. After returning home yesterday, he hadn't given much thought to mushroom gathering. He had come looking for a few friends to play cards, but upon finding everyone absent, he sought out odd jobs instead. However, there had been no demand for laborers lately, leaving him bored at home all day. Finally, he came to find Wang Dexing that evening. Yes, what is up? Didn't you go looking for work? Wang Dexing replied while he worked at What work? There's been no demand for laborers these past couple of days. It seems this month is going to be wasted again. We'll have to wait until the road clears. Oh, I see. Wang Dexing finished slicing 1 beef liver mushroom and reached for another. Lu Jiangwo, noticing his distracted demeanor, asked curiously, Is this really the beef liver mushroom? Can it actually make money? Of course. After interacting with Lu Lixing today, I'm quite certain. Old Wang, don't let yourself be fooled. That Lu Lixing, he has already given us money. What? Lu Jiangwo was taken aback. What did you say? I said, Lu Lixing gave us money. This morning when we followed him to learn, he gave each of us a 2 yuan deposit. He said we should work hard, and the money would be deducted from our future earnings. Jiangwo, how long has it been since you last saw Lu Lixing? Your misunderstanding of him seems quite deep. Are you planning to earn this money or not? I'll talk to Lu Lixing tomorrow and see if you can join us. If you're idle, you might earn 12 or so yuan this month. Lu Jiangwo looked at Wang Dexing in disbelief. He really gave you money. Do you think I'd lie to you? Wang Dexing pulled out the money from his pocket. Look, this is from Lu Lixing. Lu Jiangwo frowned. What is this kid up to? Is he really so generous? Old Wang, you brothers just don't understand Lu Lixing. Stop right there, Wang Dexing interrupted. You clearly have too many preconceived notions about that kid. If you don't want to go, fine, but don't delay us from making money. Lu Jiangwo was silent, glancing towards Lu Lixing's direction, lost in thought. Could it be that this kid suddenly became so nice? There must be some ulterior motive. He decided he needed to find out what Lu Lixing was really planning. The week passed quickly, and by Friday, Lu Lixing had gathered a total of 20 pounds of beef liver mushrooms. Wang Taizhu, Lu Lijing, and Lu Furring had collected slightly less, but together they had about 10 pounds. The Wang brothers also had around 10 pounds. In another week, they would have close to 100 pounds. Lu Lixing was fairly satisfied with this efficiency, but he had not seen Lu Liwei for several days. While pondering this, Zhou Yuxia approached excitedly. Xiaoxing, Li Zheng, I have good news for you. Lu Lixing looked over in confusion. What is it, sister-in-law? Zhou Yuxia smiled. Your elder brother has returned. He said many people in Zhoushu Ravine want to buy our sweet potatoes, and he is going to take them to sell tomorrow. Lu Lixing raised an eyebrow. Zhoushu Ravine? Yes, it's my family's village. Xiaoxing, please don't blame your elder brother for taking the initiative. We looked at the field, and there are simply too many sweet potatoes for us to consume. I heard you planted the sweet potatoes from Taiju's and Uncle Lu's families as well. Those should be sold too, right? Our village clearly has an oversupply, and with you busy with everything, your elder brother and I, both being ill, have little to do so. He took the opportunity to inquire, and many families are willing to buy. Coincidentally, your elder brother's foot injury has healed enough for him to sell sweet potatoes while you gather beef liver mushrooms. He can't just sit idle. He always wants to do something. Zhoushu Ravine could be accessed via a path through the mountains, avoiding the main road, making it possible to sell even when the road was blocked. Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing couldn't help but smile. Why would I blame my elder brother? The sweet potatoes were always meant to be sold. I was waiting for the road to clear. But I didn't expect you and my brother to have already made arrangements. All right, you take Li Zheng along to help out while you're on break from school. Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing nodded eagerly. Zhou Yuxia frowned. But what about the mushrooms? That's enough. We can manage. The sweet potatoes will sell for a good amount in a week. All right, it's settled then. As Zhou Yuxia spoke, Lu Liwei arrived, flushed with sweat from his walk. Having just returned, he quickly washed up and drank some water. Xiaoxing, your sister-in-law has already told you. Yes, brother, that works. You all can handle that, don't worry. Your sister-in-law and I know quite a few people in Zhoushu Ravine. It will be fine. Lu Lixing nodded. It was time to pick up Qianqian Idato. Wait, Xiaoxing, don't go. You've been running around all day. I'll handle it, Zhou Yuxia insisted. Reluctantly, Lu Lixing replied. Then I'll visit Wanqing instead and prepare something delicious for everyone tonight. Good Gu Wanqing had just emerged from the house after a long sleep. Over the past few days, she had been feeling increasingly drowsy, believing it was due to the activity of the two little ones, which left her exhausted. However, the two little ones had yet to start moving. As she thought of this, Gu Wanqing caressed her belly. At that moment, Lu Lixing arrived at the door and was about to speak when Gu Wanqing suddenly clutched her stomach and bent over to begin retching violently. Lu Lixing's expression changed. Wanqing. He rushed to her side, supporting her. Wanqing, how are you? Wait here. I'll take you to see a doctor. Dr. Zhang. Oh no, let us go to town. I'll carry you. Lu Lixing was anxious and somewhat flustered. In this life, Gu Wanqing and the two children were more important to him than anything else. He couldn't allow anything to happen to them, and as a result, the calmness he had maintained since his rebirth was suddenly replaced by a sense of panic, fearing loss, loneliness, and that everything might just be a dream. Lu Lixing and Lu Liwei rushed over. What is going on? We'll go together. After retching for a while, Gu Wanqing's face turned pale. She looked up and saw Lu Lixing's worried expression, which suddenly touched her heart. His broad back seemed ready to bear her entire world. Unable to resist, Gu Wanqing let out a soft laugh and gently patted Lu Lixing's shoulder. I'm fine, I just have morning sickness. They say this happens during pregnancy. Lu Lixing, don't be anxious. After saying this, she noticed Lu Lixing turning towards her. In that moment, Gu Wanqing was slightly taken aback. In just a brief moment, his forehead was already glistening with sweat. 4 updates. Thanks to everyone who supported me with big health gifts and divine certifications, and thanks to those who forgot to send character summons. And to those who sent flowers for updates, good night. Chapter 75. For the first time, Gu Wanqing felt someone truly cares for her. Gu Wanqing felt a sudden panic. What was wrong with him? She looked at Lu Lixing with concern, her voice trembling slightly. Lu Lixing, are you all right? Is everything okay? What is wrong? Li Hong gazed at her, utterly motionless. She extended her hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Wanqing suddenly felt a force, neither too strong nor too weak, surge towards her, causing her to stumble forward uncontrollably. The warm embrace caught her, and the arm around her shoulder gradually tightened, only to release her after reaching a certain degree of pressure. In her ear, Li Hong murmured softly, it's all right, Wanqing, it's fine. This whisper seemed to transcend the river of time, capturing someone's heart. His arm trembled slightly. For the first time, Gu Wanqing felt someone cared for her so deeply. She even had a fleeting illusion that if something had truly happened to her moments ago, this man before her would undoubtedly go mad with worry. Such intense neediness made Gu Wanqing's nose tingle and tears well in her eyes. She stretched out her arms and gently embraced Li Hong. Don't be afraid. I'm really fine. Li Wei had already turned his gaze away with Li Zheng, granting the two a moment of privacy. Li Hong finally ceased trembling, forcing a smile into his voice as he said, I know. From now on, you mustn't get into any trouble, understood? Gu Wanqing nodded. She raised her arm, mimicking Li Hong, and gently patted his shoulder. All right, I won't get into any trouble, Mim. They remained in that embrace for an indeterminate duration. Eventually, Li Hong calmed down. He gently ruffled Gu Wanqing's hair, his eyes filled with a bittersweet smile. What do you want to eat? I'll go get it for you. Gu Wanqing frowned slightly. Having just vomited, the mere mention of food made her feel quite ill. I don't want to eat anything. That's not acceptable. You must eat something. Just tell me what you want and I'll get it for you. Seeing Li Hong's earnest expression, Gu Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. Really? Of course, I keep my promises. Then did I want to eat oranges? Autumn had only just begun, and given that El Jiatsuan was situated in the north, oranges were not in season. The roads were also cut off, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain oranges at this time. Gu Wanqing merely wished to lift Li Hong's spirits. To her surprise, he became serious. All right, don't worry, I will ensure you get your oranges. But stop joking, I truly don't want to eat anything. I'll just have a little rice later. Li Hong chuckled but remained silent, pondering where he might procure some oranges. Just then, El Qianqian returned, humming a little tune as she bounced back in. If one listened closely, they could decipher her off-key lyrics. Little swallow? Dressed in flowers, every spring comes here spotting Gu Wanqing. The little one joyfully ran over. Second sister-in-law, why are you squatting on the ground? Second sister-in-law, Qianqian learned a new song today. The teacher said Qianqian sings the best. Li Hong silently frowned. That teacher was certainly telling tall tales. She was completely off-key. However, this did not dampen El Qianqian's enthusiasm. She eagerly began to perform for everyone. Gu Wanqing watched, laughing heartily. Da Huang had already discreetly nestled under the table, having listened long enough and wishing to hear no more. How disdainful Zhou Yuxiao returned a bit later. Upon entering, she heard El Qianqian's cheerful inquiry. Second sister-in-law, does big brother, second brother, and third brother think Qianqian sings well? Zhou Yuxiao immediately retreated into the kitchen. She had been asked that question endlessly and truly did not wish to answer. The remaining few exchanged glances before ultimately conceding, yes, yes. Qianqian sings the best. Woof woof. Da Huang reluctantly echoed the sentiment. Gu Wanqing had patiently taken El Qianqian's hand, preparing to help her with her homework. Otherwise, this little one might torture everyone's ears all night. Seeing the entire family busy with their own affairs, Li Hong finally regained his composure. This was not a dream. How wonderful. He walked over to El Qianqian, observing her crookedly written too, and frowned once more. Qianqian, second brother, what's wrong? Where's Zhang Xiaoxiao? According to the system's information, tomorrow was Saturday. Zhang Xiaoxiao would be going with her family to Lijia village, where they would encounter human traffickers. Having El Qianqian call Zhang Xiaoxiao back would be the best course of action. Xiaoxiao has gone home. She'll come to play after breakfast tomorrow to Okay, Qianqian is great. Being praised, El Qianqian tilted her head in confusion and asked, second brother, what's wrong with Xiaoxiao? You seem very concerned about her. It's nothing. Let Zhang Xiaoxiao come over to teach you how to write. Your handwriting is terrible, El Qianqian. She nodded, feeling somewhat wronged. Then, okay, under the stone table. Da Huang couldn't help but bare his teeth. His master was genuinely speaking the truth. After dinner, Li Hong thought carefully and decided to head out to visit the village chief. The issue of human traffickers was no small matter, even if Zhang Xiaoxiao came to their home. What if other children? He felt a bit uneasy. The village chief of El Jiatsuan, named El Jianjun, was the elder brother of El Jiangwo and thus a relative of Li Hong. This village chief was quite a decent man, wholeheartedly wishing to help El Jiatsuan prosper, but unfortunately, he had yet to succeed at that moment. After finishing dinner, El Jiangwo had already arrived at El Jianjun's home. Big brother, I have something to discuss with you. El Jianjun adjusted his glasses and set down the newspaper in his hands. What is it? I've discovered that Li Hong has been deceiving people again these past few days. Wang Dexing and Wang Dikun, among others, have all been swindled. You need to take care of this. The Wang brothers are honest and simple. They don't listen to me. Now they insist on trusting Li Hong. What should I do? El Jianjun furrowed his brows. Is it that kid again? How has he deceived them this time? In recent years, El Jianjun had received numerous complaints about Li Hong. The complaints were so many that they could fill a book. El Jiangwo recounted the incident involving Li Hong asking them to collect cow liver mushrooms. Upon hearing this, El Jianjun found it rather absurd. Cow liver mushrooms? I haven't heard of such a thing in our village. Exactly. That's why I said this kid must have learned some swindling trick from somewhere. He even provides capital for it. Truly. Fine. I understand. I'll go to the Wang family tomorrow and have a look. If it comes to it, I'll tell them not to trust Li Hong anymore, mem. All right then, big brother, I'm off. Seeing that his brother was willing to help with the Wang family, Jiangwo departed. After he left, Jianjun picked up paper and pen, jotting down this matter to ensure he wouldn't forget. Just as he put away the paper and pen, preparing to continue reading the newspaper, there was another knock at the door. Jianjun, puzzled, called out, "Who is it?" "Uncle Jianjun, it's me, Li Hong." Jianjun was momentarily taken aback. How coincidental, just as he was thinking of him, he had arrived. He opened the door. "What brings you here? I was just about to look for you." "Come in." Li Hong pushed the door open, politely asking, "Uncle Jianjun, what did you need to see me about?" Jianjun was again slightly taken aback. When did this kid start speaking so courteously? He had never been like this before. Could it be that he had begun to humble himself for money? "You came to find me about this matter, didn't you?" "No, actually I came to ask you, Uncle Jianjun, if there have been any strange people in our village lately. I heard rumors that there are human traffickers nearby, and I think we should be cautious. You know, no one listens to what I say, so I just wanted to ask you to remind everyone." Having the village chief speak was indeed the most effective approach. Upon hearing this, Jianjun laughed outright. "I've been the village chief of Jiatsuan for over a decade, and we have always been peaceful. Where would human traffickers come from? As for suspicious characters, Li Hong, I think you're the biggest suspicious character. Have you been up to something with cow liver mushrooms again? Trying to swindle people?" Upon hearing this, Li Hong sensed that the situation was turning unfavorable. "Uncle Jianjun, I haven't done anything. I'm telling the truth, I doubt enough. We all know what kind of person you are in this village, don't we? Do you know how many complaints I receive about you in a year? I don't mind if you sell sweet potatoes or wild boar meat, but you can't cause trouble. Not to mention bullying the Wang family, you want me to join you in spreading rumors. Go home, it's getting late. Rest early. I'll visit the Wang family tomorrow and look into the matter of you deceiving them. You can handle the rest." Jianjun directly issued an eviction order. Li Hong suddenly realized that no matter what he said, he wouldn't believe him. It seemed he had to come up with another plan. As he left, Li Hong couldn't help but add, "Uncle Jianjun, please keep this matter in mind. I'm not lying. Do you have any evidence?" Li Hong fell silent. He couldn't very well say that it was based on information provided by the system, could he? Jianjun waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry along now. It's busy farming season, and everyone in the village is occupied. Don't disturb them." Reluctantly, Li Hong exited. He pondered for a moment before deciding to visit the Zhang family again. The Zhang household. Zhang Xiaoxiao had arrived home early. Li Chunlan was busy tidying up. Upon seeing her return, she asked, "Xiaoxiao, are you going to stay at your grandmother's for a couple of days? Do you need to take anything?" Zhang Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Mom, I'm not going. I want to find Qianqian to play." Why not?" "Qianqian can't do her homework, so I want to go teach her. I promised her." Li Chunlan intended to say something further but was stopped by Zhang Chuanhe. "Let her go. I've already promised Li Hong. Qianqian just started school, and it's a bit late for her, so letting Xiaoxiao go teach her is quite good." Li Chunlan sighed. "Alas, you two, father and daughter. Has Li Hong done one good deed and now won you over? Haha, I know my student well. Don't worry. All right then, it's quite far to Lijia village, so let's not let her go." Lijia village was in another valley, and it took 2 hours to reach from Jiatsuan, which could indeed be tiring for Zhang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Chuanhe nodded. "Let's tidy up our things." Just as they were organizing, there was a sudden knock at the door. Li Chunlan opened it, puzzled, and was taken aback to see Li Hong. "Li Hong? What brings you here?" Li Hong opened his mouth, recalling his earlier encounter at the village chief's house. He contemplated how to phrase his words. Could he directly tell them that their daughter might be kidnapped? That would likely get him kicked out immediately. After some internal struggle, he finally said, "Principal Zhang, sister-in-law, it's like this. Qianqian asked me to check if Xiaoxiao is coming to our house tomorrow." "Yes, she is. Xiaoxiao just told us." "That's good. She must come." Li Chunlan grew even more puzzled. "What is going on?" "It's nothing. I'm just worried Qianqian might cry." "Principal Zhang, if you encounter anything suspicious on the way to Lijia village tomorrow, please let me know." After saying this, Li Hong turned to leave. Li Chunlan and Zhang Chuanhe exchanged glances. What is Li Hong talking about? What suspicious characters? Who knows? But Li Hong is genuinely concerned about Qianqian. "Don't worry, let Xiaoxiao go, mem." Li Chunlan nodded. Chapter 76. Qianqian is missing. That night, Li Hong struggled to find sleep. The following day, after breakfast, Li Wei, Zhou Yuxia, and Li Jing went to the fields. After digging up sweet potatoes, They planned to head to Zhou Shugu village. Meanwhile, El Lihong stayed in the courtyard, keeping company with El Qianqian, who was still waiting for Zhang Xiaoxiao to arrive. El Lihong thought carefully and still felt uneasy. Even if nothing happened now, there might be trouble in the future. He pulled El Qianqian closer and said earnestly, "Qianqian, come here. I need to ask you something." El Qianqian tilted her little head, curious. "What is it? Has your teacher talked to you about what to do if you encounter bad people?" El Qianqian shook her head. "No, she hasn't mentioned it." El Lihong pinched her little cheek, saying seriously, "Qianqian must remember that if you ever run into bad people, you should run to crowded places, find someone to help, ideally, the police uncles. But if there is no one around, try to leave a mark. I will come to find you. As long as you leave a mark, I will definitely find you. Do you understand?" El Qianqian listened, somewhat confused, but nodded seriously. "Okay, I've remembered. You don't need to worry, second brother." Only then did El Lihong feel a bit more at ease. He would wait until Zhang Xiaoxiao arrived before truly relaxing. However, the moment he spotted Da Huang, Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly stepped back behind El Qianqian. Genuinely afraid of the large dog, El Qianqian quickly shielded her, gesturing for Da Huang to keep his distance. El Lihong approached the two. Squatting down, "Qianqian Danamim, second brother, what's wrong?" "Second brother is going up the mountain. You must stay at home with Xiao Xiao and absolutely must not wander off, no matter who calls you, understood?" Since Zhang Xiaoxiao had arrived, there was no fear of her being abducted. However, human traffickers might target others. El Lihong still felt it necessary to check things out. No one in the village could be allowed to be taken by traffickers. In his previous life, he had seen too many news reports online about child trafficking. Many parents had turned gray from worry, leading to family tragedies. Even if some children were found many years later, some would no longer recognize their parents. Just thinking about it brought El Lihong heartache. Behind every child was a complete family. Since this had crossed his path, he couldn't ignore it. "Dumb, I'll stay here with Xiao Xiao." "Okay, then second brother is leaving." After giving Gu Wanqing a few more instructions, El Lihong set off. Before he left, El Qianqian called out to him, "Second brother, take Da Huang with you. Xiao Xiao is scared of dogs, and it might frighten her." Upon hearing this, Da Huang instantly perked up. "Finally, I won't have to stay home with the little ancestor." El Lihong helplessly agreed. "All right, just remember not to run off, okay?" El Qianqian promised earnestly. With that, El Lihong took Da Huang up the mountain. After he left, Zhang Xiaoxiao grabbed El Qianqian's arm. "Qianqian, shall we do our homework?" "Sure, sure." El Qianqian happily nodded. When Gu Wanqing came over, Zhang Xiaoxiao politely greeted her. "Hello, sister." This brought a smile to Gu Wanqing's face. Good, good. Take care of our Qianqian." "MMHM." Zhang Xiaoxiao shyly smiled. The two little ones leaned over the stone table, diligently focusing on their homework. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Gu Wanqing returned to making clothes for the little ones. By 10 in the morning, Gu Wanqing felt sleepy again. She struggled to open her eyes and glanced at the two little ones in the yard. They were still engrossed in their homework. Gu Wanqing took a stroll around the courtyard. During that stroll, she yawned several times. Seeing this, El Qianqian felt sorry for her. "Second sister-in-law, are you tired? Why don't you go take a nap? Xiao Xiao and I will do our homework well." As she spoke, El Qianqian winked at Zhang Xiaoxiao. In truth, she wanted to play with the sandbags that the teacher had sewn for them at school, but she felt too shy to play while Gu Wanqing was awake. Receiving the hint, Zhang Xiaoxiao quickly nodded. "MMHM, big sister, you go rest. I'll look after Qianqian." Gu Wanqing couldn't help but smile at the two little ones' sensible demeanor. She nodded. "All right, I'll just close my eyes for a bit. Qianqian, call me if you need anything." With a soft hum, Gu Wanqing dragged a stool to the doorway and dozed off in a daze. Lu Qianqian, holding Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand, cautiously made her way to a small path. Drawing a 9-square grid, they began to play with sandbags. Zhang Xiaoxiao diligently instructed Lu Qianqian, and the two were thoroughly enjoying themselves. However, amidst their play, Lu Qianqian suddenly sensed something amiss. Two figures approached along the path. She quickly nudged Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was engrossed in the game. "Xiao Xiao, your parents are here." Startled, Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly tucked the sandbags away and stood anxiously to the side. "Dad." Lu Qianqian also politely stood still. "Hello, Teacher Zhang." "Hello, Aunt Li." "Ah, good girl." Li Chunlan squatted down. "Qianqian, I'm truly sorry. This morning, Xiao Xiao's uncle sent word that her grandmother is ill and wishes to see her. We need to take Xiao Xiao with us, and we won't be back until tomorrow afternoon." Neither Li Chunlan nor Zhang Chuanhe had anticipated that Xiao Xiao's grandmother would fall ill at such a time. Today marked her 70th birthday, and she had always been exceptionally kind to Xiao Xiao. Thus, they had no choice but to come to the Lu residence. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Lu Qianqian exchanged glances. Tilting her head thoughtfully, Lu Qianqian remarked, "But my second brother doesn't allow Qianqian and Xiaoxiao to run around." She recalled Lu Lixing's words, though she did not know the reason behind them, they had lingered in her mind. This Li Chunlan's expression darkened. How could anyone dictate their child's actions? She had sensed something was off with Lu Lixing yesterday evening when he had come over. Speaking nonsensical Lyt was utterly absurd. Noticing his wife's troubled countenance, Zhang Chuanhe quickly inquired, "Qianqian, do you wish to play with Xiao Xiao?" "Yes, yes," Lu Qianqian eagerly nodded. Zhang Chuanhe continued, "Then it's simple. Qianqian can come with us, that way, she won't have to part from Xiao Xiao. They aren't running around at all." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao was also quite delighted. "All right, Qianqian, you should come too. My grandmother will prepare a lot of delicious food for me." Lu Qianqian tilted her head again. Contemplating it did sound somewhat reasonable. After a brief internal struggle, she nodded. "Okay, then I will go back to inform my second sister-in-law." Lu Qianqian hurried to the courtyard, where she found Gu Wanqing still asleep. She hesitated, not wanting to disturb her. Just as she was unsure of what to do, she spotted Wang Taizhu returning from the mountain. She quickly ran to his side and said, "Brother Taizhu, Qianqian is going out to play with Principal Zhang and Xiao Xiao. My second sister-in-law is asleep. When my second brother returns, could you please inform him?" Wang Taizhu looked up and saw Zhang Chuanhe. As Zhang Chuanhe's student, he felt an inexplicable trust towards him. Thus, he nodded. "Sure, you go ahead, I'll tell your second brother shortly." "All right, thank you, Brother Taizhu." Lu Qianqian joyfully turned and left with Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others. Meanwhile, Lu Lixing had already made his way from his backyard mountain to the path leading to Lijia village. He had been wandering the area for over 2 hours, and everything seemed calm. There was nothing out of the ordinary. He had not encountered any suspicious individuals in the village. A frown creased Lu Lixing's brow. Could it be that by altering Zhang Xiaoxiao's trajectory, the traffickers had vanished? With this thought, he decided to return home and check. Descending the mountain, he placed the basket in the courtyard and called out, "Wanqing, Qianqian?" Looking up, he saw Gu Wanqing sleeping at the doorway. "Qianqian?" Lu Lixing searched around the house but found no sign of her. Suddenly, a chill of foreboding gripped him. He quickly roused Gu Wanqing. "Wanqing? Wanqing? Huh?" Gu Wanqing awoke from her slumber, her expression puzzled as she gazed at Lu Lixing. "You're back? What's the matter? Where's Qianqian?" "Qianqian is Gu Wanqing pointed to the courtyard. In the next moment, she froze. "Where's Qianqian?" "Qianqian." Gu Wanqing's complexion paled. I fell asleep." "Where is Qianqian?" Lu Lixing. Already emotionally unstable due to her pregnancy. Gu Wanqing's tears streamed down her face as she grasped her clothes. Her heart aching. "Qianqian, I must go find her." Lu Lixing quickly held her back. "Don't panic. Perhaps Qianqian went to play in the fields with Xiao Xiao. I'll go look with that." He turned and dashed outside. De Huang also became agitated, barking loudly. Just then, Lu Lixing noticed Wang Taizhu coming out of the house. "Lu Gu, you're back. How was the harvest today?" "Not bad," Lu Lixing replied tersely. Wang Taizhu sensed something was off. "Lu Gu, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Have you seen Qianqian?" "Oh, you mean Qianqian? She asked me to tell you that she went out to play with Xiao Xiao and Principal Zhang, and you needn't worry. Lu Gu, don't be anxious. Our village is small, and Qianqian has grown up here. She'll be fine. Children from the mountains are wild and often play outside alone, returning home only at mealtime. No one would say anything, especially in a village where everyone knows each other." But upon hearing this, Lu Lixing suddenly froze. This is bad. If Qianqian had left with Zhang Xiaoxiao and Principal Zhang, then Lu Lixing couldn't bear to think of the consequences. He clenched his fists, striving to maintain a calm facade. How long had they been gone? Chapter 77. This black dog, Qianqian dislikes Wang Taizhu, was momentarily taken aback. "About an hour or so, I suppose." "Why?" Lu Lixing's body tensed. He dropped the basket to the ground and called out to De Huang. "De Huang, let us go, woof." De Huang barked and rushed over. Seeing Lu Lixing about to leave, Gu Wanqing hurriedly approached. "Lixing, is something wrong with Qianqian?" I want to go too." Lu Lixing quickly reassured her. "It's nothing, Wanqing. I'm going to bring Qianqian home. You stay here and wait for me. But it's really nothing, don't worry. Just cook and wait for me at home." Gu Wanqing, seeing Lu Lixing's determination, nodded vigorously. "Okay, I'll cook. I will." Lu Lixing gently patted her head, forcing a smile. Wait for my return. With that, he turned and departed. Wang Taizhu, who had been eating, finally sensed something was wrong. He dropped his bowl and shouted, Lu Gu, wait for me. I'm coming too. Lu Lixing and De Huang moved swiftly. An hour and a half had already passed. He needed to quicken his pace. That moment, in the Wang family courtyard, Wang Dikun was cutting porcini mushrooms. Lu Jianjun had arrived early in the morning to help. Seeing him busy, Lu Jianjun picked up a piece of mushroom and asked, Is this the mushroom Lu Lixing bought? Yes, it is, Wang Dikun replied, village chief. What brings you here? What do you think? Someone reported Lu Lixing for cheating, and you brothers are the ones who were deceived. What do you have to say for yourselves? Hearing this, Wang Dikun frowned. It must have been Lu Jiangwo who told you, right? He just spreads rumors everywhere. When did Lu Lixing cheat anyone? We all did this willingly. But, oh, village chief, Lu Jiangwo is just too biased against Lu Lixing. You can't carry that bias as well. People can change for the better. No one remains a villain for a lifetime. Lu Jianjun was momentarily taken aback. You might have a point, but last night, Lu Lixing had come to his house spouting a bunch of nonsense, which still seemed suspicious to him. Nonsense? What did he say? Wang Dikun looked bewildered at he. Just as Lu Jianjun was about to explain, both of them spotted Lu Lixing sprinting past. They wanted to call out to him. But it was too late. Lu Jianjun said, Look, hey, Taizhu, wait. What is going on? Wang Dikun completely ignored Lu Jianjun and stopped Wang Taizhu, sensing something was wrong. What? I can't quite explain it. Qianqian went with Principal Zhang. Logically, there shouldn't be any issues. Principal Zhang is a trustworthy person, but my Lu Gu's instincts have always been spot on. I need to go rescue her. Brother, you stay busy. Before Wang Taizhu could finish, he started running. Seeing the situation, Lu Jianjun felt something was off and hurriedly said, What did you say? Instinct? Yeah, don't be ridiculous. What can instincts do? But my Lu Gu saved Huang Chang's mother based on instinct. Wang Taizhu insisted anxiously, Forget it. I'm not explaining this to you. I have to go. With that, Wang Taizhu quickened his pace. Wang Dikun felt a tightening in his chest. I'm going too. I need to gather Dixing and the others. Are you really going? Lu Jianjun questioned in surprise. Didn't you hear Taizhu? Something about to happen. Hurry. With that, Wang Dikun departed as well. Lu Jianjun stood there, pondering for a moment. Something felt very strange. Just yesterday, Lu Lixing had been telling him about traffickers, and today, his sister had gone missing. This didn't seem right. He needed to check on the situation too. At 11:30 in the morning, as they neared Lijia village, Zhang Chuanhe and Li Chunlan, along with Zhang Xiaoxiao and Lu Qianqian, came to a halt. They were still in mountainous terrain, where a few scattered houses lay at the foot of the hill. But they were quite distant. Occasionally, a few pedestrians passed by, but they were few and far between. As they walked, Li Chunlan suddenly clutched her stomach and squatted down. Chunlan, what's wrong? Zhang Chuanhe asked, concerned. I have some stomach pain. I might have eaten something bad. Oh dear, now that you mention it, my stomach hurts too. Today's meal had too many chilies. What should we do? It's going to take a while to get to the nearest toilet. How about just here? Li Chunlan's face immediately turned pale. There might still be a few people passing by, and besides, Qianqian and Xiaoxiao aren't little anymore. How can we do that here? Zhang Chuanhe hesitated. Then should we go to the top of the mountain? Li Chunlan finally nodded. She turned to the two little ones. Xiaoxiao, Qianqian, you two wait here. Your dad and I will be right back. Okay, Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Zhang Chuanhe was somewhat conflicted. Is it really okay to leave them here alone? It's fine. We're in the mountains. It's not a big deal. I used to climb mountains alone all the time without any issues. Even if I was gone for half a day, there was nothing to worry about. They can rest here. Well, all right. Zhang Chuanhe repeatedly instructed Zhang Xiaoxiao and Lu Qianqian before gathering a few leaves and heading up the mountain. Once they left, Zhang Xiaoxiao excitedly grabbed Lu Qianqian's hand. Qianqian, let us go ahead. What's wrong? Didn't we say we were waiting here for Principal Zhang and Annie? There's something delicious up ahead. There's a kiwi fruit tree, and it should be ripe now. I was just pretending. My parents definitely wouldn't let me go eat. Let us go. Let us go. Hearing this, Lu Qianqian swallowed her saliva. Kiwi fruits were incredibly sweet, sweeter than candy. Really? Really? But Qianqian, let us just pick a few and come back quickly. Why parents want to find out? All right, then. Lu Qianqian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. The two little girls walked for a bit and soon reached the kiwi fruit vines. The place where the kiwi fruit grew was not very steep. Many fruits had fallen to the ground, having softened and released their fragrant aroma. Wow! Lu Qianqian exclaimed in wonder. Zhang Xiaoxiao laughed joyfully. See, Qianqian, I didn't lie to you. Come on, let us eat. Mm. Lu Qianqian happily ran over. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, someone was watching them, accompanied by a massive black dog. His eyes glinting with cunning, it was indeed effortless to capture them. With no one around, he led the black dog closer to the two little girls. Little friends, what are you up to? The two girls, happily munching away, turned to see the large black dog. This dog appeared much sturdier than De Huang and was significantly taller. It drooled as it gazed at the two girls. Even Lu Qianqian, who was accustomed to De Huang's presence, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Nevertheless, she shielded Zhang Xiaoxiao behind her. Who are you? The man speaking was dark-skinned. The black-faced man commanded the large black dog to sit before approaching. Picking a kiwi fruit from the ground, he bit into it and smiled at the two little girls. You must be Zhang Xiaoxiao, right? He had been following them for a while and already knew the little girl's name. Zhang Xiaoxiao peeked from behind Lu Qianqian. Yes, that's me. Lu Qianqian remained wary, eyeing the man suspiciously. The black-faced man chuckled lightly and said, Xiao, don't be afraid, I'm your uncle, remember? I live in Lijia village. I'm also going to see your grandmother today. Your parents just went ahead and said you were here, so I came to fetch you. Xiao, Qianqian, come with your uncle. I'll take you to eat something delicious. He had been scouting this area for several days, and this morning, he had locked onto these two targets. Now is the perfect opportunity. Zhang Xiaoxiao cautiously inquired. You really are my uncle? Why haven't I seen you before? It's normal that you haven't seen me. I just returned from working away. Your mom will introduce me to you today. Your grandmother lives at the entrance of the pear tree gully in Lijia village, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao hesitated. But, being so young, her ability to reason was limited. However, she saw the large black dog and instinctively hid behind Lu Qianqian. The black-faced man, noticing this, pulled the dog back. Don't be scared. P.S. very gentle and one bite. Your grandmother asked me to bring him to meet you, saying it would help you build your courage. Only then did Zhang Xiaoxiao cautiously peek out from behind Lu Qianqian and grasp her hand. However, Qianqian still felt that something was off. The black-faced man stroked the dog's head. Little girl, don't you love dogs? The big black dog will play with you. Lu Qianqian furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of revulsion as the dog approached her. I don't want it. Yet Zhang Xiaoxiao had already moved forward. Qianqian, everything he said is true. My grandmother does live there. She also said I was too timid and suggested I raise a small dog. One that listens well. How about we? Chapter 78. Qianqian remembers to listen to her second brother. Lu Qianqian firmly grasped Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand. Zhang Xiaoxiao had already taken a step forward. What's wrong? Lu Qianqian struggled to articulate her feelings, but the large black dog took a step closer, and the black-faced man smiled at her. Startled, Lu Qianqian quickly forced a smile. And nothing. Let us go then. The black-faced man extended his hand towards Zhang Xiaoxiao. Lu Qianqian tightly held onto Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand. Xiao, I'm scared. Zhang Xiaoxiao hesitated but didn't reach for the stranger's hand. Don't worry, I'll hold your hand. Lu Qianqian nodded. The black-faced man led the way, with the large black dog trotting alongside him, while the two little girls followed behind. Lu Qianqian recalled Lu Lixing's words. She must remember that whenever she encounters a bad person in the future, she should run to a crowded place. But right now, they were in a secluded area. Lu Qianqian's mind raced, trying to think of a solution. Once again, I recalled the second statement made by my elder brother. If that place is deserted, one must find a way to leave a mark. My elder brother will surely come to find Qianqian. Lu Qianqian swiftly removed her jacket and tossed it aside. She tilted her head up, gazing foolishly at the man with a dark complexion. Uncle, I'm feeling warm. It was indeed summer, and the heat was palpable. The dark-faced man paid her no heed. After all, who could have anticipated that such a small child would possess her own little thoughts? Let us go. Only then did Lu Qianqian pull Zhang Xiaoxiao along to continue following. However, her pace had considerably slowed. After walking for a while, Lu Qianqian heard Zhang Xiaoxiao, puzzled, exclaim, Uncle, this isn't the way to Li family village. Lu Qianqian tightened her little fingers. As expected, trouble had arisen. The dark-faced man turned around and smiled. This is a shortcut. It's quicker this way. Come on, Uncle wouldn't he deceive you? Zhang Xiaoxiao cast a somewhat aggrieved glance at Lu Qianqian. In response, Lu Qianqian grasped her hand firmly. Suddenly, She quickly hugged her stomach and squatted down. Wah wah wah. Xiao Xiao, my stomach hurts, what should we do? Wah wah wah, I think I might have eaten something bad. Upon hearing Lu Qianqian's words, Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly squatted down as well. Qianqian, are you okay? Uncle, Qianqian's tummy hurts. Can we rest a bit before we go? The dark-faced man was unwilling to wait. He shot a glance at Lu Qianqian, clearly annoyed by this troublesome girl. Let us go. There's a toilet up ahead. But Qianqian can't wait. Qianqian needs to use the toilet. The dark-faced man, helpless, could only say, what a hassle, over there, by the reeds. Lu Qianqian quickly tugged Zhang Xiaoxiao away. The dark-faced man remained nearby. Upon reaching the reeds, Zhang Xiaoxiao, still feeling aggrieved, whispered, Qianqian, do you think we've encountered a bad person? Lu Qianqian swiftly motioned for silence. She crouched down, untied the hair tie from her head, and tossed it into the bushes. Don't worry, my elder brother will come to rescue us. Xiao, just follow me. But you don't need to speak. Just stick with me. Lu Qianqian assumed the role of the leader among the two. Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, her small body pressing tightly against Lu Qianqian. The two of them squatted in the bushes for a full 5 minutes. Finally, the dark-faced man could no longer contain himself. Are you two done yet? We're coming out now. Uncle Lu Qianqian quickly pulled Zhang Xiaoxiao up and emerged from the bushes, offering the dark-faced man a beaming smile. Uncle, let us go. Upon seeing her smile, the man's impatience vanished in an instant. It must be said, this girl was indeed adorable. He continued to lead the two onward, with Lu Qianqian trailing closely behind. Having discarded everything she could, she unfastened the hair tie from Zhang Xiaoxiao's wrist, tossing it aside as they walked in the mountain gorge. Li Chunlan grumbled impatiently as she made her way back. What a nuisance. To think I would get an upset stomach. Sigh, it's your fault for putting so many chili peppers in the dishes these past few days. Hurry, Xiao and Qianqian must be worried sick. All right, let us go. Li Chunlan quickened her pace. However, when they arrived at the place where Zhang Xiaoxiao and Lu Qianqian were supposed to be, they were utterly dumbfounded. What is going on? Where is Xiao? Xiao! Li Chunlan anxiously shouted into the mountains, but there was no response. Her face turned ashen. Chuanhe, where is Xiao? Are Xiao is lost? Zhang Chuanhe's expression also stiffened. Normally stern and composed in front of his students, he was now completely panicked. No, it can't be. This is impossible. Xiao, wouldn't he just disappear? Perhaps she and Qianqian went to their grandmother's house by themselves. Chunlan, stop saying nonsense. We should head to Li family village. It's only been 20 minutes. We still have time to catch up. Li Chunlan nodded vigorously. Okay, let us go. Quickly. The two hastened their steps. Yet upon reaching Li Chunlan's family home, they discovered that Zhang Xiaoxiao was not there. Xiaoxiao's grandmother and uncle had not seen her at all. The Li family was thrown into complete disarray. Li Chunlan collapsed onto the ground, hugging her knees and crying out loud. No, it can't be, my Xiao. What should I do? Zhang Chuanhe also sank down beside her, covering his heart and gasping for breath. Adi felt as if a part of him had suddenly been ripped away, causing excruciating pain. He couldn't believe that his Xiao was gone. From the moment Zhang Xiao was born, Zhang Chuanhe had held her close to his heart. After years devoted to education, he had finally welcomed Xiao into his life. She was his lifeline, his sole vulnerability. Zhang Chuanhe vividly remembered the first time he held Zhang Xiao. She had just been born, and the tiny infant had gripped his finger tightly, announcing her arrival. In that moment, he understood that he could never let go of her hand for the rest of his life. He recalled how Xiao's first smile lit up her face as she playfully tugged at his cheeks, her innocent laughter echoing through the air. Despite her childhood aversion to nail trimming, which often left his face marked with scratches, Zhang Chuanhe had never once complained. The first time she called him daddy, her voice had been soft and sweet, and upon hearing it, this strong man had burst into tears. He vowed to himself that he would protect her for a lifetime. Yet now, the very person he had vowed to safeguard was lost. Zhang Chuanhe's mind spiraled into chaos. He wished he could strike himself. If only he hadn't gone into the mountains. If only he hadn't been so blindly confident. Would Xiao still be safe? It was all his fault. Zhang Chuanhe slapped himself hard. Yet even that did little to ease the pain in his chest. His thoughts were a jumbled mess. For every moment he had been clear-headed. He now felt utterly lost. He sensed that he was on the verge of losing his ability to think altogether. Zhang Xiaoxiao's uncle, Li Chunqing, witnessing their tears, anxiously shouted, "Sister, brother-in-law, what are you doing? We need to find someone. Hurry. I'll go call the police. You two search for her. What are you waiting for? Crying want to help? Think carefully about who was with Xiao Xiao when she went missing. Who saw her?" Zhang Chuanhe murmured softly. Suddenly, clarity struck him. Lu Qianqian. But Qianqian was just as small as Xiao Xiao, the two of them. Zhang Chuanhe rubbed his temples, feeling deflated once more. At that moment, he was consumed with regret. If only he hadn't gone to the Lu family to fetch Xiao Xiao. If he had done that, neither Xiao Xiao nor Qianqian would have gone missing. What had he done? Hearing this, Li Chunqing pressed further. Then have you encountered anything suspicious in the past few days? Suspicious events? Li Chunlan, still sobbing, paused in confusion. Her mind flashed to the previous night when Lu Lixing had come to their home and mentioned something. Lu Lixing had warned them to be cautious of certain things. Zhang Chuanhe suddenly stood up, realization dawning. Yes. He came to see us yesterday and told us to be wary of suspicious activities. Could it be that he knew something? Was he trying to save Xiao Xiao? Zhang Chuanhe recalled the recent incident involving Huang Chang's mother, Wang Afong, which Lu Lixing had reportedly intervened in. At the time, he had thought it was just a coincidence and hadn't paid it much mind. Now, however, he was drenched in cold sweat. Li Chunlan was equally alarmed. But why didn't he just tell us there was danger? He asked. Do you believe me? Zhang Chuanhe turned to look at Li Chunlan. Chapter 79. My dog is about to show his strength. Li Chunlan was momentarily stunned. Even though she had heard about Lu Lixing donating sweet potatoes, she had previously thought he was merely trying to help Qianqian attend school. It didn't seem like a significant change. Many would make sacrifices for their sisters. Therefore, when Zhang Chuanhe praised Lu Lixing, she hadn't taken it to heart. Had Lu Lixing mentioned anything about missing children? She surely wouldn't have believed it. Yet, because of this doubt, both Xiao Xiao and Qianqian had gone missing. Li Chunlan felt overwhelming guilt, wishing she could hammer herself into oblivion. She anxiously asked, "Then, what do we do now? What can we do? I'll search the mountains for Xiao Xiao. Chunqing will call the police, and will enlist familiar villagers to help. You need to go back with Chunhua to find Lu Lixing. Since Qianqian is also missing, we must inform him. As for what he wants to do, we'll have to comply." Li Chunhua was Li Chunlan's sister, who had married into Lu family village a few days prior. Because Li Chunlan had gone to fetch Zhang Xiao Xiao, Li Chunhua had returned home a bit earlier. When Lu Lixing was selling sweet potatoes, she had even encouraged nearby women to buy some. Now, she was equally worried. All right, I'll go with you, sister. Zhang Chuanhe turned to Li Chunqing. Don't tell mom yet. She is older and might not be able to handle it. Understood. I'll go find the police now, Li Chunqing declared before rushing out. Zhang Chuanhe quickly made his way into the mountains, his eyes slightly misty. He forcefully wiped his glasses, trying to regain his composure. Lu Lixing, accompanied by De Huang, sprinted out of the village. To get from Lu family village to Li family village, one must traverse a small mountain known as Dujia Ridge. Normally, it takes an hour to walk, but if one runs, it would be quicker. Lu Lixing clenched his fists. Qianqian couldn't wait. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely activated a luck charm. Thankfully, the charm had not yet been utilized. Its effect lasted for half an hour, but he was uncertain if it would work on people. Wang De Huang barked ahead, urging him on. Lu Lixing gritted his teeth. Let us go. Regardless of whether it works, we must try. He couldn't bear to think about what would happen if Qianqian were lost. How would he continue living? How would this family survive? The one man and his dog traversed the mountain gorge for a solid 10 minutes, yet saw nothing. Lu Lixing's brow furrowed. Could it be that the luck charm only worked for animals? What should he do? His scalp tingled with dread. Lu Lixing smacked his head hard. Ahead, De Huang ran while glancing back. Wang the look seemed to urge Lu Lixing on. Lu Lixing looked at him. Do you know where Qianqian is? De Huang sniffed the air, then turned and dashed away. Lu Lixing suddenly remembered that a dog's primary function is to locate people. De Huang, if you find her, I'll give you a chicken leg. Wang De Huang barked twice, speeding up like never before. Who dares to bully the pup of the dog lord? The dog lord will handle him. Filled with hope, Lu Lixing quickened his pace, but then, faintly, he heard sounds from behind. Wang that's not De Huang's bark. At this moment in Lu family village, Wang Taizhu and Wang Dikun were sprinting ahead. However, Wang Dikun and others were slightly older and heavier, struggling to keep up with Lu Lixing. Wang Taizhu was gasping for breath, his eyes darting around, trying to catch a glimpse of Lu Lixing. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, if I catch the one who bullied Qianqian, I'll make him pay. Look at how tired Lu Gu and De Huang are. Nearby, Wang Dikun chimed in. Exactly. Let us keep going, we can't stop. The eldest, Lu Jianjun, finally caught up from behind. Seeing the others about to dash off again, he hurriedly called out, Hey, why are you all running? Slow down. It shouldn't be anything serious, right? The child is just a bit playful. These past few days, other than a few beggars visiting, we haven't seen anyone else in the village. Lu Lixing, that kid. Before he could finish, Wang Taizhu, already irritated, turned to him and bellowed, Shut up, Lu Jianjun. You what? Are you stupid? What is wrong with Lu Gu having made mistakes in the past? Haven't you ever done anything wrong? Did you never steal sweet potatoes as a child? Haven't you ever peeped at women bathing? Did you never swindle money from your parents? Village chief, I respect you by calling you that, but just look at what you've done. Isn't Lu Gu seeking you out? Don't you trust him at all? Have you never thought that if a child goes missing, you share some responsibility? After venting his frustration, Wang Taizhu finally felt relieved. Forget it. I won't argue with you anymore. I still have to chase after him. If you keep blocking me, don't blame me for being rude with that. Wang Taizhu turned and ran off. Taizhu. Wang Dikun and the others exchanged glances, then turned back to Lu Jianjun, shaking their heads as they followed behind. Lu Jianjun stood there, momentarily stunned. At his age, no one had ever spoken to him like that. This kid truly, he didn't even say he wouldn't chase after them. Lu Jianjun sighed and began to follow as well, but he lagged a bit behind. Ahead, Wang Taizhu had already run far ahead. When Wang Dikun caught up with him, he silently gave him a thumbs up. Taizhu, you're a real man today. That's the village chief. Wang Taizhu laughed. Who cares if he is the village chief? Saving Qianqian is what matters most. Let us move. Wang Dikun nodded. Right? I understand. As they spoke, Wang Dexing suddenly shivered, saying, Dikun, Taizhu, wait a moment. Don't you feel something off? What off? Listen. The group halted. Wang Taizhu perked up his ears and listened closely, only to suddenly frown. Where was that barking coming from? They heard a series of barks approaching, as if summoned, and the sounds drew nearer, suggesting that many dogs were converging toward them. Wang Taizhu, straining to hear, was about to discern the source when Wang Dikun panicked. What the hell? This is the first time I've ever cursed. His eyes widened, trembling. Dogs, so many dogs. Taizhu, look, there are dogs everywhere. They're rushing towards us. Wang Taizhu was momentarily taken aback, glancing back as the first dog dashed past him up the mountain path. He laughed. Haha, my dog lord is about to show his strength. Wang Dikun blinked. Dog lord? Taizhu, who are you referring to? What is going on here? Due to not sleeping well after revising yesterday, I felt a bit disoriented today. I'll update a chapter tonight and add more tomorrow otherwise. It won't read well, and it LLB too chaotic tomorrow. Watch as my Lu Gu leads the dog lord to rescue people. Good night. Everyone, and please don't follow my example of staying up late. It's truly harmful. Chapter 80. Goodness. There are dogs outside the Master door in a certain part of Lu family village. An elderly woman with graying hair was carrying a bowl of leftover food outside. In the yard, a large spotted dog was wagging its tail. Upon seeing the old lady, the dog barked happily and jumped up, trying to get at the food in her bowl. The old lady smiled kindly. Don't be naughty, Ahua. I'm just about to serve you some food. Look how hungry you are. As she spoke, she patted Ahua's head, bending down to pour the food into the dog bowl. Suddenly, Ahua barked loudly. Wang, it seemed as though it had made a remarkable discovery, dashing swiftly towards the village entrance. Alas, Ahua, where are you off to? Dinner, perhaps? In another part of Lujia village, Lu Jiangwo was amusing himself with a small puppy at his feet. This little creature had just turned a month old and was brought home at the behest of his grandson. Today, however, his grandson was not at home, and his elder brother, Lu Jianjun, had gone to the Wang family to deal with that troublesome child, Lu Lixing. Thus, Lu Jiangwo found himself in high spirits, playing with the little pup. One must admit, such a tiny dog is truly adorable, plump and cherubic. Unable to resist, Lu Jiangwo reached out, intending to scoop the puppy into his embrace. However, just as his hand was about to touch the little creature, it let out a yelp and dashed away towards the roadside. Lu Jiangwo was momentarily stunned. Hey, little one, where are you going? Come back quickly. If Dodo returns and finds out, he will be furious. Seeing the puppy run faster and faster, Lu Jiangwo anxiously followed suit. If the dog were to stray too far, it would be difficult to explain to his grandson later that evening. In a certain area of Lijia village, a group of children were playing with an adorable little short-legged dog. This was the village's only short-legged canine, exceptionally cute in appearance. At that moment, a child cheerfully tossed a ball. "Short legs, go fetch the ball. Bring it back and I'll give you a bone to chew on." With a happy bark, Short Legs dashed after the ball. However, halfway there, it suddenly paused, raising its little head to gaze towards Dujiao Ridge. Moments later, it scampered up the mountain with its short legs. The children were left dumbfounded. "Hey, Short Legs, you're going the wrong way. Come back, hurry back." At the entrance to Dujiao Ridge, Wang Taizhu and his companions had already ascended the mountain. Occasionally, a dog would rush past them. Wang Dikun was somewhat bewildered. Is that the big yellow dog from Lu Lixing's family? Is it really that extraordinary? Of course, my dog is the king of dogs. As clever as my brother Lu. Wang Dikun paused, unsure whether Wang Taizhu was praising Lu Lixing or the big yellow dog itself. Lu Jianjun was equally perplexed. Is this really going to work? Village chief, perhaps it's best if you remain silent and observe. Wang Taizhu replied impatiently. Lu Jianjun felt utterly speechless, yet found himself unable to refute. Halfway up Dujiao Ridge, the mountain path was narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time, and walking along it proved to be somewhat strenuous. Yet, Lu Lixing dared not pause. Every second was of immense importance to him. However, as he ran, he noticed that the big yellow dog had come to a halt. Lu Lixing grew anxious. "Big Yellow, what's the matter?" The dog lowered its head, sniffing around on the ground. Moments later, it dashed towards a patch of grass nearby. Before long, Big Yellow excitedly picked up a small pink garment. Upon seeing the clothing, Lu Lixing let out a sigh of relief. "Qian Qian's dress? This is the mark she left for me." It seemed that the little girl had remembered his words. "Well done, Big Yellow. Qian Qian must be nearby. Let us continue our search," Lu Lixing called out, preparing to turn around. Yet at that very moment, he noticed Big Yellow suddenly become serious. It crouched low, assuming a defensive posture. "Woof!" Before Lu Lixing could comprehend what was happening, Big Yellow lunged towards him, swiftly dodging to his side and leaping behind him. Confused, Lu Lixing turned to see a massive brindle dog standing in front of them, panting heavily as if it had just sprinted over. Momentarily stunned by its size, he quickly warned, "Big Yellow, be careful. Let's avoid conflict if possible. This dog is too large. Saving Qian Qian is our priority." "Woof, woof!" Big Yellow barked a couple of times at the giant brindle dog. The canine guardian understood the importance of rescuing Qian Qian. However, at that moment, it was not in a position to make choices. Lu Lixing sensed something was amiss. Glancing behind the brindle dog, his heart dropped. 3 more dogs appeared, each one fierce and menacing. When did Dujiao Ridge become a dog den? At that moment, Big Yellow had completely shielded Lu Lixing behind itself. Determined to protect its owner at all costs, Lu Lixing's heart ached at the sight of Big Yellow's unwavering stance. "Big Yellow, when I give the signal, we'll retreat. There are no dogs behind us. If we move quickly enough, we should be able to escape." But just as he finished speaking, the 4 dogs charged at them all at once, leaving no time for either Lu Lixing or Big Yellow to react. Simultaneously, Big Yellow leaped into action, targeting the most ferocious of the pack, preparing to strike. However, just as it opened its mouth, the brindle dog suddenly sat down in front of Lu Lixing, as if having spotted something it cherished. It leaned forward, nuzzling Lu Lixing's hand and whimpering sweetly. Caught off guard, Big Yellow was left bewildered. Should it bite or not? What was this giant dog up to? Lu Lixing, too, was taken aback that it wasn't until the brindle dog rubbed against his arm that he realized it merely sought a pat on the head. Instinctively, he reached out to stroke the brindle dog's head, and it emitted a satisfied groan. Simultaneously, the other 3 dogs, witnessing the interaction, expressed their displeasure with a couple of barks. They disregarded Big Yellow entirely and approached Lu Lixing. Squatting beside him and rubbing against his pant leg, Lu Lixing was left utterly flabbergasted. Wasn't this supposed to be a scene of confrontation? How had it transformed into a display of cuteness? These once fearsome dogs had suddenly morphed into adorable companions. Big Yellow looked at Lu Lixing with a pitiful expression. Goodness, now there were 4 dogs surrounding his master. How outrageous! In the fleeting moments that followed, several more dogs arrived, clambering around Lu Lixing's legs. Big Yellow could only watch in dismay. Lu Lixing rubbed his temples, finally grasping the situation at hand. It seemed that the fortune-telling pouch had summoned these dogs to him. The spectacle was indeed impressive. With so many dogs at his disposal, locating someone would be a breeze. Lu Lixing quickly presented Qian's clothing to the larger dogs. Here, sniff this and help find her. The big dogs, upon receiving the command, instantly perked up. Their master had given them the first task. They eagerly sniffed the garment, then turned to dash away. Chapter 81. Even if a leg were to be bitten off, what of it? Noticing Big Yellow's continued look of dismay, Lu Lixing felt a pang of sympathy. He approached Big Yellow and gently patted its head, addressing the group of dogs. This is Big Yellow, your elder brother. You are to follow his lead. Immediately, Big Yellow perked up, its ears standing tall that it had younger siblings now. The pups are saved, the pups are saved, the pups are saved. Whether the other dogs truly understood or not, they gathered around Big Yellow, nudging against it. Big Yellow, time to find Qian. With a resounding bark, Big Yellow led the canine brigade forward. When Li Chunlan laid eyes on Lu Lixing, she was greeted with the astonishing sight of this spectacle. She and Li Chunhua were momentarily rendered speechless. Lu Lixing, this Dado, is Big Yellow's brigade here to find Qian? Have you received any news? Upon hearing this, Li Chunlan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I'm sorry, I doubt this is not the time for apologies. We can discuss that later. I have found Qian's clothing ahead. You must tell me everything that has transpired before this. Quickly! Li Chunlan bit her lip and recounted all her experiences on the way. Lu Lixing stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. Then she must still be in this mountain. Big Yellow searched the mountain. Woof! At that moment, in a secluded hollow of Dujiao Ridge, a man with a black face pointed towards a dilapidated thatched hut. You two, go inside first. They had reached the depths of Dujiao Ridge, an area typically devoid of human presence. As for the thatched hut, it had long been abandoned, left behind by unknown individuals. However, it was still suitable for sheltering someone. Zhang Xiaoxiao clung to Lu Qian's hand, looking quite pitiful. Qian! Woof! The large black dog nearby barked aggressively at her. Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately hid behind Lu Qian. Gritting her teeth, Lu Qian said, Xiaoxiao, we must go inside. This black dog is unruly, and I cannot overpower it, so we must comply for now. Brother 2 promised he would come to find us. I left many signs on the way. He will surely locate me. Bravely suppressing her fear, the small Qian took Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand and ventured towards the thatched hut. The man with the black face nodded in satisfaction. Now, this is more like it. These two girls are quite pretty. They should fetch a good price. For the next 6 months, he would likely not need to resort to begging. A sinister smile crept across his face as he patted the head of the large black dog. Xiao He, keep a close watch on them. I'll go find my brothers. Once we get out of this, we can indulge in a life of luxury again. Woof! The large black dog barked and settled at the entrance of the hut. After giving his instructions, the man stepped outside. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted someone stumbling towards him. The person wore glasses, one of which was missing, and their clothes were riddled with holes. There was straw scattered all over them, and their hair was matted with thorns. The man with the black face paused, pulling the large black dog in front of him. You? What are you doing here? Startled by the question, Zhang Chuanhe hesitated. Did this man recognize him? Zhang Chuanhe looked at the man with the black face in confusion. After a moment, he recognized him. A few days prior, this man had approached their home carrying a snakeskin bag, asking for food. Out of pity, Zhang Chuanhe had given him 2 large buns and 2 coins. How is it you? Do you live here? Have you seen 2 little girls come this way? Zhang Chuanhe's voice trembled slightly. Throughout his journey, he had retraced his steps, keenly observing the various hair ties and small items discarded in the underbrush. Following these clues, he had arrived here, but in his haste, he had become a disheveled wreck. His pants had ripped, revealing a large scar on his knee, a remnant of a childhood encounter with wild dogs. That incident had nearly cost him his leg, and even now, it ached after prolonged walking. Since then, Zhang Chuanhe had developed a fear of dogs. They were like a scourge to him. As he spotted the large black dog, his steps faltered. No. The man with the black face answered without hesitation. Just as he finished speaking, a cry erupted from within the hut. Daddy. Simultaneously, Lu Qian's voice rang out with joy. Principal Zhang, we're here. Zhang Chuanhe's pupils dilated in disbelief. Xiao Xiao. After calling out, He turned to the man with the black face. Why are you here? What do you mean, why am I here? I merely brought them here to play, Principal Zhang. What are you talking about? Then hand them over to me, Zhang Chuanhe insisted. Sure, come and take them. The man with the black face chuckled, leading the large black dog to the entrance. He had been gathering information in the village for days and was well aware of Zhang Chuanhe's fear of dogs. With the dog present, he knew Zhang Chuanhe would never approach. Daddy. Zhang Xiaoxiao's cries grew louder. He's a bad man, Daddy. Don't be fooled by him. He doesn't want to take us to play. He wants to sell us. Daddy, the big black dog is so frightening. Zhang Xiaoxiao cried, gasping for breath. Liu Qianqian held her hand, trying to comfort her. Upon hearing the cries, Zhang Chuanhe panicked. Xiaoxiao was crying, his precious little girl, whom he had cherished since birth. How could she be harmed? This man, he actually intended to sell her. Zhang Chuanhe could not bear to imagine life without Zhang Xiaoxiao. Turning his gaze to the large black dog, he suddenly smiled. What does a dog matter? Even if I were to lose a leg, so what? The world behind this dog is my everything. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Chuanhe picked up a stick from the ground and stepped forward. If I approach, will you allow me to take them? Yes, you may take them. The man with the black face grinned, and as Zhang Chuanhe drew nearer, he even whistled. This was precisely why he had chosen the Zhang family's daughters. Their fear of dogs played to his advantage, for he had a ferocious black dog. Even if Zhang Chuanhe found them, he would be powerless to do anything. Standing tall, Zhang Chuanhe inhaled deeply and advanced. The large black dog drooled at the entrance, its entire body nearly as tall as a person. One could only imagine the sheer force it would unleash if it stood up. Yet, Zhang Chuanhe had forgotten his fear. His focus was solely on Zhang Xiaoxiao. As he approached, he could even smell the foul odor emanating from the dog, a scent belonging to an untamed beast. The large black dog regarded him with keen eyes. Just as he was about to reach the entrance, the man with the black face chuckled softly. Xiao Hei. In an instant, Xiao Hei lunged towards Zhang Chuanhe. Daddy. Zhang Xiaoxiao nearly screamed at the sight. Liu Qianqian quickly covered her eyes. Principal Zhang, get out of the way, hurry. Where are you, brother two? Big Yellow. Zhang Chuanhe swiftly stepped back, but the dog's speed was too great. His retreat proved futile. Just as the large black dog was about to pounce on him, he felt a powerful gust of wind behind him. The next moment, a large yellow dog sank its teeth into the large black dog, forcing it back. I will update 2 more chapters soon. I will continue tonight. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the character summoned from the Black House. And thank you for all the inspiration capsules, encouragement, and little gifts that power my writing. When he took in this black dog, it was with the intention of having it assist him in resolving future troubles. Therefore, even while pretending to be a beggar, he would ensure that the little black one received the finest sustenance. Now, the little black dog had grown robust and tall, exuding an aura that was quite unsettling. Little Black? Liu Lixing furrowed his brow, glancing towards the direction of the big yellow dog. He discovered that this dog, referred to as Little Black, was indeed significantly larger than Big Yellow and appeared much more ferocious. Yet, its demeanor was utterly detestable. Nevertheless, Big Yellow steadfastly stood before the imposing black dog, shielding Zhang Chuanhe behind him, exuding an imposing presence of his own. Zhang Chuanhe's expression faltered. This was the dog that had frightened him in the office that day. At that time, Liu Lixing had even chased it to the playground. Now, it seemed that its not-so-mighty physique offered ample reassurance. A gentle warmth surged within Zhang Chuanhe. Big Yellow must not come to harm. Tentatively, he shifted to the side. Liu Lixing, perhaps we should let Big Yellow back down first. This black dog is truly too intimidating. He pondered other possible solutions. The man with the black face added, You know, young man, I advise you to take your dog and leave quickly, or else. Liu Lixing did not even deign to glance at him in his eyes. This man was as repugnant as the black dog. He simply responded to Zhang Chuanhe. No need, just wait. After saying this, Liu Lixing attempted to harness the effects of the energy talisman, curious to see if the black dog would obey. However, upon issuing the command, he found the black dog remained utterly motionless, still poised to bite. It appeared that the black dog was beyond his control. Thus, he would not hold back any longer. Liu Lixing then turned to face the man with the black face. I offer you one last chance. Release both of them and go to the police station to confess all your crimes, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, what then? The man with the black face took a step closer to Lu Qianqian and Zhang Xiaoxiao, intending to use them as hostages. Zhang Xiaoxiao clutched Lu Qianqian's hand tightly, her face filled with terror. Qianqian, do you think your second brother can really save us? Lu Qianqian nodded vigorously. He can. My second brother is capable. Simultaneously, the man with the black face shouted, Little Black, attack? I refuse to believe that just this one dog can do anything. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Lixing declared, Who said we only have one dog? Big Yellow, standing defiantly against the black dog, raised its head and barked loudly into the air. A woo! The next moment, a chorus of responses echoed from all directions. Woof, 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 before the man with the black face and Zhang Chuanhe could react. Dozens of dogs surged towards them. The lead dog was even larger than the black dog, accompanied by a mix of small puppies and short-legged dogs. The sight, though comical, was utterly astonishing. Zhang Chuanhe, who had been quite fearful of dogs, suddenly felt a wave of reassurance. These are all your dogs? No, they are Big Yellow's brothers. Lu Lixing unhesitatingly attributed the credit to Big Yellow, for claiming it as his own feat would have been far too alarming. After all, Big Yellow would not speak. Zhang Chuanhe suddenly burst into laughter. Big Yellow is impressive, indeed. Meanwhile, the man with the black face, witnessing the horde of dogs approaching, had turned pale. Instinctively, he spun around and slipped out through the back door of the thatched hut, fleeing without even calling for the black dog. Seeing this, Lu Qianqian cried out, Second brother? He is trying to escape. No worries, he won't get away. Upon saying this, Lu Lixing signaled to the large dogs behind him. Xiao Bai. Ahua, go chase him down, don't kill him. We still need to hand him over to the police later. As for any injuries sustained, that was beyond his concern. After all, dogs biting without restraint was quite normal, wasn't it? In an instant, the two dogs dashed after the man with the black face. Realizing the situation had turned unfavorable, the black dog also began to retreat. Big Yellow pressed forward relentlessly, as the black dog backed away. It seemed to finally comprehend that its master had abandoned it. Its vicious nature was suddenly ignited, and it lunged towards Lu Qianqian and Zhang Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Lu Lixing, who was closest to them, instinctively shielded the two little ones beneath him. Simultaneously, Big Yellow rushed forward with a loud bark. Woof, woof, Master Pup, this black dog is courting death. With Big Yellow's call, the other dogs quickly surged towards Little Black. Meanwhile, Big Yellow had already positioned itself over Lu Lixing, using its body to protect him. In that instant, the black dog's fangs descended upon Big Yellow. With a piercing howl of agony, Lu Lixing caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood. Big Yellow? The sturdy body of Big Yellow shuddered, letting out a soft whimper before it collapsed heavily onto Lu Lixing. Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Lu Lixing hurriedly rose, handing the two frightened little ones over to Zhang Chuanhe. As he glanced at Big Yellow, he noticed that its front leg, near its spine, was drenched in blood. It seemed Big Yellow had also realized it was injured, lowering its head and desperately trying to cover its wound.